I awakened as the world's most scarce blacksmith, but was mocked by my peers for being a useless screwdriver, simply because being a blacksmith is a non-combat profession. Not only do I need to find someone to help me level up, but I also need to collect various rare materials to craft equipment, and even a single failure could lead to bankruptcy. However, when I awakened the mythical talent of the godly father spirit, I deeply understood the horror of this profession. This talent can increase the success rate of equipment forging to 100%, and the forged equipment will have a fixed mythical attribute, such as a lighter with mythical fire attribute that can destroy a city with a gentle press, a toy gun with a thunder attribute that can summon a thunderstorm with a pull of the trigger, and even Ultraman's fluorescent stick can be forged. Upon understanding this talent, I had a bold idea to offer myself to the country, as it is an expensive profession that I, a poor loser, cannot afford. So, I decided to tell my homeroom teacher Xiao Ran about this matter, and Xiao Ran's family comes from the military, so joining the Imperial Military Academy with my talent should not be a problem. As my homeroom teacher saw me walking in, she asked, "Su, do you have something to tell me?" Without hiding anything, I directly said, "I awakened my professional talent last night, and it is a mythical level talent." Xiao Ran was not as excited as I had imagined. Instead, her expression gradually turned sympathetic. On the day of awakening, other students activated their corresponding professional talents after successfully changing professions. However, I, who had a promising future as a blacksmith, did not activate my professional talent at that time. Before the teacher could speak, I stepped forward and displayed my professional panel. Xiao Ran suddenly sat up from her chair, looking at my attribute panel in disbelief. Mythical talent, 100% forging success rate, and adding a mythical attribute to any level of equipment. After coming back to her senses, she looked at me with a mix of shock and warmth. In the entire Great Xia country, even in the whole world, mythical level talents are extremely rare. Each mythical professional talent is an unparalleled powerhouse. Most importantly, my profession is the most scarce blacksmith in the country. However, apart from the strength of the profession itself, the combat power of a profession also depends on the difference in weapon equipment. Xiao Ran restrained her emotions and asked, "With your awakened mythical talent, which university are you planning to apply to?" "With my awakened talent, can I be sponsored by the country? Apply to the Imperial Military Academy?" "Of course," Xiao Ran blurted out. "Let's go. Go home with the teacher." Before I could react, Xiao Ran pulled me out of the office. Her soft jade arms tightly wrapped around my arm, afraid that I would run away. When other students saw Xiao Ran hugging me, they couldn't help but show a surprised expression on their faces. Who is Xiao Ran? She is the recognized goddess of the imperial capital. Isn't she the blacksmith who hasn't awakened his professional talent? Isn't he the lackey of Yi Xiaohua? While countless people were discussing, Qingmei Yishui happened to see the scene. Seeing my arm being tightly held by Xiao Ran, it felt like my beloved toy was being taken away. Seeing Yishui's angry look, I held Xiao Ran's hand back and left without looking back. Thinking about the various lackey behaviors before, I couldn't help but feel nauseous. Being a lackey in this lifetime is impossible. And Yishui awakened an epic talent and chose a foreign academy instead of a domestic military school. Before the era of national job change arrived, the Xiao family was already one of the most important members of the military, holding a pivotal position in both the imperial capital and the Great Xia country, truly deserving to be the #1 family in Great Xia. It took a good half an hour to walk from the gate to the living room. At this time, an old man was sitting in the living room, accompanied by a middle-aged couple exuding nobility. When they saw Xiao Ran holding my hand, the 13 people were stunned. "Girl, is this your boyfriend?" The old man squinted at me. Xiao Ran quickly let go of my hand and explained angrily, "He is not my boyfriend, he is my student." "Grandpa, Mom, Dad, I have something very important to tell you. It concerns the future of the country." "What is it?" The old man immediately put away the playful expression on his face. Then, at Xiao Ran's signal, I opened my attribute panel. When they saw the divine gift, the three of them were completely shocked. Before they could react, the three of them who were originally on the sofa appeared in front of me in an instant. "Don't scare him." Xiao Ran pulled me to her side and then mentioned my intention to join the military academy. "Child, can you forge an equipment now?" At this moment, the old man suddenly spoke. "As long as you have enough materials, you can." I confidently nodded. The old man waved his hand generously, saying that as long as I could forge equipment with mythical attributes, he could provide any materials. I looked at the only design drawing I had and then listed the required materials. These materials are all available in the Xia family's laboratory. With that, the whole family took me to the Xia family laboratory. I looked at the dazzling array of colorful materials, excited to the extreme. These were almost all rare materials that were hard to come by. If I didn't voluntarily submit myself to the country, with my conditions, I might never be able to afford them in my lifetime. I selected the materials according to the blueprint and started forging step by step according to the instructions. The four of them stared at my actions without blinking, as mythical level attributes could only appear on mythical equipment. As time passed, the equipment I was forging gradually took shape. It was a delicate and compact revolver with a faint electric arc swirling around it. The next moment, a colorful light suddenly burst from my body, a majestic aura spread from the laboratory, and a terrifying phantom appeared before their eyes, with a pair of huge thunder wings on its back, covered all over with golden lightning, like a deity. Shortly after, when the few people came back to their senses, everything seemed as if it had never happened. In my hand, there was now a deep blue revolver that looked similar to a regular one, but its attributes completely overturned their understanding of the world. A man just threw a lighter and blew up the whole city. Even a small paring knife could kill a target thousands of miles away. Just because the era of job change is coming, everyone will have their own profession after they reach adulthood. Some people change to become gunsmiths, transforming into young ladies, just like children. Some people change to become healers, turning into Yao mice, allowing people to ride around everywhere. And I changed to become a blacksmith without combat power, but with a mythical talent, the divine spirit of wealth. This talent can increase the success rate of equipment forging to 100%, and most importantly, it can add a mythical attribute. After understanding the talent, I decided to dedicate myself to the country. After all, it is a money-burning profession, not something a poor loser like me can afford. So I arrived with my homeroom teacher Xiaoran, who has a strong military background. At this moment, Xia, in order to prove that she was not just a useless person who only knew how to screw screws, forged a revolver under the gaze of Xia Lao's family according to the blueprint. However, the attributes on it completely overturned their worldview. Electromagnetic burst pistol, innate attribute, endless thunder immunity, mythical level, capable of triggering the 9 heavens thunder, controlling the endless thunder body. After reading the attributes, Xia Lao was full of surprise and excitement. When it came to the era of career change, the Xia had the strongest overall strength, but felt extremely guilty in terms of weapon equipment. Subsequently, Xia Lao tremblingly picked up the pistol and left with Xia Fu. This was related to the fate of the country, and he had to go online immediately. Then I also returned to school early. At the same time, Xia Lao arrived at the imperial capital military district and showed the pistol to everyone. However, when everyone saw the attributes on it, their eyes almost popped out. Grandpa Xia, the Xia couple, including Xia Ran, all stared blankly at the unremarkable pistol. Electromagnetic burst pistol. Type, weapon. Level, LV1. Rank, common. Talent, endless thunder realm, mythical. Endless thunder realm, stirring the 9 heavens thunder. Commanding endless thunder. This is truly legendary attributes. After reading the attributes, the old man from the Xia family couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The old man walked up tremblingly, his wrinkled old hands carefully stroking this unremarkable revolver, his eyes full of surprise and excitement. Their Xia family has been serving the country for generations. In the era of national career change, although the overall strength of the great Xia country is very strong, it is extremely lacking in weapons and equipment. Now, with the grace of the heavens, Sumu has appeared. Child, can you temporarily hand over this weapon to me? Sumu, the fate of the country's future is at stake. This matter cannot be taken lightly. He must report it immediately. Of course, Sumu handed over the pistol in his hand without any hesitation. Grandpa Xia took it with trembling hands, a very ordinary revolver, but he treated it as if it were a rare treasure, very carefully. Then, a few people chatted briefly. Grandpa Xia and Xia Ran, father and daughter, have already taken the revolver and headed to the military department. Meanwhile, Sumu had to leave early because of something at school. At the same time, capital of Daxia Empire. At this moment, a tightly sealed conference room is filled with people, seemingly discussing something. However, just then, boom, the door of the conference room was forcefully pushed open by someone. Here comes Mr. Xia and the Xia family. This movement attracted the attention of others. Old Xia, what wind blew you here? Mr. Xia remained silent, mysteriously placed the suitcase on the conference table. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he carefully opened the box. A dark blue revolver appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned at the same time. A pistol? What is this for? However, when they saw the attributes above again, their eyes almost popped out. What the hell? Ordinary level equipment? Surprisingly, it has a mythic level attribute? Endless thunder domain? Hiss. Then when they read the introduction on it, they coldly sucked in a breath of cold air. It could induce heavenly thunder and dominate lightning? This was fucking ordinary equipment? This is a fucking pistol? All of this directly subverted the crowd's cognition. Old Xia, what the hell is going on? After a long time, an old man with white hair and the highest rank at the head opened his mouth to inquire. Old Xia, this gun, how did you get it? Someone swallowed his saliva and asked carefully. Old man Xia swept a glance at the hall crowd and said with a serious expression, Gentlemen, I won't hide anything. This pistol was built by one of my granddaughter's students, and his occupational talent is at the mythic level. Mythic level occupational talent. Boom! The short few words were like an invisible mountain that pressed on the hearts of the crowd. However, it wasn't over yet. The next words were even more numbing to their scalps. The most crucial thing is, speaking here, Elder Xia paused for a moment, his face revealing unprecedented gravity. The most crucial thing is, this child's occupation. It's Forge Master. His occupational talent is called God's Empowerment. The success rate of building equipment is 100%. And, regardless of any quality of equipment, a mythic level attribute phrase will be fixedly attached. 100% success rate. Fixedly attaching a mythical attribute phrase. These words, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the minds of the crowd, and the words they heard just now continued to echo in their ears. Everyone present, which one was not a strong person with rich experience and extensive knowledge, and still couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this matter. Old Xia, what you said is true. Nonsense. Elder Xia's eyes glared. I watched him build this equipment out with my own eyes. These words came out. The crowd's breath immediately became shortened, and their gazes were overflowing with unrivaled fire and excitement. Where is that child now? This is the future of the country. It must be protected. Someone asked hurriedly. The Xia family head on the side smiled and said, he has already returned to school. There is no need to worry about safety for now. That child wants to join the military school. The old man and I came over. One is to notify you guys and arrange for people from the military school to escort this child to school. 2 is to find someone to try the power of this weapon. According to the introduction above, it seems that it will attract lightning, so we must find a lightning attribute transmuter to do so. Good. Without any hesitation, the white-haired elder at the head directly agreed. Old Xia, you arrange for Wang Junlei to protect that child. We'll go pick someone to test the power of this pistol. Wang Junlei? The crowd was shocked in their hearts. This was the chief instructor of the Imperial Capital Military Region's Kirin Group, holding a lot of power and strength. He actually went to protect a high school student? However, the crowd looked back and thought, a mythic-grade professionally gifted forger. Unprecedented in history, he had this qualification. On the other side, Sumu had already returned to the school. Just as he arrived at his class, many students surrounded him. They asked Sumu what he went to do with teacher Xia Dai this morning. Xia Dai's body was powerful. If he could climb into a relationship with the other party, he would be able to walk sideways in this great Xia country. You guys are overthinking it. Teacher Xia just looked for me just to ask what university to take. Sitting on the chair, Sumu spread his hands. However, the others didn't believe his words. Which of the people in the entire class was not a student of Xia Dai? Previously, Xia Dai had also approached them to talk about the matter of taking the university exam, but it was only a few minutes of simple conversation in the office. But Sumu was different. Xia Dai personally drove him to the Xia family as a guest. This kind of treatment, even Yi Shui, who possessed an epic-level occupational talent, didn't have it. Right at this time, a rich second-generation man dressed in a designer label walked over. He looked at Sumu and coldly snorted in disdain. Going to university? What a joke. A person who doesn't even have vocational talent. What kind of university can he take? Might as well go home and farm before it's too late. Aha! Everything you said is right. At this, Sumu didn't get angry. In his eyes, this guy was a clown and at the same time a big licker. This rich second generation is called Lin Yang. He was the young master of a third-rate family in the imperial capital. Lin Yang, relying on his own family, in the imperial capital is notorious arrogant and domineering. In addition to those first-class families' children, the general people do not dare to easily offend. When he was just enrolled in school, Lin Yang took a glance at Yi Shui, and launched a crazy pursuit in his head. Because Sumu was Yi Shui's childhood friend, Lin Yang often looks for trouble with him. Speak of the devil. Right at this moment, Yi Shui walked into the classroom. On her exquisite and delicate body, she was wearing a clean white dress, and her delicate face was flashing with a proud look. In the instant Yi Shui walked into the classroom, it attracted all the boys' gazes, a fiery sight, radiating an unspeakable color of adoration. Lin Yang even played his dog-licking nature to the extreme. Ha ha, splendidly walked to Yi Shui, with an expression of deep love. Shui. However, halfway through Lin Yang's words, Yi Shui directly ignored him, staggered her body with him, and walked straight to Sumu. With an angry face, she questioned, Sumu, what did you mean this morning? What did you and MS Xia do? What's wrong with you? Pulling a donkey face for who? Sumu glanced at Yixue in disgust and disliked her without mercy. Sumu's words caused the entire classroom to fall into a short silence. Everyone looked at Sumu with an unbelievable expression, somewhat unable to believe what they were hearing. Everyone knew that Sumu was a big licking dog, not to mention scolding Yixue. Even if someone else said a little something bad about Yixue, he would be in a hurry with others. What's wrong with Sumu today? A donkey face? What kind of words can a licking dog say? Yixue was scolded. The whole face. Is a burst of green a burst of red? Anger cannot control from the eyes burst. At the same time of anger, there are 7 points of surprise, 3 points of doubt. Sumu's attitude towards himself. Why would he suddenly become so cold? Seeing the hallowed ye big school flower being infuriated like this, those girls were very relieved. Who let Yixue love to steal their limelight on weekdays? At this time, Lin Yang on the side was instantly displeased. His own goddess was scolded. As a qualified licking dog, he naturally wanted to seek justice for his goddess. Sumu, don't be a fucking idiot. Apologize to Yixue. Idiot. Sumu was too lazy to bother with him. What kind of woman can't a good rich second generation find that he has to be a licking dog? Yixue, I'll help you teach him a good lesson. Being scolded, Lin Yang still didn't forget to please the goddess. However, Yixue was angry at the moment and didn't like Lin Yang herself, and subconsciously roared, what's it got to do with you? Lin Yang froze for a moment. Following that, the expression on his face went gloomy. The flame of anger rubbed up in his chest. The hatred towards Sumu in his heart flourished a few points more. Yixue on the side didn't pay any attention to him, and with a cold face, she warned Sumu, Sumu, you deliberately approached MS Xia. Are you trying to borrow MS Xia's relationship to get into the university? I'm warning you, Teacher Xia comes from the Xia family in the imperial capital. It's definitely not something you can climb up to. I advise you to die of this heart. Yixue thought that Sumu and Xia Dai were so close to each other just to climb up the Xia family's relationship so that he could enter the university. In this world, no matter how rare and powerful your profession is, without awakening your profession's talent, it's almost no different from an invalid. Lin Yang on the side, also full of mockery, hurriedly agreed, laughing dead. The Xia family is the most powerful family in Xia. A waste. Also want to climb the Xia family? You don't even look at yourself? I'll tell you. However, his words had not yet finished. The door of the classroom room was suddenly pushed open by a person. A big, muscular man with a stout figure walked in. This person had dark skin, was 2 meters tall, and exuded a hot aura if nothing else. With eyes like copper bells, his gaze was like a torch, making people not dare to look directly at him. All the students in the class shifted their attention to the man, curious as to who the visitor was. The man didn't pay attention to the gazes of others as he looked around the classroom, and his gaze finally landed on Sumu, who was not far away. He slightly sized up Sumu, and a wisp of doubt flashed in his eyes. This teenager didn't seem to have any special features other than being a bit good-looking, so why would the above send him, the chief instructor of the Qilin group, to be a bodyguard? However, he had to obey the orders from above. Then, he walked to Sumu. The next sentence shook everyone's scalp. You are Sumu, aren't you? I was sent by Elder Xia to protect you. Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt that exploded beside everyone's ears. Everyone looked at Sumu with shocked faces, their hearts filled with thick disbelief. How could this be possible? The old master of the Xia family was even this polite to Sumu? How could he send someone to come to the school specifically to protect Sumu? What kind of heaven-defying treatment is this? Lin Yang and Yixue, who were on the side, had their hearts stop abruptly and their breathing started to become difficult. Looking at Sumu, their hearts were extremely shocked. Sumu actually climbed up to the Xia family? But why? Wasn't he just a loser? Everyone was unwilling to accept the scene they saw. Sumu wasn't too surprised by the man's arrival because Xia Dai had just called him and said that the military region had sent someone to protect him. Although Sumu didn't know the identity of this man, but from the aura alone, the status was only high. Out of politeness, he stood up and shook hands with the man. Trouble you. It's fine. I was just acting on orders. The man shook his hand back briefly, then sat down next to Sumu and closed his eyes. Sumu was dumbfounded and shrugged helplessly. What a cold person. On the side, everyone looked at Sumu as if they were living in a dream. Everything that happened was so unreal. Thinking about the previous mockery of Sumu's insouciant attempt to climb into a relationship with the Xia family. As a result, people directly sent bodyguards to the school to specifically protect Sumu. At this moment, they only felt a hot pain on their faces, especially Lin Yang. In his heart, there was still unspoken resentment and jealousy. Looking at Yi Shui again, inwardly, she had long since lost the calmness she felt before, shocked and appalled, haunting her whole body. Her own epic-level talent did not have such a high treatment. Why Sumu can? This made Yi Shui feel more and more unbalanced in her heart. At the same time, the conference room of the Imperial Capital Military Region. Preparations were being made to test the revolver that Sumu had built. A group of bigwigs sat in front of the table, seemingly waiting for something. Shortly after, a man in military uniform was brought in. The man was not very old, looking like he was in his early 20s, but the rank on his shoulder was frighteningly high. To have such achievements at such a young age, it could be seen that his talent was extraordinary. Greetings to all the chiefs. Seeing the bigwigs in the conference room, the man saluted. No need to be polite. Come, Yang Tian, let me show you something. Elder Xia waved his hand and handed the pistol on the table to the other party. A revolver? What was the meaning of this? Just when he was puzzled, Elder Xia displayed the attributes on it again. Upon seeing the attributes on it, the whole was completely stunned and stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. What the hell? Ordinary quality. Mythical attributes? Chief, this is... Yang Tian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao Lao. Don't ask for now. Looking for you to come over. We want to test the power of this weapon. Ah? Yang Tian looked stagnant, then said seriously, Chief, if you want to test the power of this weapon, you have to recognize the owner to be able to do so. But after recognizing the owner, he did not continue to say the latter words. In the era of universal transfer, once the equipment was recognized, it would never be lifted. The value of this equipment. Yang Tian did not dare to be careless. You don't have to worry about this point. After the test, this equipment will naturally belong to you, as a reward for the contribution you have made in the Imperial Military School over the years. Hiss. Yang Tian indisputably sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Giving it to himself? This was a weapon with mythological attributes, a treasure that was hard to find in the world, and it was just gifted to him? Chief, this is too valuable. For a while, Yang Tian began to hesitate. Xiao Lao's eyes glared. Where is all the nonsense? It's not like I'm giving it to you for nothing. After the test, there will be other tasks for you. Don't be a mama's boy. Take it and quickly recognize it. Then go for the test. Saying that, Xiao Lao directly dumped the pistol to Yang Tian. Looking at the pistol in his arms, Yang Tian felt it was too unreal. Such a powerful, rare weapon. Just gifted it to him? What are you gawking at? Why don't you quickly recognize the master? Okay. Yang Tian came back to his senses, licked his lips, and carefully began to recognize the owner. The process of recognizing the owner of the equipment was somewhat similar to the blood drop recognition in immortal novels. The entire process was less than 10 minutes. This was a deep valley in the middle of nowhere. Normally, it was used by the military region's troops for practical exercises. There was not a single household in 100 kilometers around. Prior to this, they had already arranged for the troops to completely blockade the deep valley. Start. Elder Xia gave an order and Yang Tian walked to the center of the deep valley alone. At this time, he had already switched into his professional form. With a blue-purple armor all over his body, he was filled with a destructive thunder aura, especially the dark blue pistol in his hand. The power of thunder and lightning, terrifying heavenly might, terrifying arcs of electricity, constantly shuttling back and forth on his body, wherever he passed, inducing space to tremble. 2 kilometers away, Xiao Lao, Xia Dai, and a group of big brothers looked at the distance apprehensively. Finally, Yang Tian acted. Just watching him release his own lightning power, he was like a thunder god from above the 9 heavens. Endless thunderbolts exploded. Around himself, a 10-meter lightning domain field was formed, and all the plants, in an instant, turned into pieces. He tilted his head, his gaze piercing straight into the sky. Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, he raised the revolver in his hand. Pointing at the sky, he pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening thunderclap resounded throughout the firmament. Immediately afterward, the wind rose, and the bright sky was suddenly shrouded by thunderclouds, tens of miles in every direction, black and extremely depressing. Deep within the black clouds, thunder seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. Endless purple divine thunder, shuttling in the clouds, low and depressing breath, more and more horrible. The most central position is the thunder and fire fusion. A huge vortex seems to be brewing something. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked beyond measure. A weapon. Surprisingly, it could change the heavens? This was too terrifying. Just as the crowd was shocked, a vision appeared in the sky. Rumble. In the depths of that vortex, endless lightning, accompanied by the might of a dragon's roar, poured down into the sky. In an instant, with Yang Tian as the center, a 5-kilometer radius was flooded by a thunderstorm that destroyed everything. Thunder light popped up, lightning shuttled, and the large valley was filled with a furious aura. At this time, the troops guarding the periphery of the valley, looking at the sudden change in weather, as well as the palpitating aura in the depths, all of them had horrified expressions. In particular, the thunder and lightning that continuously emanated from inside was even more deafening. They had a feeling that if they went deeper, they were afraid that they would immediately be crushed by the power of the thunder inside. Inside the deep valley, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, shaking the heaven and earth. Yang Tian stood in the center of the endless thunderfield, and because he was the owner of the pistol, he would not suffer any harm. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the terrifying thunderstorm, and his entire heart was in a state of intense shock. This was fucking induced by the pistol all along? At the same time, there was more surprise and excitement. This was the real General Thunderbolt, bathed in endless sky tiredness, dominating the roiling thunder, like a towering thunder god. After the terrifying thunder lasted for 3 minutes, it began to slowly dissipate. The thunderclouds in the sky faded away, and the sunlight returned to the earth. Looking again, 5 kilometers in a radius, everything was already annihilated. A scorched black, thick smoke rolling, only dead silence, as if it had been attacked by the end of the world. Xia Lao and the others had been completely dumbfounded. Even if the thunder disappeared, the shock in their hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. All of this was far beyond their expectations. Chief, mission accomplished. Yang Tian returned to Elder Xia's side. It could be seen that although he was acting calmly, his trembling pupils signaled his inner excitement and shock. Ha ha ha, good, good, my great Xia will finally rise. Xia Lao laughed excitedly, remembering Sumu. His gaze gradually became more fiery. The others were even more so. Whether it was the previous era of technology, or the current era of universal transmutation, the country of Daxia had always been in a passive position. The monopoly of science and technology, and then the shortage of equipment. The great country has always been one step lower. Now, Sumu, the appearance of the forger, finally let them see the hope of the rise. The sleeping dragon in the east is finally waking up. Yang Tian, how is the enrollment situation of the Imperial Military Academy in recent years? At this time, Elder Xia suddenly asked. Yang Tian was slightly stunned. Then after a moment of silence, he shook his head somewhat helplessly. The quality of the new students in these years isn't very ideal. The ones with the best talent are only at the legendary level. The other day, I heard that in a high school in the imperial capital, there was a girl who had awakened an epic level talent. I had wanted her to enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy to attend school. But, instead, she chose the divine court of the country of M. It's very disappointing. Instructor Yang, the girl you're talking about, isn't her name Yi Shui? Xia Dai, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yang Tian was a bit surprised. How does teacher Xia know? However, when he finished his sentence, he suddenly thought of Xia Dai's job and subconsciously blurted out. That girl is your student? That's right. Xia Dai let out a bitter smile. Before this, I also intended to let her join the Imperial Military Academy. But, at this time, Xia Dai's words turned, somewhat mysteriously. However, his childhood friend, on the contrary, wants to join the Imperial Capital Military School. I wonder if Chief Instructor Yang of the Imperial Capital Military School has any interest? Oh, what is that child's occupation? What grade is the occupational talent? Nah. Instead of answering him directly, Xia Dai signaled the revolver in his hand with his eyes. Yang Tian followed Xia Dai's line of sight and glanced at his weapon. First, he was stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils gradually dilated and his expression became incredible. This revolver. That's right, it's exactly what that kid built. Forge Master. Mythic rank occupational talent. Elder Xia spoke from the side. Rumble. These words were like thunder, exploding in his mind. A Forge Master with Mythic rank occupational talent. Little Tian. I wonder if this child has the qualifications to enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy? Elder Xia asked in a seemingly flirtatious manner. Yang Tian breathed in sharply. Qualified. Absolutely qualified. Even if he wants my position. Elder Xia, where is that kid now? Can I go and meet him? Ha ha ha. Elder Xia couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Yang Tian's impatience. He stepped forward and patted Yang Tian's shoulder. That kid is in the school where Xia Dai is taking classes. He took the initiative to ask to join the Imperial Capital Military Academy. It just so happens that you're the person in charge, so it's up to you to go and recruit him personally. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian was flushed with excitement. gave a military salute, and hurriedly left the military area, fearing that Sumu would disappear as if he was 1 second late. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. Then, Elder Xia glanced at his granddaughter, and if he had a deep meaning, he instructed Xia Dai, "Girl, after a while, you will also transfer to the Imperial Capital Military Academy." "Me? Why?" Xia Dai pointed to her nose, somewhat surprised. In order to hide his true intentions, Xia Lao casually found a reason. "Well, the Imperial Capital Academy is recently short of teachers. You going to serve as a teacher would be most suitable." The corners of Xia Dai's mouth twitched. Could his own grandfather be any more ridiculous? The #1 academy in Daxia would be short of teachers? On second thought, she immediately knew what her grandfather meant, probably because of Sumu's relationship. Although their Xia family was strong, it was far less than a mythically gifted forger. Xia Dai guessed right, but not completely right. However, the public bigwigs beside them, who were all old men, immediately guessed old man Xia's intentions. This was naked seduction. At the same time, their hearts were also calculating up and in Forbidden City, the highest official residence of the Great Xia state. Here, the highest level leaders in the country were gathered. At this moment, in the secret meeting room in the deepest part of the Forbidden City, on the huge screen, the endless thunder domain that young Tian had attracted was playing. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the screen, there was a scaled-down image of none other than Sumu himself. Elder Xia introduced Sumu's information while reporting the power of the weapon test. With every word, one could hear the blood boiling with passion. "I can't imagine that in my Great Xia country, such an incredibly talented youngster would appear. Truly God has blessed my Great Xia. Is this really the power of a weapon, not some kind of skill from the profession itself?" Some people questioned. It wasn't that they didn't want to believe it, but it was too heavenly. One had to know that this was just an ordinary quality weapon. Even if it possessed mythic attributes, it was not a true mythic equipment. And the scene presented by the video species was already comparable to a true mythic equipment. Old Xia at the side nodded affirmatively. 1,000 times true. At this moment, everyone's breathing became heavy as they looked at Sumu's picture, their gazes getting hotter and hotter. "Old Xia, I'll leave this child's matter to you. Be sure to make proper arrangements. Never allow any accidents to occur." "No." One chief's expression was serious as he instructed old Xia. "Don't worry, chief. I have already arranged it." "Good." On the other side, Sumu was attending school. Ever since they saw the Xia family's attitude towards Sumu, they didn't dare to party to say a single bad word about Sumu to his face. It wasn't that they were afraid of Sumu, but they were worried about offending the Xia family. However, there were still some people who couldn't help but whisper behind their backs, "I really don't know what the Xia family sees in this punk." That's right, look at his smug look. It's not just that he's climbed up with the Xia family. With the Xia family's strength, sooner or later, they'll throw him out one day. No, I always feel that this guy seems to have some bottom secret. Laughing to death. What kind of undercard can a punk have? The murmurs of exchanging words appeared in Sumu's ears from time to time. Wang Junlei on the side couldn't help but frown and whispered beside Sumu's ear, "Do you want me to help you teach them a lesson?" Sumu shook his head with a calm face. "Just a bunch of clowns, too lazy to bother with them. The greatest contempt for an enemy is to ignore them. Not to mention, they weren't even worthy of being enemies." Not far away, Lin Yang's pair of scarlet eyes stared at Sumu with deadly intensity, as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. The better Sumu was doing, the more he hated him. What on earth did the hallowed Xia family see in this punk? Now, even Yi Shui had begun to treat him coldly. In the final analysis, everything was caused by Sumu. If Sumu knew what Lin Yang had to think right now, he would probably immediately die laughing. Yi Shui seemed to have always been cold towards Lin Yang. Just at this moment, a few surprised voices rang out in the classroom. "Wow! Look guys, Big School Flower Yi is back, the person she's following by her side. I seem to have seen it somewhere. I remembered. This is the Divine Court's red-clothed Grand Preceptor from the M country. I've seen it on the Heal TV. It's a 67-level powerhouse." Hiss, level 67. How terrifying. Is she schoolgirl Ye's new teacher? Sumu didn't care about this. Instead, it was Wang Junlei next to him, frowning with a slightly grave expression. With a gasp, Yi Shui walked into the classroom. Beside her, she was followed by a turquoise-eyed, blonde-haired woman who revealed a noble temperament all over her body. "Hello, Mr. Wang, long time no see." As if she had long since noticed Wang Junlei, the woman naturally greeted the person next to Sumu. This caused everyone in the classroom to freeze. Wasn't this the Xia family's bodyguard? How could the red-robed Grand Preceptor of the M country's Divine Court recognize it? After all, these two people's identities were like heavenly ravines. Even if it was the Xia family's bodyguard, It couldn't be compared to one of the top-tier college teachers in foreign countries, not to mention that the other party was still a 67-level powerhouse. Yi Shui, who was on the side, was equally surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, you recognize this person?" The corner of the noble woman's mouth slightly raised. The chief instructor of the Qilin group. Who wouldn't recognize him? Boom! These words were like a bomb that exploded in the minds of the crowd. One by one, they looked at Wang Junlei dumbfounded. The chief instructor of the Qilin group? As a person from Great Xia, who didn't know about the Qilin group? One of the 5 special forces of the imperial military region of the Great Xia Kingdom. Every single member of the Kirin group was a god amongst the best. A god amongst the military. To join the Qilin group, it was almost harder than climbing up to heaven. However, the person in front of him was the chief instructor of the Qilin group? How on earth could this Sumu be so virtuous as to use the chief instructor of the Qilin group as a bodyguard? Chapter 8, Pulling Sumu to join the Divine Court. This world is too crazy. For a while, the crowd was breathing heavily in disbelief. Yi Shui's heart was even more shocked. She had thought that her teacher, being a red-robed grand instructor from the Divine Court, was already proud enough. However, in front of the chief instructor of the Qilin group, it seemed, it wasn't enough. Why? Why would the chief instructor of the Qilin group willingly come to be Sumu's bodyguard? She suddenly realized that she understood Sumu less and less. I didn't expect that the chief instructor of the Holy Qilin group would come to a high school to pose as a student. This makes me very curious. Humph, there's no need for you to worry about the affairs of my great summer country. Ha! The woman didn't care about Wang Junlai's indifferent attitude, and only laughed softly. Then, her gaze fell on Sumu, who was on the side. She naturally understood Yi Shui's experience, and she had also heard about Sumu, the forging master. However, this teenager, didn't he not awaken his occupational talent? Why would he be sheltered by the chief instructor of the Qilin group? It seemed that this matter was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. The woman did not stay at the school for much longer. After completing the formalities for Yi Shui, she was about to prepare to leave. At the entrance of the school, she looked at Yi Shui and asked, "Shui'er, that teenager, is it true that he didn't awaken his occupational talent?" Yi Shui froze, not knowing why her teacher asked this, but still answered seriously, "Yes, teacher, Sumu doesn't have an occupational talent. The entire school staff and students know that." The woman asked again, "Then, why would the chief instructor of the Qilin group follow that teenager?" This, Yi Shui didn't know how to explain. "Shui'er, do you like him?" The question that suddenly came up made Yi Shui startled, but just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted. "There's no need to rush to answer me. Shui'er, if you like him, I can make an exception and bring that teenager along to join the Divine Court." What? Yi Shui somewhat couldn't believe her ears. The Divine Court, but the largest academy in M country, not only required extraordinary talent, it was even more important to have an extraordinary birth. If it wasn't for her epic-level career talent, she wouldn't have been looked at by the Divine Court at all. But what does Sumu have? He was just a waste who hadn't awakened his vocational talent. Seemingly seeing the thoughts in Yi Shui's heart, the woman smiled mysteriously. "That teenager's body seems to have a great secret. If not, why would the chief instructor of your country's Kirin group willingly come to protect a wastrel?" Yi Shui was silent. In fact, she had also had this thought, but she was just unwilling to admit it. She was unwilling to believe that the person she had always disliked would be better than herself. "Shui'er, if you can bring him to the M country and join the Divine Court, you can be granted a position as the Holy Maiden of a branch." After saying that, the woman got into a luxurious sedan alone and left. Looking at the cars departing back, Yi Shui was in a tangle. But the two words, Holy Maiden, the temptation was just too great. After thinking for half a day, she decided that she would agree to her teacher's request and bring Sumu along to join the Divine Court. She didn't believe that Sumu would be better than herself. After all, what she possessed was an epic occupation talent that was second only to the mythic level. Of course, there was one more thing. She felt that Sumu, who should be her own, could only be good to her. If she joined the Divine Court with her, then Sumu would definitely not be related to Xia Dai. So, she immediately began to act, preparing to find Sumu to have a good talk, thinking that with Sumu's feelings for herself, she would definitely agree. However, at the same time, the Imperial Capital Military Academy also started to act. Classroom. Everyone looked at Sumu in a complicated manner. How could they have never imagined that the chief instructor of the Qilin group would be Sumu's bodyguard? From this, it could be seen that the Xia family's importance to Sumu far exceeded their imagination. However, they didn't understand. Sumu was clearly a waste who hadn't awakened his professional talent. So what exactly was the reason that made Sumu change so much within this one day? Some people also thought about whether or not Sumu had awakened his occupational talent. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by them. The occupational talent would activate the talent ability at the same time after completing the transfer ceremony, and once that time was exceeded, there was almost no possibility of reactivating it. Historically, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Therefore, the matter of Sumu having activated his occupational talent was too much of a pie in the sky. Looking back again, even if he had activated the occupational talent, even if he was the country's rarest forger, it wasn't enough to make the Xia family pay so much attention to it. Unless, epic level, mythical, they even dared not even think about it. There were only a few mythic level occupational talents in the great Xia country. It could have appeared in a waste like Sumu, but, again, why? They were racking their brains to think of it. They wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to ask. After all, the identity of the chief instructor of the Qilin group was too terrifying. At this time, Yi Shui returned to the classroom. The gazes of the others glanced back and forth between Yi Shui and Sumu, their expressions gradually becoming odd. Yi Shui had always disagreed with Sumu's pursuit. It was only because of the gap between the two people's status and talent, and now that Sumu was suddenly being looked at by the Xia family, it was not likely that Yi Shui would change her attention and make up with Sumu again. Thinking of this, they glanced at Lin Yang in the corner again. They only saw that Lin Yang's face was full of gloom and was staring viciously at Sumu, as if he wanted to eat the other party alive. Both are dog lickers. Why is the gap so big? Just as the crowd's minds were spinning, Yi Shui came in front of Sumu, glanced at Wang Junlei, and then her gaze landed on Sumu. Sumu, I have something I want to say to you. Can you come out for a moment? The crowd raised their eyebrows. Sure enough, they had guessed right. Looking at Lin Yang again, his face became even more ugly, and vaguely, one could still see that his body, it seemed, was still trembling. Wang Junlei frowned a little. He didn't like Yi Shui. The proud son of the great summer country had joined his country's hostile country. This was tantamount to betraying one's own country. Although he wasn't sure why Elder Xia had arranged for him to protect Sumu, he vaguely felt that Sumu's identity, which wasn't simple, absolutely couldn't have any slip-ups. Sumu raised his head nonchalantly, glanced at Yi Shui in disgust, and indifferently spat out two words. Can't. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar, and they all found it unbelievable. Yi Shui had taken the initiative to talk to him, and this guy even refused? So steal? Could it be that Sumu had figured it out, doesn't love him anymore, not ready to continue to be a licking dog? Yi Shui's breath choked, the anger in her heart thumped, but in order to pull Sumu to join the divine court, in order to be able to become the holy maiden of the divine court, she had to hold back her anger, and tried her best to speak in a softer tone. Sumu, this matter is very important, so come out and listen to it first. Is that okay? Chapter 9, Yi Shui showing her goodwill. The crowd was shocked again. What did they see? Not only did the school flower not get angry, she even begged Sumu? This was an easy change in offense and defense? Sumu was a little impatient. What's the matter? Say it directly here. Yi Shui glanced around. To come and beg Sumu to join the divine court in front of so many people? In school, she was the proud goddess in the limelight. How could she do that? However, the holy maiden, alas, there was no other way. She could only grit her teeth and open her mouth to ask, Sumu, are you willing to join the M country's divine court with me? Ga? The moment the words fell, the entire classroom suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Shui incredulously, unable to believe their ears. What did Yi Shui mean? Inviting Sumu to join the divine court of M country together? One must know that the divine court was the highest level religious type academy in M country. Could it be that it was because Sumu had climbed up to the Xia family that Yi Shui had changed her previous and different attitude? For a while, the crowd looked at Sumu, their hearts as sour as if they had been stuffed with a meal of lemons. On what basis? What in the world was so good about this punk? In the first place, the Xia family sent the chief instructor of the Qilin group to protect Sumu. And in the second place, Yi Shui invited Sumu to join the divine court. What kind of divine treatment is this? Lin Yang in the corner. His heart was even harder to bear. With a pair of scarlet eyes, his anger was hard to suppress. He now had an urge to go up and strangle Sumu. At the same time, he kept expecting in his heart, hoping that Sumu would not agree. Otherwise, he had no chance at all. At this moment, before Sumu could open his mouth, Wang Junlei, however, took the lead and stood up. He majestically looked at Yi Shui and coldly said, This student, Sumu, is now a guest of my imperial capital military region. Elder Xia repeatedly instructed to protect Sumu. If Sumu was hooked up with the divine court, he would be a sinner. Moreover, the person who could be valued so much by Elder Xia was definitely not simple. Probably a national pillar. Wanting to pull in and join other countries? Simply ridiculous. Thinking of this, the aura on Wang Junlai's body was involuntarily released. The terrifying aura couldn't help but make Yi Shue's heart tremble. She took a few steps back and tried her best to calm down. Senior, Sumu and I are childhood friends. I just want to talk to him. Moreover, even if you are the chief instructor of the troop, you don't have the right to restrict Sumu. This time, it was Sumu's turn to speak. He seemed to have guessed something, only to see him ask with a smirk. What favor did the divine court give you to make you come begging me in such a low voice? What kind of character was Yi Shue? Sumu and her grew up together. How could he not understand? How could a self-proclaimed arrogant person have such a drastic change in her attitude before and after if she had no purpose? After Sumu had awakened his professional talent, his senses had improved greatly, and after the woman from the divine court came to the classroom, he felt that the woman seemed to have been secretly sizing him up. It was the look of a hunter looking at his prey, which made him very uncomfortable. So he guessed that Yi Shue's purpose must have been authorized by that woman. Hearing Sumu's words, Yi Shue was startled, and in her eyes, a hint of panic flashed. However, she quickly hid it. Sumu, how can you say that about me? Yi Shue seemed to be using her anger to hide her inner nervousness. Whether it's you or not is clear in your own heart. Sumu waved his hand indifferently. Finished? Don't bother me after you finish. Her own plan failed. Yi Shue somewhat broke her defense. Sumu, do you think that with your talent, you can keep the Xia family sheltered for how long? Sooner or later, the Xia family will give up on you. So if you go to the divine court with me, isn't it a better way than staying in the Xia family? At the very least, I can guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. Sumu. Just when Yi Shue was about to say something else, the door of the classroom room was suddenly pushed open by a group of people. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a big belly, and behind him was a group of soldiers in military uniforms. On everyone's body, they exuded an aura of a strong man, majestic and noble, and when all of them saw the military ranks on their shoulders, they coincidentally stared with eyes wide open, their expressions filled with horror that almost scared them out of their wits. Among them, the one with the highest military rank was a young man. Just by looking at him he seemed to be searching for someone, and from the moment he entered the door, he kept searching for something in the classroom. This person was none other than Yang Tian, the chief instructor of the Imperial Capital Military School. When he saw Wang Junlei beside Sumu, he suddenly froze. Old Wang, why are you here? Yang Tian's appearance also caused Wang Junlei to freeze for a moment, and when he heard the other party ask, he didn't answer directly, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Yang Tian, what are you doing here? The conversation between the two made the classroom congregation look confused. What was the situation? These two people knew each other? Another big brother? Who was it for this time? Following that, everyone's eyes shifted to the middle-aged man with a big belly. The principal had also come? Lin Yang, who was on the side, saw the principal and his eyes lit up. He subconsciously wanted to go forward and get close. Principal Zhang, I'm Lin Yang, from Lin. Then, the principal didn't even look at him, and with a group of bigwigs behind him, he directly ignored Lin Yang and went straight to Sumu again. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Principal Zhang was like an amiable old grandfather, without the slightest frame, and said extremely gently, you're Mr. Su, aren't you? You're really young and promising. The crowd was stunned. The hearts were stunned for once. Principal Zhang was the strictest person in the school. People gave him the nickname, Old Buddha. The entire school, regardless of teachers and students, no one dared to offend. There was this saying in the school, it's better to mess with the ghosts and gods than to mess with the old Buddha. And today, yet to an ordinary student, so polite, because of the Xia family? What's going on today? Is this an outbreak of luck for Sumu? One question after another appeared in the minds of the crowd. However, Principal Zhang's next words directly stunned the crowd. Student Su, this is the chief instructor of the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Mr. Yang came here this time and is ready to invite you to attend the Imperial Capital Military Academy. What? These words were more shocking than anything they had experienced in their lives. What was the Imperial Capital Military Academy? The highest academy in the Great Summer Country. The faculty, incomparably large, only enrolling less than 100 people each year, was an academy that everyone could only dream of. However, the Imperial Capital Military Academy is directly under the jurisdiction of the National General Military Region. Want to enter the Imperial Capital Military Academy? Almost as difficult as heaven. And now, the chief instructor of the Imperial Capital Military Academy personally came to invite Sumu to school. It was unbelievably terrifying. Once you join the Imperial Capital Military School, at least the rank of major, future achievements, only high, can be said to be a step up the tempo of heaven. Chapter 10, The Imperial Military Academy. What kind of shit luck did this Sumu step on? Xia family, M country's god court, Imperial Capital Military School. All of the heart pounced on Sumu. Yi Shui on the side was also dumbfounded. Just now, she had said that Sumu would be abandoned by the Xia family, but in the end, she was invited by the Imperial Capital Military Academy. It was simply a light-speed slap in the face. What kind of place is the Imperial Capital Military Academy? It was comparable to the #1 school of the Divine Court of the M country, although the two reputation status is the same, but overall, the strength of the Imperial Military Academy, far more powerful than the Divine Court, after all, directly under the state. To put it another way, Sumu, far more than Shi Yi Shui more attention. But, why is this? Could it be that, as the teacher said, Sumu had some big secret in his body? At this moment, whether it was Yi Shui, or other students, their brains had completely gone down, confused, as if they were dreaming. Wang Junlei on the side was also a little surprised. Although he guessed the importance of Sumu, he didn't expect that he would be personally invited by Yang Tian. Since Yang Tian had been the chief director of the Imperial Capital Military Academy, this was the first time he had seen Yang Tian attaching so much importance to a person. At this moment, Yang Tian walked in front of Sumu, obviously a big man of the military academy. But in front of Sumu, he acted very formal, only to see him cautiously say to Sumu, "Student Sumu, how are you? How are you? I'm Yang Tian, inviting you to join the Imperial Capital Military Academy. This is the enrollment notice." Saying that, he pulled out a purple golden card encrusted with diamonds from a piece, looking very honorable. "Good day, Chief Instructor Yang," Sumu politely greeted, then naturally took the card with an uncontrollable excitement on his face. Finally surrendered himself to the country. In the future, there is no need to worry about anything. It feels so good to be adopted. I heard that Su is still a level 1, right? I brought some people here. Before the school year starts, they will bring you to upgrade. Then, Yang Tian waved his hand to the large force behind him. A dozen of soldiers with majestic aura walked in front of Sumu in unison. "Su, from now on, we'll be classmates. Please take care of us." These people, all of them were fresh graduates of the Imperial Military Academy, and they were also Yang Tian's beloved ones. Regarding Sumu, Yang Tian didn't tell them, but only said, "Sumu is the future pillar of the country." There were very few people who could be praised by Yang Tian. From this, it could be seen how important Sumu was to the Imperial Capital Military Academy and to the country. Even if they came from one of the top few supreme geniuses of the Imperial Capital Military Academy, they didn't dare to be arrogant. At this point, all the students had already become numb. It was important to know that the military department was the most important department of the Great Xia state, and concerned the future security of the country. Every member of the military department, even a newcomer, was a supreme existence in the eyes of most people. These people, with military ranks on their shoulders, the lowest was a colonel, but now they were so polite to Sumu. This made them feel it was too unbelievable. Yang Tian, who was on the side, nodded his head with satisfaction as he watched the crowd's attitude towards Sumu. Then he waved his hand at Sumu and said with a bold voice, "Although these people are all your senior brothers, but don't be polite. Before enrollment, do whatever you want." Hearing this, Sumu swept a glance over the shoulders of the crowd and couldn't help but pull out the corners of his eyes. Good fellow. This battle, those who don't know would think that there's going to be a war. At the same time, he couldn't help but lament in his heart. Sure enough, no matter which world, which society, strength determines status. Of course, even though he was extremely talented, he was not proud of himself. Still very modestly, he greeted the crowd. "All of you senior brothers are too polite. You can just call me Sumu. I'll trouble you all in the future." This action made the crowd's favor towards Sumu rise a notch. Yang Tian was no exception. In his heart, he thought, extraordinary talent, humble and courteous, not too humble, truly a blessing for the great Xia country. Principal Zhang on the side was even more excited in his heart, and on his face full of fat, he was about to burst out in smiles, looking at Sumu with eyes that were as hot as they could be. How could he have never imagined that a small, mediocre high school of theirs had produced two geniuses at the same time? Yi Shui was chosen by the Divine Court of the M country, and Sumu was even looked at by the Imperial Capital Military Academy. This kind of thing, from the time the school was founded until now, had never happened before. However, he was very curious in his heart. This Sumu, what exactly was the reason why he was so highly regarded by the military department? As he remembered, this kid hadn't awakened his vocational talent, right? However, he didn't dare to ask more. The things of the military department were almost all state secrets, and he, a high school principal, didn't have this qualification. The other students in the class, at this time, gradually came back to their senses from the shock. They looked at Sumu, who was not in the center by a group of bigwigs, and the complexity in their eyes could not be said. In less than a day's time, Sumu had gone from being a criticized waste to becoming a senior student of the Imperial Capital Military Academy, befriending the Xia family, being sheltered by the chief instructor of the Qilin group, and even being appreciated by the Ministry of the Army. This kind of thing, they wouldn't dare to imagine even in their dreams. One step to heaven. Probably this is the truth. At this moment, they knew that the current Sumu was no longer in the same world as them. But, it was still the same question. What exactly did Sumu rely on? Yi Shui, who was squeezed aside. In the past, she had been surrounded by countless admirers. But now, everyone's attention was focused on Sumu, and this huge discrepancy made it very difficult for her. Although she had joined the divine court of Country M, her overall treatment was one heaven and one earth compared to Sumu. Now, she was suddenly a bit confused. Was it right for her to join the divine court? If she had listened to Xia Dai and joined the Imperial Capital Military Academy, would she have been able to receive such high treatment as well? However, just as soon as this thought appeared, it was vetoed by her. She didn't think she was at fault. It was them who were at fault. They were all deceived by Sumu. A wastrel with no vocational talent was like a mole cricket. How could a firefly compete with the white moon? In the future, she was the one who was going to become the holy maiden of the divine court. Thinking about this, the way she looked at Sumu became stern. And when she looked closely, there seemed to be a hint of contempt in the depths of her eyes. When the time came, she wanted Sumu to regret today's decision. She remembered that colleges and universities in various countries would conduct the International Freshman Training Competition every year 1 month after the new students entered the school, so she thought that Sumu should also participate in it. At that time, it was the time for Sumu to lose his reputation. She wanted Sumu to kneel in front of her and beg for her, just like the dog licking before. For her. Yi Shui thought of this, and her brain began to race. Something must be done. Since Sumu was treated like this, there must be something special about him. He can't slack off. Yi Shui scanned the class. The other students were still in shock for a long time. Suddenly, Yi Shui's line of sight landed on Lin Yang in the corner. His eyes were filled with bloodshot. The jealousy in his eyes seemed to devour Sumu. Chapter 11. I'm going to block all the harm for the goddess. After school, Yi Shui stopped Lin Yang outside the school. Do you want to team up with me to deal with Sumu? Lin Yang froze. He couldn't imagine that Yi Shui, who was recruiting Sumu a second ago, now actually wanted to find himself in turn. Shui'er, you've recognized me. Lin Yang was incomparably excited. It so happened that at this moment, Sumu passed by the side, followed by Wang Junlei. Yi Shui at once shyly raised her head to look at Lin Yang. Because I feel that you are more talented and more powerful than Sumu, Yi Shui said, but her eyes flicked to Sumu, hoping that Sumu would see this scene and get jealous to produce a sense of crisis. Unfortunately, Sumu walked straight past as if nothing happened. This side left the stunned Lin Yang, looking at holding his arm shy leaf big school flower. To say that not moved is false, and it happens that what Yi Shui said also hit him right in the heart. That's right. Where am I inferior to this trash? Lin Yang hissed loudly. Although Sumu didn't turn around and Yi Shui was slightly lost, she still revealed a satisfied smile when she saw that Lin Yang had taken the bait. Lin Yang, tomorrow we'll go practicing together. Don't be late. Yi Shui already had a proud figure. Coupled with this exquisite face, a shallow look-back smile would make Lin Yang fall into it. The most important thing was to have a helper to deal with Sumu together. All listen to you. The next day, an ordinary secret realm outside the school. The students who had finished transferring were fighting monsters and upgrading inside. Preparing for the future college entrance exams, they weren't like Sumu and Yi Shui, who had just finished transferring and had colleges come to recruit them. Ordinary students still needed to practice and take the exam before entering a university. Deep in this secret realm, Lin Yang's group was brushing monsters and practicing leveling. Their family was considered powerful in the imperial capital, so they didn't need to bother with one person when practicing leveling. They just directly found a bunch of people to fight on their behalf, and then they used the mechanism of experience sharing to directly share half of their experience to Yi Shui. Shui'er, just wait here. Let the group of underlings do this kind of fighting. We just need to wait here. You and I will get the experience value to level up without any effort. At the same time outside the secret realm, a team of well-trained people wearing military uniforms and holding weapons surrounded the secret realm, and the officer at the head ordered his subordinates, expel all the people inside. Not a single person is allowed to exist inside the entire secret realm. Yes, on Lin Yang's side, His men had managed to cripple the little monster and were about to give it a fatal blow when a burst of gunfire came from the distance, directly killing the little monster. The experience value in the body of the little monster also disappeared into the depths of the forest, and the crowd watched dumbfounded as the experience value that was in their hands flew away. Lin Yang was furious. That monster was specially prepared for Yi Shui, a level 2 small monster. A group of people took a lot of effort to defeat it, and now it was actually robbed by someone, which made him lose face in front of Yi Shui. Not long after, with Sumu as the leader and a group of soldiers behind him, they came out from inside the jungle, their faces full of a solemn aura. Sumu! Lin Yang looked at the gun in Sumu's hand with a look of indignation and immediately understood that it was him who took out the little monster. Sumu, who had just finished firing a shot, had an innocent look on his face and looked at Lin Yang's group of people with a harmless smile. Sumu, when Yi Shui saw Sumu appear, her expression was first joyful, then she thought of something and her face instantly became expressionless. Sumu, why did you come? Yi Shui said in a cold voice, and Sumu acted as if he didn't see them and directly turned away, ignoring their shouts. A soldier behind Sumu suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of Lin Yang and Yi Shui, receiving orders from the higher-ups. This secret realm is temporarily under military control, prohibiting any unrelated people from being inside. Please leave as soon as possible. Lin Yang was shocked beyond words. What military control? It was all used to bluff. It was clearly for Sumu to come over and practice. He was shocked. Why would Sumu be involved with the army? Wasn't he a talentless loser? Nonsense. How come I don't know about the military control? Which army are you from? Is there any order from the higher-ups? Lin Yang stiffly continued to retort. No matter what. Today was the first time the goddess had followed her out to fight monsters, so she couldn't just be kicked out like this. What a loss of face. If he was kicked out today he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in front of the goddess again. The troopers also did not talk nonsense, directly pulled out the red-headed document. The highest command temporarily issued an order. Lin Yang looked at the red-headed document scared silly. No wonder he didn't receive any news in advance. The level of connections was not yet at that level. Young master, hurry up. Don't cause trouble. The lapdog beside Lin Yang voiced a reminder. As they spoke, more and more soldiers surrounded them, pressing down on them. Lin Yang was a rich young master. Where had he seen this kind of battle? He immediately fled, not caring about Yi Shui's situation. Shui'er, I'll leave first. We'll see you later. Saying that, Lin Yang followed the dog's leg and ran away in a puff of smoke. Yi Shui was so humiliated. Lin Yang actually left her behind and went away first. Men really couldn't be relied on. This lady, please leave as soon as possible. This place has been closed, the trooper said in a cold voice. Yi Shui looked at Sumu with complicated eyes, not understanding what had happened to him. Sumu's recent change was too great. It was like a new person. From being a dog licker before to now seeing himself very cold and his attitude changed drastically. Was he still the Sumu he knew? Sumu, you're really going to make me leave, Yi Shui shouted without dying, but Sumu in front of her acted as if she didn't hear him, walking forward on her own without looking back. Fine. Sumu, you wait for me. Yi Shui hatefully glanced at Sumu, then left the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Lin Yang had been waiting for Yi Shui to come out. As soon as Yi Shui came out, Lin Yang playfully surrounded him. Shui'er, you came out. Lin Yang stuck up like a dogskin plaster. Scram! Yi Shui was now furious. Just now Lin Yang directly left behind himself and left, which gave her the feeling of being betrayed by someone else. Shui'er, don't be angry. I'm wrong still. I shouldn't have left you alone just now. Lin Yang fawned. I said get lost, don't let me see you again. Saying that, Yi Shui left without looking back. Lin Yang watched as the goddess abandoned herself and left. A flash of malice flashed in his eyes. Sumu, it's all because of you that Shui'er became like this. You wait for me. School. The matter inside the secret realm had spread all over the campus. Hey, do you know, the biggest secret realm seems to be blocked because of Sumu. Why? What makes Sumu capable of this? Could it be that his father is some high-ranking official? Chapter 12, could it be that he's a second-generation official? For a while, the students started talking about Sumu's identity. I don't know. Does this kid have some unknown background? First a military man as a bodyguard, and then an acceptance letter from the Imperial Military Academy. Could he be the next Top Truth? I feel that he's even more outrageous than Top Truth. Top Truth doesn't have a military background, nor has he been recruited by a college. Top Truth is just a puppet. And Sumu is different. It feels like he has some special skills present. It won't really be like a novel. That kid awakened the system. You don't say. It's really possible. Sumu has changed too much in the past 2 days. Not being E-School Flower's dog licker, and not giving her a hard time in public. Inside the school, a crazy discussion about Sumu was started, and Sumu instantly became the man of the hour of the school, occupying the top of the campus wall. Inside the secret realm, Sumu followed Wang Junlei and Yang Tian as they traveled through the secret realm. They came here this time to upgrade Sumu. There was nothing better than brushing away a large group of demonic beasts if you wanted to upgrade quickly. Inside the secret realm, there was also a special area where demonic beasts gathered, and in that kind of place, one could do a quick upgrade. After searching for half an hour, the crowd found a large gathering area for a large number of demonic beasts by a river, and they were also demonic beasts of the same race called swift crabs. The swift crab's attack power was very low. The advantage was that its blood was very thick, and it was difficult for normal people to break the defense. Come alive, comrades! Yang Tian's eyes lit up, and those soldiers behind him immediately perked up. Prepare to turn on experience sharing? Finish off a demonic beast, Sumu gets half of the experience. Yes, chief. Each of Yang Tian's minders was a level 10 or above expert. Dealing with a swift crab was a snap, but dealing with a group of demonic beasts would still take some time. Sumu stood back. He saw that someone from the military had pulled out a rocket launcher or something like that for fear of being mistakenly injured. Sumu stood far away and waited quietly. The cooperation of the soldiers was spot on. Someone was fighting in the front acting as a tank. Someone was in the back acting as a shooter. And several people were grouped together to kill the monsters. Every few minutes there was experience added to Sumu's body. He opened the attribute panel and was able to clearly see the experience bar dawdling upwards. Having someone to lead could be much faster than upgrading alone by brushing the monsters. Upgrade successful. Gain 3 skill points. Every 5 skill points gained will be able to gain an exclusive skill. Skill points. Sumu was shocked in his heart. The skill points were actually so counterintuitive. Being able to obtain a new skill meant that he didn't just have only forging anymore. Perhaps he could also strengthen his weapons a bit. Mr. Su, how many levels have you ascended? The crowd ran up in excitement. Sumu opened the attribute panel. Name, Sumu. Profession, Forge Master. Level, LV3. Strength, 30. Physical Strength, 35. Speed 35. Spirit 50. Skill Forging LV1. Talent Divine Empowerment. God's Empowerment, equipment you forge, regardless of any quality, is fixedly attached with a mythic level attribute. It's directly risen to level 3. The crowd was incomparably excited. This had only just begun and they had reached level 3. Upgrading was like drinking water. Thank you all. Sumu thanked the crowd. If he let himself come alone, if he wanted to upgrade, the difficulty would not be a little bit. It was estimated that he would only be upgraded to level 1 at most in a day. He knew that the other students hadn't even reached the first level and were still struggling with the demonic beasts. But with their help in just half an hour they have risen 3 levels. Is this the feeling of having a big brother to take you flying? You're welcome. It's all what we should do. It's only to the 3rd level. Let's continue to look for demonic beasts. Yang Tian proposed. Sumu put aside the excitement in his heart. He currently wanted to reach level 5 the most because he could obtain a new skill. Within the next day Sumu was following them and mixing experience, and soon reached level 5. Sumu's level came to level 5 and gained a new skill. Refinement. Name, Sumu. Profession, Forge Master. Level, LV5. Strength, 50. Physical Strength, 62. Speed 73. Spirit 80. Skill Forging LV2. Skill, Refinement. You can refine the attributes of any equipment, allowing the equipment quality to be upgraded by 1 grade. The higher the skill level, the greater the scope of equipment quality improvement. Talent Divine Empowerment. God's Empowerment, equipment you forge, regardless of any quality, is fixedly attached with a mythic ranked attribute. I've gained a new skill. Refinement. Sumu cheered out. Refining? The crowd wondered as Sumu showed them the function of the skill. Yang Tian was shocked. This skill can actually raise the quality of the equipment by a notch. Wouldn't my revolver be able to be upgraded from ordinary quality to advanced? Sumu thought about it. That should be what it means. Yang Tian looked cautious. No, I must report this news. It's too alarming. Old Yang, that upgrade thing. Wang Junlei tried. Yang Tian was incredibly serious. Suspend it first. Sumu must go back with me and report to the military region. Wait for the military region to make a decision. Wang Junlei nodded. Alright then. Imperial Capital Military Region. Because they received Yang Tian's report in advance, the chiefs gathered together and waited for Yang Tian's arrival. Old Xia, do you know what happened? That kid Yang Tian said he has important news to report. The gray-haired top military chief asked the Old Xia family head. Old Xia shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics. I've asked Wang Junlei. That kid didn't say much. He only said that Sumu has awakened some new skill. What new skill? The crowd in the conference room stared at Xiao Lao. Xiao Lao shook his head. The specifics weren't said. Wang Junlei said that the matter was so important that he couldn't say it clearly on the phone. It's better to wait for Yang Tian to report it face to face. What skills are so godly? Hey, old Xia. Not right ah. Your granddaughter did not and that young man in a piece? Just directly find your granddaughter and ask. A big brother snickered from the side. Old Xia blankly glanced at the man. Go. Recently, my granddaughter has been busy moving and preparing to become a teacher inside the military academy. She doesn't have time to be with him. Old Xia. Not interesting enough. Ah, using the beauty trick when you have talent. You old boy can be a real chicken thief. Old Xia revealed a smile. You can also let your granddaughter go ah. Oh, I forgot. You don't have a granddaughter. The higher-ups in the conference room burst out laughing. At the same time, Yang Tian and Sumu came to the door of the conference room. A correspondent outside the door reported. Heads, Yang Tian and Sumu have come over. Please instruct. The white-haired old man sitting at the first place immediately said. Let them come in. Chapter 13 Chiefs. I have important information to report. Yes. In the next second, Yang Tian pushed the door in, followed by Sumu. Little Young. What's so urgent? Refused to even say on the phone. Elder Xia laughed. Chiefs, I have important information to report. Yang Tian stood upright and saluted. Sumu obtaining a new skill is a big deal. I think I need to report it face to face. Sumu, open the attribute panel for the chiefs to see. Oh, good. Sumu did as he was told. Name, Sumu. Profession, Forge Master. Level, LV5. Strength, 50. Strength 62. Speed 73. Spirit 80. Skill Forging LV2. Skill, Refinement, you can refine the attributes of any equipment, allowing the equipment quality to be upgraded by 1 grade. The higher the skill level, the greater the scope of equipment quality improvement. Talent Empowerment of God. God's empowerment, equipment you forge, regardless of any quality, is fixed to have 1 mythic attribute attached to it. The Big Brother chiefs looked towards the new skill refinement, and one by one, their faces changed. You can refine the attributes of any equipment to raise the quality of the equipment by 1 notch, meaning that you can raise the quality of the equipment, even to the highest mythic level. The bigwigs cried out in shock. This skill was too outrageous. It was hard to know that it was as difficult as heaven to raise the quality of equipment by 1 level. First of all, it would take a lot of effort in terms of materials, and it would also test the forging master's quenching level, which would cost countless amounts of money. So it's much harder to raise the quality of an equipment, and the success rate is pitifully low. But right now, the existence of a mythic level talent guaranteed the success rate, and Sumu was definitely a treasure. Good. Yang Tian, immediately bring that revolver weapon over to little brother and let him utilize the refining skill to raise the quality 1 more time. Yes. Not long after, Yang Tian brought over that electromagnetic revolver. This time they didn't forge it in the Xia family's lab, but in the military region's lab. The military district lab was even more magnificent and huge than the Xia family's lab, with all kinds of materials inside, dazzling the eyes. Sumu's heartbeat accelerated as he watched. His profession as a forger wanted nothing more than to work in a laboratory like this, to build what he wanted as he pleased. Xia Lao smiled and came to Sumu. Little comrade, I'm relying on you. Sumu had a serious face. Don't worry, Elder Xia. I will definitely live up to the expectations. Sumu took the revolver and came to the quenching table, and began to start recasting and upgrading it step by step. The surrounding bigwigs had their eyes fixed on Sumu's every step, their spirits highly tensed. A few hours later, a brand new revolver weapon appeared in front of everyone. Some patterns appeared on that revolver weapon, looking even more splendid, and the patterns seemed to be wrapped in infinite power. The moment the weapon was completed, an earthquake appeared in the entire laboratory, and a flashy light emanated from above the weapon, directly illuminating the entire laboratory. Inside that flashy light, a figure loomed, with golden pupils and wings accompanied by lightning behind it. The silhouette of Thunder God appeared once more, and this time it appeared quite a bit clearer than last time. Thunder God. Elder Xia looked at the figure excitedly. The powerful pressure pressed down on the crowd. Mythic-grade weapons would have the silhouettes of the gods of their respective attributes every time they were upgraded and forged. This time, because it was upgraded to a higher quality, the deity's figure was even more real. A moment later, the flashy light as well as the silhouette disappeared and the lab returned to calm. Young comrade, it's done. Elder Xia couldn't wait to speak. Sumu smiled. The upgrade is complete. It has become a high-level quality weapon. He then opened the revolver's attribute panel, and everyone's eyes were focused on it. Electromagnetic explosive pistol. Type, weapon. Grade, LV2. Grade, advanced. Talent attribute, Endless Thunder Domain, Myth. Endless Thunder Domain invokes the thunder of the 9 heavens, dominating endless thunder. Ha ha ha, sure enough, The upgrade was successful. From normal to advanced. This professional talent is simply amazing. With Comrade Sumu, I worry about our weapons. The crowd of bigwigs were so excited that they took turns playing with the revolver weapon, each one of them as if they had seen a treasure and didn't want to let go of it. Yang Tian was even more excited. His own weapon had been upgraded once more, and he didn't know what changes there would be after it became a high-level quality. Fellow chiefs, I request to test the weapon's power to see what changes the upgraded weapon has, Yang Tian said seriously. Alright, take your weapon and go to the drill ground to test the weapon's power. They came back on top of the previous open space. Yang Tian raised his pistol like before and shot towards the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The sky changed drastically. Gusts of dark clouds gathered overhead, and it seemed like there were thousands of thunder and lightning roaring in the dark clouds. Sumu was incomparably excited. This was the first time he had seen a weapon he had designed, and he didn't expect it to be able to change the sky. Although the other bigwigs had already seen a weapon test once, they were still shocked in their hearts. That pistol was enough to be called a divine weapon. Yang Tian released his own thunder power, coupled with the attributes of the revolver. The center area of the trial ground was already wrapped in thunder and lightning. Moreover, the lightning domain field triggered by the upgraded revolver had expanded its range, from 10 meters before to 50 meters now. Within 50 meters, there was no creature that could withstand such violent thunder power. Another shot was fired into the sky, and a shocking thunder seemed to be corresponding to the pistol's call, falling from 10,000 meters in the air, directly splitting the ground into a large pit several meters deep. Yang Tian, who was in the center of the thunder and lightning power, was on a whim, and he finished all the bullets in his gun, wanting to see what would happen. The thunder power above the sky was getting thicker and thicker, like he had come to the center of a storm, and the endless thunder and lightning were clicking. This scene was too shocking, but no one who saw it could forget it. Immediately afterward, all of those thunder power carrying thousands of pounds of force fell to the ground. ZZ, rumble. The countless thunderbolts struck the ground as if it was a heavenly calamity, shaking the earth. Holy shit, is the weapon I created so powerful? Sumu's complexion shook as he looked at the mythical attribute pistol, his body and mind trembling with excitement from the inside out. What demonic beasts are you afraid of with a weapon like this? Fear what foreign forces? Sumu muttered to himself. If this gun could be mass-produced, the country would definitely be able to stand on top of the world. The other bigwigs were staring at the scene in front of them. They were all shaken and excited. Unexpectedly, the upgraded revolver had expanded its damage range and was also able to extend the release time of the Thunderbolt. I wonder what it would be like to upgrade its quality to the level of a myth. Chapter 14, New Skills. New Drawings. Rare Materials. Good. Terrific. Just terrific. Elder Xia applauded excitedly. I think we can already get first place in the military equipment competition 2 months from now. Yes, let Comrade Sumu go to the equipment competition, and then let other countries see our equipment level today. Several bigwigs were in a good mood. Before the military equipment competition, the country had been in a backward position, and we couldn't get a good ranking because we didn't have a good forger. Now with Sumu, the country will be able to show its face in the international arena. Sumu's expression moved as he heard the leader's conversation. He was a little unsure of himself. Other countries were all senior forging masters, while he was only a 5th level forging master. Leaders, the skill of refining appeared after I reached level 5. And with new skills and drawings appearing every few levels, I might have more weapon drawings by then. I just heard you guys talk about the international equipment competition, and I don't think I'm qualified enough to go to the competition with only level 5. Hearing Sumu's words, the bigwigs didn't care in the slightest, and Elder Xia laughed. Upgrading isn't simple. Yang Tian, take your students and bring Little Su inside the secret realm to continue practicing. Make sure to level up Little Su to the point where he can unlock another skill or weapon drawing. Yes, Yang Tian received the order and immediately brought Sumu forward to level up. Inside the large secret realm outside the school, the army had once again imposed military control today, which made a group of students very dissatisfied. Shit, what's going on? They need military control every 3 days. What the hell do they want? Didn't I hear that it's because of that Sumu? Why should a loser get such great treatment? I protest. There's definitely shady business here. Shoo, keep it down. The troops are coming. In the distance, a troop came over in a jeep, and Sumu was sandwiched in the middle by the troopers, his face full of smiles. There were quite a few students who recognized him with a look of indignation. Shit, it's that kid. The army is kicking us out for this kid. What the hell is he based on? Even if it's top truth, it doesn't come with this kind of game. Getting the attention of the country without saying a word. Alas, maybe he's some second-generation official who came here to experience life, and now he's not pretending. People are more angry than people. Entering the secret realm, Yang Tian looked at a group of his men and shouted, "Brothers, recently your achievements have been recognized by the above." The above said, "Everyone is credited with a merit, all inside your file, and in the future, the promotion and reward of this all is a standard." The soldiers below were very excited to know that merit is very rare in the peace era. This is an honor that follows them for the rest of their lives, even if their current rank is very high, but there are not many of them were awarded with merit. They all went up according to the procedure of simmering age. After saying that, all of them were excited and started to take Sumu inside the secret realm to brush the monsters and practice leveling. 2 days later, Sumu's level came to level 10. "Comrade Sumu, did you unlock any new skills or drawings?" Yang Tian and the others gathered around with bright eyes. Sumu smiled. "Unlocked. Let me see." He opened the attribute panel. Name, Sumu. Profession, Forge Master. Level, LV10. Strength, 150. Strength 100. Speed 110. Spirit, 200. Skill Forging LV3. Skill, Refining, can refine the attributes of any equipment, allowing the equipment quality to be upgraded by 1 notch. The higher the skill level, the greater the scope of equipment quality enhancement. New skill enchanting, you can attach a mythic level phrase to any equipment, and the higher the skill level, the more phrases you can attach. Talent, God's Empowerment. God's Empowerment, the equipment you forge, regardless of quality, will have 1 mythic level attribute attached to it. Sumu also obtained a new drawing called Quantum Generator. Enchantment, being able to add a mythic level phrase to any equipment. Holy shit, is this going against the heavens? It's outrageous. Birdshot might even be able to trigger heavenly thunder. The surrounding soldiers were very surprised and very envious of Sumu, answering this saying, "There is an official in the destiny. There is no need to turn over the book. Born as a son of fortune, others can't envy them." Not only that, there's also a drawing that says Quantum Generator. Sumu laughed. Once again, the crowd's eyes lit up. "What does that do?" a soldier inquired. Instead, Yang Tian pondered and quickly thought of something. "I do know this thing. It should be a protective shield or something like that. Only this thing's role is very limited. It was built to defend a small attic at most, and the attack it receives can't be too violent. Otherwise there's a danger of it shattering. And the energy consumed is also very huge. Defending against ordinary people can still be done, but when it comes to some transmuted powerhouses there is no effect. This thing actually doesn't have much of a role for us transmutations." Yang Tian described this thing as useless, but he looked at Sumu with 2 glowing eyes. "Classmate Su, this thing might not be worth mentioning in other people's hands, but the role it can play in your hands can be unimaginable. While others don't know, Yang Tian knows that a small revolver has been transformed by Sumu to possess a mythical attribute that can summon heavenly thunder. Moreover, the revolver was still made of ordinary materials. If a top-tier material was used to create a top-tier item out of it, there was no telling what would happen. Student Su, what materials are needed to manufacture this item? Just open your mouth. All the resources of the country are open to you." Sumu smiled and immediately listed out a whole bunch of materials needed. 500 pounds of 7-colored energy crystals, 1,000 pounds of 9-colored glazed stone with a purity of up to 99%, and 500 pounds of magnetic levitation iron. Yang Tian's heart was trembling along with these materials as he listened to them. These materials were sold in units according to grams, and right now, he opened his mouth to hundreds of pounds. These materials are not only expensive, but the production is also small. The world produces less than 10 tons per year. The national reserves may not even have many tons. There is also 1 rainbow heaven mending stone at the end. Sumu spoke the last material, and Yang Tian instantly frowned. "What is this thing? I know all the others. I haven't even heard of the last one." Yang Tian scratched his head. "I'll go back and give a word to the leaders. Ask to see if there's such a thing. Sumu, don't worry. The country will definitely help you solve the problem of the material." Sumu looked at him gratefully. "Please, Instructor Yang." Chapter 15, Beasts Attacking the City. Military Region Base. Rainbow Heaven Mending Stone? What is this thing? How come I've never heard of it? A big brother in the conference room's face was filled with doubt. Having lived most of his life, the name of the material was unheard of. "I do have a bit of an impression. I've read books and flipped over this thing before." Old Xia pondered. "Old Xia, hurry up and say, what is that thing and where did you get it?" Xiao Lao pondered for a while and slowly said, "Rainbow Mending Stone is a very rare elemental material that serves to act as an energy source. It's possible to drop it on any magical beast of the Earth system." The many bigwigs were very excited. "That's great. I thought it was only dropped on some secret realm boss, so that makes it easy. Hear me out." Elder Xia stopped the bystanders from interjecting. "Although it can be dropped on all Earth magic beasts, the burst rate is 1 in 10 million. The scene fell into a silence. Some people's faces twitched. What kind of damn burst rate is this? Does this thing really exist? Taking out 10 million earth magical beasts would only result in an explosion. The bigwigs in the room had an immense headache. Not long after, the white-haired old man who was the highest leader of the military had a firm look in his eyes. Make two preparations. One is to brush it out the hard way, and the other is to keep an eye on the international market, and pry into the news from many sites to see if there's any news of the rainbow-mending heavenly stone. How to brush it? There are simply no places where earth-type magical beasts are concentrated. It's all magical beasts of various attributes gathered together, and we don't have enough manpower. Someone questioned. How about this? Mobilize the imperial capital's professionals and have them only brush earth-type magical beasts. I don't believe that millions of main combatants can't brush this thing. Elder Xia gave his answer. This proposal won place. The crowd present had their eyes light up. This was a way. The imperial capital reasoned millions of combat professionals. Quantitative change produces qualitative change. Good, then do so. I'll go to the no. One had to inform A. Mobilization orders issued as soon as possible. Sumu's side returned to the school. Just after entering the classroom there was a strange atmosphere inside. All the students were staring at him with a kind of monster-looking eyes. Sumu felt uncomfortable all over. Especially Lin Yang and Yi Shui. Those eyes seemed like they could eat him. At this moment, the class teacher Xia Dai arrived and smiled sweetly towards Sumu. Sumu, you're here. Hurry up and sit down. I'll inform everyone that this class is self-study. The teachers of the combat profession are not here. All of them have gone out. After saying that, he turned around and left, but did not completely leave. Xia Dai had been secretly sizing up Sumu by the window. The current Sumu had completely changed. Not only did his temperament change greatly, his entire mental outlook also rose dramatically, becoming much more confident and cheerful. She thought about what her grandfather had explained to her, telling her to walk into more with Sumu and strive to recruit him into the family. Remembering this, Xia Dai's face gave birth to a touch of blush. Grandpa is really something too. He's not even an adult yet, actually letting me take the initiative to get close to him. This makes me how to do it. A secret area on the outskirts of the imperial capital. There is endless yellow soil inside. This is the place where the Earth system magical beasts are the most numerous, and also the place where the battles are the most intense. Normally, this place was filled with yellow soil and very few people came here. But today, the secret realm was densely packed with people. Everyone was called to come here to fight monsters. Yang Tian, Wang Junlei and the others were also here to brush the monsters. Halfway through the fight they vaguely realized that something was wrong. Old Wang, look at the sky. Why is it so red? Yang Tian raised his head to look up. The sky seemed as if it was dyed in blood, so red that it made people shiver. Wang Junlei looked up at the sky and frowned. He had a bad premonition. Professionals had killed millions of magical beasts here. Could it be that they had angered some kind of terrifying existence? Regardless of him, let's continue fighting. Wang Junlei was a soldier. Soldiers come and go, with only the target in his eyes, never minding anything else. Not long after, someone was cheering loudly. It came out. I burst out. A professional was ecstatic, looking at the fist-sized rainbow mending stone in his hand and dancing with excitement. The shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Wang Junlei and Yang Tian's eyes glowed. Countless people had fought here for a day and a night, and now it had finally burst out. It seemed that more people were better. The professional who popped out the rainbow stone didn't notice the strange eyes of the people around him. To know, we are all in here facing the yellow earth back to the sky to kill monsters. Why can you pop out? We can't pop out. The dark side of the human being was on full display at the moment, and negative emotions such as jealousy and unwillingness took over the brain. Fuck him. A day later, Sumu received a notification that the rainbow heaven mending stone had been found, and the materials for the experiment had all been prepared, allowing him to go to the laboratory in the military region as soon as possible. And the country also arranged some underhand forging masters for him. The purpose was to ensure that the real divine weapon could be built. Sumu came to the laboratory and saw a round diamond emitting 7-colored rainbow on the test bench. This should be the heaven mending stone. Sumu was very touched. He knew exactly how precious such a material was. It couldn't be seen on the market at all, and this was what the whole city was mobilized to find for him. Sumu thought that he was highly valued by the country. He couldn't let the country down. He quickly began to get busy. The manufacturing process of the quantum generator was countless times higher than a revolver. The two were simply not at the same level. The structure and roadmap inside the generator was very extensive. The few forging masters who were playing the underhanded role had been dumbfounded, and were completely unable to help at all. To know that they are all masters, forging experience at least 20 years, but now it is like an elementary school student. Do not know what to do. Sumu knew their difficulties and said in embarrassment, I'll do it alone. You guys can go rest. After the understudy left, Sumu was working alone inside the lab, working for a few hours before he was able to get some of the wiring out. The efficiency of one person was too slow, and it would take at least a day to complete. At this moment, the outside world, the streets and alleys inside the sound of the alarm. Sumu is in the laboratory. Soundproofing is too good. Completely did not hear the sound inside. Outside, someone inside the loudspeaker shouted, "Beast tide, a large number of magical beasts are coming to attack." Everyone rushed to evacuate. All corners of the imperial capital heard the news, and people panicked with expressions of despair on their faces. In this world, the power of a beast tide was no weaker than those natural disasters, and even more terrifying. The targets of those magical beasts were not buildings, but humans. The terrorist actions organized by the magical beasts with the goal of tearing apart human bases and finishing off humans. Every time they struck, human cities would receive massive destruction. Chapter 16, The Beast Tide Sweeps In. Every area within the city, stores, residential buildings, all the people inside stopped what they were doing. The sound of the alarm was incessant, and all the people were able to clearly hear the string of alarms. This alarm had already penetrated the hearts of the people. The demonic beasts were going to attack the city on a large scale. The beast tide that people were familiar with was coming. Yang Tian, who was sitting in his office, got up violently. How many years had it been since he had heard the sirens of a beast tide? When was the last time the demonic beasts attacked on a large scale? He had long forgotten. This city had been stabilized for an unknown number of years. It had always been humans killing demonic beasts, and demonic beasts attacking on a large scale nowadays had long been forgotten by young people. The closest beast tide was still 30 years ago. That time, several cities were overrun by demonic beasts. The loss of population amounted to several million. Countless human beings fell into the rations of demonic beasts. The stability of so many years had made the people within the cities forget the fear of being dominated by demonic beasts. Yang Tian had heard his predecessor recall the beast tide. The scene was shocking, densely packed with countless demonic beasts rushing across, determined to tear down everything in front of them. Yang Tian only felt his scalp numb. He suddenly thought of the vision he saw yesterday inside the secret realm. The sky was red, and there was a strong smell of blood. Could that be the evil appearance? The heavens had hinted at it a long time ago. He immediately called the upper echelons, and Elder Xia's call was actually answered very quickly. Elder Xia, the matter of the beast tide. Elder Xia said in a deep voice. This beast tide is of a rare scale, not much inferior to the one 30 years ago. We seem to have messed with some unimaginable existence. The garrison is resisting with all their might. Yang Tian was shocked. What? They are so fast. The imperial capital was in the northern part of the Xia kingdom, adhering to the will of the Son of Heaven to guard the gates of the country. It was established next to a large secret realm. There were numerous monsters inside the secret realm, too many to count. And yesterday's Yellow Earth secret realm was just the tip of the iceberg of that large secret realm. The perimeter of the imperial capital was guarded by heavy troops, whose duty was to defend the imperial capital and maintain peace within the city. At the same time, they were defending the city against beast tides and various natural disasters. The imperial capital garrison was equipped with advanced equipment and had a large number of people, most of whom were combat professionals. So ordinary demonic beasts couldn't break through the garrison's defenses at all. If the garrison was completely breached, the danger of its beast tide would be unrivaled. Yang Tian, did you find any unusual phenomena yesterday? It stands to reason that a beast tide wouldn't appear for no reason. Xiao Lao said in a deep voice. Report leader. Yesterday when I was in the Yellow Earth mystic realm I noticed that the color of the sky was blood red. It should be a sky draping phenomenon. It can't be wrong. That should be an early warning of an impending beast tide. Only that we didn't notice it. All our attention was on the rainbow heaven mending stone at the time. Elder Xia continued to speak. I dispatched a squad to go around to the depths of the secret realm from the side, and found that the depths of the secret realm suddenly had more spacetime cracks, and demonic beasts kept coming out from inside the cracks, and most of those demonic beasts were land creatures. The current beast tide I think has already reached the level of tertiary. Yang Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the beast tide had not breached the garrison's defense yet. The situation was still manageable. Beast tide also had levels. The most dangerous one was the 5th level beast tide. That kind of beast tide would be the end of human society, and humans would not be able to stop a beast tide of that magnitude. By the way, how is it going at Su's place? Elder Xia inquired. Should have come out right. Then Yang Tian's face changed. Not good. The soundproofing of that lab is very good. I guess he didn't hear the alarm outside. What? Why don't you hurry to greet Sumu? Elder Xia was furious. Sumu was a talent that the country was focusing on cultivating. Even if the population of the imperial capital was lost, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. As long as Sumu existed, that meant that the human race would have the possibility to rise completely. No longer afraid of the attack of the demonic beasts, Yang Tian hung up the phone and drove all the way. On the road, there is a constant rolling torrent of people fleeing. Yang Tian is difficult to take a step forward. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It is Wang Junlei. Wang Junlei was different from before. Now he was wearing combat clothes, followed by a considerable number of troops behind him. Old Wang, how is Sumu? Has he been safely evacuated? Yang Tian hurriedly spoke. I don't know. It should still be inside the lab. Wang Junlei held his weapon and said in a deep voice. What? Why didn't you inform Sumu when the beast tide came? Let him leave in a hurry. Yang Tian questioned. I rushed back to Kirin Battalion immediately after receiving orders from my superiors, preparing to meet the beast tide. I didn't have time to notify Sumu, so I'm troubling you to make a trip. Hearing this, Yang Tian belatedly reacted to the fact that today's Wang Junlei was different from before, heavily armed with loaded guns and followed by a group of well-trained troopers. Seeing this, Yang Tian immediately stood in awe and saluted towards them. Wang Junlei rushed to the front line and someone reported the situation to him. Chief, the scale of the beast tide is very large. The danger level given above is a beast tide of the 3rd level. According to the projections, there are about millions of demonic beasts attacking, and their levels are averaging over 30. Based on the movement speed of the demonic beasts, they will soon reach the defense range we belong to. Wang Junlai's face was grave as he immediately made a countermeasure after listening to the report. Tell everyone to be on 1st level battle readiness, on all-round alert, and ready to fight at any time. Yes, Wang Junlei learned that the scale of the beast tide is a 3-level beast tide. His mood is very heavy. Not that he doesn't trust his men, but a 3-level scale beast tide is difficult for them to resist the Lord. The heart is more than enough. The entire Imperial garrison is only a few 100,000 people, and even if it is temporary to draw troops from elsewhere, it is too late. Or call the city's combat professionals to fight together. That is also a drop in the bucket. It does not help. The ratio of the enemy is 10 to 1, or even higher. This battle is destined to be incomparably tragic. The top management of the country organized a simple meeting, which determined the troops should be urgently deployed from other places, and those close to the city should immediately start marching day and night to reach the imperial capital as fast as possible for defense. Remote places are even more non-stop marching, to ensure the safety of the imperial capital. The imperial capital, the city above, would not give up, much less abandon the city and flee. This is the symbol of Xia. The city has tens of millions of people exist. Once the city is broken, dare not imagine. Xia will suffer unprecedented trauma. So this beast tide, the country is determined to block down. Wang Junlei this side of the Unicorn Battalion are elite. The number of only a few thousand people, because of the tension in the army, did not give them more people. He got the exact news that the number of demonic beast army attacking towards his side was as high as 300,000 people. Chapter 17, Teacher's Duty. The closest troops to them would take 3 hours to arrive at the earliest, and the wave of beasts would arrive an hour later, meaning that they would have to hold out for 2 hours. Less than 10,000 men against an army of 300,000 demonic beasts. Thinking about it made people feel desperate. The news that the imperial capital had been attacked by a beast tide directly shocked the people of the country. All gazes were directed at the imperial capital, and the eyes of the entire nation coalesced above the imperial capital. The imperial capital encountering an unprecedented beast tide directly topped the hot search, and there were war correspondents who went deep into the front lines, wanting to learn the news firsthand. A drone hovered above the heads of the generals defending the city, and the images inside the drone were being broadcast live across the country. The number of people watching the live broadcast was nearly 100 million, and all of them were silently praying in their hearts. Through the drone's viewpoint, one can see that the defenses within one of the imperial capital cities are solidly in place. The generals have already completed their deployment in advance and are standing by in a tight formation ready to defend against the demonic beast's attack. There's still about half an hour left before the beast tide will come down in full force. Please pray that the whole nation will be able to get through this crisis safely. Yang Tian came straight to the door of the laboratory, without knocking on the door, directly kicked it open and walked in with 100,000 fire. Sumu glanced at the visitor and ignored it, still doing his research. Sumu, stop researching, the beast tide is coming. Hurry up and evacuate this place. Yang Tian pulled Sumu's arm, wanting to take him away, but he didn't expect that Sumu directly pushed him away and shook his head. The test is at a critical stage. I can't leave. If I leave now, all the previous research goes down the drain, and all the materials you have worked so hard to find before will be scrapped and reduced to defective products. Yang Tian hurriedly said, the materials are not important. They can still be found again if they are gone. Your safety is the most important thing. Yang Tian had one more sentence that he didn't say. That is, the whole city died. Yang Tian can't be in trouble. He is the hope of Xia, and even more so, of the human race. Hurry up and go. Listen to uncle's words. Yang Tian wanted to take Sumu away by force. Scatter your hands. You have no right to interfere with my decision. Sumu's eyes widened angrily as he rarely got angry. I know there's a beast tide, but so what? There are soldiers out there fighting in blood. And you're actually letting me escape. I believe that what I have researched can affect this beast tide. Yang Tian's face was cloudy. Sumu's words touched their hearts. Faced with a terrifying beast tide and still able to remain calm, Sumu's mindset had surpassed theirs. Outside. Inside the refuge. Sumu's parents were brought inside the underground refuge ahead of time. You guys let go of me. I'm going to find my son. Su's mother struggled and wanted to leave. Auntie, please don't worry. Sumu has been ordered by the above to focus on him. He should have reached a safe place by now. If you leave rashly, I'm afraid that it will be dangerous, and it will be difficult for mother and son to be reunited at that time. The soldier's lips had worn out. Su's mother just couldn't stay here and wanted to go out to look for her son. You also stop for a while. Your son is definitely fine. Su's father spoke out to persuade. Su's mother was powerless and started to break down and cry. She only had such a son. Naturally she didn't want anything to go wrong. Yishua's parents were also sent inside the underground shelter at the same time. Old Su, your son still has someone to take care of him. But my daughter, alas, I don't even know how it is. Yishua's parents were filled with sadness. Since the beast tide appeared, they were evacuated by the official organization and did not see their daughter once. Old Yi, don't worry. Yishua and the others should be at school. The school will organize them to take refuge in an orderly manner. At the same time the school, all of Sumu's classmates were inside the school's underground shelter. Ooh, I don't want to die. I haven't lived long enough. Where are my parents? I want to see my parents. I miss them. The students had never seen such a battle at all. And one by one, their soft nature was on display. Lin Yang shrank in the corner, trembling with fear. A few dog legs around him surrounded Lin Yang. A group of people huddled in the corner to report warmth. Mom and Dad, where are you guys? I am so scared. Yi Shui curled up. The whole person buried his head in his knees. Tears kept flowing out of his eyes. The whole class of girls were very scared and fearful. The threat of death loomed over their heads. Yi Shui, don't be afraid. Teacher is here. Xia Dai gently touched Yi Shui's head and spoke out to comfort her. Yi Shui seemed to have found a reliance. Lying sideways in Xia Dai's arms. Teacher, do you think we can get out alive? Yi Shui's tearful eyes shattered as she looked up at Xia Dai. Be sure to believe in the country. The country can definitely hold back the beast tide. Xia Dai said gently. Not long after, someone outside the shelter called Xia Dai. Teacher Xia, someone is looking for you. Okay, go over right away. Xia Dai got up to leave. Yi Shui pulled on her clothes. Teacher. Xia Dai smiled gently. Teacher will be right back. The surrounding students and teachers looked at Xia Dai and could immediately think who the visitor was. It must be someone from the Xia family. The Xia family is the #1 family in the imperial capital. How could they let Xia Dai take refuge in such a place? The big families are different. They are not in the same class as us ordinary people. Just watch. Xia Dai definitely won't come back. Definitely. If I were a member of the Xia family I definitely wouldn't stay in this kind of place. I definitely want to leave the imperial capital and go to a safe place. The whispers and unsuspecting gazes of the surrounding people looked at the departing Xia Dai. Their voices were heard clearly by Xia Dai, who was expressionless and passed straight through these crowds. Outside, Xia father was in a helicopter, personally coming to pick up Xia Dai. The first time he saw Xia Dai, his father greeted him cheerfully. Xiao Dai, come on, go with dad. Xia Dai was silent, quietly came in front of his father, shaking his head. No, I'm not leaving. I'm a teacher here. I want to be with the students. Xia father was incomparably stunned. Let out a laugh. What are you babbling about? How long have you only been a teacher? It's not your turn to protect the students. Hurry up and get on the plane. I'll take you to see your mom. Xia father also specially urged. Your grandfather but said, make sure to bring you back. Xia Dai frowned tightly. Her grandfather had always favored her and was very strict with herself. Inside the home, she dared not disobey Xiao Lao's words the most. But now, when Xia Dai thought of the windy words when she came over just now, she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. After pondering for a while, Xia Dai raised her head, her gaze firm. Dad, I'm not leaving. Tell Grandpa for me. I'm a teacher. I have the obligation to stay with the students. Saying that, not waiting for Xia father to react, Xia Dai directly trotted away, leaving a back shadow behind. Chapter 18, The Supreme Deity Reappears. Xia father was stunned as he looked at his daughter's back as she left, not slowing down for a long time. After a long time, he let out a laugh. Worthy of being the daughter of the Xia family, she just has guts. Xia Dai re-entered inside the underground shelter and came inside his class under the gaze of the puzzled and shocked crowd. Teacher Xia, you. Someone couldn't help but inquire. They all already knew that it was the Xia family's people outside who came to pick her up and leave. But why didn't Xia Dai leave? Xia Dai smiled blandly. I'm not a daughter of the Xia family now. I'm a teacher. I have the duty and obligation to protect the students and live and die with them. Teacher Xia. The students were moved to tears. They all knew Xia Dai's birth. From a big family. They had thought that Xia Dai would leave with the family. But they didn't expect to stay with ordinary people. No wonder the Xia family had stood for 100 years without collapsing. The original family style was so excellent. Outside of the imperial capital, the soldiers of the Qilin battalion stood in a tight formation. They were rubbing their fists, and had already put life and death at risk. The crowd prepared for the attack of the beast tide, people in the city, and the demonic beasts to fight to the death. On the distant horizon, there was a row of black lines pushing across. It was a battle line formed by countless demonic beasts. The demonic beasts at the head were all tigers and wolves and other animals. They moved extremely fast and advanced towards the city with their bloody mouths open. The bodies of those demonic beasts had a completely different aura from before. Their bodies were all black, as if they were infected by something. The eyes of the demonic beasts were red and extremely terrifying. Wang Junlei stood high up and saw the demonic beasts in front of him and immediately took his horn and shouted, "All Qilin battalion soldiers listen to the order. Prepare for battle. The time has come for the country to test us. We can't take a step back. Behind us is the imperial capital. People in the city. The city dies when people die." Wang Junlai's words were very shocking and made countless people's blood boil. Inside the live broadcast room, countless people watched this scene, excited but also worried. Worthy of being a soldier of Xia. What a good job. Be sure to survive. My father also experienced a beast tide and died in that battle. It's too sad. I've decided. I'm going to join the army in the future as well, to protect my family and my country. The beast tide was rapidly approaching, advancing several kilometers forward in just a few minutes. Those bizarre creatures were densely packed, and one's scalp was numb from watching them. One of the most dangerous battles in the imperial capital was coming. Just as the troops in the beast tide army were about to collide head-on, inside the imperial capital city, a pillar of 7-colored light shot straight up into the sky. It was as if a second sun had appeared in the sky, and the pillar of light was incomparably shining, able to compete with the sun and the moon. Moreover, the color of the light pillar showed 7 colors, and the colored light shone onto the body of the demonic beast, and the bizarre black substance on the demonic beast was evaporated. When the black substance disappeared, the size and level of the demonic beast was also gradually shrinking, and the demonic beast's blood-red eyes gradually returned to their ordinary color. What could be determined now was that the root cause that triggered the beast tide was these black substances. 5 minutes ago, Sumu was doing research inside the lab. Yang Tian didn't disturb him anymore and kept silent vigil by his side. Since Wang Junlei was no longer around, he assumed the role of bodyguard. Inside the lab, there was a half-man high machine in front of Sumu. He kept knocking and finally checking everything about the machine. Yang Tian anxiously paced back and forth. Inside the room could not be quiet at all, but also went out to take a look from time to time. Originally people came and went on the street at the moment empty. Outside the wind howling, the sky yellow sand all over, squinting so that people cannot open their eyes. This scene is like the end of the world. The scene outside did not disturb the laboratory in the slightest. Sumu has fallen into a state of total concentration. No matter what in the outside world could not affect him. After a burst of inspection, Sumu let out a sigh of relief. It's finally finished. Yang Tian turned back in surprise. This period of time had been too depressing for him. Every minute and second had been incredibly difficult. He turned back and saw the machine in front of him at a glance. The machine was strangely shaped. It should be the quantum generator. What does this do? Yang Tian curiously said. Sumu smiled mysteriously, came outside and directly flipped the switch. In an instant, a ray of light shot straight up into the sky, piercing Yang Tian's eyes. Once this light appeared, the yellow sand in the sky and the howling wind instantly stopped, and a clear sky appeared. Not only that, a light blue barrier appeared, isolating the sun's light. Then, a double sun appeared in the sky, and that double sun kept getting bigger again, as if it was a pair of eyes. This was to be an even more massive appearance of a supreme deity than the revolver from before. In the sky above the imperial capital, a deity silhouette with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters emerged, and the twin suns from earlier were his two pairs of eyes. The eyes of the supreme deity looked down on the land, and Sumu felt a voice appear in his mind. It seemed like the god was conversing with him. However, Sumu couldn't understand the words and could only sense that the supreme deity's emotions seemed to be very excited. Yang Tian looked at the figure dumbfounded and nearly fell to his knees. This figure was much bigger than his own revolver's deity figure, and the outline was also very clear, like a painting that was outlined above the sky. The revolver's display of the deity was just a shadow, far less real than this time. On the side of the guarding generals, seeing the shadow in the sky had scared them silly. Even though they had experienced life and death, they were dumbfounded and could not say anything when they saw the scene. The tide of beasts also completely stopped at this moment. Wherever the god's gaze reached, those demonic beasts were kneeling and submitting. Wang Junlei was shocked. All those demonic beasts stopped, as if they had all become living targets. He immediately ordered to open fire towards those demonic beasts. The artillery arrows in the sky hit those demonic beasts, and the demonic beasts directly died violently. Even so, the demonic beasts didn't resist and allowed them to kill them. Wang Junlei immediately understood that this should be the mythical level equipment quantum generator that Sumu had researched, invoking the supreme deity's descent at one time. Under the influence of the supreme deity, the demonic beasts had submitted, not daring to resist. Even if they were killed off, they wouldn't say anything. It was unknown how long this phenomenon would last. After all, the demonic beast standing still was a perfect opportunity. Wang Junlei immediately ordered, "Fire with all your might, eliminate all the demonic beasts." The firepower below was even more intense. Wang Junlei didn't care. Destroy the demonic beasts before saying anything. If it fails and the demonic beasts want to attack again, it will be too late to regret. Inside the live broadcast room, all the viewers were shocked beyond words by this scene, and some had even knelt down. What was that thing in the sky? A god? There were actually real gods in this world. Chapter 19, The Land of God's Shelter. Mamma mia. What is that thing I see? Is that a god? There really are gods existing in this world? Countless pop-ups appeared inside the live broadcast room. I'll kneel first. God, bless our family with peace for the rest of our lives. I'm kneeling for you. I really want to go to the scene to see that god with my own eyes. I feel like I could gulp on the spot. Is the imperial capital a place of divine refuge? It's outrageous. Which one is that god? Does anyone recognize it? On the other side, Sumu took the quantum generator and left the lab. This generator was already awesome enough just from the materials alone, and there was no need to test the deity at all. He held the generator and went to the highest place in the imperial capital, to a mountain. He wanted to turn the generator on full power to see how far it could spread, both to cover the entire city and to block the beast tide. Arriving at the top of the hill, overlooking the imperial capital, everything outside the city was clearly visible to him. The defense line of the troops and the sight of the beast tide being controlled was in his eyes. Sumu tapped a button on one of the half-human tall machines. In the next second, a circular machine came out from the center, and a white light emanated from the machine, directly wrapping around Sumu. The white curtain of light spread outward at an extremely fast speed, and it only took a few breaths to directly cover the entire city of the imperial capital. When it spread out in front of the wave of beasts, Lin Chan rotated the circular machine, and the light curtain instantly became hard, turning from a light that could be seen and touched into a solid body. This was able to protect the imperial capital from the beast tide. The deity's shadow in the sky lasted less than a minute before it dissipated. All the visions also disappeared, and the people in the city and watching the live broadcast no longer knelt. When they looked up again, they were dumbfounded. The deity's shadow had disappeared. Why was there an additional white curtain of light? Where did this thing come out from? What was it? Countless doubts were in the hearts of the people, and no one could tell. This light curtain was like a bowl, inverted in the upper part of the imperial capital. The light above the light curtain was in the form of a flow, and it seemed that there was a constant flow of energy and support. The light curtain appeared to be a defense mechanism. Roar! The deity's shadow disappeared, and darkness came once again. Those controlled demonic beasts were once again contaminated by darkness. Their size and strength increased drastically, and their red eyes appeared once again. They unleashed their onslaught once more, and the beast tide was unleashed once more. But unlike before, the demonic beasts were dizzy when they hit the light screen. Moreover, the light curtain also seemed to have the ability to bounce back, and the greater the impact received, the greater the reaction force of the demonic beasts. Some of the demonic beasts directly hit their heads and died on the spot. The greater the magnitude of their attack, the greater the reaction force given by the light curtain, and the powerful impact did not hurt the light curtain in the slightest. The demonic beasts were dead or injured. Wang Junlei looked at this scene with fear and trembling. Everyone cease fire, don't shoot, don't launch any kind of attack. After the sight just now, he had sort of discovered a feature of the light curtain. That is, it possessed the ability to counterattack. If one's own people launched an attack that was bounced back by others, it would be a disgrace. This light curtain was used to protect them, but if they were injured because of their own mistakes, it was called their own death and they could not blame others. Outside the light curtain yellow sand was flying. The wind was blowing furiously. and thick dark clouds appeared above the sky, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Not long after, it began to rain heavily, but these raindrops didn't fall inside the imperial capital city in the slightest. The light curtain covered the sky, and by the way, also blocked the raindrops outside. Not only that, a thunderbolt crossed the sky and struck hard on top of the light curtain, but the light curtain was only deformed for a moment, isolating the lightning, and it quickly returned to its original state without being affected in the slightest. Wang Junlei was surprised to see this scene. What kind of material is this light screen made of? Actually able to block the lightning attack. Such a characteristic who can break. Outside the light screen, the demonic beasts didn't give up in the slightest. Wave after wave attacked the light screen. Those demonic beasts seemed to defy death, going forward and back, wanting to tear an opening in the light curtain. However, their attacks did not work in the slightest, and the bodies of those dead demonic beasts appeared with a light that flew towards a certain place in the imperial capital. As the generals watched the demonic beasts go to their deaths, each of them felt a great sense of relief. They liked to see them not getting it. The huge curtain of light directly pulled the sense of security. Who could be injured with such a defense? Sumu looked at the light curtain produced by the quantum generator with great satisfaction. The effect was beyond his expectations. Countless experience values flew to his body from outside the city. This light curtain was like the game was turned on, directly hanging up and lying down to upgrade. Behind him, Yang Tian looked at the particle generator. His shocked eyes were beyond words. He should have thought about it. The moment Sumu unlocked the quantum generator, he should have thought about just how outrageous this thing was in Lin Chen's hands. Ordinary generators could at most encompass 1 square meter, but this one in front of him actually encompassed the entire city, and it could also resist powerful attacks. This thing was truly heaven-defying. The various data made people's hearts tremble, and they thought they were living in a dream. Unbelievable. The range of this shroud is also too large. With such a large range, I don't know how much energy will be consumed, and I don't know how much the shield value has been diluted. Yang Tian's face looked worried and started to worry. Although the range was large enough, there was no telling how much energy would be consumed and how long the duration would be. Student Sumu, can you show me the attribute panel of this thing? Sumu nodded and opened the attribute panel of the quantum generator. Quantum generator. Quality, Mythic. Level, LV5. Function, releases a curtain of light, isolating all external attacks. Shield value, 98, 000, 000/100, 000, shield value, 98, 000, 000/100, 000, recovery speed, 500, 000/SEC, duration, 1 year, energy recovery rate, 5% per day when not in use, coverage, minimum 1 meter to maximum 10,000 meters, special attribute, rebound, shield, 1,000, 000 meters. Special attribute, bounce back. All attacks can be bounced back if the shield value doesn't fall to less than half. Yang Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He only felt the sky spinning, and his whole body sat on his butt. He was slow to catch his breath. Such an outrageous thing actually appeared in front of him. Yang Tian pinched himself fiercely. It hurt. It was real. It actually has 100 million shield value. Yang Tian blinked his eyes and saw an unbelievable scene. The shield value, 98. 5 million/100 million, instantly turned into shield value, 100 million/100 million. The beast tide's fierce attack was only just equal to this shield recovery. Chapter 20 Weapon of Mass Destruction. Yang Tian suddenly remembered something. This was a mythic level weapon. All the attributes were the best, and the recovery ability was certainly not weak. Moreover, the recovery ability of the mythic weapon was an extremely exaggerated 500,000 per second, which meant that as long as no one would inflict 500,000 damage per second, it meant that the shield wouldn't disappear and would always be there. This was too terrifying. It was simply an absolute defense. And the most terrifying thing was his renewal ability, able to last for a whole year. And it still lasted for a year with all the firepower. And even if the 1 year time is up, only need 20 days to be able to return to full energy. In the continuation of a year, there was no need to recharge, replace the device or anything like that. His flexibility is also very high, from 1 meter to 10,000 meters. Which can be artificially controlled. Yang Tian didn't even know how to describe this artifact, and his expression of awe was slow to disappear. Sumu, if this thing can be mass-produced and every city is equipped with one, then, my summer kingdom will be invincible. Sumu let out a faint smile as he spoke about the quantum generator fixing completion, and faintly said, "Don't fantasize, let's get busy with the matter at hand first. The beast tide won't recede by itself." Yang Tian's brain thoughts were immediately pulled back. Yes, Waiting for those demonic beasts to crash to death on their own would take years and months. Knowing that there were tens of millions of demonic beasts, humans had to take out those demonic beasts themselves. But currently they had no way to solve the problem of the beast tide in advance. They had to wait until reinforcements came to support them. Let's wait first. There's only 1 hour left. The first reinforcements coming to support will soon arrive. Sumu, can you let those soldiers pass through the light screen? If you can let the defending army and the reinforcements have an inside-out, back-and-forth attack on the demonic beasts, so that the beast tide can be eliminated very quickly. Yang Tian's approach was very good, relying on the superiority of numbers and firepower to go for victory. However, Sumu dismissed this approach. This is still risky. With the presence of the light curtain, why bother going out to fight the demonic beasts? My idea is to use weapons of mass destruction to directly end this battle and solve the problem of the demonic beasts once and for all. Sumu's words deeply shocked Yang Tian. How could he not think that Sumu's approach was actually like this? Indeed, anyone would like to win the war without much damage. But that's dreaming. How could a real war allow you to not get hurt at all? Isn't this method of Sumu's a bit unthinking? Where are the weapons of mass destruction for you to use now? Yang Tian persuaded. Sumu, although the idea is good, the reality is cruel. Once a war opens there is bound to be bloodshed. This is an irreversible law. They are soldiers. They thought about all this when they were soldiers, and have long since put life and death out of their hands. What you have done is good enough. Without you the tens of millions of common people in the city do not know if they can survive. Those warriors were able to meet you is also their conviction. Without your light curtain, their casualties will only be greater. Not to mention, dying on the battlefield is their soldier's destiny. Although life is precious, but, for the sake of a certain goal, giving one's life is also something that is inevitable. Sumu's face grimaced. What kind of words are these? Naming why would you choose death if you can survive? Sacrifice although it is right in a certain situation, but why should unnecessary sacrifices occur? Signing up to kill the enemy on the battlefield is the most important thing, not meaningless death. I won't let any of them die unless it comes to a desperate situation. I have a scenario. Yang Tian's eyelids fluttered at the words, not expecting Sumu to have his own layer of explanation, and what he said made sense. Solving things without getting hurt as much as possible was what should be pursued. It takes me a long time to manufacture a quantum generator, but it only takes a few minutes to build a revolver weapon. Your goal now is to help me find materials. Yang Tian almost jumped up when Sumu's idea came out. Why didn't he think of this method? He still had the revolver in his hand that he hadn't used. If he used this revolver weapon, and with the quantum generator working continuously, Titus wouldn't be half harmed. And now that the weather outside was still in a lightning storm, the revolver weapon was a lightning attribute, so it might not be impossible to use the heavenly thunder to make the power a bit greater. This program was simply. Yang Tian inquired about the materials and then immediately moved to look for the needed materials. Half an hour later, Sumu saw a group of soldiers pulling a truckload of stuff to Sumu's lab. Reporting to the chief, the needed materials have been prepared for you, please check. The soldiers got off the truck and gave Yang Tian a salute. Yang Tian nodded and looked at Sumu. I've prepared the things you want. Let's see what to do next. Sumu had asked for more materials for Yang Tian. He wanted to make a few more pistols and also keep one for himself to use for defense, but he didn't expect the other party to actually pull all the materials directly. Looking at so many materials, Sumu was a little surprised. Everyone, do us a favor and carry this all inside the lab. No problem. I heard Instructor Yang say that shield is what you came up with. We don't have hands to rely on this shield. We soldiers have to thank you for this shield. Mr. Su, my name is Huiba. If there is something you say hello, our brothers can do it. Huiba saluted towards Sumu. Although they had long been at home with death, they were still very excited to survive. When Yang Tian entrusted him with the transportation of materials, he told the squad leader all the causes and consequences, and the squad leader was very touched. Sumu's words simply said in their hearts, no one is willing to go to death. It is a matter of necessity. No one wants to die. It's a matter of necessity. But if you can survive, you'll still choose to live. Sumu speaks for them, is their confidant. In the face of Sumu's saving grace, Huiba also gave a favor. After they helped Sumu move the materials to the lab, everyone retreated and stood guard at the entrance of the lab, not allowing anyone to disturb Sumu. The live broadcast outside was following the report. The expressions of the viewers tuning into the live broadcast were very odd, and as could be seen from inside the live broadcast, their worldviews had suffered a great shock. Is this a national secret defense formation? It feels so powerful. The beast tide can't break through this shield at all. I wonder just how thick this shield is and how long it can carry it. It feels like with this shield, this beast tide will easily pass. I feel like it's still a bit up in the air. That's a level 3 beast tide. What kind of formation can last for such a long time and carry so many attacks? Chapter 21, Thunderbolt. The country's executives had been dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. They were all prepared to fight to the death. But they didn't expect a curtain of light to appear to isolate all the demonic beasts. The gods appeared and a shield descended from the sky, directly enveloping the imperial capital. Could it be that the Xia kingdom was blessed by the gods? The huge shadow of the gods and the light curtain that enveloped the entire city made people believe that there were gods existing in this world. Half an hour passed. Sumu, escorted by Yang Tian, drove his military vehicle to the defense position outside the city. This was the territory where the Qilin battalion was located and Wang Junlei was stationed here. Mr. Su, seeing Sumu coming over, Wang Junlei greeted him all the way and took the initiative to extend his hand. Yang Tian had already told him on his way here, saying that Sumu had a way to solve the problem of the beast tide. He said that he had created a batch of weapons that could wipe out all the demonic beasts. Wang Junlei was very excited. He had long heard about the mythic level forging talent. He had never had the chance to see it. This time, Sumu was finally going to show his natural ability. Brother Wang, find a group of soldiers whose attribute is lightning and have them gather over. I'll give you Qilin battalion a gift. Wang Junlai's eyes looked towards the military vehicles, a little puzzled. Brother Su, what are you pulling all these? Yang Tian smiled and directly started unloading the goods, all of which had clear left wheels on them. Wang Junlei was puzzled. This is the gift Sumu gave them? A revolver. What's the use of this? Old Wang, I know you can't see it. Pick it up yourself and see the properties of the revolver. Wang Junlei half-heartedly walked over and casually took out a revolver weapon and opened the attributes. God. Mythological attributes. Wang Junlei was shocked. This was a divine weapon. Ordinary people simply couldn't see such an outrageous weapon. Old Wang. This is the mythic attribute weapon that Su built earlier. It's this one of mine. Yang Tian pulled out the weapon that he had recognized by dripping blood. This. Classmate Su. This is too expensive. Our Qilin battalion can't afford it. Wang Junlei waved his hand and refused. These were divine weapons. They were not qualified to use them. Instructor Wang, I said this is a gift. Specially built for you guys. And I'm not giving it to you guys for nothing. You're going to use these weapons to destroy the beast tide. Sumu said. Destroy the beast tide? Wang Junlei was shocked, not believing that these dozens of weapons could destroy the tens of millions of beast tide. Classmate Su, it's not that I don't believe you. The beast tide is tens of millions. Just one revolver can destroy the demonic beasts? How come I don't believe you so much? Yang Tian held his own revolver and said, Old Wang, watch and see just how powerful this revolver is. Saying that, Yang Tian found an open place and directly began to demonstrate the revolver's skills. God's shadow appeared. Stormy dark clouds appeared above his head. Without firing a shot, a place would suffer from a lightning storm attack. The killing range was extremely large. Wang Junlei incredibly looked at the weapon's power, and was stunned speechless for a moment. Instructor Wang, the weapon needs a person with the thunder attribute to be able to catalyze it, so I'll let you hand over some people to come and let them receive the weapon, and the weapon will be yours after it drips blood and recognizes its owner. Consider it as a gift to you. Sumu smiled. You've seen the power of the weapon. It might still be a bit weak against 10 million demonic beasts, but we can use the thunderstorms overhead to strengthen the power of the weapon and utilize the power of nature to directly destroy all the demonic beasts. Sumu looked at the thunderstorm above his head, the lightning raged, and the light curtain kept being electrified. The myth attribute was something that could be utilized in mutual integration with heaven and earth, allowing the power to increase greatly. Good. Wang Junlei immediately urgently summoned countless thunder attribute soldiers. Then he issued dozens of weapons to them one by one, and Yang Tian would teach them how to use them. Holy shit, myth attribute weapons, I've never seen them in my life. Where did the instructor get them? This will all be ours from now on? Boy. Dropping blood to recognize the owner. I'll have a divine weapon from now on as well? It's actually a divine weapon. Our weaponry has directly surpassed the foreigners. Let's see how those foreigners can compete with us in the future. The soldiers were very shocked as they looked at the revolvers in their hands. These weapons could be real divine weapons. The mythological attributes enhancement made their combat ability increase by an unknown number of times. Everyone listen up. These weapons are gifted to us by Mr. Sumu, but they're not given to us for nothing. We're going to use these weapons to exterminate the beast tide. Do you have any confidence? Wang Junlei stood in front of the soldiers and shouted. Yes. The soldiers' eyes were glowing with golden light. Just kidding. This is a divine weapon. People can kill people. Buddha can kill Buddha. What's so scary about a mere beast tide? The soldiers came to the outside of the light curtain, and Yang Tian led them to guide the heavenly thunder. The soldiers activated their revolvers, and the dense storms merged together. and the naturally formed heavenly thunder overhead was wrapped inside. In the sky, the shadow of the thunder god manifested once more. Unlike last time, the thunder god's shadow was incomparably huge, with wings that covered the sky and a pair of pupils that were razor-sharp. The thunder god was entangled in lightning and nuisance. Whoa ka, it's actually another god. This should be the thunder god. The soldiers below looked up to the sky in shock. The reminder of the thunder god's silhouette was much smaller than the previous one. Only those in this area could see it, but it was big enough to be oppressive. This scene was seen by the war correspondent. The appearance of the thunder god's figure above his head made it really unbelievable. The live broadcast of the earthly path of the scene is unbelievable. How did one just go away and another silhouette came out? Which one is that god again? How come there are still wings? Everyone listen to my order. Fire your guns towards the place where the beast tide combines. Yang Tian ordered from inside the crowd. Yes. In the next second, dozens of revolver weapons were all aimed at the beast tide. They fired in unison, and the heavenly thunder in the sky seemed to be guided by something, as countless thunderbolts fell from the sky and exploded inside the beast tide. The diameter of each thunderbolt was at least 10 meters thick, and the thunderbolts tore inside the tide of beasts, exploding the demonic beasts with wailing and strange screams. Thunderclap. This word was the most appropriate to describe the current scene. The light of the thunder and lightning was incomparably dazzling, and the glare hurt people's eyes. Those who were prepared put on their sunglasses and enjoyed the scene. Sumu had prepared his sunglasses early and sat at the head of the city, enjoying his masterpiece, but the people watching the live broadcast were not so lucky. They were stimulated by the glare of the thunder and lightning and couldn't open their eyes, making it difficult to see clearly what was happening. The war correspondents were also all lying on the ground in fear, not daring to look up for fear that the lightning would strike them. Chapter 22 Heroes. Sumu remotely observed whether the quantum generator had been affected by anything because of the lightning. Some of the lightning also hit the light curtain. Sumu clearly saw that the shield value dropped by 2 million in an instant. The total value was at 100 million, which could hold up. His conclusion wasn't wrong. The shield value produced by a level 5 quantum generator was able to carry the lightning triggered by a level 1 revolver, and the $2 million of damage would only take a few seconds to recover. Sumu enjoyed the thrill of slaughter in this instant. He only needed to create a weapon that was able to inflict such a large amount of killing power. It was as if he himself was the god of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the demonic beasts. The heavenly thunder churned and raged mercilessly on the ground. The dazzling light of the lightning made it impossible to see the real scene, and those watching the live broadcast cursed. Those soldiers who were guiding the lightning were in a very soothing mood. Watching the lightning slaughtering the demonic beasts, they couldn't say how refreshing it was in their hearts. In the past, when there was a beast tide, basically the human metropolis suffered heavy losses, and a large portion of the population would also disappear. Now, with the divine weapon, those demonic beasts had become livestock to be slaughtered, and by invoking the heavenly thunder, they were able to wipe them out. What shocked them the most was that those thunderbolts were actually unable to have any effect on the light curtain. Thinking that the powerful force of the lightning would tear a hole in the light curtain, they tried their best to guide the lightning not to attack the light curtain. However, there were inevitably fish in the net, and some lightning struck the light curtain, but the expected opening did not appear, and nothing happened to the light curtain. Seeing this scene, the soldiers began to guide the lightning without fear, maximizing the energy of the lightning. After the heavenly thunder swept across for a while, all those densely packed demonic beasts became a burnt paste of flesh. The previously terrifying and ferocious demonic beasts became roasted meat, and at a glance one couldn't see any of the demonic beasts still able to stand up. The soldiers who used weapons gained huge experience values. Some of them rose more than 10 levels. Yang Tian's level rose from 43 to 51. The demonic beasts were all in the mid-30s on average. High-level harvesting low-level demonic beasts could only gain a very small amount of experience. This was the experience limitation. Only by killing powerful demonic beasts could one gain a large amount of experience. But that was it. Yang Tian had also risen 8 levels in a row. There was also Sumu, who also enjoyed the thrill of the massive experience bonus. Some of the demonic beasts died because they crashed into the top of the light curtain, which gave Sumu the chance to level up. With the experience infusion, his level directly rose to level 10. Actually, he was still able to go further, but because he hadn't completed the first turn's advancement quest, he couldn't upgrade. He also received a reminder that he needed to complete the quest to be able to continue leveling up. And at this moment, the live broadcast screen was finally not a dazzling piece. Wait until everyone could clearly see the situation outside. There was a huge storm gathering in the sky at the head of the beast tide. Rolling heavenly thunder struck those beast tide creatures, and under the lightning attack, no surviving demonic beasts survived. 10 million demonic beasts directly disappeared into thin air, and the ground was slowly filled with large pits smashed out by the lightning. Some people thought that the imperial capital must have suffered a lot of damage under such a powerful attack. However, what they saw on the screen was the city wall that was unharmed under the light curtain. Outside the light curtain was a mess. Inside the light curtain was unharmed. What it was before was still the same now. Wang Junlei looked at this scene. Right now, the beast tide had finally ended. They had created an unprecedented miracle. The human city was unharmed under the beast tide's attack, and it had also defeated the beast tide's attack without any effort. This was a miracle in the history of mankind. A miracle that had never been created by anyone was realized in their hands. A miracle of a tertiary beast tide that was repelled without a single hand. This battle was destined to be recorded in the history of mankind. From the alarm of the beast tide to the end of the beast tide, it took less than 2 hours in total. Wang Junlei is pinching the time, which means that the troops sent from other places still need an hour to arrive. But the tide of beasts has ended completely. They have achieved the final victory. Wang Junlei was very excited and immediately ordered his men, immediately report the news to the top, and then issue a notice for the citizens to go home. The beast tide has ended. At this moment, Wang Junlei felt like he was living in a dream, and he pinched himself hard. The pain was real. Citizens of the whole city, the beast tide has ended. Everyone go back to their homes and evacuate from inside the underground shelters in an orderly manner. The imperial capital is safe and sound. We have achieved the ultimate victory. On the ground, countless people ran out from inside the underground shelters and looked at the familiar streets and neighborhoods. Nothing had changed in all of this. Other than that curtain of light, the imperial capital was no different from before. Their homes were still there, not destroyed by the beast tide. Family and friends were still there, not torn apart by the demonic beasts. At this moment, everyone cheered and cried tears of joy. Strangers hugged each other, and there was no way for them to calm down their emotions after the calamity. In front of this kind of disaster, being able to survive was the most important thing. Everything else was trivial. Sumu's parents came out from the underground shelter, and they met their son in a public unit. The mother held Sumu in her arms, checking over and over again if he was injured. Sumu's father was giggling happily at the back. It was more important than anything for the family to be reunited and safe together. Mom and Dad, you may not believe me when I say it. It's me who saved the imperial capital, saving tens of millions of humans. Su mother said seriously, what are you babbling about? The ones who saved the city were the soldiers who fought bravely on the front line. They were the ones who were protecting the city and the people. Yang Tian was standing right behind the family of three. He gave a dry smile and gave Sumu's parents a salute. Hello second old man, I am Sumu's future teacher. What Sumu said is all true. This time, the beast tide can be easily solved. It's not the credit of the frontline soldiers. It's Sumu's credit. It's his invention that allowed us to achieve victory without going online. Sumu's parents froze. Being in the security and confidentiality regulations, we are not authorized to reveal to you exactly what happened, nor can we tell you exactly what Sumu did. There's also no way for him to stand on the stage and enjoy the use of thousands of people. But none of this can change the fact that Sumu is a hero who saved tens of millions of common people in the imperial capital with his own strength. Sumu's parents were shocked and hesitant to speak. They could not imagine that their son would actually have such power to save the imperial capital and eliminate the beast tide. Chapter 23, Fewer people, more resources. My son is the hero who saved the city. Su's mother was so excited that she was in tears. Under the sky, anyone would want their son to become successful. Expecting their son to become a dragon is the wish of most parents. Wang Junlei went forward to shake their hands. Both of you, thank you for cultivating such a genius for the country. I thank you on behalf of the country. Then Wang Junlei took out a card, which was given to him by Elder Xia, who couldn't come over personally due to his busy schedule, and asked him to pass it to Sumu or his family as a reward. This is the reward from the state to Sumu. There are 20 million gold coins in it. Because of the special nature of confidentiality, the reward cannot be awarded in public. It can only be given to you privately. Please don't be offended. He took out another contract information. In addition, the above also gives the Su family a set of real estate, located in Dragon Head Mountain, an upscale area of the imperial capital. I hope that the Su family will accept this set of real estate. This is also a reward from the state to you. Su father and Su mother people were dumbfounded. The expensive reward made them slow to react. Yang Tian also walked forward at this moment and affectionately shook the hands of the two old men. Elder 2, I am Yang Tian, the chief instructor of the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Sumu is very much in line with our country's talent incentive policy, and our school has decided to specially enroll Sumu into the Imperial Capital University. The successive surprises made Su mother a little dizzy, and the whole person was about to faint with excitement. The two simply did not dare to pick up the card and real estate contract handed over by Wang Junlei. The two worked hard for their entire lives. They probably could not even earn a fraction of this house, which was the Dragon Head Mountain in the imperial capital where every inch of land is gold, and every square meter was sold for as much as 100,000 silver coins, and the state arranged a villa for them, with an area of 500 square meters, and the purchasing power of gold coins in this era is very strong. There are few people in the world with many resources. 1 gold coin can be compared to 100 in Sumu's last life. 1 gold coin is also equivalent to 100 silver coins. Counting 2,000 is equivalent to 2 billion in his previous life. Such a large sum of money. Father Su and Sumu didn't dare to take it. Instead, Sumu took the gold coins and the real estate deed and handed it over to his parents. Mom and Dad, just take it. Move over if you want to. Rent it out if you don't want to. And by the way, quit your current job and retire early. This is all earned by me. It's definitely the regular way. Sumu replied dryly. He didn't think that these rewards shouldn't be taken. On the contrary, these were what he deserved. These rewards could all be exchanged back by utilizing his professional talent. God rewarded him. After Sumu took over the rewards, Wang Junlei and Yang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. If Sumu was willing to accept it, their mission would be accomplished. If Sumu refused to take it, they really wouldn't be able to deliver. Classmate Su, our Qilin battalion is having a celebration banquet. You also come over and have a drink. It's kind of like treating you to a meal. You gave us so many weapons. It's also just the right time to say thank you. Have you ever eaten rhinoceros meat? That really smells good. It's guaranteed to make your mouth water. The group of soldiers under my hands already know that it was your technology that saved the empire. And they said that they want to personally thank you for everything, especially those with weapons, and have to give you a toast. By the way, under my hand but there is also a group of female soldiers, oh, all women, one more than a beautiful. The body is also hot. At the same time, dozens of miles away from the imperial capital, an army was advancing towards the imperial capital with all its might. These people added up to almost 50,000, but they were much worse in terms of speed. The people in the front were riding griffins, and there were people driving military vehicles in the old distance. The man at the head sat on a griffin, his body shaped like an ox, his face dark, and he shouted to the people at the back against the yellow sand. Comrades, work harder, we're almost at the imperial capital. The brothers in the imperial capital are fighting a bloody battle. We can't afford to delay. Arriving a minute earlier will save countless brothers on the front line. The burly man's name was Shi Chang, the head of the army in the capital region, and he had received orders to lead his troops to support the front line. The speed of the griffins was far faster than military vehicles. The army riding the griffins was almost 5,000 people at the front of the group. They were at a hasty marching speed. The large army at the back arrived later. The griffins were able to increase their speed of movement by 10%. So the soldiers riding the griffins were the elite of the troops, aiming to be the first to rush to the battlefield. Wang Junlei and Shi Chang were comrades who graduated from the same class, and both had served in the same unit. Shi Chang was trying to give his old comrade a surprise, and he hurriedly marched 20 minutes faster than the scheduled speed. After running for a few miles, they could already see the shadow of the city. Shi Chang's strength was at the 4th turn 80 level, and he was very powerful in terms of vision, able to see things a kilometer away. Seeing the shadow of the city from the horizon, Shi Chang's heart rejoiced. The city walls were still there, which meant that they hadn't received an attack from the beast wave yet. But what made Shi Chang feel puzzled was why there was a 7-colored curtain of light above the city. What on earth was that? Could it be that his eyes were blurred? As the flight drew closer, the others behind him saw the 7-colored curtain of light. They all thought it was the imperial capital's new city protection formation or something like that. But this battle method they had never heard of before, and it looked very fragile. It was estimated that a random shot could penetrate it. Weak as it was, by the time Shi Chang's army arrived in the sky above the imperial capital, a shocking scene appeared. Where was the beast tide? How come it was gone? How could the promised level 3 beast tide not even see the shadow of a demonic beast? What happened? Is it possible that he was drunk? Shi Chang did not believe in evil and flew around the city wall, not to mention any demonic beasts. Not even the hair of a demonic beast was seen. There were just some big craters that were hit by some anti-personnel weapons. They wanted to enter the city, but again, they found that this shield seemed to block their entry. No matter how much they squeezed and deformed it, this light screen just didn't change in any way. Shi Chang was going to be furious. He was a reinforcement. Who would block the reinforcements outside? Shi Chang was very anxious. The above clearly gave him an order for him to support, but now there was no one in sight. Could it be that the above was lying to him? This is impossible. Who would make such a worthless joke? Inside the city, the Qilin battalion, which was having a celebration banquet, noticed Shi Chang's army in the sky. Wang Junlei saw the leader Shi Chang at first glance and cheerfully said, "Old Shi, You're here, come down quickly. Call your troops and let's have a good drink. Let's get drunk tonight. There's definitely enough meat and wine. Shi Chang was about to be pissed off. He didn't travel hundreds of miles to come over for support, and he was still marching in a hurry, almost running the griffins to death. And you're telling me that you're here to drink and eat meat? Chapter 24, What happened? Sumu. They are all support troops. Let them all in. Wang Junlei gave Sumu a greeting. Sumu nodded his head in agreement. He had already moved the quantum generator inside the barracks. Although the beast tide had ended, he hadn't lifted the light curtain. Anyway, it lasted for a whole year. So in order to prevent anything from happening later, Sumu simply left it on. The current him had already established a neural link with the quantum generator, which was a characteristic belonging to the mythic weapon, and only needed a thought to be able to switch on and off or pass through the authority at will. Sumu himself couldn't even fathom how this was possible. Some kind of unknown power. Shi Chang's troops entered the city, and they were very curious as they traversed that light curtain. The length of the light curtain was no more than a centimeter, but it was this centimeter that they couldn't break through no matter what. They had just tried for a long time, and all kinds of weapon skills were used, but the light curtain was impassive and would even bounce back the skills, nearly injuring them by mistake when it came to it. Shi Chang entered the light screen in his griffin, and when he was less than 50 meters from the ground, he jumped directly off the top of the griffin. The sound of the landing was extremely loud with a boom, and as a super powerhouse close to the fourth turn, and with an occupation related to warriors, it would not be too much to say that his physical quality was now superhuman. Landing from 100 meters in the air, he did not suffer any damage. As soon as Shi Chang came down, he came to Wang Junlai's face with a furious air of questioning. Surname Wang, what's going on here? If you don't give me an explanation, I'm not done with you. Shi Chang turned angry at Wang Junlei while sizing up his Qilin battalion, realizing that not a single soldier was injured. Off the mark, there was no beast tide, not even a single injured soldier. Could it be that there was no beast tide, or Wang Junlai's Qilin battalion was too powerful? Old Shi, sit. You're still so hot-tempered. The beast tide ended long ago, a few minutes ago. We notified the troops in other places so that they don't have to rush over, but the only thing we didn't give you was the fact that we wanted to meet you after so many years, so we didn't inform you. Come, drink. Wang Junlei filled a glass of wine for Shi Chang, not answering Shi Chang's question positively in the slightest. Hurry up and get lost. I don't have time to drink. I'm asking you, how did the beast tide disappear, and what happened to that shield outside the city? Wang Junlei smiled mysteriously. This is a military secret. I'm not authorized to disclose it. At night, Shi Chang returned to his troops' quarters, and he tossed and turned inside his tent, unable to sleep. Shi Chang's mind was full of things about the beast tide. The more he encountered things he didn't understand, the more he wanted to know, and he couldn't sleep without knowing. It was a pity that Wang Junlei refused to reveal a single word. No matter how much he said, he just refused to reveal a single word. At the moment, his mind was full of question marks. What exactly had happened in the imperial capital? Shi Chang was not ignorant of everything. The current matter of data passing through without injury had the highest level of heat on the internet. As soon as you open your cell phone, you can see it. Many experts and professors in the country were analyzing the reasons why the imperial capital was able to deal with the successful beast tide so quickly. One of the biggest topics was whether or not the imperial capital was blessed by the gods. Legend had it that if a saint appeared in a certain place, then the saint of that place would shelter the local area. Where there was a saint, whatever natural or man-made disaster occurred in that area, the gods would help the people through it in the underworld. And the imperial capital currently, whether it's the mysterious shield or the heavenly thunder outside, it doesn't look like a human's handiwork in any way. Only the gods can do these things. Still, some people who could see the clues analyzed it, and by observing it from the sky through the plane, one could see that there was a singularity present in the center of the shield. Moreover, before the heavenly thunder fell, there was a cloud that appeared below, gradually fusing with the dark clouds in the sky to complete the fusion. Some people thought that the country had activated a meteorological weapon to solve this beast tide. People on the internet expressed their own views and argued endlessly. Shi Chang believed more in the latter, not believing in the existence of any gods. If there really is a god in the world, the demonic beasts would have died out long ago, and still wait until now to show up? He tossed and turned, never able to sleep. As soon as he thought about what Wang Junlei had said under his breath, his teeth itched with anger. He also simply stopped sleeping and directly traveled to the imperial capital's military department. As soon as he arrived at the military department, he found that the top had organized an investigation team, ready to investigate the original face of some things, to find out how all those outrageous things happened. If there really was a god in the world, then the entire world would have changed in no small way. Sure Chang found out that the leader of the investigation team was his top boss, so he had the cheek to join inside the investigation team as well. Coming to the investigation team and following the leader over, he thought that Wang Junlei could not fail to tell himself this time. Sumu got up early in the morning, and the first thing he did was to look at his upgrade task. He had already reached level 10 and needed to pass the quest to be able to continue upwards. Opening the panel of the quest was displayed in his mind. Get transfer quest. Pharmacy. Successfully complete the quest to be able to transfer successfully. Quest 1 of 4. Finding materials. There were 4 quests in total, and all of these materials were very easy to find. He was also too lazy to go to the mountains to get them, and directly took his previous money card and spent money to buy them. The first 2 quests were very easy and could be solved by spending money, but to the third task was a bit difficult. The third task was to hand over each of the 2 things previously researched to the state. He found Xia Dai, and now the school had already recovered just enough for students and teachers to restart classes. Mr. Xia Dai was very surprised to see Sumu, because she knew some secret stories that the biggest contributor to this beast tide was Sumu. Sumu, why are you free to come to school? Aren't you staying inside the lab? Teacher Xia, I've reached the first turn quest stage. I need to complete 4 quests. I've completed 2 now, and I need your help for the third one. Xia Dai was pleasantly surprised. You're already level 10 so soon? You have to know that the other student's highest level is only 3. How did you upgrade so fast? Sumu touched his nose. How can I say it? Because of some special reasons, the upgrade is faster. Sumu didn't know if Xia Ran knew that the demonic beasts were killed cleanly by himself, so he didn't explicitly say so. Xia Dai smiled mysteriously. She was clear in her heart. Because of the beast tide, that's why Sumu's level rose so fast. But since Sumu didn't say it, she didn't mention it. It's like this. Is there anything Sumu's classmate needs my help with? You know, I'm also going to serve in the Imperial Military Academy soon, so we might come into contact with each other even more at that time. Saying that, Xia Dai's face turned a little red. Chapter 25, Surrendering to the State. Sumu looked like he didn't hear what Xia Dai said later, and said to himself, Teacher, I have transfer tasks, and one of them is to make something, and then Teacher Xia will help me turn it over to the country. Because it was Xia Dai who helped him communicate and contact Xia Lao, and only later did he have his current self. So as soon as he thought of contacting the country, Sumu thought of Xia Dai at the first moment. What is it? Xia Dai curiously said. Immediately after, Sumu took out a revolver and a quantum generator. The quantum generator was the one from before, which was now handed over to the country, and the revolver was his own. He would have time to build another one out later. In the afternoon, Sumu received the mission completion message. Completion of the third mission. The first transfer is open. You can view the new technology. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. Every time a transfer mission was completed, it would unlock a new skill, or a new recipe drawing or something like that. Only the specific recipe could not be seen, only the name. Sumu opened the occupation panel, and was able to see that his occupation had added another recipe, potions, and also saw 2 recipes that were about to be unlocked. Red potion, restore blood. Blue potion, restore energy. This was the basic recipe for potionology. Final stage quest released. Go to the secret realm of Shadow Mountain and defeat the boss Tyrannical Monkey King. Sumu had a puzzled look on his face. The last quest is actually defeating the boss. And also, how come I haven't heard of this secret realm? Go ask Teacher Xia. Teacher Xia, where is the Shadow Mountain secret realm? The last of the transfer quests needs to go to this place. Sumu came to the school. Shadow Mountain secret realm? Xia Dai pondered for a while and shook her head. She had never heard of this secret realm after so many years in the imperial capital. I'll give Grandpa a call. He might know. Saying that, Xia Dai was ready to take out her cell phone. Wait, the transfer system gave me a prompt. Sumu stopped Xia Dai and read out the prompt. Shadow Mountain secret realm. A high difficulty copy that requires a minimum of 10 people to enter. Copy location, a valley 300 miles away from the imperial capital. Xia Dai was very dismayed. It's actually in the vicinity of the imperial capital? Then how come I haven't heard of this secret realm? Then there's only one possibility. This secret realm was just born. After the world merged with the game, the secret realm didn't arise out of thin air, but appeared from inside the spacetime cracks. Those cracks seemed to connect to another world, and some of those cracks became the entrance to the secret realm. 30 years had passed since the last time the secret realm had appeared on a large scale, and there was no telling how long the next time would be. Wait a minute. Xia Dai suddenly thought of something. Why did the location of this secret realm sound so familiar? She thought back carefully. Wasn't this the place where the beast tide hit and appeared? She had previously asked her grandfather what the origin of the beast tide was, and the answer she received was that a new spacetime rift had appeared. and the current location of this secret realm was roughly the same as the location where the beast tide appeared before. It could be imagined that there must be some connection between the two. Moreover, this secret realm required 10 people to go in together, and there were few other secret realms with such difficulty. At this moment, a group of people wearing military uniforms came into the city. The person at the head looked like an old general who had experienced the baptism of war. He was a general around the imperial capital named Fangjin. He was responsible for the defense of the imperial capital and was also the leader of this investigation team. Shi Chang's top boss. His action this time was very secretive, as the top was in a strange atmosphere of silence over this matter, and everyone didn't say anything about the original cause of this matter, especially Elder Xia, with a smirk on his face, told him, "If you want to know the truth, go investigate it yourself. We won't say anything." This made Fangjin very puzzled. What was there that he couldn't know? Since Elder Xia had opened his mouth and asked him to investigate on his own, he formed his own investigation team and began to investigate on all fronts. Fangjin began to lay out his tasks. "Listen to me." Everyone split into multiple groups to investigate the truth of the matter, but Shi Chang interrupted him. "Old leader, no need to be so troublesome. I know someone who definitely knows the truth of this matter." "Who?" "Wang Junlei." Fangjin pondered for a moment, then nodded his head in agreement. "Alright then, go directly to him." He originally liked to solve things in a dry manner. If he really had to visit and research, then it would be very troublesome, and it was likely that he wouldn't get anything out of it. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wang Junlei's barracks. In the temporary office space, Wang Junlei was typing something on the computer. Suddenly, the tent was lifted, and inside the temporary office came in the investigation team, who came to investigate on behalf of the country. Wang Junlei stopped typing. Fangjin flashed his credentials and said with a straight face, "Captain Wang, to take up some of your time, we're going to investigate something about the beast tide." Wang Junlei suddenly laughed. "I had written materials for this matter and was ready to hand it over. Then since you guys are here, I won't write any materials. Let's get right to it. It's such a pain in the ass to write materials." Shi Chang was very excited at the side. This old boy was finally willing to open his mouth. Fangjin took the lead and sat down. "It seems that Shi Chang was right. You do know the truth of the matter. First question, was it God who helped you get through the beast tide crisis?" Wang Junlei looked at him with an odd face, then laughed out loud. "You guys are thinking too much. If God was able to help me, I would have already solved the demonic beasts all over the world." Fangjin was a bit lost and looked up to continue his inquiry. "Then what did you guys rely on to solve the beast tide?" Wang Junlei smiled mysteriously. "Although God did not explicitly help us, God guided us." Everyone's eyes lit up when these words came out, and the investigation team pricked up their ears to listen, refusing to let go of a single detail. "You guys didn't come here to investigate why the beast tide disappeared. This is simple. It's not impossible to tell you, but you must sign the absolute secrecy ordinance. Once you violate it, you will directly die a violent death." Wang Junlei said and took out a secrecy regulation from inside the drawer and placed it on the table, saying it was an ordinance. It was actually a contract. Both parties needed to use their own essence blood to sign the agreement, and unless they were given permission, they could not disclose any details in their lifetime. Otherwise, they would suffer a curse, or heavenly punishment, and if they couldn't resist, their form would be destroyed. "The information in here is top secret?" The investigation team saw Wang Junlei's name on top of a deed. "What did you think?" "Let me tell you, the person who signed the deed is not just me. Even above." Wang Junlei had a mysterious face and pointed to the sky. By this point, Fangjin finally understood why the above was silent about this matter. It turned out to be such a thing. Chapter 26. Can you let me meet him? Because the existence of the contract prevented them from revealing it to outsiders at will. That's why Elder Xia gave them the word to investigate on their own. Realizing the importance of this matter, the few people from the investigation team didn't hesitate and wrote down their names on the deed before making a cut on their fingertips and dropping it on top of the deed. They were all senior cadres of the country, loyal to a fault, and were not afraid of such a deed. "Alright, now you can give us your word." Wang Junlei put away all these deeds and said to a few people, "I'll show you something, and you'll know what happened." Wang Junlei left the tent, and the investigation team followed him. They arrived at a barracks, which was surrounded by hundreds of soldiers guarding something important. As soon as they entered the storehouse, the temperature inside instantly lowered a lot. The outside temperature was too high, and it was feared that it would affect the materials of the weapons. Only a room temperature that wasn't too high or too low could maintain the durability of the weapons. After all, what was placed inside was a divine weapon, and no sloppiness was allowed. Although these divine weapons already had an owner, they still surrendered the weapons in unison and distributed them when needed. Otherwise, they were afraid that something would change if they were put into the hands of individuals. Wang Junlei led the way in front, and Shi Chang followed behind with a small expression on his face. Little fellow, I knew you must be hiding some treasure. The few people walked deeper and opened a very safe box, which stored revolvers. Fang Zhen subconsciously frowned when he saw these weapons. What? Is this what you want to show us? Revolvers? Shi Chang said in dissatisfaction. Are you playing us for fools? What's there to see in just a broken revolver? Old me has seen plenty of them. The rest of the investigation team also looked at Wang Junlei questioningly, to ask what guns the soldiers had not seen. It was really nothing. Wang Junlei sneered. Broken revolver? Look for yourself. Is this revolver broken? Fang Zhen walked forward and picked up a revolver to examine it carefully. Wang Junlei just stood still, his mouth showing a smile as he waited for their reaction. This. Fang Zhen's face changed, an old face looking incredulously at the revolver in his hand. He began to hold it carefully, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Puzzled, Shi Chang also picked up a revolver and looked at it. Crap, mythical attribute. Is this a divine weapon? Wang Junlei opened his mouth at this moment. All see, this isn't an ordinary revolver. It's a mythic level revolver. Have you guys ever seen a weapon of this level in your lives? I'm afraid not. At most I've seen the legendary ones. I can't even touch the mythical weapons. Fang Zhen hurriedly inquired. How is this revolver different from the ordinary ones? How is the power? Power? Wang Junlei ordered his subordinates to carry the computer over. He clicked on a video inside the computer, and everyone's heads gathered around it. Within the image of the video, a group of people stood together with rolling dark clouds gathering above their heads. In the next second, countless thunderbolts appeared from within the dark clouds, striking inside the group of demonic beasts. The sound of thunder made a loud noise that shook people's heads. Unbelievable. Really? I know. Isn't that how demonic beasts are wiped out? Shi Chang said excitedly, as he saw the lightning strike from inside the live TV broadcast, emitting a dazzling light. Wang Junlei nodded his head. Not bad. This beast tide is how Sumu created the mythical revolver to completely wipe out the beast tide. Fang Zhen stroked those mythic weapons. The shock in his eyes overflowed. He understood that if this thing was mass-produced, then how big a change it would bring to the country. Wait a minute. What did Wang Junlei just say? Someone had built it. Sumu? Wang Junlei, what did you just say? This weapon was artificially created. Fang Zhen was shocked. It wasn't dropped inside the secret copy? Wang Junlei laughed. What high-level subplot could drop this thing? I guarantee that I'll brush it without stopping for 24 hours a day. Of course this thing is artificially created. Fang Zhen became more and more agitated. Who made it? Is it that Sumu you mentioned? That's right. Who is he? How come I haven't heard of him? I know all the top engineers in the country. How come I don't know such a person? Where is that engineer? Can I meet him? Wang Junlei smiled faintly. What top engineers are all trash in front of him? He's a student from an ordinary middle school who's currently doing a transfer mission. Fang Zhen's eyes were about to fall out in shock. He felt like his three senses were shattered. What? He's still just a student. Wang Junlei spoke again. Don't you guys want to know how that shield that enveloped the entire imperial capital appeared? Fang Zhen froze and thought carefully. It seemed like yes. Without that shield, how could the imperial capital be intact? That monstrous lightning was able to destroy the beast tide. It was equally able to destroy the imperial capital. Wang Junlei faintly said. That shield was also from his handiwork. Fang Zhen froze in place, already too shocked to speak. He didn't even know how to express his inner shock, and didn't return to his senses for a long time. The investigation team behind him knew the truth and all froze in place just like Fang Zhen. To be able to create such a divine artifact was already outrageous enough. How much energy? How many valuable materials did it take? That middle school student called Sumu must have had the luck to awaken the design drawings of the revolver. Just such a drawing, if it was handed over to the state, it would be enough to make him famous and gain unrivaled prestige. If in researching a citywide defense shield, then he could truly be crowned a god. No wonder he had to sign the contract when he knew the truth. Such a heavenly genius should be protected. Otherwise, if the enemy knew about it, accidents would inevitably occur. That thing that appeared as a shield, can I take a look at it? Fang Zhen's voice was trembling as he spoke, and the investigative team looked at Wang Junlei with bated breath. Everyone present was aware of the fact that no matter what kind of machinery it was, it needed to consume energy. Energy consumption was what possessed the shield. The more it consumed, the smaller the shield's defense ability. But with such a large energy consumption, how was it possible to defend against a single strike of lightning from a beast tide? Unfortunately, we don't have any extra quantum generators. That thing has already been turned in. However, he should be building another quantum generator out right now. If you guys go over there now, you might even be able to meet him who is working on it. Wang Junlei laughed. Fang Zhen was pleasantly surprised. Really? Then hurry up and take us to meet him. Chapter 27, Meeting Sumu. The crowd arrived at the door of the laboratory. Wang Junlei knocked carefully outside. Mr. Su, are you busy right now? An investigation team came from above and wants to see you. Fangjin waved his hand. If he's busy, then we'll wait outside for a while. It's not in the way. Fangjin's attitude was quite polite, not leaning on his old man at all, but after waiting for a long time, just could not see any sound coming from inside, nor did he hear any movement inside. Wang Junlei was very surprised. As far as he knew, Sumu wasn't the kind of person who was high and cold and wouldn't say nothing. Even if he didn't want to accept the conversation, he would still notify, not so much as to not say a word and leave them all hanging outside. Suddenly, the door to the lab opened. Sumu was puzzled. Didn't I say to let you guys in? Why are you standing at the door? F***CK. Wang Junlei just remembered that the lab was soundproof. Sumu couldn't even hear what the people outside were saying inside, and they didn't want to hear what Sumu was saying either. Several people entered the lab. Yang Tian accompanied Sumu. However, their attention wasn't on the people, and at a glance, they saw the round object that Sumu had placed on the test bench. Sumu returned to his working position and loaded the last hardware on top of the round ball. After a burst of operation, Sumu let out a sigh of relief. It's finally done. It's true. Every replication of the previous work is much faster than the first time. Last time, the quantum generator took half a day. This time it took less than 3 hours to complete. After Sumu finished everything, Fong Hate smiled and walked up, taking the initiative to extend his hand. Hello Su student, I'm Xia Lieutenant General Fangjun. Nice to meet you. What a talent. I heard that you are the one who got the most credit for solving this beast tide. Heroes come out of the youth. Can you show us this quantum generator of yours? Until the end, Fangjun said what he wanted to say in his heart. He just wanted to come and take a look at the artifact. The rest was all polite words. Sumu was a bit puzzled. Didn't the country know about his research? Why did they send someone over now? Didn't Xia Lao give them a word? Forget it, ask again later. Now first to solve the matter at hand. Now that the country's investigation team had approached him, he had to be received well. Sumu nodded. Yes, you guys can see it, but don't turn it on. Fangjin nodded, and then carefully observed the object, which was half a person high and weighed a fair amount, but it was difficult for one person to lift it. Immediately after looking at the data attributes, Fangjin sat down on his butt in shock, his face filled with incredulity, his mouth constantly chanting, how is this possible? Wang Junlei looked at him in this manner and revealed an anti-smile. As expected, as long as it was the weaponry that Sumu had put out, no matter who saw it, they would be flaxed to bring it with them. Fangjin sat on the ground and sucked in a breath of cold air. Terrifying attributes. This attribute is also too outrageous. Don't even know how to describe it. Fangjin's 3 views were shattered. Exhausting all the words in his mind could not allow him to describe what he saw and heard. What was in front of him was too shocking to describe. Mr. Su, are you able to familiarize yourself with the manufacturing of these 2 props? If you are provided with sufficient materials, can you guarantee the success rate and make sure that every time you produce something, it will be at the mythic level? Fangjin carefully inquired. He was afraid that he would hear an uncertain answer. He was very afraid that Sumu would give him a reply that it wouldn't be successful every time. It was just luck. But even if that was the case, Sumu was still a national treasure. The value was even more unrivaled. But all 10 people wanted to see the most perfect side. Sumu didn't answer. Instead Yang Tian answered the question for him. Student Sumu was very powerful. It's impossible for a mythical weapon to be created using luck. So far, every single one of his builds has been very successful. None of them have failed. And as long as the item is created by him, it will only be of mythic attributes, not ordinary attributes. This is his professional talent. The investigation team immediately froze in place for a long time and couldn't come back to their senses. All of the items that were built were of mythic attributes. The heavens had fed the rice into their mouths. And what was fed was still mountain ginseng and sea flavor. Not a crude meal. It was as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get rich and famous. Fangjin was trembling, and if it wasn't for the crowd, he would have knelt down to Sumu. He knew that he could no longer waste his time here, and immediately said to his fellow officers, I'm going to go back to report this immediately and tell the top levels of the country about it. Fangjin looked at Sumu again. Mr. Su, I believe that the country will definitely not treat you poorly. You'll be tilted with more resources, and you'll get more protection. A genius like you is highly valued by the state. The degree of importance and even higher than the state leaders. The investigation team consisting of 10 people had people from many departments. They weren't just from the military. People from other departments also had people involved, such as people from the education department, security department, and the professional league department. Right now, They all had one thought in mind, and that was to immediately report it to the departmental leaders. The investigating team greeted and wanted to leave in a hurry, but Yang Tian suddenly spoke out. Everyone, just now. Sumu's classmate told me that he's facing a difficulty right now and may need your help. Sumu has reached the time of his transfer quests, and one of the quests is to enter the Shadow Mountain secret realm and take out the boss tyrannical Monkey King inside. Fang Jin asked, "Is the secret realm very difficult?" Yang Tian responded, "It's very big. It requires at least 10 people to enter. Actually, according to the past, we picked 9 strong people from within the army to accompany Sumu and went in. But this time is different. This copy is one of the origins of the Beast Tide, which suddenly appeared because of the space-time rift. This secret realm, we are very unclear about the situation inside. We don't know the environment of the secret realm, the mechanism, or how the boss should go about defeating it. So, for the sake of insurance and for the sake of Sumu's safety, we need your country's people to pick some elites out and follow him in. It's fine if you complete the mission or not. The most important thing is to protect Sumu's personal safety. In this world, the attributes of ordinary class professions and combat class professions were simply not on the same level. Entering the copy, the first task they completed was to properly protect Sumu, and while protecting Sumu, they also had to beware of the demonic beasts inside. They had no right to mobilize the experts inside the army, and could only let the people sent by the state to mobilize them. Fang Jin thought for a while, then nodded heavily. You guys are right. Tomorrow we will send a group of people to assist over the mission. Chapter 28, Silence in the Conference Room. The investigation team didn't stay long before they left, returning inside their respective departments that night. Xia family compound. Elder Xia received the report presented from below and unconsciously nodded. It's time to publicize this matter. Not long after, a large meeting was organized by the country's top management, and this time, all the current top brass in the country showed up in the meeting. An hour later, the imperial capital's highest conference room. It was filled with bigwigs from all sides. The military, various departments, and the top leaders of the summer country would also be present. Apart from some of the top brass, there were still quite a few who didn't know what had happened. They had received notice that they had investigated the truth about the rapid disappearance of the Beast Tide, and one by one, they were sitting upright, waiting for the meeting to begin. The entirety of the investigation team participated in this meeting, and it wasn't just the official personnel. Even some of the major forces from the private sector were present at the meeting. On one side was the imperial capital's professionals family, and on the other side was the professionals alliance. These three forces were intricate and complicated, with thousands of relationships, and even some of the official personnel were the sons and daughters of the families. Many of them had notable positions within the three parties. The people who appeared were all family heads of professional families, representing their respective families to come over to the meeting. In addition to these two forces, there was also a folk force, which was the guilds that were spontaneously organized by the folk. These were scattered cultivator professionals who had formed out a guild whose influence could not be underestimated, and existed in order to fight for the interests of the scattered cultivators. After years of development, it had now become one of the four major powers. For a country, the guilds organized by the professionals themselves were the embodiment of the strength of a country's foundation. The headquarters of the guild was set up in the imperial capital, and they were invited to attend the meeting. The guild had a large number of people involved in a wide range of professions, not just combat professionals, but people from all walks of life were in it. There were a total of over 300 people attending the meeting, and it looked very impressive. In the end, a handful of the Xia kingdom and a handful of the military appeared inside the venue, the two of them followed by Elder Xia. They appeared inside the venue and a loud applause rang out. In fact, in the final analysis, the summer country is still the country's official biggest. The other are all listening to the official leadership command. Xia's hand coordinated everything, leading Xia towards a bright direction. The applause continued until the three sat down, and then the scene quieted down. When they were seated, Xia Lao made a wink towards the staff. The next second a dozen or so staff members walked in outside, all of them holding a contract in their hands, which they distributed to everyone present. Every single person had a confidentiality deed in front of them. I'm sure everyone feels that this meeting has been held very suddenly. Why is such a meeting being held? Truth be told, the importance of this meeting is very high, so high that it concerns the fate as well as the future of our country, so we must be cautious. Also, the contents of this meeting are all top secret as well, requiring everyone to sign a confidentiality contract before we can begin. The first hand finished his speech and signaled for everyone to start signing the contract. The people below looked at me and you, revealing puzzled looks. What in the world is going on? To actually be so vocal, how mysterious is it? On the scene, there was a family head of a family that expressed great dissatisfaction. we can't divulge it. As for signing a confidentiality contract, sitting next to the hand of the military big brother with a stern gaze swept a glance at the head of the family. Cold voice, do not sign, get out. A great pressure immediately appeared on the scene, weighing down those family heads who couldn't catch their breath. The other senior leaders of the country also stared at those family heads with unfavorable expressions. Truth be told, it was really giving them face to actually dare to rebel against the country's orders. It seemed like they needed to be suppressed in the future. A few representatives of the families opened their mouths, but ultimately failed to speak. They were naturally free-spirited and didn't want to follow the rules. However, they didn't expect to be reduced to objects of scorn the moment they opened their mouths. They were completely dumbfounded and understood that if they didn't sign this agreement today, they wouldn't be able to leave the conference room in one piece. Everyone picked up a pen and wrote their names on top of the contract, while dropping another drop of blood on it. Behind the people attending the meeting stood a staff member, whose task was to supervise whether or not these people had written their names. Within a short period of time, the inside of the meeting room was filled with the sound of signatures. After a few minutes, everyone stopped their pens, and the staff behind them verified the signatures to make sure there was no falsification as well as staining their blood. At the end of the day it was put away in unison. With the first procedure taken care of, the supreme leader revealed a smile. Good. We will officially start the meeting next. Then, there was a large screen that appeared in front of the public with a video on it. It began to play in the next second. It showed a dozen soldiers standing in place with a dark cloud above their heads, which was gradually merging with a larger one. Then, the sky thundered, and a bright light suddenly appeared on the screen. Countless thunderbolts all struck inside the beast tide, attacking the ground and the beast tide violently. The people below were very puzzled. They had all seen the video of the lightning striking the beast tide inside the live broadcast. But what the hell was that group of soldiers? Without waiting for them to think more, a second video appeared on the big screen. The second video was even simpler. This video didn't appear inside the live broadcast, like a distant scene captured from a building camera in the old distance. The image was very blurry, but what was happening could still be seen clearly. Only to see, on top of a mountain, there was a blurry figure who was holding something in his hand. The man drummed on the object in his hand, and it wasn't long before a skyrocketing light rose straight up. It then spread out and formed a curtain of light, creating a full-scale shroud over the imperial capital. The appearance of the screen meant that the imperial capital wasn't some place where the gods were sheltering them, nor were the gods helping them through their difficulties. Those props were clearly artificially created. Even though several days had passed, everyone present could not forget the extreme shock that Golden Shield had brought to the people during the beast tide in the imperial capital. That was a true absolute defense, not only able to block the attack of the beast tide, but also able to carry the attack of the heavenly thunder. After the two videos were released, the next step was the specific introduction of the two props: electromagnetic revolver, quantum generator. The moment the properties of both props were exposed, the entire conference room fell into an unspeakable silence. Everyone stared blankly at the data on top of the screen, and everyone felt unbelievable. Every single face froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Chapter 29, Elder Fan's Masterpiece. The representatives of those lineages who had objected earlier saw the screen and their breaths stuttered. Now they finally knew why they had to sign the confidentiality contract. Anything on it was worth signing the contract. Mythical grade props. Didn't it say that the highest is only legendary grade? Does this shield dare to be a little more anticlimactic? $100 million. It can actually recover on its own. It's outrageous. Which master's work is this? He deserves all the credit for this beast tide. Isn't it Master Fan? He's an academician of the Academy of Sciences, a 5-turned columnist in engineering, and many of our country's large-scale projects are led by him. I think it should be him. Master Fan just came out of seclusion. I didn't expect that the first strike would be such a world-shattering super engineering weapon. Don't underestimate engineering. It's the core power to advance the world. Top life professionals are also able to influence the direction of the world. Elder Xia signaled everyone to be quiet. Comrades, be quiet. These two props weren't made by Master Fan. There's someone else. As for this person, I won't say his name because of secrecy, and I'll use the codename Divine Worker instead. Fangzhen had asked one more question before when he left. The discussion afterward would not use his name for the meeting, but rather think of a codename. In the future, if Sumu became famous internationally, it would be impossible for him to appear with his real name and real face. Within the mage lineage, there was an occupational name called Curse Master, and many curses required the correct face and name of the opponent to cast. Most of the masters in China had a codename, and Fangzhen asked Sumu if he had thought of a codename for himself. Sumu directly blurted out, taking the word Divine Worker from Ghost Axe Divine Worker. He was confident enough to be able to stand up to this title. Divine Worker's occupation is a life class. and his talent is that all the items he builds are all mythic grade. When Elder Xia finished speaking, the entire room directly fell silent. The crowd was incomparably shocked. All the items that were created were of mythic level, which could directly affect the rise and fall of a country. But right now, we can only be sure that the weapons and props that were built are mythic grade, and the subsequent medicine profession that he transferred out of is unknown if it's still mythic grade. But just by virtue of the revolver and also the quantum generator, it can be determined that he can replicate those things. Just by preparing the materials for him, the divine worker will be able to produce countless mythic weapons. With these two things, it's enough to rate him as a national treasure level super talent. I suggest that he be classified inside the National Top Talent Training Program. What do you guys think? Raise your hands if you agree. With a swish, everyone present raised their hands without exception. The entire room moved in a neat and tidy manner. Shi Chang looked at these people. Every single one of them raised their hands, which made him feel his scalp go numb. This scene was very shocking. One must know that in the past, meetings were basically split in half, generally agreeing and generally disagreeing, and the winning side only had a slight advantage of a few votes. And now, Shi Chang was very shocked. Actually a rare unanimous vote. To know, only when running for supreme leadership will this scene appear. Looking at the hands raised by the densely packed people in the venue, the three people sitting in the very center were also shocked. For the people of their own forces, it was not strange for them to raise their hands, but for some folk forces, such as guilds, lineages, alliances and so on, they actually all raised their hands to pass as well. In this era, the slots in the highest talent cultivation program were snatched up by all the forces, as resources were prioritized and could only be allocated to the most talented first. However, they were now actually giving the opportunity to an unseen stranger, someone who didn't even know his name. Elder Xia continued to speak. Since the vote is unanimous, the next procedure will begin. Before the formal procedure is passed, how should his treatment level be arranged? The first and foremost thing is the issue of security. This current era was no different from the world Sumu had been in before, with the addition of a demonic beast at most. Under the background of the world's great cultural intermingling, every country has spies and such from other countries, and these people sell out their own countries for money. China has been developing extremely fast in the last decade or so, but it was intercepted and suppressed by a few countries that gamified first, and was targeted in every aspect. Those spies, the first target was the future of Xia, those young people. Sumu was only just level 10 now, and was still a life-class occupation with no life-saving skills. His safety came first. The person from the military proposed, I suggest gathering the most educated people in the country to protect him. A group of the best people should be selected. At least half of the number of people within the military should come out, as well as the alliances, the representatives of the various guilds, and the lineages. If you have any suitable people under your hands who are willing to go and participate in this security work, you can also report them. We must make sure to have at least 100 people come out in the end. These 100 people that the military was talking about were, in a sense, already the top of the nation. The supreme leader and the military leader nodded. This proposal was all right. It was right. Elder Xia continued. The second point is his transfer mission. This point and the previous point actually complement each other. Currently, Divine Worker is in contact with the final part of the quest, and the goal is to kill the boss of a certain high-difficulty secret realm replica, and it has to take 10 people to get in. According to his current level, we'll have to select another 9 people from these 100 to follow him down the copy and through the mission. The military bigwig took over. The issue of practicing leveling, as long as he completes his first turn, he can go to the secret realm to go and upgrade in the back, and it's at some high-experience secret realm to upgrade. The leveling area outside. There are other professionals inside. We have no way to restrict it. Some friction will go wrong. We can't let him be exposed too much. It will draw attention to him, if possible. I want him to be able to be with the light and act like an ordinary person as much as possible. Going to a copy is the first option. Find him a suitable copy for leveling, then optimize the squad's configuration, and strive to use the highest efficiency to upgrade. For clearing copies, it wasn't that the stronger the profession the faster one could clear it, but rather it had to fit the special mechanism of the copy. For example, there were copies that were labyrinths or something like that inside, and some of the powerful professions didn't have a good brain and had no way of clearing it. So a good team is all aspects of talent, not a one-dimensional only combat profession. Chapter 30 A Big Wave. Now there was a need to find a secret realm that was most suitable for Sumu to upgrade from within the confines of this imperial capital. At the very least, it must be ensured that upgrading within the first 50 levels should be very smooth, and those low-level copy cheats that appeared before were already rotten. Even if it was passed as soon as possible, there was almost none of the cheats that were brought in to break the record. For Sumu, such a key cultivation object, its requirement is that it must be used to break the record with a quick brush while bringing him to leveling. For a key talent like Sumu, it was necessary to use a quick go-through to get him to level up as soon as possible. There's also one more thing, which is about his personal learning. Whether it's potions, equipment, vocational skill books, rune scrolls and such, all of these things must be prepared for him. He's a life-type profession. He can't wear the equipment of a combat profession. Must find him another set of non-combat profession equipment for him to wear. There are also defense abilities, blood gain buffs and so on, consumables for copies and so on. All of these things need to be upgraded. Some auxiliary type things, don't be stingy either. Take them all out and use the best. This meeting went straight through the afternoon, to the point where everyone was speaking and brainstorming at the back. It was to let Sumu experience the best service and environment. There were even people who were already concerned about Sumu's lifelong endeavor. I think that when going to the replica, we can't let him get too tired, and we also need to have a proper time plan. There's also not letting him feel too bored. Whatever he likes, give it to him. The divine worker should be a male. I would suggest that all the security tasks around him be replaced with females. The face value above is also a hurdle. What if his tastes are different from the others? That's also right. Add some fierce men and white boys to make up 100 people, and a group of people selected to accompany him on his replica. Things were traveling towards the incorrect path. The meeting finally ended. The entire imperial capital, a population of 10 million people, brought up to select 100,000 people for the selection. All the forces and organizations were picking people. Elder Xia also specially had the military arrange an elimination tournament. In addition to the people, there was also the treasury of the professionals union, the treasures accumulated by the lineage, all of which were in full swing, picking out what was most suitable for Sumu. During the day, the entire imperial capital was busy because of one person, waiting for the next day. Sumu got up from his home. He hadn't moved inside the villa yet. The parents didn't want to go over there yet, saying that they would wait for some time before getting up. Both parents have gone out to work. Because of Sumu, they were both promoted to become middle-level leaders. The parents made him a good breakfast before they left. Hot breakfast was placed on top of the table. After eating, Sumu received a message sent by Yang Tian. The people that the country had found for him had all come over and told him to go to the official department when he had time. Coming to the streets and alleys, it was as if people hadn't experienced the beast tide, doing what they should be doing. However, unlike before, the number of people traveling over from outside the country had become more, and they all wanted to take a look at the light screen that appeared in the video. There were even some temples that disguised themselves and advertised to the people outside that it was the manifestation of Buddha's bodhisattva, seducing the outsiders to buy it in a big way, adding a lot of incense money to the temples. But the next day it was seized by the officials and all the money was confiscated. Also, the popularity of the people walking on the streets today are very powerful. Sumu thought he had seen the world. Wang Junlei, Yang Tian, were by far the most powerful combat professionals he had ever seen. Both of them were master-level powerhouses. However, right now, Sumu's side inexplicably felt the same aura as those two people from those people, both at the master level. Their aura felt more abundant and introverted. It could be seen that the strength was much higher than Wang Junlei and Yang Tian, and looking at the equipment on their bodies, they were also all high-level. And with these armaments, it could be seen that they were not only powerful, but also had a strong background. Sumu thought, these people can't be the people sent down from above to assist him to enter the copy. Between thoughts, Sumu collided with a person head-on. Sumu was only a tiny level 10, and he wasn't wearing any equipment, so he was immediately knocked off his feet. And the most outrageous thing was that the person who bumped into him was a girl with a very good figure, and Sumu felt a ball hit him. Ah! The girl screamed, saw that she had bumped into someone, and hurriedly helped Sumu up. She kept bending over and apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. You're not hurt, right? I'll compensate you with money. How much do you want? Is 10,000 enough? The big wave girl raised the staff in her hand as she spoke, pointing it at Sumu. The staff emitted a light green light, and in an instant, Sumu felt countless healing spells pouring into his body. Tens of thousands of healing rose directly within him, and Sumu felt a bit overcompensated. He had only fallen for a bit. At most it was a bruise at most. It wasn't so bad that it would directly give him back his blood. That was a skill that was only used when he was seriously injured. Currently, his blood had broken through the limit, and the excess became a shield. Up to 10,000. Sumu was very shocked. He didn't know exactly what skills the priest profession had, but he was able to feel that just a moment ago, the girl in front of him, without reciting any incantations, directly poured a superb number of healing spells as well as gained skills on him. Sumu looked up and down at the girl in front of him. She had been bending over and bowing, constantly apologizing to herself. The girl's looks were exquisite. Her skin was white and transiently radiant. Her 2 pairs of pupils were like the bright moon, and a pair of willow leaf eyebrows looked like they were dotted on her forehead, adding a different kind of beauty to her pretty face. She was wearing a white vestment robe, with golden edges tattooed on the sleeves, and the vestment was considered loose. But despite this, the waves on her chest were still able to rise and fall. I'm fine. No need to apologize. Sumu looked at this sister, opened her mouth to compensate 10,000. It seems that the background is strong. It is estimated that which family's little princess came out. The sister was very happy. You are a good person. Sumu was speechless for a while. Was he considered to be issued a good person card by the sister? He turned his head and intended to leave, but the sister stopped him. The girl had an apologetic face. I'm really sorry. Please, do you know? Before the girl could finish her sentence, Sumu directly interrupted. Are you here to travel? Where do you want to go? Just say it. I'm familiar with this part of the imperial capital. No, I came to carry out a mission. Because I don't recognize the road. So I walked in a hurry, and that's why I bumped into you. Chapter 31, The Strongest Formation. Sumu shrugged his shoulders, very speechless. Then I can't help you. You don't even give me a word about where you're going. How do I know where you're going? He turned around and walked away. Behind him, Xiajiai was already about to cry in anxiety. You, don't go. I came over very early, much earlier than everyone else, but I'm that much of a wayfarer. I've been turning around here for quite a while now, and I can't recognize the direction anymore. Sumu sighed. Then tell me where you're going. Is it okay if I take you there? Xiajiai shook her head. No, this is a top secret and can't be revealed. Embarrassed, Xiajiai was already about to cry from her own anger. She lightly bit her red lips, watering her eyes. Sumu looked dumbfounded for a moment. He had never seen such a girl before. Naturally dull? Sumu had seen a lot of green tea whores in his previous life. He could tell when they were faked and when they were genuine, and Xiajiai belonged to the latter. Although Sumu also wanted to help her, he couldn't do anything if this little girl didn't say anything. Then I can't help you. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. Sumu really left without looking back. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't walk on the road when he saw a woman. Meeting with Xiajiai was at most a coincidence. Halfway through Sumu's walk, he suddenly turned back and realized that Xiajiai had quietly followed him up. Xiajiai was slightly embarrassed and said, Where are you going? Government building. Sumu said honestly. Only to see. Xiajiai's face revealed an expression of surprise, and her eyes seemed to glow inside. This expression had already told Sumu that she was going to that place as well. Sumu also suddenly realized that she was going to the same place as himself. Then it would be good to say. Everyone would go together. With a beautiful woman on the way. How could Sumu not refuse? Just wanted to invite her to go together. But Xiajiai stammered and opened her mouth. I am going to go to a place that is different from you. Sumu was petrified in place. Wanting to invite words now how could not say. He simply turned around directly and didn't care about her. Behind, Xiajiai carefully followed behind Sumu, hiding at every corner for fear of being discovered by Sumu. Sumu also kept glancing at the back if at all possible, also afraid that this girl could run the wrong way after herself. A quarter of an hour later, Sumu walked into the building, and the guards on guard duty saluted him. Mr. Sumu, the adults are already waiting for you inside. Sumu nodded his head and came inside the conference room. As soon as he entered, the scene inside subdued him. Inside the conference room stood a large group of professionals, both male and female, estimated to have more than 100. The aura they emitted was very stern, and the equipment on their bodies was overbearing and powerful. This group of people all had prominent identities and powerful backgrounds, and they were all people of honor outside. Sumu felt puzzled, remembered that he only needed 10 people to accompany him in the copy. How come the above found hundreds of people for himself? What do they want to do? Wang Junlei arranged the scene on behalf of the above. Su student, you're here, please take a seat. The meeting will start soon. Oh, good. Sumu sat down on top of a main seat. Wang Junlei pinched the point and frowned. There was still one professional left to come. Xiajiai, has Xiajiai of the Xinshuaxia family arrived? Arrived. An anxious voice came from outside the conference room, and a girl wearing white mage robes and holding a jeweled wand ran inside the conference room sweating profusely. Xiajiai was already about to cry from her own stupidity. Someone was leading the way in front, and she almost lost it and ran in the wrong direction. Sumu looked at the girl with interest, and silently read in his heart. So her name is Xiajiai. Her name is not bad, and her character is also very characteristic. Wang Junlei looked at his watch. Only 10 seconds short of the meeting is coming. Not counted as late. Hurry up and enter the line. Xia Jia immediately stood inside the queue of professionals. She specially chose a backward position, purposely making Sumu invisible. The girl's head rumbled when she came in and realized that Sumu was also present. Xia Jia wasn't a fool. She was just a young girl who hadn't experienced the world. The first time she saw Sumu, she knew that Sumu was the key protection object of this operation, and she actually knocked the object she was going to protect to the ground on the street. Aha! Xia Jia, you're such a fool. Where is there a crack in the ground that I can burrow into and never want to come out to see anyone for the rest of my life? Coming out alone is simply a disgrace to the clan. On the stage, Wang Junlai opened his mouth. Sumu, here is a concentration of the best professionals from all over the country. 100 combat-type professionals. Warriors, mages, archers, these large professions have been completely covered. There are even hidden professions within them. Their levels are all at 100 levels, and they are all 4 turns upwards. You pick out 9 people according to your flavor preferences as your teammates for this next copy. Wang Junlai's face was odd. This was the script prepared for him from above, but he always felt that this script was strange. What are tastes and preferences? Sumu looked at the professionals, discovering that there were quite a few mature big sisters in revealing clothes making very seductive poses and making secret glances. Not just these women. There were also some tank top wearing, muscular and fierce men who smiled slightly towards Sumu, posing with a confident and sunny smile. Next to those people, there are also heavily made up men. They were very handsome, scratching their heads, very demonic. Someone gave Sumu a flying kiss, and Sumu had a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the sky. Shit! What kind of things are these? What do they think this place is? A spy show? Comic Con? As for the one to make not recognize the ghost not ghost, Sumu can look at the eyes in addition to those beautiful big sister. Other men are not a look on. Even do not want to look at them a glance. Look at a glance want to vomit. Wang Junlai saw those people's action has been confused. The original above refers to this meaning. Sumu's taste and preference refers to this thing. Sumu didn't even pick it himself until the end, because he had a feeling that he was the emperor, as if he was choosing a concubine. He asked Wang Junlai to match up a strongest lineup. After a few minutes, 9 people were picked by Wang Junlai, and a few people were brought to Sumu. Qin Yu, you'll be the captain. You have the most seniority and the most combat experience. Yes, a beautiful woman wearing a blood-red cheongsam said with a smile, and threw Sumu a wink as she spoke. Qin Yu was a level 70 mage. Her attribute was fire. Her level was the highest in the room, and she had the most combat experience. When this captain, no one objected. Chapter 32, Xuanwu Tortoise Armor. Inside the squad there were also 3 sisters who looked almost exactly the same. The clothes on their bodies were also the same. It was hard to tell who was a sister, but their professions were seriously inconsistent with their gender looks. It was about weapons. The 3 sisters were arms specialists, responsible for the main output amount. A weapon specialist, a heavy firepower profession, and a gunner, with all-round coverage of firepower and all-round strikes. They wouldn't miss a single monster. The 3 of them were the long-range output professionals inside the squad. One of the melee outputs was a professional thief's girl. The girl wore a black mask. Her green silk hung down her waist. Her eyes were cold, and she looked like the kind of person who was ruthless and didn't talk much. There is also a warrior department of the hidden talent of the person. Is also a girl, but she is a little special. Sitting on top of a flaming mammoth. This mammoth is not a pet, but a summoned object. The girl's talent is the undead knight. This profession was very powerful, with both offense and defense, but it was a girl, and the way she looked at Sumu was a bit off, like the kind of sickly pet, which made Sumu's heart grow fuzzy. She was also one of the tanks inside the team, but not the main one. Her task was to assist the main tank in defense or to protect her teammates. In addition to the front row, treatment and output in this world, there is also a position, that is, the control within the team. Control is responsible for controlling the actions of monsters. This includes flying, silence, suppression, confinement, stun and so on. The core is to make the enemy cannot move forward, restricted in place. This was also considered a kind of aid, belonging to the aid of restricting the enemy. Control is an indispensable and important role for every squad, especially under the high difficulty copies. The sustained output of some monsters is difficult for the squad to play the battle. There are also some monsters that move very fast, which makes it impossible to hit them, and this is when a control aid is needed to control the actions of the monsters. Moreover, the control assistant of Sumu's team is actually a girl, and her occupation is a trapmaster. This girl gave Sumu a feeling of one word, big, because she didn't have the clothes that normal people wore on her body. Only an animal skin existed, and her face was painted with smears. But none of that mattered. The most important thing was big. If she dressed up properly, she would definitely be a big beauty. Hearing people say that she hunted monsters inside the jungle all year round, wearing normal clothes was easy to be discovered, so she simply changed into the animal skin. And no matter where she went, she always wore this, warm and domineering. The last one is the support inside the team, that is, acting as a healing role. Generally speaking, there would be the presence of 2 therapists inside the team, but inside this squad of Sumus, there was only one therapist, and this therapist was red-faced, looking down and not daring to look at Sumu. Xiaojia had just been silently chanting under the stage, "Don't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me," but fear of what comes. Wang Junlei looked at her resume and immediately decided that this treatment room must come in. It is written, the amount of treatment is very horrible. The amount of milk 1 tops 10. Mastering a wide range of healing skills, and skills release no aftershock. Directly open, completely able to bear a team's reply. It was this point that made Wang Junlei directly valued Xiaojia's value. Her 1 topping 10 meant that the team could vacate a position, plus an output profession. Then the team's efficiency in killing monsters and clearing the level would increase drastically. At the end of the day, it was the main tank inside the team. Sumu had also seen this person, the one who had put up a lot of poses in front of Sumu before. He was also the only man in the team. Sumu saw him as if he had seen his savior. The whole team was finally not the only man. If he was the only man, the team would become a group of soft eaters, a group of female big brothers with a small white copy. After the lineup was finalized, Wang Junlei led Sumu to the storage room and took out a set of green equipment from inside. Try it on and see if you can wear it. Sumu picked up the set. It felt like it was made of some kind of animal skin. He checked the equipment properties. Xuanwu Turtle Armor. Type, Defense. Type, Armor. Occupation, applicable to all occupations. Level, LV20. Quality, Perfect. Defense plus 200. Strength plus 20. Speed plus 20. Endurance plus 20. Set, Xuanwu Armor Set, Xuanwu Armor. Set skill, 2-piece set. If the wearing professional has no damaging skills, the effect of the potion taken is increased by 40%. Set skill, full set. If the wearing professional has no damaging skills, all damage received is immune to 15%. Introduction, the strongest defense suit for low-level professionals. Sumu looked at a few other pieces of matching equipment and was too shocked to speak. This set is not just one piece of armor, but a complete set. Clothes, pants, headgear, belt, gloves. The 5 equipment of the Xuanwu set were complete. The Xuanwu armor wearer was not limited to occupation. Anyone could wear it. A 10th level low-level professional can also enjoy. This is the best defense suit applicable to low-level professionals. And there was also this notable equipment effect. This suit was like it was tailor-made for Sumu. Very much in line with the situation he was currently about to face. The effect of the potion used is increased by 40%. As the name suggests, it strengthens the effect of the potion, allowing you to increase your blood volume or have a higher defense. And this suit also gives himself 15% damage immunity. Undoubtedly is a very good defense items. Sumu couldn't wait to put on the Xuanwu Turtle Armor's full set and felt a full sense of security. He opened his attributes and found that his full attributes had risen by a very high grade. All of the attributes had broken through the 100 level, and the upper limit of blood was directly raised from 200 to 1000. With these enhancements, Sumu felt that he was no longer the kind of ordinary person who was at the mercy of others. Now he felt full of power, and with one punch, he was able to inflict considerable damage on low-level monsters. Sumu was very touched, and could think that the above had used their heart to find him this equipment that suited him perfectly. This is still a complete set of equipment, and it also has a special effect. Wang Junlei watched with satisfaction as Sumu put on the set. Not bad, all of them can be put on. Really good. He was clear about the value of these equipments. Defensive suits were common, but defensive suits suitable for a person were uncommon. It took a lot of effort to find them. Moreover, the surprise prepared for Sumu from above was far more than just these. Wang Junlei once again opened a box, which contained a ring, a bracelet and a necklace. And that necklace was flashing with an orange light. Legendary level equipment. Chapter 33, Angel Tears. Sumu picked up the necklace and checked the attributes. Angel's Tears. Item, jewelry. Type, necklace. Occupation, all occupations. Occupation, all occupations. Level, LV20. Quality, perfect. Mana recovery increased by 100 points per second. Mana recovery increased by 100 points per second. Chile plus 50. Stamina plus 50. Passive skill, you can be immune to one death skill. And after you have been subjected to an enemy's one-hit kill skill, this equipment shatters, nullifying that skill. Introduction, tears left behind by an angel who had mercy on all beings. The existence of trinkets is a much rarer item for other equipment. second only to a very powerful weapon. Currently most of the combat-type professions, the civilian party, are the first to wear their own defense to full care. There are also some poor professions so, we'll ignore some of the defenses of the profession conflict, forcing other types of professional defenses to wear to their own body. For example, an output wear armor. The main focus is a meat, but people who have jewelry, and can give jewelry to wear all the people, then these people are middle-class level professionals. One by one, there is money and strength. This necklace in Sumu's hand. His passive skill is a little too heavenly. This is directly a gold medal to avoid death. Very important when you are outside to break into the cultivation. Just by looking at this passive alone, Sumu knew that this thing was priceless. Brother Wang, isn't this thing a little too expensive? Sumu was very apprehensive. He believed that for this necklace, the house and $2 billion given to him from above couldn't even be bought. This is for you. Bring it on and see. Try how the effect is. There are also bracelets and rings. Also bring them on and see. Wang Junlei smiled and greeted Sumu as he continued to wear the jewelry. Sumu sniffed and stopped excusing himself, picking up the ring. Space ring, item, jewelry, category, ring. Occupation, all occupations, occupation, all occupations, occupation, all occupations. Grade, LV20, level, LV20. Quality, perfect. Life value recovery increased by 100 points, life value recovery increased by 100 points, life value recovery increased by 100 points, intelligence plus 50. Intelligence plus 50. Physical strength plus 50. Active skill, able to open another dimension of space. Used for storage. Put all inorganic items inside and can come in and out at will. There is also a bracelet. Its performance is similar to the ring. It is used for storage, but the bracelet provides significantly more intelligence and stamina, and it also increases some defensive properties. Sumu's defense increases quite a bit, but even more effective was the space ring. After the merger of this world and the game world, the original backpack function that could be found everywhere inside the game was not open to players. If you want to have the backpack storage kind of function, you have to go inside the copy and brush it out or buy it out. The space ring in front of him was such a function, and it was the best type of backpack function. It was small and lightweight, and could hold a lot of things. Sumu was very happy. In that case he would be able to carry a few revolvers at all times for self-defense. The previous materials can also be loaded in. This ring is a treasure. A lot of work can be carried out conveniently and easily. It's just a pity that you're a life-type profession. And until now, we haven't been able to find a suitable weapon for you. There isn't a single one in the entire imperial capital. Wang Junlei slightly regretted. Sumu hurriedly waved his hand. No, no, no. I'm already very flattered to have these. Which living profession person gets himself fully armed like me? Wang Junlei looked at Sumu with admiration. He was still a little worried that Sumu was held up high at such a young age and started to swell up. Such things are commonplace. But Sumu was very peaceful. Obviously only a short while into adulthood, but has the mindset of still reading. Right. Please help me prepare. If I succeed in transferring my job later and unlock out potionology, the materials for those two types of potions help me prepare them. No problem. It's not even a matter. Sumu told Wang Junlei about those materials and he immediately sent someone to do it. When he was leaving, he asked Sumu to take off his equipment. Su student, there's one more thing. You take off the equipment first. This time it's just a test to see if you can wear it. If the test comes down to you being able to wear it, I'll take it back and have it enchanted. Can't let you enter the copy wearing equipment that hasn't been enchanted. Sumu smiled. He originally wanted to enchant it himself. However, he didn't have enough materials and could only let them take it back. After Wang Junlei left, Lin Shen went to the lab and used the remaining materials to build a few more revolvers and put them inside his ring. Then he was going to start building the second quantum generator device. He had wanted to change the form of the outside before. The half-man tall machine was very inconvenient to pick up. As a builder, he naturally had his own means of remodeling things in this area. Just disassemble the outside structure and then let it be reassembled. Sumu was making the final preparations for the next copy. It wasn't just Sumu. The other 9 were all the same. They sent all their own equipment to the engineering room to be repolished and made durable. Under the arrangement of the entire imperial capital, their entire body's equipment was replaced with top-notch enchantments. There were also equipment enhancements and some increases and so on. Strengthen the contract of protection. Increase the contract of increase. All kinds of expensive materials with no money. Directly to the inside of the smash. Failure does not matter. Anyway, there are above the bottom of the pocket. Until successfully built. The next day, Sumu got up early in the morning. Today is the day of the copy. Going to the government building, just entered the conference room. He saw 8 sisters and a strong man's body are flashing this dazzling light. No doubt, Their equipment has been strengthened and transformed. Wang Junlei, Yang Tian stood aside. And there was also Elder Xia here. And there were also 3 unknown people on the stage. The person with a somewhat chubby body came and smiled when he saw Sumu. I've heard about you for a long time. Who would have thought that the country's formidable engineer is actually a teenager? Mr. Su, this is Sun Filong, the president of Imperial Capital University. Elder Xia introduces the visitor to Sumu. This is the country's military leader, Jiangjun. And this one is the chairman of the Imperial Capital Professional League, Zhao Ziyun. After Elder Xia introduced Sumu one by one, the other 2 people smiled and greeted Sumu. Su, put your equipment on and get ready to go. As he spoke, Sumu saw a staff member come to the conference room with the equipment he wore yesterday. Sumu felt like his eyes were going to be blinded. He casually picked up a piece of equipment, the Xuanwu returning home's top. The attributes on it had actually been strengthened to the extreme. The increase in reinforcement level was directly +10, which was already the limit of this piece of clothing, not the limit of reinforcement. Chapter 34, Shadow Mountain. Sumu checked the items he was carrying, to ensure that everything was brought with him. Under the leadership of the Captain Xinyu, a group of people marched towards the secret realm with great vigor. 10 people set off in full gear, and the conference room in the government building was also playing the footage of Sumu and the others. They were surrounded by a dozen other people, all of whom were from the think tank, so that if any accidents occurred during the process of going down to the copy, they would be able to come up with ideas and suggestions in time to ensure that there would not be any accidents during the process of going down to the copy. This includes the command of the field and the command of the field. Sumu himself felt some of the mobilization is not just a copy of the next just, as to so high scene. This group of people really show the traditional culture to the fullest. All kinds of plans, all kinds of records, all give you ready for the purposes to let you foolproof. 2 hours later, since we have arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Mountain secret realm, under the space-time rift revealed a bizarre light. From the other side you could see a mountain inside. The trees on the mountain were all exuding bizarreness. The leaves were pitch black and the trunks of the trees were all gray. Xinyu stood at the very front, commanding the crowd. Everyone line up in formation. Old Wang Yu stand at the very front. Su family's beautiful girl, don't keep staring at little brother. Start to get down the copy. And the milkmaid girl, don't keep your head down. Little brother isn't going to eat you. Xinyu clapped his hands and organized everyone to line up. Old Wang was the fierce man in the team. He stood at the front of the line with his shield raised. He was also the first in the team to enter the copy, acting as a sandbag and blocking attacks, and also scouting the way. The first person to enter the copy was likely to encounter monster attacks. Su Qin was the undead knight riding the mammoth. She was staring at Sumu all the way, her eyes glowing with an infatuated woman's face. Sumu's body was uncomfortable with the taste, and he was a little shy from looking at her. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was that Su Qin didn't say a word along the way, just staring straight at Sumu. Let him feel very oozing, as if he is a prey. Was a hunter staring at the same? Do not know when to give you a fatal blow. Xia Jiai hadn't said a word since she stood with Sumu, and hadn't dared to look at him squarely. The formation was set up, and Sumu naturally stood in the center of the group. At the same time, Sumu's side also stood Xia Jiai's milkmaid. The milkmaids also stood in the middle of the team. Her attack was equal to 0, and she was also the object of key protection. After waiting for the formation to be set up, Old Wine came to the first place and was ready to go in when he received a prompt. You are about to enter the 10-man high difficulty copy, Shadow Mountain. The copy is high difficulty. You can't use the city return scroll, and you can't leave until you pass the level. Do you want to enter? Xinyu was the captain and immediately gave the order to choose to enter the Shadow Mountain secret realm. In the next second, a pillar of light appeared around all of them, and then they felt the sky spinning, and by the time the scene in front of them appeared once more, they had already been teleported inside a dense forest. Sumu raised his head, looked at the sky, and realized that the inside of the copy still seemed to be in the stage of daytime, only that the fog was too big, blocking the sky, as well as the forest, blocking the light so tightly that very little of it could shine in. Those who walked inside the forest could not feel half a day's sunlight. Your level is lower than the average level inside the replica, and all your attributes have been lowered by 20%. Sumu received a prompt from inside the copy. He opened his attribute panel and realized that all of his attributes were indeed in red. All of them had been lowered by quite a bit. Roar roar roar. Woo woo. A few people had just entered the copy when a large amount of hissing sounds came from inside. Be vigilant around. Just as Captain Xinyu's words fell, a dozen elite-type monsters surrounded the 10 people, and there was a steady stream of smaller monsters appearing behind them, like they were endless. The few people watching the battle in the command room were all nervous, but they were also glad that they had made enough preparations. And once they came up to the battle, such a situation was truly rare. Fortunately, Sumu's team configuration was very strong. Old Wang, who was at the front of the team, smiled faintly. He didn't care about these monsters at all. He turned back to Chinyu. Captain, I've encountered this situation before. All these small monsters have a specific area where they will keep appearing. Don't think about killing them all. Only when you leave this area will they stop refreshing. Right now, we can only continue to move forward and leave their refreshing area to get rid of them. Just end it in one wave straight away. Keep moving forward. I can carry it. Chinyu nodded her head and agreed with his idea, which was exactly her own judgment. The so-called one wave was to not care about anything and keep moving forward, letting the tank attract all the monsters, resisting damage at the front, and waiting for the team to leave safely or reach their goal. When they left the area, they would then let the combat professions remove all those monsters. The efficiency of such a method of fighting through the level is very fast. Only for the tank and healing aid has a very big test. Old Wang had confidence in himself. Even if this team hadn't been grinding, he still had complete confidence in his own strength. It wasn't that he had confidence in Xiejia. Even without healing, he could still carry the monster's beating. After Chinyu agreed to use such a battle method, Old Wang moved his body and bones, directly jumping out of the monster's encirclement and standing outside to taunt them. Hey, bastard son, come to me. Old Wang turned on his taunting skill and directly attracted the attention of all the monsters. Sumu was very familiar with this scene, and vaguely remembered that in his last life, when he played the game to get down the copy, there were also a few big meats who were responsible for taking the damage and assisting the team to take down the copy. And the people controlling those big meats were older men in their 30s, and as soon as they jumped in, they started shouting on the public frequency, sarcastically attacking those people, and then they were surrounded. The monsters under siege were all instantly attracted and lunged towards Old Wang. Old Wang raised a shield as the monsters began to attack, with numbers appearing every now and then, but those numbers were only a few hundred, and with the blitz it was less than 1,000. For Old King, who had more than 100,000 blood, he could resist for a few hours. Old King wasn't always taking the beating, he also had the means to counteract it. Old King threw the shield in his hand out, inside the monster group like a boomerang, and then flew back. This was one of his skills, Captain Eagle Kingdom. This skill didn't do very much damage, but it could attract a lot of hatred from the monsters, and it could also slow down the pace of the monsters. With this skill, Old Wang wouldn't be beaten all the time and also had the ability to kite them so that the monsters couldn't touch him. Chinyu immediately greeted. Hatred is full. Let's hurry. After saying that, he led the squad and charged forward. Chapter 35 Weapon Sisters. Xiejia raised her staff above her head, and a pale yellow light enveloped everyone's feet. The squad's movement speed got accelerated. It was the power of the wind element. It was as if they were hanging on, leaving the little monsters firmly behind. Old Wang was at the front and was very surprised. How is the little girl so powerful? Not only can she return blood, but she also has other increases. Sumu also looked at his attribute bar. It was exactly the same as what Old Wang said. Looking inside his status bar, there were also 7 or 8 extra buffs. Increased blood, increased defense, increased supply, magic recovery increase, movement speed increase. There were also several continuous recovery hot effects and shield type effects. Xiejia was a cleric class transfer whose branch was definitely a hidden profession. She didn't say her profession type, and the above didn't tell him either. It was probably because they wanted to hide her profession, or the power behind her didn't want her profession to be revealed. Soon, everyone ran out of this jungle and came to the mountainside, where the vegetation was sparser and the view was more open. Captain Chinyu propped her hands on her waist and smiled charmingly and delicately. What a powerful little girl, usually not showing off, but when it comes to the critical moment, she starts to show herself, so anxious to show herself off. It can't be that she has a crush on little brother. This can't be. Sister also likes little brother. Sister, you can't steal it from sister. Chinyu walks to Sumu's side, exhaling her breath. Her red lips are already about to stick to Sumu's ear. Fragrant. Sumu had never been this close to a person of the opposite sex before. Chinyu didn't wear that revealing cheongsam today, and replaced it with a close-fitting sports leather jacket. Her concave and convex figure was shown to the fullest, together with that winking eyes. Which man could carry it off? Sumu felt bad. Shit, this woman is not a vixen in her past life. So capable of seducing people. Don't get your hands on me. Don't stick so close to me. Sumu's body was still a fledgling in this world, but his soul was not. Chinyu knew everything and anything. If Xiejia was a pure and flawless little white girl, then Chinyu was a royal sister who knew everything. However, Chinyu was just teasing Sumu, and seeing that the monster was coming up again, she lightly grunted and summoned her red staff. Obnoxious guy, didn't pick a good time to come? but picked this time. Shinyu drew a circle above his head with his staff, and the circle of fire grew larger and larger until it illuminated the entire mountainside. The circle of fire hovered above his head and gradually enveloped the entire jungle within it, followed by something similar to an iron wire appearing from below the circle of fire, enclosing the entire jungle. Next, the circle of fire still contracted, and as soon as the monsters touched those burning wires, they would be burned up. This was a wide-range AoE spell, and at a glance, it wasn't something of low rank. At the very least, it could be ranked in the upper middle. It was just that the aftershock time was too long, and someone needed to be in front to fend off the monsters before it could be launched with precision. However, this woman was still something. It was reasonable to say that such a wide range of AoE damage would be extremely blue-consuming, but looking at Chinyu casting it out wasn't weak at all. Cluck cluck cluck. A silver bell-like laughter sounded at the back. Sumu looked back. The 3 weapon sisters responsible for output had also arrived. Sister Chin, it's so scary right out of the gate. Aren't you afraid of scaring little brother? The second-ranked sister smiled and said. The sisters around her didn't say a word. The eldest sister looked more high-strung, her eyes staring straight at Sumu, her personality more similar to Su Chin. The youngest sister looked more shy, like a social terrorist, keeping her head slightly lowered, not daring to look at the crowd. But the contrast was that she was carrying a bazooka behind her back, the bomb thrower within the trio. The second sister in the center, on the other hand, was very cheerful, with a big grin and a smile. The 3 sisters looked like they were carved out of the same mold, but their personalities were all different, and if the 3 of them stood there motionless, they simply couldn't recognize who was the older sister and who was the younger sister. One could only tell a thing or two from their personalities. It's better to leave the output to us. The second sister greeted the 3 of them, preparing to eliminate those small monsters in one fell swoop. Shinyu's circle of fire made those small monsters not dare to approach, and as the range shrunk smaller and smaller, the small monsters became denser and denser, and running with one face. The sisters wearing animal skins had set up traps along the way, and all those monsters were trapped inside the traps, unable to move. The 3 sisters watched as the monsters gathered and started firing. Avalanche, da-day-day-day. The second sister picked up and pulled out 2 rifles, and started sweeping at the monsters. The bullets that came out were not metal, but fire elemental lasers. The lasers directly exploded as soon as they touched the monsters, and it was a mass injury weapon. And those bullets are not only fire element, there are also blue lasers of ice element, which will directly freeze the monster in place when it touches it. There are also blue thunder element, let the monster whole body paralyzed. Green poisonous gas bullet, directly let the monster poisoning. Those bullets were very dense, and all the monsters in front of them were blown up in a short period of time. And the old 3 is not ambiguous. Although facing people she is a bit shy, but facing monsters, out without hesitation. There is still excitement on the face. The bazooka behind her back was carried on her shoulder. The artillery caused a wide range of explosive damage. A cannon directly blew down a group of monsters. Big sister showed even more madness. She didn't take any weapon. She only needed to move her finger. And from the sky, she could shoot down bucket-thick lasers. And wherever she passed, she directly made the small monsters go up in smoke. Nasty. Big sister. Why are you even using your awakening skills? It's not fair. Second sister complained. The eldest sister didn't say anything and coldly snorted lightly. Meaning, who let you 2 little bikers be so flashy and dare to steal my little brother from me? With 3 long-range outputs, plus Chinyu's fire circle, the nascent monsters simply didn't have the power to fight, which somewhat sickly knight didn't even have a chance to show himself. Hundreds of small monsters were just killed. Chinyu on the side had been staring at Sumu's face, wanting to see Sumu's panicked appearance. She liked this bite, the handsome and white-looking man revealing his fearful side. This is just like how some men like to see their women soft and weak. Stronger women also imagine running into men weaker than themselves. However, Chinyu didn't expect that Sumu was actually expressionless, didn't say a word, and didn't show the fear that he should have. Chinyu only saw expressionlessness on Sumu's face, as well as the color of calmness. Chinyu pouted her red lips with some dissatisfaction. Why aren't you afraid, little brother? Can it be that you've been scared silly? Immediately afterward, the surrounding women recalled the delicate laughter of the warbling swallows. Chapter 36, Tyrannical Monkey King. Government Building. A group of people watching the battle watched their old faces turn red, especially those who didn't have wives. Hearing those women's jokes, how could they withstand such a scene? Sumu's life is also too good. By a group of extremely beautiful people surrounded, and up those people still change the way to tease. This who can stand? Why that person is not himself? Hateful. This is simply too enjoyable. Ahem, Captain Chin, please don't forget our mission. Jiang Jin was more sophisticated and reminded a few people. The few people inside the copy were wearing headsets, and when they heard this, they spat out their fragrant tongues and their faces straightened up. After sweeping through the small monsters of the jungle, the few people did not choose to stay here and continued to advance towards the depths of the replica. After leaving the area of this copy, there were no more small monsters appearing in large numbers, coupled with the fact that Lin Chen's firepower as a team was just too violent. From a long distance away, the three sisters saw the monsters, and with a single salvo, they didn't wait to come in front of them, and directly finished them off. A difficult copy? In front of Sumu's team, it was as easy as eating and drinking. Sumu was a jerk in there. It was like a spring water commander, always on the edge and he can only keep praising the 9 4th turn generation trainers in order to not make himself look so weak. Hit the target. Sister is a good shot. I also want to become like you, shooting far and accurate. Sister's mammoth is so spectacular and big. Can I ride on it? Sister Chin's fireballs are really big. It's like taking a bite. After a few people became familiar with each other, Chinyu realized that Sumu was also an old driver, and the speed of the car was sometimes faster than her own. You'd better be talking about fireballs, not other balls. Sumu's words were sometimes said with a blushing face and a petulant grumble. Xiajiai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and didn't know what they were talking about. Sometimes in order to just come in she could only giggle dumbfoundedly. The team's atmosphere was getting more and more harmonious, and the bonding was getting better and better. The other 9 people all had their own reasons for accepting this mission. Protecting Sumu and helping him with his copies was their specific job. Now, Sumu kept them from being so bored while working. At least Sumu wasn't odd or looking down on people like those other young masters and sons. At least he was very good at talking. Sumu was a good hand at enlivening the atmosphere of the team, and the people in the command room nodded their heads repeatedly. Can't see that this young man still has this ability to drive the team atmosphere. In the secret realm, several people swept their way to a fork in the road of the secret realm copy. Seeing this fork in the road, Chinyu understood. The small levels of this copy are not in a row, so you can choose a small copy to fight. Soon, the thief girl who had gone to explore the path returned. She had just entered the copy in a stealthy state, disappearing just after the opening and acting as a scout. The current her had already mapped out the distribution and directions of the major and minor levels inside the Shadow Mountain mystic realm. This copy isn't a path to the end. There are many forks in it. The thief's sister opened her mouth. Sumu was a little surprised because the thief's sister's voice wasn't as cool as he thought it was, but rather it was rather soft. Her personality and her voice were extremely inconsistent, and she wanted to make people lift the mask to see what her face actually looked like. A line copy is one that is planned out in advance and passes by going all the way forward in defeating the boss, and that was clearly not the case with the Shadow Mountain mystic realm. This fork in the road, the one to the north, can reach a temple on the mountainside, but the temple can't be opened. There are a few holes on it, and according to my estimation, that should require inserting a key to open it, and the other ones have several forks that lead to 3 bosses each. One is the Black Jiao Dragon from the swamp area, one is the Bizarre Tiger, and one is the Tyrannical Monkey King. Sumu's eyes lit up. Monkey King, wasn't this the purpose of his trip? The few people in the command room discussed it and said to a few people, then let's go ahead and take out that Monkey King first, and finish Sumu's mission first. Shinyu also had the same idea. Their purpose this time was to help Sumu complete his mission. The squad continued forward. The output exploded along the way. The healing was pulled full, and the tanks were letting loose in front of them, slaughtering indiscriminately, and those little monsters had no power to fight back at all, because the team's strength was too strong. This high difficulty copy was like playing house. A few people came to the Monkey Mountain, where the trees were dense. There were many monkey corpses on the ground, and the fights inside the monkeys were very chaotic. Deep inside the forest, Sumu saw the monkeys. Those monkeys were very strange. There were many wounds on their bodies. There was not a single intact place on their bodies. Those wounds left black blood, and even some bones were exposed. Their eyes were black in color, and the first time they saw Sumu and the others, they wailed, roar roar roar. In the next second, the monkeys gathered and surrounded Sumu and the others. In the middle of the monkeys, a giant monkey with a size far exceeding that of other monkeys appeared. This monkey's reminder was bigger than a human being and stood up to be 2 meters tall. This was Sumu's target, the Tyrannical Monkey King. Monkey King's body is also very weird. 2 eyes are blood red, 1 arm is thick, all the way arm is thin, the thick arm is holding a stick, and the hair on the body is fishy and stinky. The original yellow hair has turned into gray, and the tail on the buttocks has turned into something that looks like a wolfsbane, and the monkey hairs have all turned into spikes. No wonder it was called Tyrannical Monkey King. This monkey was not to be messed with just by looking at it. The big battle began. This was a typical battle of a boss leading a minion. This time, Old King resisted at the front. and his blood began to decrease with the naked eye. The boss's attack power was more than a little stronger than the minions. Moreover, the Monkey King's attacks all carried the poison gas attribute, and Old King's body had the presence of a debuff, an effect that would cause a continuous reduction in blood, and a reduction in the return of life value, with the effect of serious injury, coupled with the fact that the Old King had to withstand the attacks of those small monsters. If it was an ordinary team that came to play the copy, then the battle would become exceptionally tough. This time, no one was joking with Sumu. They all knew clearly that the battle with the boss must be fully concentrated and not be taken lightly. Everyone used their 12% spirit to meet the battle. While everyone was fighting, in the middle of the dark forest, a monkey quickly approached. Another boss-level Monkey King appeared, but this was a female monkey, and this female monkey was even more terrifyingly tyrannical than the other one. Its entire body was rotting, its hair was like thorns and hard, and it was also stained with some kind of green unknown liquid. As soon as it appeared, it quickly rushed towards the few people in the back row. Sumu, the three sisters, were all in the middle of its attack. Chapter 37, There's a surprise. The two monkeys came out too quickly, and everyone didn't react. This secret realm had more than just one boss. There were two bosses present. Moreover, the other boss liked to engage in sneak attacks, making people unable to defend themselves. But fortunately, Sumu's team wasn't a weakling. It was the first team to come to the secret realm, and everyone in it was very good. If it were any other team, facing two bosses this time, I'm afraid they would have to fold here. Bastard, your grandfather is here. Seeing another Monkey King go over towards the back row, Old King unleashed his taunt skill. But it was a pity that this taunt skill was useless for bosses and only useful for small monsters. Two big words appeared on that monkey's head, invalid. It acted very fast, killing towards Sumu with a lightning-fast momentum. With a big mouth, it was about to tear Sumu apart. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It actually didn't eat taunts. This kind of situation is not rare. Some bosses inside the secret realm don't eat taunts. They will arbitrarily pick the target of attack, and the most common target is the brittle skin. But there is also a point. Such boss attack power is not very high, just fast-moving speed. If the boss attack power is high, almost no team can beat it. The Shadow Mountain Mystery Realm was a brand new copy, and no one knew what the attack power of this boss was like, so they couldn't gamble on it. Sumu was just a life-class professional, and his blood was much more brittle than those of a mage. Xiajiai immediately shifted the healing target. All the healing effects were put on Sumu's body, and he immediately had two shields, a spell shield and a physical shield. Moreover, the blood level of the shields was still very high, and it had already surpassed its own blood bar. The mother monkey bit down on Sumu with one bite, and a string of red numbers appeared on his head, -0.12734 damage absorption, meaning that it was a bludgeon. Sumu was inwardly terrified. The damage had already come out as soon as it did, and if Xiajiai hadn't reacted fast enough, his angel's tear would have been dried up and shattered. A chance to avoid death was just gone, and it wasn't as if this Monkey King's setting was without taunts. Its taunts were a bit strange. That is, it would chase and bite whoever hit him the most painfully big and deducted the most blood. Although the appearance of the Mother Queen was a big surprise, it was fortunate that there was no danger of its hatred being attracted by the others. A surefire game was easily resolved because of Xiajiai. Sumu was very glad that he chose Xiajiai as a healing aid. She was the most powerful healing aid he had ever seen. Her spells were instantly released and her healing was unrivaled. Moreover, the effects of the auxiliary skills were also very comprehensive. All kinds of shields, purification, dispelling negative effects, and accelerating the removal of control. Sumu had seen it all from her. Most importantly, she was able to cast spells in multiple directions, and every time she raised her hand, several spells took effect. This was too perverted and outrageous. Moreover, under the state of battle, Xiajiai also changed her normal state. The dull look from before disappeared. Extremely serious and professional, she was more focused than anyone else. No wonder it said that only a healing aid from her was enough. The other Monkey King was practiced attacking by Chinyu and the three sisters, losing 20% of its blood before fleeing back. This one boss seemed to be only used for attacking and was not participating in the front battlefield. The other Monkey King's blood level had dropped to half, and he was about to be unable to carry on. Roar, roar, roar. The Monkey King let out a wail, and another Monkey King appeared in the depths of the jungle. It was about to change the battle fight, intending to participate in the frontal battlefield to meet the enemy together. Half of the dual-type bosses had a special mechanism. When one boss died in battle, the other would either fall into a state of berserk, with increased combat power, or it would allow the other dead boss to recover briefly. So the double boss has a fixed fight. That is to strive to make both sides of the blood level average, as far as possible to make both sides at the same time die in battle. The other Monkey King's blood level was also quickly reaching the halfway point, and the people who were watching the battle in the command room heard an alarmed cry from the think tank team at the back. Leader, we just reread the quest completion requirements needed by Sumu's classmates, and it says that we have to clearly participate in killing the tyrannical Monkey King before we can do so. We compared many of the tasks of the transfer and found that under the group state, if there is a text on killing a certain boss, it will say that as long as the team in question kills the boss it will be considered completed. But if it says participate in killing, the nature of the quest is different, and the person must also participate in posing damage to the boss in order for it to be completed. The brows of the people in the command room were furrowed. This made them feel very unreasonable. A life-type professional without any means of attack. How could it be considered a completed kill? How to engage? Was it possible to use his fists to beat and use his mouth to bite? This is simply impossible. On his attack power. For boss scratching does not even count. No damage at all. Knowing that the leader was very skeptical about the authenticity of the quest, the think tank spoke again. Behind the transfer quest are the gods in control, or the great Tao. They watch everything, and won't release an impossible quest to appear. That is to say, the gods know that Sumu's classmate has a way or means to inflict harm on the Monkey King. At this moment, everyone understood the situation. Jiangjin picked up the microphone and immediately said, other than tanks and healing, all other outputs stop. Then Jiangjin gave Sumu all the tasks that the think tank team had analyzed. Sumu's head was directly filled with question marks. Shit, he was sitting and waiting for his trainer to help take out the boss. An asshole player was doing well. How did he suddenly have to go on the field himself? The thing that was struck by lightning. After thinking about it, Sumu understood the main points of the transfer, and also knew what he wanted to do to be able to participate in the kill. He looked at the few people who had stopped outputting, then twisted the switch on his belt, and in the next second, a colorful shield field was released. Not bad. This was the quantum generator that Sumu had transformed into a belt, and he had transformed this into a belt, making the big guy that was more than half a man tall into a high-tech belt. Although it was a bit troublesome to wear, it was better than something that big. After the shield appeared, Sumu turned the button and set the shield's range at 5 meters in diameter, which would be able to encompass all of them. After the 7-colored light curtain appeared, everyone else was stunned. What is this thing? Xiajiai's skill? And Xiajia was also dumbfounded. She did have a similar skill, but she didn't perform it. Sumu greeted the crowd. Everyone stay close to me? Old Wang, you stay outside first. When I tell you to come in, you come in. Muzzle Old Wang scratched his head. Although he didn't know what Sumu wanted to do, he still did as he was told. Chapter 38, Thunderbolt. At the same time, Qin Yu, the 3 sisters, as well as the mammoth female knight, the thief sister and the savage sister healing sister all entered inside the light screen and stood very close to Sumu. Sumu pulled out a revolver in full view of everyone. At the same time, he said to Sumu, Old Wang, you taunt that group of monsters first and gather them all together. Old Wang answered and did as he was told. Sumu then instructed the control assist, also known as Miss Beast Skin. Miss, after Old Wang gathers the monsters into one group, you control them all. Especially take control of that Monkey King. Head to that, can't let it run away. You drop. Understand? Looking at Beastskin Miss Sister's confused face, Sumu had already put his speech speed to the slowest. The Beastskin Miss Sister rolled her eyes to Sumu, then gabbled a bunch of words that were hard to understand. However, Sumu saw a trap flying to the feet of the female monkey, who was instantly frozen. And on the other side, the old king had successfully completed his mission. The Monkey King and the little monsters were all pulled in by him to the front of his body. Old King, hurry up and run in. Run wildly towards the inside of the light curtain. Old Wang was a tank, but his speed was also incredibly fast, and in a few seconds, he ran wildly inside the light screen. Afterward, Sumu revealed his aunt's smile, pulled out his revolver, and said to the monsters, see you in the next life. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger and shot in the direction of the monsters, then turned around, pulled out his sunglasses from inside the space and put it on, wrapped his hands around his chest and waited for a good show. When the bullet appeared, a heavenly thunderbolt was also triggered, and struck down towards the group of monsters. Although Sumu was not a lightning attribute professional, he was also able to catalyze the mythological attribute. It was only that the power wasn't as great as a lightning attribute professional. When Sumu pulled out his gun, a few people were very confused and didn't know what he was trying to do. Wanting to finish off the boss with a revolver, isn't this delusional? The 3 sisters' weapons are all artillery, and that thing doesn't do much damage to the monster. So what's the use of a revolver? But the next second, the appearance of heavenly thunder shocked the crowd. The people inside the light screen couldn't understand it, but the people inside the command room understood it. Wasn't this the means to clear the beast tide? Thunderclap! Countless thunderbolts went on a killing spree inside the beasts. The thunderbolts were very dazzling and the crowd closed their eyes. Sumu, total output, 112 billion. Chinyu, total output, 452,000,000. Chinyu felt a wave of dizziness. He had been tossing and turning for such a long time only to get a fraction more than others. It was too scary. Okay, mission accomplished. Sumu took off his sunglasses with a smile and moved his muscles. Today's exercise was considered complete. Just now, the system had already prompted him that he had successfully killed the tyrannical Monkey King and successfully transferred. The first turn was considered a success. The current Sumu was already able to start building mythic-level potions. Beside him, a few women cast grudging gazes at him, especially the three sisters and Chinyu, with eyes that seemed to say, "You can obviously complete the quests alone, even soloing the copies. Why do you need us?" Luckily, they still thought they were awesome and bullish and handsome. Lost themselves in Sumu's one sentence of "sister so great. Now I realize that the clown is actually myself." Chinyu now also figured out why Sumu wasn't shocked when he saw the three sisters cannon fire before. Because this guy is a thunderstorm when he strikes. The three sisters' firepower is nothing in front of him. On top of the stats, in addition to the output, there was also the healing stats. At this moment, Forehead Sejai realized that she actually wasn't the top of the list. The top of the list was actually Sumu. Because that shield also blocked a lot of damage, that also counted as healing in disguise. Sumu's healing was currently 2 to 300 million, while Sejai's healing was only up to 2 million. Most of her healing had overflowed, and those overflowed were not included. No matter what, the secret realm hadn't been cleared yet. It hadn't ended yet, and they still had to move on. Several people were still acting as substitute trainers, leading Sumu, the jerk, to the end. But in their hearts, they no longer belittled Sumu. They had completely convinced him and seen the other side of the world. They were certainly combat professions, but when they fought, they would be reduced to ashes by Sumu's thunderstorms in minutes. All Sumu had to do was to open his shield, and after giving them a shot, everyone would go to hell. I actually came out with so many equipment. Sejai's small face was slightly excited. It was probably her first time to go down to such a high-level copy. Sumu's one shot went down and burst out equipment all over the ground. The probability of bursting equipment should not be too high. The women let out a scream and covered their eyes. The light was too strong, flashing so that people couldn't open their eyes. The women crouched down and covered their eyes. Then they felt the earth trembling as they fought to stand unsteadily. A large number of trees then collapsed, and from the distance there seemed to be the sound of a temple collapsing. A few minutes later, the thunder, lightning, and explosions all disappeared, but there was still a ringing in the ears of the crowd. Sejai waved her staff and dispelled all their negative effects and statuses. At this time, some people raised their heads and suddenly realized that the entire jungle had disappeared, and except for where they were, there were large pits all around them. Moreover, the trees were still burning with flames, and the haze over those jungles was completely dispersed, leaving only the dark clouds left over from earlier. The dark clouds were slowly dissipating, and they, just now, were right in the center of the thunderstorm. Holy shit! Old King Tank couldn't tense up. Even though he had seen a big scene, he was still shocked. The sickly girl touched her body. Fortunately, there was no shortage of pounds. They were at the center of the thunderstorm and actually remained unharmed. This scared the people watching the battle outside the field. The scene was so outrageous that it made people tremble. For the first time, they saw how powerful nature really was. The three weapon sisters had been shocked silly, and they instantly felt that the weapons in their hands didn't smell good anymore. Was that revolver that outrageous? It was thought that that revolver couldn't even knock off the skin of a boss. Now that I think about it, I feel like I'm sitting on the fence and haven't seen the world. They could shoot at level 1 as well. But why was the effect of the shot so much worse? Chinyu, a battle-hardened professional, was also shocked and dumbfounded, and she had been focusing on one thing this time with her copy. That was the DPS stats to see who was paddling inside the squad and who was mixing it up all the time. Previously, her output had been steadily occupying the top of the list, overwhelming the three sisters. She was even a little bit complacent. A group of demonic bitches. Not even a finger of her old lady could compare. In the end, she still had to rely on her old lady to see. But now, after she saw the number at the top of the list, her heart thumped, after counting a few zeros behind it. Chapter 39, Experimenting in Situ. Sejai came outside and picked up a few pieces of equipment, her eyes glowing with love. Chinyu's mood calmed down a bit. At this time, she faced Sumu, put away her previous teasing and poking fun, and had more of a reverence for Sumu. She stepped forward and picked up a level 50 equipment and scanned the crowd. Everyone doesn't need this equipment, right? The crowd all shook their heads. Their levels had long exceeded level 70. Only Xie was slightly lower with level 66. None of them could look at these equipments. And Sumu himself couldn't use them. Qin Yu made a decision. These equipments will be collected by me first. And when we go out and sell the money, the group will share it equally. Everyone agreed with this. After the small monsters died, they popped out a lot of white equipment that no one looked at. They also resented the fact that the trash was taking up space in their backpacks. Qin Yu picked up a fragment and scrutinized it carefully. It was a red item. Key Fragment 1. Type, Item. Introduction, important props for the Shadow Mountain Secret Realm. Getting it can open the gate of the Stone Temple. This item cannot be taken out of the Secret Realm. Qin Yu's guess was right. That temple door was the one that needed a key to be able to open it. After packing up all the equipment, the crowd set off once again, and it wasn't long before they returned to the previous fork in the road. Their intention was to think about raiding the tiger and then go get another key. But at this moment, Sumu stopped and looked at the crowd. I won't go with you guys. The transfer has just been completed. I'm going to build some potions directly here. You guys can also help me test the effects of the potions built later. I just happened to make some records. After Sumu completed his first turn, he unlocked the branch of the potion discipline. This branch, at a glance, was capable of creating a wide variety of chemical potions. In this world, potions could be roughly categorized into 3 types. The first category was potions that could obtain a one-time effect when drunk. For example, the most common was the Life Recovery Potion, which was a one-time item that would continuously restore blood after drinking it. But the potion still has a cooldown. That is to say, cannot always use. Even if you have 10 bottles of potion, at the same time drink down will only have a bottle of effect, and after drinking cannot immediately use the next bottle. If this is possible, then the existence of a nursemaid is unnecessary. The second type was called a combination potion. These were potions that allowed the professional to gain an increase in a very short period of time. There were also many types of potions, the most common being the toughness potion, which was able to increase one's blood and defense, as well as toughness, within a certain amount of time. The rest are attack potions, spell potions and so on, and the potion cannot be used together. The same time can only take a kind of potion. If you drink after the toughness potion want to drink after the attack potion, then the effect of the toughness potion will be invalid, and this effect can't be stacked. Taking several bottles of the same type of potion is also the same as drinking a bottle. The last category is also the most special one in the potion. It was called a magic potion. The effect of a magic potion would be even more powerful than the first two combined. Drinking it would have a permanent effect on the professional, either a permanent increase in attributes, a certain change in oneself, or the acquisition of a certain ability. If one made a mistake when drinking the magic potion, the consequences brought about would be horrific. And it had once happened that a professional had directly fallen after drinking the magic potion and became a boss slave of a certain secret realm. From the identity of a human professional to a monster, Sumu stood on the fork in the road and chose an open place to take something from inside the storage space. He first took out a table and had spikes underneath that could be inserted well into the ground and wouldn't wobble easily. The next thing he took was the tool table, and he put a bunch of strange and unknown things on top of the table. Most of the potions had their raw materials in the form of various flowers, seeds, and the like. In some magic potions, the body tissues of certain creatures would also become necessary, such as eyeballs, nails, bones and the like. Sumu was very resistant to these things, and if those things were really added, he thought that there would be no way to drink this potion. At the end, Sumu took out a large bottle of tubes and pipes, such as beakers, microscopes and so on. There wasn't much of a difference between this stuff and the kind of chemical experiments in his previous life. Afterwards, Sumu moved out many machines, centrifuges, roasters, freezers and so on. Sumu pressed the belt of the quantum generator and opened a light curtain, enveloping himself and the items needed for the experiment, in which case he wouldn't have to be disturbed by the outside world. Even if there were small monsters outside, there was no way to attack him, and he didn't need someone to protect him, and was able to do his experiments in peace and quiet. The others watched Sumu take out one thing after another that they hadn't seen before, and began to conduct experiments right where they were, turning a high-level secret realm into his laboratory, and exclaimed in their hearts, "Holy crap, bull!" The command room to watch the leaders look at each other. This young man, especially Wang Junlei, he now has a belly full of doubts. Give you storage ring? You are here to give me to load those things? Sumu finished packing up everything and looked at the others standing in place. His heart was puzzled. What are you guys still standing here for? Go about your business. I don't need your protection. Hurry up and pass the copy and go back early. The rest nodded their heads as she led the team to leave. They didn't want to keep wandering around inside this secret realm. After Qin Yu left, Sumu also prepared to start his own work. The first thing he did was to start refrigerating and baking some items for the first step of processing. Then all types of bottles and jars on it were put in place. And after those raw materials were finished processing, it was time to start blending. The people watching the battle outside looked confused, watching them doze off a bit. They weren't in the engineering profession, and they only felt that Sumu's professional attributes were very powerful. This was called professionalism. Inside those think tanks, there were also a few people who were potion professionals, and they only felt like they had learned a lot after seeing Sumu's out-of-the-box approach, as well as some outrageous but reasonable thoughts. So it can still be like this. F***CK. This is the first time I've seen this maneuver. Can 71 concrete still stir glass honey water? This thought process is something I really couldn't have imagined. Sumu is creative. His brain is different from others. For those who knew what they were doing, what Sumu did was incomprehensible and unappealing. But they didn't dare to refute it. After all, they didn't have the ability to create a divine artifact. Chapter 40 Passing the Secret Realm? Jiangjin, Elder Xia and other bigwigs noticed the voices behind them and were also a bit surprised. It seemed that Sumu's ability in his area of specialization was not to be questioned, and that he had real talent. It made even those master-level potion professionals very sigh in awe. Student Su's greatest strength is this sky-high professionalism and his extremely high level of skill. Even if he doesn't have a mythic level of talent, Sumu will still become our national scholar in the future. Elder Xia, who had experienced so many years and met countless people, also highly praised Sumu. Jiangjin also sighed very much. This place in the imperial capital is just good feng shui, but it's really an extraordinary talent. It's fortunate that he hasn't been left in the dust, within the secret territory. In the absence of Sumu, Qin Yu and the others cleared the monsters with significantly faster efficiency, without a lot of care. Coupled with the fact that Qin Yu had been holding a fire in her heart, the spells she used began to go berserk. Hoo-oo, goo-goo-goo-goo. Under the group of professionals' furious bombardment, countless monsters suffered miserably. Soon, the squad arrived in front of the boss Mighty Tiger King. This boss didn't have a lot of skill mechanics, except that there was a readout. The Mighty Tiger King would escape within a few minutes after the battle, and if he escaped, not only would he fail to get the equipment, but there was no way to even get his hands on the stone temple key, and this boss will be teleported out after failing, and then need to wait a few hours in refreshing out, until the boss is completely defeated. And this certain time was only 5 minutes, but these 5 minutes were too easy for Qin Yu's team. Because of this condition, the most powerful thing about the Mighty Tiger King was his speed. It was much faster than both monkeys. It only took less than a minute for the Manticore King to directly rest. The monsters under their hands directly fled, abandoning their boss. The fierce Tiger King also exploded a few level 50 equipment and a red fragment. The 9 of them picked up their items and headed towards the other side, heading to kill the Black Jiao Dragon. Facing the Black Jiao Dragon they didn't waste much effort. It was just a little bit harder to fight, because this thing will be reborn. He will split out some small Augur Dragon. Once the big Augur Dragon is killed, if the small Augur Dragon is not killed, then the small Augur Dragon will become the Black Augur Dragon again, so as to reborn infinitely. So when you are fighting, you must pay attention to whether there are any small scaly dragons surviving, and if there are, you must want to kill the small scaly dragons before you can kill the big ones again. And Qin Yu directly skill full coverage. Black scaly dragon even if split out a dozen small, also directly all killed. With the 3 keys in hand, the few people came to the front of the stone temple. They came in front of the temple door and put several keys into the doorway. In the next second, the entire temple directly trembled. And during the trembling, the stone temple slowly opened. And underneath the door was a gloomy dungeon, which was like a hidden copy. Who is it? How dare you trespass on our altar ceremony? My slaves, kill them. An eerie voice came from below. He should be the boss behind the scenes in the Shadow Mountain mystic realm. Old King led the way into the middle of the dungeon. The passageway was so narrow that only 1 or 2 of him could pass through at a time. And the worst thing was that the small monsters inside the dungeon were spread out front and back, making it impossible to escape. And there were many more organs present in the dungeon itself. This time, the battle was another big battle with a thicket of small monsters. But it wasn't too easy for Qin Yu's team. The 3 sisters' front and back firepower output directly opened up a path, and the 9 people got to the inside of the dungeon's main hall unharmed. Here was the most mysterious area of the stone temple, the altar. The altar was filled with ghostly candles, and countless slave believers rolled on the ground, praying very reverently to a statue in the center of the altar whose face could not be seen. That idol's face was eerie, with unknown energies converging on it. In front of the idol stood a high priest who was the final boss of Shadow Mountain. The final boss battle began as High Priest Nurzaha waved his staff in his hand and attacked a few people. All of you, die for me. He had a lot of skills and possessed 2 different forms. One was his main body and the other was his shadow form. The shadow form was inside another world and required someone to perform a specific kill sequence to gain the power to enter into the other world. And it also required the blood of both worlds to be blown out at the same time in order to finish off the boss. After a few minutes of fighting, Nurzaha collapsed. Before dying, he intermittently said, "Master, will definitely avenge me." The 9 people breathed a sigh of relief that it was over. This difficult copy took them almost an hour to clear. This was already a long time unusual. After all, it was the first time, and if they came often in the future, they would be able to skip a lot of the small monsters and fight the boss directly. Everyone was waiting for the result and teleportation out. However, an outrageous scene came. Those candles burning with ghostly fire all went out, and in the darkness, the body of High Priest Nurzaha gradually turned into a black mist, fusing into the bizarre idol. The weirdness in front of the idol transformed into a horrifying face that suddenly opened its scarlet eyes. In the outside world, Sumu raised his head with a sudden darkness in the sky. The sun directly disappeared, and the entire replica entered into darkness. Chinyu's face changed dramatically. "There's actually a hidden stage. Everyone be careful," Chinyu shouted and immediately took up her battle stance. As a woman, her sixth sense was already frantically reminding him that this was all very wrong. The accumulated experience of countless battles had made her sixth sense very strong. Not knowing that it was Chinyu, the moment after the candles went out, everyone started to get nervous, knowing deep down that it was far from over. There was currently no reward for experience or hints for passing, which meant that there was still a boss that hadn't been finished off. None of them had ever encountered such a situation, but they had heard of it. It was inevitable that there would be a hidden powerful boss present inside a high-difficulty secret realm. This probability was very small, not none. Once they encountered it, they would be caught in a bloody battle. Very tricky, and 9 times out of 10, they would be wiped out by the group. But there is a cause and effect. Fortune and misfortune. The greater the risk, the greater the harvest. The reward for passing will be very generous. A high-difficulty copy. What's with all the fuss? Isn't it good to let them pass early? Fear of darkness is the innate instinct of every human being, and now they can't see their fingers, and they don't even know if there is someone beside them, so they can only recognize them through their voices. They don't want to stay in this stone temple. Who knows that there is still that kind of monster inside the darkness? If they are surprised to give them a blow, it will be difficult. Shinyu pondered for a moment and was alarmed. Not good. Sumu was out there alone. Chapter 41, Out of Sight, Out of Mind. No matter what happened first, we must want to find him. Shinyu's face was anxious, wanting to go out as soon as possible. The copy wasn't important. The boss wasn't important. What was important was Sumu's safety. Xiajiai put an acceleration buff on everyone. Shinyu burned up a bunch of flames to illuminate the surroundings, and they acted very fast, following the original path and returning quickly. Because the situation was very urgent, they didn't let Old Wan open up the road in front. Shinyu took the lead and directly rushed out of the dungeon. After coming out, he was shocked to find that this place had actually turned into a dark night. There was no sun in the sky, only a weird full moon. Moreover, the air was mixed with the smell of earth, and in his ears, it seemed as if the high priestess was inside the great hall, and those people were chanting. The entire secret realm seemed like it had changed. It wasn't the same as the one they had entered before. The uneasiness in Chinyu's heart was very strong, and she tried to make contact with the people in the command room. However, there was only the sound of electricity zipping inside the earphones, and the signal was interrupted. It was as if they had come to an alien world. One could only wait for the people outside to strengthen the communication signal. The 9 people traveled along and soon arrived on the fork in the road, and were relieved to see that Sumu was still inside and the light screen was intact. A dozen or so strengthened little monsters had appeared outside the light screen, had been attacking the light screen, but that light screen was very hard. No matter what they did, they couldn't hurt the light screen. Seeing this, their hearts relaxed. Thought to hit more than 1 billion damage of the thunderstorm cannot hurt the shield. Some small monsters how can hurt? In addition to the defense of the light curtain, no one can break it. Coming inside the light screen, Sumu was seriously mixing the magic medicine, not disturbed by the situation outside. He had already finished processing the raw materials and was ready to start the first process. Those cups were filled with strange colored potions. There were also some individual potions that were being heated with alcohol lamps. But at this moment, a change occurred abruptly. Well, a muffled grunt came from the thief girl as she covered her chest and bent down, a mouthful of blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth. Then, blood oozed out of her chest, staining her hands red. In the next moment, everyone took a fighting stance, staring cautiously at their sides and alerting their surroundings. At the same time, a light green glow appeared around the sister, and the wound on her chest was quickly repaired. The blood level also returned to a healthy state. Who attacked you? See it clearly? Shinyu inquired. The girl shook her head. She didn't notice the killing intent at all and was directly injured. Knowing that she was the fastest and highest evasion rate professional in the entire team, and that the thief's specialty was sneak attacks and assassinations, she was actually attacked by someone else today, and didn't even notice what was hurting her. Ah! Another miserable scream struck beside her. The eldest sister among the three sisters was also poisoned. She fell to her knees with a hard face, and several bullet holes appeared in her back, still bubbling with blood. Another person was injured. The thief's sister was cut by a knife. The eldest of the three sisters was doused in bullets, and the following few people looked like they were roasted by fire, just like Qin Yu's tactics. But fortunately, with the presence of Xie Jiai as a nurse, their injuries quickly recovered. Everyone felt creeped out at this moment, not afraid of the enemy being strong, but afraid of not even knowing who the enemy is. The unknown is the most terrifying. This was like a saying circulating on the internet. God, do you dare to light up the blood strip? No matter how strong you are, as long as you dare to light up the blood strip, you are the one that can be defeated. But right now, the enemy was unknown, not knowing the amount of blood, giving off the feeling of being unbeatable. Shit. This time, the hardest old wang within the team was also injured. His face had large burns as if he had been attacked by a heavy caliber weapon. Obviously, there was no sound of an explosion appearing, but there were just burn marks on his face. If it wasn't for his thick enough blood, he was going to be taken out by this blow. The amount of blood on his body had also decreased from 100,000 to 10,000, enough to see that blow would have killed anyone else. And counting his various defenses as well as some damage reduction effects, this strike had at least reached around 300,000. Only then could he be crippled in one move. One after another, people were injured, and no one realized who actually attacked them. Everyone was in disarray, and Qin Yu, a captain with 100 battles of nerves, also began to get nervous. There was nothing wrong with them being 4th turn level experts, but this was the first time they had faced such an outrageous situation, and it was even unheard of. Xia Jiai kept healing the crowd. She was already a little too busy. They were being attacked more and more frequently, and the attacks were becoming more and more violent, but they still didn't have a solution, and if they went on like this, they would be exhausted sooner or later. And Sumu gave up his research at this time and began to observe their situation. Suddenly, he discovered the truth. Shadows, your shadows are acting up. When Sumu reminded them of this, all of them looked at their feet, and they suddenly realized that after some unknown time, moonlight actually appeared in the sky, and the shadows were drawn long on the ground, and that moonlight was not the familiar white color, but a strange green color. The green moon hung high in the sky, and the surroundings became extraordinarily bizarre. Qin Yu's pupils shook tremendously as he looked towards the injured thief girl's shadow. Creepy. It was too bizarre. The thief girl was clearly bowing her body at the moment, ready in a fighting stance, with a knife in her hand. She looked ready to fight at any time, but her shadow didn't do that. Instead, it stood straight and the knife in its hand was in an offensive look, very different from the defensive thief girl. The movements of the shadow and herself were actually inconsistent, as if they were alive. In the next moment, the shadow began to make a move, actually zipping towards itself. Watch out! Qin Yu shouted as she inadvertently saw her own shadow and realized that her shadow was holding a staff and waving it around as if it was casting a spell. And the target of the spell was that mammoth girl. Put! The thief girl was stabbed hard by the knife and spat out a mouthful of blood. A large hole had suddenly appeared in her chest, and this injury was even more appalling than before, and none of her soft armor was broken in any way. The thief girl fell to the ground in agony. In another place, a lot of burns appeared on the night girl's body, the same as Old King's before. At this moment, they all realized that the attacker was their own shadow. The crowd's scalps were numb and they felt very tricky. This was the first time they had all encountered this situation, and they were completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. This was like a boss without a bloodstain. There was no hope in sight, no means to defeat him. Chapter 42, Epic Boss. The horrifying scene appeared again. The three sisters' shadows shot towards the others, who were directly shot and fell to the ground. Their damage didn't even care what armor you were wearing, directly ignoring defense and dealing damage. Attention everyone, the shadows' attacks are real damage, ignoring defense, and will directly deduct blood. Qin Yu immediately reminded everyone, but even knowing that, it was all meaningless, because there was no way to block or to counterattack. The shadow would not only attack the main body, it would also attack others. How could this be defended? How to break it? Everyone was panicking like never before. Xia Jiai's healing didn't stop, healing that one moment, healing this one moment. She kept waving her staff, healing everyone. This one fell to the ground and that one fell to the ground. There was no time to administer help, and she realized that those shadows had a mind. After the shadows realized that she was the only healing aid, they aimed their attacks at her. It began to set fire on her alone. Xia Jia herself was injured. The others began to try to fight back, hitting the shadow's body with their knives or guns, but it didn't do any good at all. All of their attacks hit the air. There was no way to cause any damage to the shadow. Qin Yu, who was the captain at the moment, had also lost his thoughts and was very confused, not knowing what to do. They couldn't contact the outside world right now, and there was no way to solve the dilemma in front of them. They could only watch as their teammates continued to get injured, and sooner or later, they were all going to be consumed by their own shadows. This high difficulty copy, the hidden boss, was actually so terrifying. Things were starting to get tough. As for the outside world, the people inside the command room also had their hands full. They were actually able to see everyone's exact situation, but were unable to communicate. It would take some time for the voice to be repaired, and they were in a dry spell at the moment. The current situation was beyond everyone's expectations, and the think tank began to hastily look up information to see what exactly that boss was. Just when everyone was nervous and busy, Sumu had been very steady as he kept thinking of countermeasures. The enemy is able to control your shadows, so let your shadows disappear. Let's see if this method is feasible. Xia Jia, you set up a few lighting spellballs around here. Don't drop them in every direction, so that the shadows have nowhere to hide. Pay attention. I'm talking about front and back, left and right, up and down. Qinyu heard Sumu's words and wanted to open her mouth but was powerless. This method had long since occurred to her, but was directly dismissed by herself. As we all know, light and shadow are inextricably linked. There is light and there is shadow. Having Xiejia make a few balls of light, wasn't this adding to the shadows? Was this trying to make them die earlier? The think tanks in the command room shook their heads, stating that this idea had occurred to them long ago, but then quickly dismissed it. This method could potentially get everyone killed. But Sumu's next sentence directly woke everyone up. Xiejia, surge them all with levitation spells. Don't land on the ground. Make them fly. I don't know if you guys understand this concept. It's when there was this concept of an operating room in one of the last civilizations on the blue planet, where they treated people in it, surrounded by special rooms, because the presence of shadows would interfere with the doctor's field of vision. Someone at the time invented a light that would make the shadows disappear. A ray of light shines over an object, and the light is blocked by the object, creating a shadow, and this is the shadow of the being. But by shining a light on an object from many angles and with different orientations, the light will shine on the shadow of the object, and the area of the shadow will be drastically reduced and even fade away. This shadow is more blurred than the original shadow and is called a penumbra. If the location is chosen properly and the light shines enough, all around, it will be able to make an object's shadow infinitely close to disappearing, and the remaining penumbra will be irradiated extremely small. So Xiejia, now hurry up and create balls of light. The more the better. Put light balls in all the directions of your bodies. Sumu's approach and some were both enlightening to the crowd. Those who had read history and information understood what Sumu meant. But in the new era, to the crowd who had been receiving new era educational ideas since they were young, these things had already been forgotten. Xinyu and Xiejia understood a general idea and immediately followed what Sumu said. Xinyu put a levitation spell on everyone and they all floated in the air. Xiejia also created hundreds of light orbs. Everyone had at least 10 or more around them, and the light orbs were distributed everywhere around them, including underneath them. After the balls of light lit up, the crowd was shocked to realize that what Sumu said was true. The shadows of the crowd had come infinitely close to disappearing, about as close as there were none. The shadows' attacks were directly limited, hitting their bodies without pain. This method really had an effect. The crowd in the command room directly stood up, very surprised. They had always thought that what Sumu was best at was manufacturing, but now they found out again that this teenager was unafraid in a crisis, and was calm to the extreme as he didn't change his face when a mountain collapsed in front of him. Moreover, he had been conducting chemical experiments on his hands, and the extent of his potion blending had already passed to the final moment. The mythical level potion was about to appear. Sumu had two minds, focusing on creating the potion while observing the crowd, calmly analyzing the situation and coming up with the optimal solution. With Sumu around, where was the think tank? Sumu was the mind of the entire team, the strongest think tank inside the team. Damn, talkative guy, then you go to hell first. A weird voice sounded beside the ears of the crowd, which seemed like a female voice. Immediately afterward, inside the quest panel of all 10 people, a line suddenly appeared. Kill the secret realm hidden boss, shadow of the 7th Apostolox passing through the secret realm. The enemy's true form was revealed. The 7th Apostle? What is this thing? Even Xinyu, who had extraordinary experience, was stunned in place, and after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure out what kind of boss this was. She had never even heard of it. but outside the command room. Jiangjin directly stood up in shock when he heard this, and an unbelievable expression surfaced on Elder Xia's face. Obviously, the two of them knew about this boss. At the rank of the two of them, they naturally knew some secret stories. Jiangjin didn't hide anything and directly told the crowd the identity of the boss. These so-called apostles refer to the 12 epic level bosses that mankind has discovered all over the world so far. Most of these bosses exist inside super secret realms with a group of 100 people. And there are also some other exotics that don't belong to secret realms and roam around the world. Humans know very little about these bosses, only that they all have the title of apostle before their names. And their levels, all of them exceeded 150 levels. Chapter 43, Shadow Kingdom. When the crowd heard this, their brains exploded. That was a 100-player level super high difficulty secret realm. No, that wasn't summarized by secret realm anymore. That was another world. Another country. A world-level difficulty secret realm copy. The space inside was on the same scale as Blue Star. It simply wasn't comparable to a small secret realm like Shadow Mountain anymore. This 7th apostle Shadow of Locus is the boss inside the epic-level secret realm Shadow Kingdom Elgus. These epic-level secret realms don't have fixed entrances and will appear along with time and space in direct places. According to the news sent back by our brother troops, the 7th apostle Elgus is moving more and more frequently and actively in the Asian region. It's highly likely that the entrance to the secret realm will open recently. A copy of the Shadow Mountain secret realm opened and directly caused a level 3 beast tide. If an epic disaster copy like Dark Knight Kingdom Elgus opens within our country's borders, it's imperative to have people raid it at the first opportunity. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. This epic level secret copy of the Dark Knight Kingdom, no one from a single country has been able to clear it so far. And there's nothing we know about the skills and mechanics of this boss, Locus. The information we know so far is that this boss has the highest mortality rate for professionals. After Jiangjin's words, the crowd's faces were grave. Wang Junlei was a bit puzzled. That's not right. It's reasonable to say that this Locus is an epic difficulty boss, and there isn't a single country in the world that has cleared this super high difficulty secret realm. So why would it cause there to be other deaths of professionals? Jiangjin's gaze was deep. According to what we got, this boss's ability should be related to shadows. She exists wherever there are shadows, and because of this mechanism, she can be found all over the world. And every apostle has their own fanatical worshippers, which are equivalent to their followers, that altar inside the Shadow Mountain mystic realm, and the countless monsters inside that worship it, are all its believers. Locus's shadow doppelganger will respond to the call of the believers, which is why this boss has caused the deaths of many professionals. The crowd suddenly realized, those 10 people were so unlucky. Inside a new copy, who would have thought that the final boss would actually be Locus? If this information was known, it couldn't be evaluated as a high difficulty secret world. How long before communication is restored? Elder Xia said eagerly. They had to tell the squads about this intelligence as soon as possible to see if there was any way to break the situation. Within the secret realm, within Sumu's light screen, the Shadow of Locus thought that Sumu was a trash life profession that didn't pose much danger to it, so it didn't care about him. Now, Xia Jiai's light orb shone on everyone, but Sumu was in danger. The Shadow's attack ignored defense and ignored shields. Even if Sumu covered his entire body with a light screen, it wouldn't work. Sumu's own shadow began to twist and turn. The shadow seemed to be laughing as it had an extra knife in its hand, stabbing towards Sumu's chest. Sumu wasn't a combat professional, and his own level was very low. Such a stroke would kill him. He currently had no way to deal with this so-called Shadow of Locus, and was already prepared to exchange his life with angel tears. At the moment when the sharp knife was about to stab, Xia Jiai used her staff to wave it in the air, seemingly using some kind of magic. The knife in Sumu's shadow's hand stabbed down hard, and poof, blood burst out. But Sumu himself didn't feel any pain and his body was intact. Realizing something, he immediately turned his head and saw an opening appear on Xia Jiai's chest, with crimson blood bursting out from it. The young girl let out a muffled grunt of pain and fell out of the air onto the ground. Everyone was very distraught. Sumu's heart was very hard. When he noticed Xia Jiai casting a spell just now, he thought of it. That should have been inflicting something on himself. Sumu saw an angel wing icon inside his status bar with a line written on it. I enter hell, transfer all damage to the caster. Sumu's heartstrings were touched, not realizing that Xia Jiai would actually do such a thing for herself. The two of them had only known each other for a few days. Sumu had a very good impression of her, and her role within the team was also very great. A trustworthy teammate. Just now when the others were in a mess, Xia Jiai did not panic in a crisis, and had been providing healing to her teammates without messing up. Sumu has seen a lot of women in danger, only shouting and screaming, not a little useful. Xia Jiai is not, although not as much as Qinyu experience, but can do this has been very valuable. What he didn't realize was that she would actually do this for herself, using her life for her own. When Xinyu saw Xia Jia fall, she was very anxious. She was the only healing aid. If she fell, the team would lose their nurse. She began to mindlessly launch attacks at the shadow behind Sumu. Even though she knew it was futile, she was still doing it because she really couldn't think of anything else to do. On the ground, Xia Jia's consciousness was blurred, but she still applied a recovery spell to herself, and the wound on her chest gradually recovered. Moreover, she used all her strength to place many balls of light on Sumu's side as well and made him float. Sumu's shadow had disappeared to the maximum extent. At the same time, the spells on Sumu were about to disappear, and she took advantage of the gap between the disappearances and added another one to Sumu. I'm going to hell was once again stacked on Sumu. With Xia Jia's various healing and assisting spells, Sumu was milked intact by her. However, various wounds appeared on Xia Jia's body, and she clenched her teeth strongly to keep her tears from falling. Xia Jia had been controlling her blood level, only milking herself when she was near the bottom. More often than not, she was healing Sumu. Xia Jia herself didn't know what she was thinking. All she had in her mind right now was Sumu's safety, and she used all her strength in order to protect Sumu from harm. And this shadowless method that Sumu thought of wasn't invincible, because this effect could only weaken the silver to the greatest extent possible. It didn't make the shadow disappear. The monsters hiding inside the shadows didn't disappear, but were weakened. It didn't mean they didn't exist. Xia Jia's pressure was very high, and the shadow of Locust started to go berserk, constantly attacking Sumu and the others. Xinyu had a desperate look on his face. If there was no way out, they would be consumed to death here. Xia Jia's healing wasn't infinite. Sooner or later, it would run out one day. Chapter 44, Bloodlock. Time passed slowly. Xia Jia's stamina was getting weaker and weaker, and everyone realized that she was on the verge of not being able to support herself. Her blue amount was about to disappear, frequently healing everyone and having to set spells on Sumu. The blue amount disappeared countless times faster than before. Everyone's mood was very heavy. They all understood that once Xia Jia's blue amount disappeared, it would be the moment they died. At that time, the ball of light would disappear, the shadow would reappear, the buff on Sumu would expire, and Locust would return to full strength. Everyone would die. Xinyu had never been so desperate. In the past, although he had encountered dangers, the good thing was that he was able to see hope. This time, the boss they were facing could not see hope at all. There was no way out at all. The final moment came. Xia Jia's blue level was only 5% left, and her blood level was only 10%. If she took some more damage, Xia Jia would pass out and enter the state of being on the verge of dying. Everything would be over by then. On the other side, Sumu's blood level was still full. The duration of I'm going to hell still had a few seconds or so left, and the moment to decide her fate had arrived. Xia Jia used her last ounce of blue to stack healing on Sumu, choosing to give Sumu the hope of life, while she herself closed her eyes and waited for death to come. Everyone's hearts broke when they saw this scene. Jihahahaha. The weird woman's laughter echoed inside the secret realm. Die trash. The doppelganger of the seventh apostle Locust Shadow was very arrogant as it mercilessly harvested the lives of the crowd. However, in the next second, she saw the trashy light profession pick up a cup of potion and scrutinize it, followed by another cup of potion that was compatible with it. The moment the two potions touched, the mythic grade potion was completely finished. An unparalleled seven-colored light appeared inside the bottle, a light that went straight up into the clouds, and the originally dark night inside the secret realm was lit up. That astonishing light pushed the shadow of Locust to its limits, and it wailed as its illusory body began to burn and mist up. This was the first time anyone had done damage to it. This was just the beginning. The moment the green moon above the sky was hit by the seven-colored light, it began to crumble, like a mirror that fell apart. In the sky, the vast Milky Way appeared, and another god's silhouette was reflected in the sky. The silhouette of the supreme god descended, and everyone submitted. The so-called seventh apostle, no matter how powerful it was still not strong enough to be a god. Moreover, this Locust was still just a doppelganger, not a real body. There was a huge difference between the supreme god's phantom above the sky and the previous gods, judging from her body in the city where the stars were now aligned. This supreme god seemed to be a female deity. The moment the deity appeared, she conveyed an intention to Sumu, who was still unable to understand it, but that didn't matter at the moment. In the present, he was the strongest. Sumu had discovered the pattern. Whenever he built a mythic-level weapon, it would trigger a vision that would invoke the supreme god to descend, creating a suppressive effect on all the beings present. If this could be utilized well, then it would be able to be used as a skill. Any living being that saw a god would be affected and suppressed. Sumu, on the other hand, was not affected in any way. Therefore, The final blow that the shadow of Locust gave to Xiaojia was directly fixed in place and could not be played. Sumu looked at the 2 bottles of mythic potion in his hand, glanced at the attributes on them, and a cheerful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He believed that this mythical potion was able to save the crowd. He took the potion and came to the dying Xiaojia and helped her up. Xiaojia had lost a lot of blood and her face was so pale that he could feel Xiaojia convulsing from her wounds. The original white robe was now covered in blood. Very dirty. Sumu was heartbroken even as he watched. He felt very guilty, especially when she used up the last bit of her magic to apply a cure to herself, which showed that the sister had given up her own life and chose to save Sumu. And Sumu lived up to his expectations and didn't fail Xiaojia's trust. He pried Xiaojia's mouth open and poured all of the mythic grade potion into his mouth. After the potion was drunk by Xiaojia, the visions and the god's shadow disappeared, and the shadow of Locust was no longer suppressed and began to frantically slash at Sumu. The knives stabbed at all of Sumu's vitals. While Sumu wasn't injured, the damage was all transferred to Xiaojia's body. The effect of I'm going to hell still had more than 10 seconds to go before it disappeared, but at this moment, Xiaojia was already hovering under the edge of death, her life about to come to an end. With these slashes from the shadow of rocks, Xiaojia would definitely not be able to hold out and would definitely die. Outside the command room, the atmosphere was very heavy. Several big brothers closed their eyes, unable to bear to see Xiaojia die. Alas, even if it's a mythic potion, it's impossible to achieve the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It's a pity for this girl. Their hearts had already figured out how to arrange Xiaojia's aftermath, and they also planned to compensate her family. After all, she died for Sumu. The bludgeoning numbers kept lighting up on Xiaojia's head, and as a healing aid, her own blood quantity wasn't much. It was just over 20,000, and with less than 10% of her blood left in the first place, Locust only needed 1 slash to directly let her go to her death. However, everyone realized that Xiaojia's blood level locked up and didn't move. The blood level stayed at 1 point and could not drop no matter what. 1 drop of blood, that's this last drop of blood, stayed motionless, no matter how much Locust swung his sword. It just couldn't drop. Locust? Ever since Xiaojia fell to the ground and ran out of blue, the light orb lost its effect and shadow reappeared. The shadow of Locust at this time was the most powerful state. She didn't bother attacking Sumu this time, but focused all her attacks on Xiaojia's body. Knives, guns, spell attacks, a series of bludgeoning red numbers appeared, all hitting Xiaojia's body. Locust was pretty sure that all of her attacks must have landed on Xiaojia's body. Not a single one of them had gone blank. The proof was those blows on top of Xiaojia's head, which were real and could not be faked. However, her blood level just stayed at 1. No matter what, it couldn't drop. Xiaojia locked her blood. It seemed to have found a bug in this world. No matter what, just wouldn't die. Now, everyone understood that the effect of that mythic level potion of Sumu's was to lock the blood. What kind of concept is that? It meant that one would never die, no matter what kind of damage was received. It just wouldn't die. Chapter 45, Immortality. The crowd's scalps were numb. Not dying no matter what. What a heaven-defying effect this was. Even if this effect could only last for a short period of time, then this was still heaven-defying enough. It was equivalent to putting a layer of invincibility buff on oneself, and the professional wouldn't care about what damage he or she received. Just directly harden against all attacks. This was of very great strategic value. There was no way to estimate it. The big brother in the command room was inwardly very surprised. This kid had been creating surprises for himself, and every time he created something, it was sufficiently heaven-defying. The crowd guessed correctly. The name of the potion that Xiaojia drank was very simple. There were only 4 simple words: immortality and immortality. Immortality. Type, consumable. Level, LV1. Quality, mythic. Effects, recover 10% of your blood per second for 2 hours time. Effects, within 2 hours, you will be immortal and your blood level will not decrease below 1 point. Effect, after the potion ends, you gain a permanent increase. Indestructible. Effect, after the potion ends, you gain a permanent increase. Indestructible. Indestructible, you have a one-time increase that won't kill you in seconds. The effect of this bottle of potion with a rank of only 1 was just like the name. Within these 2 hours, drinking the potion directly touched the law of immortality, directly locking the blood and opening the door. Immortality and immortality. Moreover, the recovery ability of this bottle of potion also exploded the other life potions. Other life potion recovery amount has a big gap. Some is because the maker's technology is not good. Some is because the raw materials are not good. There is a big card distance, but no matter how big the gap was, there was a base amount of recovery. A level 1 life potion, even if it was made from the hands of a master, could only restore 1,000 life values. This was already the limit of the potion. However, Sumu's mythic level potion directly broke the limit with a percentage recovery. which was unrivaled for those professionals who piled up with blood. For some meat shields with hundreds of thousands or millions of blood, ordinary life potions were a piece of garbage, and it was better for them to have a mouthful of water. The amount of blood recovered was small and there was a limit, but Sumu's 10% recovery is very exaggerated, and it lasts for 2 hours to recover 10% of the blood, and there's also a permanent bonus, which is equivalent to wearing an angel's tear. Percentage of blood restoration. It was a potion. Being able to lock blood. It was a collocation. And getting a permanent buff. It was the effect of a magic potion, and this effect had no side effects. It wouldn't degenerate into slavery. The shadow of Locus was desperate, and it stopped attacking. That is, with no attacks, the recovery of the potion began to show. Xiaojia immediately awoke. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Sumu in front of her. The girl didn't know what came to her mind and started bawling as she hugged Sumu. I'm sorry for you. It's me who didn't protect you. I'm too useless. Oh. Xiaojia thought that the squad had failed and that everyone had come to another world, a world belonging to the soul. It was said that when a person died, they just changed to another place and continued to live. Nothing had changed. Sumu was a bit confused. He immediately shook Xiaojia's head. Wake up, we didn't die. You saved us all. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had the time to make the potion, and I wouldn't have had the means to use it for you. Xiaojia's crying stopped. Ha! I didn't die. Everyone didn't die? Where we are now is still in the young world. Not in another world? Xiaojia broke into tears. It was great that everyone was fine. She then noticed 2 buffs in her status bar. Both pairs of eyes snapped wide open in disbelief. Immortality. Your blood level will not drop below 1 point. Duration, 1 hour 58 minutes 30 seconds. Immortality. You can block 1 attack that is killed in seconds. Duration, permanent. At that moment, Sumu coughed. I only have a bottle of life potion. All of it is for you to drink. My damage transfer is about to end. Look, Sumu politely reminded Xiaojia, meaning that if you don't nurse me, I'm really going to die. Locust attack can put me to death. Xiaojia's blood level hadn't returned to full. Her consciousness had woken up quite a bit, and within the time she was unconscious, she had also recovered a little bit of blue. Mage professionals and priests. The blue amount is much higher than the blood amount. After all, they have to rely on skills for big damage. Although Xiaojia's blood quantity was only more than 20,000, her blue quantity reached 200,000, which was more than 10 times her blood quantity. With only a little bit of recovery, it was also enough to allow her to use a lot of skills. Xiaojia waved her staff, and in the next second, the I entered hell buff reappeared on Sumu. The duration also became 5 minutes, and not only that, she also cast this buff on the other teammates present. Xiaojia also understood that she wouldn't die within 2 hours no matter what, and she chose to put I enter hell on everyone. Normally, this buff was very much a drag for priests, who didn't have a lot of blood to begin with, and if everyone else's damage was transferred to themselves, it was purely looking for death. Just like the name, choosing to unleash the spell was equivalent to having thought to themselves, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? They would rather suffer the ordeal themselves than see their teammates suffer. This skill was supposed to benefit others. Letting the tank cast it would probably be more effective. It was just that this skill was very blue consuming, and the tank didn't have much blue to consume. Xiaojia had put this buff on all 9 people, which meant that all the damage received by the 9 people would be transferred to her. A weak woman. It directly stacked the damage 9 times, but what could that do? It's not like I'm going to die anyway. So what am I afraid of? The people watching the battle outside the arena were still a bit confused. Xiaojia actually had such a powerful buff effect. It was too shocking. Wasn't this girl already invincible? In this world, could there really be the existence of bugs? Leader, communication is back to normal. Happy reports came one after another. The people from the technical department had allowed the 2 parties' communication equipment to be completely repaired after continuously repairing and strengthening the signals. Jiangjin told Sumu and Qinyu about the news of the 7th apostle and the shadow of Locus at the first opportunity. Xiaojia had healed all of them, and the blue amount was quickly bottoming out again, meaning that they didn't have a few minutes left to hold out. If the shadow of Locus attacked the crowd while Xiaojia was out of blue, no one would be able to restore them again by then. Chapter 46 Unlimited Energy. At this time, Sumu pulled out another potion that glowed with a 7-colored light. Hurry up and drink it. Xiaojia didn't hesitate and took a mouthful. Once this potion was drunk, the effect was even more exaggerated than the previous life potion. The blue bar, which should have been about to bottom out, instantly returned to its full state. This bottle of potion undoubtedly restored the amount of blue, and it wasn't a fixed value that was restored. It was a value of percent. With her blue amount back to full, Xiaojia began her approach. A golden glow surrounded everyone's body, and everyone's blood quantity returned to full value at this moment. And what was even more exaggerated was that Xiaojia's blood level didn't change much at all and quickly recovered. All of her current skills looked like they had no blue consumption, and her blue level stayed motionless. No matter how many skills were released, there would be no change. And the potion Sumu had created only had 4 words: infinite energy. Infinite energy. Type: consumables. Quality: mythic. Effects: instantly restores full energy. Effects: instantly restores full energy. Effect: within 2 hours. The energy consumption of all skills is reduced by 100%. Effect: within 2 hours. The energy consumption of all skills is reduced by 100%. Effect: gain a permanent buff. God's blessing. God's blessing. 10% of energy will be returned to you after the skill consumes energy. As the name of the potion suggests, unlimited energy, which allows for endless energy, directly solves the problem of energy shortage. All skill releases needed to consume energy, and infinite energy directly remove this effect, turning all consumption all the way to nothing. And it was worth noting that the name of the potion was infinite energy, not infinite blue amount. There are many kinds of energy, and blue amount is just a branch with a big head. Many special professions, such as thief professionals, had no blue, and what they consumed to release their skills was not blue, but physical strength. There was no lower limit or upper limit to stamina value. No matter how high the level was, it was always 100, and after using skills to deduct stamina value, they could only wait for the stamina value to recover on its own. Unless they used a special method to recover their stamina value, they could only wait, and even this method was far inferior to unlimited energy. One could imagine how terrifying a thief professional whose stamina value was always full was, and this profession itself was a very fast professional, being able to maintain a high movement speed all the time to kite the enemy. The enemy couldn't touch themselves no matter what. Moreover, unlimited energy gave everyone a permanent bonus, returning 10% of their energy consumption. There is a difference between this and lowering the blue consumption of a skill, which is too volatile and consumes more or less, and return 10% of energy, is fixed. Right now, Xiaojia was immortal and had unlimited energy. She was the strongest as of now. Xiaojia kept applying buffs to the crowd while ensuring that her blood level was always around 10% and she wouldn't fall into a coma due to blood loss. Everyone realized one thing: Xiaojia had really succeeded, becoming invincible for a short period of time. The 2 bottles of potion created by Sumu directly moved the situation back. It's not that you can't be attacked. You're afraid of the light. Sumu had a keen insight into the shadow of Locus's weakness. He vaguely remembered that when he had created the life potion earlier, the dazzling light had caused quite a bit of damage to the shadow of Locus. Sumu's smile looked like a devil from hell to the shadow of Locus. This human, very smart and very sharp. Originally it was able to go on a killing spree today, but because of this guy it spoiled its own good deed. Right now, it let him give another guess to its weakness. It was indeed not invincible. As long as the light was bright enough, he would receive damage. This copy is a high difficulty copy. The upper limit difficulty is locked by the rules. Even if it comes to the copy, it will not be as strong. Its own blood is still limited. The light shining from what Sumu had built earlier directly reduced its blood level by 30%, lowering it by 1/3. I wonder if you can carry a thunderstorm. When a thunderstorm appeared, it wasn't just terrifying lightning. The light emitted by the lightning was also incomparably bright. Sumu wanted to give it a try and see how many times this so-called apostle could carry the thunderstorm. He immediately took out his revolver and lit up a light screen, shielding everyone inside. Immediately afterward, he fired a shot towards the outside, and this time, he was going to destroy everything with shadows outside. The shadow of Locus was a bit puzzled. Was a gun like to put it to death? How was this possible? They had already had someone try it before, and a gun couldn't do any damage to him at all. But in the next second, terrifying thunderstorms appeared in the sky. Those thunderbolts were very blinding. Under the countless thunderbolts, Locus had no place to hide. Every place could be illuminated. The light of the thunderstorm left Locus' doppelganger with nowhere to escape, only exposed to the thunderstorm weather. It was wailing and screaming at the top of its lungs as its body was fogged up with lightning, the purest energy in the world. And each lightning bolt was at least 5 meters thick with a great deal of light. Send a message to your essence, saying that I will kill it. Under the ravages of the thunderstorm, the shadow of Locus directly fell into silence, annihilating into the world. And the thunderstorm directly swept across the entire secret realm. The powerful lightning tore apart all the darkness. The green moon was torn apart, and the secret realm turned from darkness into day once again. All the monsters inside were exterminated. This meant that the last boss was taken out, and Shadow Mountain was cleared. Hidden boss, 7th Apostle, Shadow of Locus successfully killed. Shadow Mountain Forest mystery has been successfully cleared. Starting to settle experience and rewards. The existence of a 90% experience exclusive contract has been detected, and is being checked. The distribution of experience rewards is complete. A few golden lights appeared on Sumu's body. This time the copy was cleared. He had risen 4 levels consecutively. The level of the Shadow Mountain Secret Realm was high difficulty. He was currently considered to have crossed over to finish off the boss, and there were still some experience rewards. Starting to settle prop rewards based on the performance of the Secret Realm. Grade for this clearance, A. Completion, 99%. Rating, S. Passing time, 1 hour, 36 minutes and 14 seconds. Rating, A. Departed the hidden level. Copy rating upgraded by 1 level, passing time, 1 hour, 36 minutes and seconds. Rating, A. Overall rating, S. Reward special treasure chest. All rewards settled. Teleport out of the secret realm in 1 minute. A series of prompts sounded in everyone's minds at the same time. And in the next second, a portal appeared in front of them. In the other section of the portal, it was the place where Sumu and the others were before they came in, and from the portal, they could return the same way. Chapter 47, Elgus Key. Not only that, the doppelganger of the 7th Apostle Shadow of Locus had also exploded in equipment. A white momentum. Shinyu came to Sumu's front with a guilty face. Little brother. I'm so sorry. It's my incompetence that made everyone almost die here. As a protector, it's me who is not competent enough. We are not worthy to receive this job. Go back here and take the initiative to resign. I will also compensate you on behalf of the forces behind you. Shinyu's cheeks burned. She was really too incompetent. She felt very incompetent. Not even as good as a newcomer. Sumu was unimpressed. To be able to come out, each and every one of you has put in effort. It's not like I'm the only one to take credit for it. You guys have done well enough. And for such an accident to happen, no one expected it. And let's not talk about the resignation thing. I think it's still pretty cool for you guys to bring me to leveling. I'll have to trouble you guys more in the back. Let me become a second turn first. Sumu's words moved Shinyu and the crowd. Shinyu's eyes were already red. Secretly don't turn her head to wipe her tears. Good. As long as you don't mind me. The atmosphere inside the team became cordial again. And several sisters laughed and laughed. They no longer regarded Sumu as an object of protection. Next, it was the part of dividing the spoils. A level 50 weapon was opened inside the pass reward box, and it was a large sword specialized for the warrior profession. Sumu had no way to use it, and the others didn't need it either. Just by looking at the attributes, it was considered a superb item. If sold, it could also be exchanged for tens of millions of gold coins. A few people had already discussed it. They didn't want any of the things they got from the secret realm this time. They all exchanged them for cash to Sumu. As for the item dropped by the Shadow of Locus, Shinyu had also looked at it. It was a material that led to the kingdom of Elgus. Elgus Relic Key. Type, miscellaneous. Quality, legendary. Introduction, a common door block of Elgus invaded by the Dark Knight. With a residual eerie aura, the person who possesses the item can utilize mysterious technology to cause a provoked reaction, opening the door to Elgus. This is the key to Elgus, a duplicate key. By possessing the item, the country would be able to grasp the initiative to go to Elgus. Even if the Dark Knight Kingdom didn't open the secret realm, they would still be able to go to Elgus through this if Sumu's mission was over. The secret realm copy was also cleared, and he would soon be able to go home. Inside the command room of the imperial capital, everyone violently realized that the clothes behind them were already drenched in sweat. This trip to the secret realm was very dangerous. If it wasn't for Sumu coming forward in time and Xia Jiai's blocking her life, an entire squad would have been wiped out. The most important thing was the mythic grade potion that Sumu had created. The crowd was scared afterward. The person in charge of the mission, Zhao Ziyun, was emotional. It's all my fault. I was too hasty to let them go down to the secret realm. If I could have eased in for a while, found a more powerful and strong person, and had more equipment, this time the secret realm wouldn't have been so difficult. Sun Filong is also sighing. I also have a responsibility. I didn't wait for the special talent treatment to Sumu before rushing to let him go down to the secret realm. If there were more and more powerful forces to help him, it wouldn't be so treacherous. In the country, applying for something is to have a lot of procedures exist, even if just a few days ago after the meeting to determine. But there is not a week's time to go through the process, go through all kinds of procedures. It is impossible to complete the approval in a short period of time. China has a total of 40 and provinces, more than 500 cities. It's very busy to deal with. It's a matter of getting through the various relationships, and it's very likely that that report will only arrive on the desk of the specialized approver. I'll go as soon as possible to urge the person in charge of approving it. Sumu absolutely can't be buried. Sun Feilong's eyes were red, and he had obviously gone to his head. Jiangjin slammed the table, somewhat annoyed. Are you all slapping my face? There are a few people from my military inside the team. Do you all mean that all my people are trash? The three men began to quarrel, and in the end, Wang Junlei, a bystander, rounded off the conversation. Leaders, I don't think everyone is at fault. We didn't even know what was inside the secret realm beforehand, and we've already done all sorts of insurance measures. But in the end, an accident happened. Although the process was a bit bumpy, but in the end it has been resolved. The result is at least good. I now feel that the thing we should be doing is to make up for the shortfall. This is already the best we can do at the moment. Even if something does go wrong, we still have a clear conscience. Wang Junlai's words made several people calm down. Sun Feilong sighed. It's true that we didn't do our job. In the entire imperial capital, we actually didn't find a master-level character. It's all because of my carelessness that put Sumu in danger. The third turn is the Transcendent Realm, a very big change for professionals. And after the fifth turn, it's the second very big change. From the fifth turn to the seventh turn, this realm is known as a master. Looking at the whole country, there were only so many thousands of them. The imperial capital still had them, but because of this beast tide, all of them were injured. Sun Feilong got up and prepared to leave the command room. Old Sun, what are you doing? Going to call the guy who approved the materials. It's clearly been approved in the meeting. Let's see why this kid is delaying the approval. A certain administrative unit. On the desk of the department concerned with approving materials, there was a pile of documents. The approved materials were pressed at the bottom, and there were dozens of materials that needed to be approved on top. This department was usually very busy. The level of busyness was not something that an ordinary person could handle. The approval materials concerning the entire country. The items approved in it were also very numerous, involving every aspect: medical, education, construction, professional union and so on and so forth, all have to be approved by this department. It can be said that people working in this department have no rest time. Every day either in the approval of the material or on the way to approve the material. That's why in Yuan, the department head, often worked until midnight and slept less than 5 hours a day. And yet, Yuan remained steadfast in his position, not regretting that he was in charge of this job. Every document in it, every project he had to personally go through, making sure to maintain professional ethics. The door of the office was pushed open and a secretary in professional attire walked in holding the documents. She also held a phone in her hand. Leader is usually very busy. I understand your feelings very well. Every document leader has to personally go through it before approving it. I guarantee, that document leader will definitely see it with his own eyes. Leader Sun, I'm afraid I can't let you talk to him on the phone right now. Our leader is busy with a meeting. There's no way to answer the phone. I'll give the leader a response to your situation. Chapter 48, Approving Materials. After saying that, the secretary directly hung up the phone. And Yuan just sat on the desk and looked at her. What happened? Who called you? He didn't say anything more to the secretary's words. It was good to avoid having a lot of people calling him over. After all, there was so much information that needed to be approved across the country. If everyone called him, would he still be doing his job? Generally speaking, unless it was a red phone call that would be answered. All other calls coming in would be put off by the secretary. Who called? And Yuan glanced at the secretary. It's Sun Feilong, the leader of the education department in Imperial Capital. He calls every hour. This is already the fourth time today. And Yuan frowned. Then he probably has something more urgent. What does he have? He said that he wants you to sign as soon as possible a talent recruitment program that was passed in a meeting some time ago. And Yuan mused. This year it did seem like it was about to be time for a recruitment program for talents. But this matter had not officially begun and there were no open channels. The secretary added. Does it need to be dismissed? And Yuan shook his hand, signaling her to go out first. He pondered for a moment. Agreeing to the talent recruitment program at this time was very much out of order. All the other provinces had not yet reported it, and the imperial capital locally was going to report it. Wasn't that leaving it for people to chew on? This is not to leave people to chew on them. Saying that they take the back door. The secretary just left, then immediately came back again and carefully said, Leader, we just received a parcel. This was sent from the education department of the imperial capital. It should be very important. The secretary handed it over. And the first thing Yuan saw was the stone block that emitted white light. His pupils immediately dilated after seeing the attributes of the stone block. The Dark Kingdom Elgus copy key. Why would they have such a thing? And there was also a small note placed inside. And on top of the note was an exquisite box. He opened it and saw that a life potion was placed inside. And he was extremely puzzled. What was the purpose of sending this over? His finger placed on the top of the potion. The mythic level potion properties opened. And Yuan was not calm. Originally Sun Filong was ready to put the revolver inside the box, but after all, he was stopped by someone else. He made 4 or 5 phone calls today. He just couldn't see in Yuan, and it pissed him off. Inside the conference room, he slammed the table and shouted, "I'll just give him a gun and show him what a true genius of the country is." Luckily, this was spoken in front of the crowd. Otherwise he would have been responsible for attacking the leader of the State Department. In the end, a few people had a discussion and decided to let Sumu build a few bottles of potions after he came back. These potions had a very big advantage compared to engineering technology. As long as there were enough materials, then the potion that was concocted would be able to be used for a very long time, while also having a very complete potion effect. As long as Sumu was given enough materials, he would be able to create a large pot of immortality potion. Then by separating these potions into 50 small bottles, they would be able to produce an effect on 50 people. Now in Yuan's hand was a small vial of potion that was roughly a few dozen milliliters. Immortality and immortality. The more Yuan looked in his heart, the more shocked he became. He began to feel his breath at home. Mythic level. This was actually mythic level. He had never seen such a quality level before, even if he had risen to the level of the country. Looking at the entire country, just below a portion of people, and Yuan had never seen such a quality. Inside his conception, epic was the best. Whether it was engineering items or consumables, lifetype creations or various equipment and the like, the highest was only epic level. Therefore, being able to own an epic level equipment was the dream of every professional, even though 99% of them were dreaming. So far, the planet had selected a top list of the best equipment in the world every month of the year, which was a rating released by the rules of the Heavenly Tao. In the entire blue planet, there were only 50 or so pieces of epic level equipment, and these 50 or so pieces occupied the top 50 of the top list. In the country, there were also just less than 10 pieces of epic level equipment. These were only qualified to be acquired by saint level super professionals, and the current mythic grade, was it above the epic grade? And Yuan began to wonder. If not, then the effects of this potion didn't look like any kind of quality. A level 1 potion that was able to gain 2 hours of immortality and also give a buff to avoid death once? But if it was, then it was even more terrifying. Where did this come from? Who made it? And Yuan remembered that none of the duplicates or wild monsters dropped life potions. The only source of life potions was made by living professionals. Could there really be someone who could create a mythic level potion? And Yuan began to frantically search for that piece of information. He overturned the information accumulated above as soon as he could, looking anxious and wanting very much to find that piece of information. He was now full of thoughts about that piece of information, but the more anxious he was, the less he could find it. A change of female secretary was dumbfounded. Leader, what's wrong with you? She had previously seen that there was that stone about the Dark Knight Kingdom Elgus. That thing was related to the Dark Knight Kingdom. And now the country's top management was troubled by the fact that the Dark Knight Kingdom, an epic secret copy, was becoming more and more active in Asia, and it had already caused a lot of casualties. This was a big problem for the country at the moment. If it wasn't gotten rid of as soon as possible, there would be a big disaster. That's why she handed the item over to Yuan. But she didn't expect Yuan to just take a look at it and skim it away, all the time holding a life potion and observing it repeatedly, looking at it and rubbing it over and over, holding that thing in his arms like it was a treasure. That bottle of potion can't be some kind of psychedelic mind, right? And Yuan was directly mesmerized by 5. Crazy or not? Or is it that he didn't sleep well in the last few days, resulting in insanity? And Yuan is now very anxious. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me find information. Ow. The secretary hurriedly bent down and started rummaging through the boxes to help him find the information. Leader, which document are you looking for? It's the one that Sun Filong called you just now and asked me to sign. The secretary nodded her head, and soon she found the document. The document was placed by her. Finding it was much faster than in Yuan, and Yuan's face was agitated as he pranced around and stood up from the floor, taking out a pair of eyes from inside the drawer. He then carefully took the document from the secretary's hand and looked at it carefully. Chapter 49 Disqualifying Others. After turning over the first page of this report, his face began to stare. Proposal on the application for a quota for Sumu students to be selected for the Imperial Capital's National Strategic Talent Cultivation. This was indeed an application proposal for talent selection. But did it have anything to do with the life potion? In his mind, there had always been a thought that the figure who could create such an outrageous potion must be a veteran figure similar to Academician Fan. There was no connection to the young man at all, and Yuan continued to look down. It was the specific information of this youth. Only 18 years old. Parents were ordinary workers. Life professional. Engineer. What the hell? What are they up to? Fiercely, and Yuan's brain exploded. Living professional. Could it be that this was the talented young man they wanted to recommend? And Yuan continued to look down. He didn't care about this teenager's background. What he cared about was Sumu's talent. What truly affected a professional was talent and transmutation. Everything else was just floating clouds. With an ordinary transfer and ordinary talent, the upper limit is already stuck. Those who were able to become famous must have excessive talent. This was a rule he had summarized over the years. In this world, hard work couldn't make you successful. It could only keep a subsistence level. If you wanted to be successful, you had to have talent. This was a very helpless thing, and it was also a disguised pedigree theory. However, there is a good point. That is, the common people have the opportunity to give birth to a child with excellent talent, as a way to change their fate. Those strong or high officials' children may be a little lacking in talent, and can't take on a big job. This also led to the fact that some monopolized resources of the great families would not appear. Only talent coupled with hard work will keep moving upwards. And Yuan saw Sumu's talent. Seeing the lines on it, his heart jumped to his throat. Talent, God's empowerment. God's empowerment, equipment you forge, regardless of any quality, is fixedly attached with a mythic attribute? And Yuan looked at the two lines above in shock. This talent had shown that this person called Sumu was the maker of the mythic great potion. This potion wasn't obtained by chance. It was man-made. And looking at the talent, it wasn't necessarily that he could only make potions. It was that everything he made possessed a mythic effect. And Yuan's excitement was beyond words as he continued to scroll backward. Sumu's current level was level 14. He had just completed a transfer. And currently, in addition to potions, there was also engineering creation. And Yuan was very satisfied. Engineering is good. Our country's favorite thing is to build things. There are only a few big countries in the world that pay a lot of attention to engineering disciplines. But our country is the only one that values engineering disciplines the most. Turn the next page. A revolver came into Yuan's eyes. From the surface, this revolver was no big deal. The most important thing was that there was no specific damage written on it. Soon enough, his eyes went on top of the picture next to it. That was the scene when the mythic grade revolver was used. The beast-tied defense battle, and the attributes of the quantum generator appeared in front of him. 100 million energy value. The coverage area was so large. Doesn't this mean that most of the cities in the country would be able to install such a quantum generator? Could this thing be mass-produced? And Yuan continued to look down and realized that this thing was not only capable of mass production, but was also able to modify his appearance without affecting the original function at all. There was also the effect of the last blue potion, which was still at a mythical level and still so unreasonable. A short report was quickly read by him, and on the last sheet of this report, there was a CD-ROM attached. He placed the CD inside his laptop and opened the video. This video was a real-time video of Sumu inside the Shadow Mountain secret forest, and Yuan didn't fast forward a bit, and watched all of the video for more than an hour. Especially the moment he saw the seventh apostle Locust Shadow. His heart paused for a moment, very nervous. In the battle between Sumu and the Shadow of Rocks afterward, Sumu showed great composure and calmness, was able to think of a way to get out of it, as well as creating something that was good enough. Otherwise, this plan would have died. Good. And Yuan was very excited and directly gave instructions to the secretary. Don't want people from other provinces for today's national talent selection. Suspend it for 1 year and open it up. The secretary was stunned. What, leader? Our planning is already done. We will start recruiting talents soon. Several provinces and regions are already making preparations. If we cancel it at this time, I'm afraid they will be dissatisfied. Then let them be dissatisfied. We haven't even said if we're going to do it or not. They're preparing ahead of time. They can't blame us. And Yuan slapped the table with a stern look, scaring the little secretary so much that she didn't dare to say anything. That's it. Go ahead and send out the notice. Any dissatisfaction below, let them come to me. Oh, the secretary walked away aggrieved. And Yuan picked up the phone and made a call to the people in each department, telling them to come over for a meeting. The content of the meeting was about suspending and canceling this year's talent recruitment and training program, and that only one person would be recruited today, and that the treatment would be raised to the highest. And Yuan did not tell them that the quota had been internalized, and that this year, and Yuan was the talent that the country was going to train with all its might. After getting this news, the various heads of the entire department arrived at the scene. They were all very shaken. Damn, leader, you're not crazy. This talent cultivation program is something that dozens of provinces in the country have to fight for. How do you think to cancel it, and also reduce the quota to become a person? You are trying to cause a war. Half an hour later, the conference room. A group of leaders from various departments had arrived on the scene. Most of them were old men, with an average age of 60 online. Seeing Yuan come over, they all shouted, "Leader, please don't. 10,000 times must not be allowed. take my advice. You can't do this, it will cause a fight. This matter still needs to be considered before it can be done. And Yuan stretched out his hand to silence all these people. And without saying a word, he began to play the video, showing Sumu's performance in front of the crowd. After the playback was completed, a silence fell inside the conference room, immediately followed by the sound of compliments. Leader's high opinion. I think this proposal is very appropriate. It's really great. I've never seen such an unparalleled genius before, and it's too good to have him used by our country. The attitudes of the following people directly reversed 180 degrees, and Yuan was also somewhat saddened. Their starting point is all good. All of them are eye for the future of the country, pooling resources and fully cultivating the best. Chapter 50 Today's News. Sumu. This moment the brightest star appeared, directly let them folded. Sumu just has a different charm. Let countless people are very biased in his favor, probably because the country's front road is very dangerous and dark. Sumu the star appeared and brightened the front road. Leader, after knowing this Sumu student's ability, there is indeed no problem with this policy, but to implement it, without revealing his talent, I'm afraid it's difficult to give an explanation to others. Someone raised the issue of aftermath, and Yuan laughed coldly. There is no need to give them an explanation. I am the superior. When did I give an order and have to discuss it with my subordinates? When these words came out, the whole hall was shocked. Leaders big and small looked at Yuan with admiration, not realizing that the leader who had worked together for so long had such a domineering side. Soon after, they released the news of canceling this year's talent recruitment. This news quickly spread inside more than 30 provincial and municipal authorities, both large and small. The provinces that were very strong in education themselves were directly dissatisfied and lifted the table on the spot. This is a national policy. How can it be changed just like that? Just as Yuan and the others had expected, the situation was the same. Countless copies of protests and objections swept over, but all of them were useless and were regarded by Yuan as paper in the toilet. Not only did Yuan not give them a reply, he released an even more explosive message. Don't report any geniuses to me from your other provinces. Those geniuses are all garbage and trash and can't even make it to the top. The only place has already been decided. After the news was spread out, the entire country directly triggered a very large earthquake. It seems like the top is crazy, lifting the nation's resources to train one person. What exactly does this guy have? I'm not convinced. There are insiders. There's definitely an insider. Exactly. He's no match for our super genius Triple X. If you have the ability, let that person come out and show his hand. Otherwise, I'm definitely not convinced. Such voices appeared one after another. No one understood the meaning of the above, nor did they want to. They were just unconvinced. Soon, a codename was exploded out. The one that squeezed out everyone in the province. Divine Worker. This was the codename of that super genius, who had taken all the other geniuses' spots, enjoying the resources that should have belonged to them. This time the attitude of the top is very tough. No matter how much trouble the bottom makes, the top just won't change or pay any attention. Okay, copy that. Let's talk about it next time. This is the attitude of the top. The night ended and the sky dawned. Cool. Sumu got up from his big bed, stretched a lazy waist, looked at the time, slept until the sun, got up at 9 o'clock. Maybe it was because yesterday's spirit inside the copy was really tense, and he fell asleep just after returning yesterday. What Sumu wants to do this time is very simple, which is to continue to upgrade, constantly upgrade. When he rose to level 20, he would unlock the next branch. Shinyu said goodbye to himself yesterday, saying that they would rush over any time they needed to, as long as Sumu gave a word, no matter where they were, they would rush over to help him upgrade. A text message alert came from inside Sumu's cell phone. He suddenly realized that in the card that he had given to himself above, there was an additional 20 million gold coins, which should be the money from selling all the things inside the copy and giving it to himself. Shinyu also said, they are not bad money. Also do not intend to share this 1,000. Dropped equipment if Sumu can use on the use. Cannot use sold for money to Sumu. Cool. After a sleep, Sumu's assets doubled again. Anyone would feel refreshed. After finishing washing up, Sumu made a call to Chinyu. Hubby, the sun is shining on your butt. You just woke up looking for others at this point. Chinyu was soft on the other end of the phone. Her voice was quite sultry and she looked like a little daughter-in-law. Sumu previously thought that she was an imperial sister who knew everything, but now he found out that she was very borderline, knew when to say what words and what words not to say, and had principles. Although she was full of immodesty, she was actually very reliable. Sister Chin, you're too bad. Didn't you say we call our husbands first? Hubby, our sisters miss you so much. It's hard to feel bad when I don't see you for a day. Our Peach Garden Hotel, room 520, 521 is waiting for you. Oh, we've washed our whites. Aha! Next to Chinyu there were a few other people. The ones who spoke seemed to be the second and third of the three sisters inside, and the last shout heard Sumu's body react. Listening to the voice should be that knight's sister. This sister communicates with other people very proper and usual, but seeing himself as a red face, not saying a word, the eyes are very perverted. Sumu was hard to accept for a while. Forget it, I'm the Tang monk entering the daughter's kingdom. I'm sure to die. It's better for you guys to come out. He. Chinyu, what else is going on today? Sumu thought for a moment, still looking for a secret realm to upgrade. I want to get to level 20 quickly. Which secret realm do you want to go to? Or the Shadow Mountain secret realm? After all, it's fast to brush monsters there, and it brushes more experience. Chinyu and the others fell into silence. This secret realm had given them a lot of pressure, causing them to nearly lose their lives on the spot. However, once they were back in the game, they also knew the routine inside, not to mention that with the perverted weapon made by Sumu in their hands, there was nothing to be afraid of. Slave will go to find the official. Girls, go greet official Su. Sumu smiled in disgust and hurriedly hung up the phone. After getting acquainted with this group of sisters who were a little bit older than himself, they were getting more and more licentious, and there were times when they really couldn't top it. If they did it to themselves on the spot inside the secret realm, then it would be a big deal. What should he do then? Who should I marry as my wife? Can't just take them all. An hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Mountain secret realm once again. This time, it was a lot easier for them to pass through. It was still the old king who attracted the monsters and then eliminated them all. It only took a few people less than half an hour to clear the level, eliminating the high priestess, and this time, the shadow of Locust did not appear again. The sound of the duplicate leveling emerged in everyone's minds, and the teleportation channel appeared in front of them. After all, this time, Sumu rose to level 17. Alas, upgrading is still too slow. If only there could be a wave of beast tide. Wang Junlei, who was on standby outside the copy, sighed. Yang Tian was directly speechless. Do you want to ting? What are you talking about? When the crowd was planning to brush the Shadow Mountain mystic realm once more, Chinyu suddenly exclaimed out. You guys, look at today's news. Chapter 51, Frontline Squad Steel Blade Unit. Everyone came over to Chinyu's side, and on top of her cell phone, a news video was playing. The video had apparently only just been released a short while ago, and in less than 10 minutes, it already had millions of hits and retweets. The content inside was simple. A statement. The representative of the Domestic Professionals Union made a solemn statement. A solemn declaration to the whole country, the whole world. Since the descent of the Supreme Rule, we have discovered 12 apostles epic bosses all over the world. These bosses are exceptionally powerful and all exist inside another time. The space where they are located occasionally opens up to us, and each time it does so, it causes incomparably great sufferings, and even causes a certain country to perish. Until now, everyone in the world has been at their wits' end with such a situation, and not a single country has been able to get through one of the epic copies. However, such a situation is about to end. After our country's highest professional alliance dispatched a frontline squad of steel blade troops, we can make a solemn announcement to the people of the world. As China dares to be the first in the world, we have decided to begin our deployment to attempt to challenge the Dark Kingdom of Elgus super secret realm where the seventh apostle, the Shadow of Locust, is located. The last few sentences of the video pounded violently on everyone's appreciation as they unanimously looked towards Sumu. Sumu touched his nose, a little embarrassed. He was mentally very shocked. Shit, you came for real. What I said before was just pretending to be next door and blowing smoke. He wasn't arrogant enough to be able to make this kind of major decision for China, nor did he have the confidence to challenge the Dark Knight Kingdom's secret realm. The supreme rule had already descended for hundreds of years. From ancient times to the present day, not a single person, not a single country had ever challenged an epic-level secret realm copy, and China's current professional rating was around the third in the world, and the rating on equipment was also in the third. As far as the personal battle power ranking was concerned, there were only 3 of them crossed inside the top 10. China wasn't number 1 in every aspect, and the overall situation was indeed very good. The first was the Eagle Kingdom. People had opened up gamification reforms early and entered a new world. This was hundreds of years ago, so let's not talk about it. China now wants to take the lead and walk in front of everyone. It definitely has its own bottom line, and this bottom line, everyone's looking at Sumu. It was Sumu who had given the country's backbone, and the mythical level of creations and potions in his hands had boosted the confidence of the country's top brass. Sumu, it's me, the god. Chinyu was from the military. At this moment, she was already excited beyond words. She directly hugged Sumu, happy like a little kid. Sumu was a bit overwhelmed and confused. Why was Chinyu so excited? It was as if she knew the inside truth of something. The others looked at Chinyu with skepticism. Chinyu coughed and smiled awkwardly. Don't look at me. It's my father. My father is the military, is the general of the Steel Sword Army, the most elite force in China. The mission of the Steel Sword Army was not one that was responsible for defending the city, but one that was responsible for reclaiming the wasteland and going out into the wilderness to survive. The country of China originally had many territories, but they were all occupied by monsters, and there were also some secret realms situated on top of the territories. The duty of the Steel Blade Army was to reclaim the territory, to raid those secret realms, and then pocket the secret realms. This time, Chinyu had received a bit of wind from his father's mouth, and this time, when he saw this news video, it further confirmed what his father had said. His own general father hadn't mentioned the name Divine Worker much recently. Chinyu instantly associated Sumu with this person. She had created the mythic potion right in front of her. Besides him, who else could bear the title of Godly Worker? Sister Chin, are you saying that the reason the country is going to attack the Dark Knight Kingdom copy is because of Sumu? Chinyu nodded. Sumu is just one of the reasons. Sumu's appearance is speeding up the tempo. The country was about to make a move on the Dark Knight Kingdom and had been preparing for it, and Sumu's appearance directly ignited the dynamite barrel. The seventh apostle locus has always been the heart of the Asian countries. Once the Dark Knight Kingdom where it is located opens up, it is bound to cause very great damage to the people of Asia. There have been a few small countries that have suffered before, with half of their population disappearing. Our country has also suffered before. It was a beast tide 30 years ago, the root cause of which was the Dark Knight Kingdom opening the secret realm, causing the beast tide to descend. At that time, when the beast tide broke out in a southern province, the beast tide only lasted for 5 hours, directly destroying 4 cities and killing and injuring more than 1 million people. This piece of heart disease the country has had a headache for a long time, and has always wanted to solve it, but there was no way to do so, and Sumu's appearance directly made the country truly determined to go on the offensive. My father and the others are also confident in attacking the Dark Knight Kingdom. It's all because of that bottle of life potion that Sumu created, having a 2-hour bloodlock. The strategic value of this bottle of potion is too great. The military's people have already planned to go in and break in without bringing as long as their professions, only bringing the life potion, to provide experience to the people behind them. If you want to raid the entire Darkness Kingdom, the difficult part of it is not just the problem of healing. Sumu's potion solves that problem, but there's also the pressure of output. No one knows for sure how high the monsters inside the Dark Knight Kingdom's attack power is, how high their defense is, and how much blood they have. A team of hundreds of people would have to get to that kind of point to be able to fight through a boss? Our country is only making a statement at the moment, and it's not saying when we'll be marching off, but just a statement alone is already a whole new chapter in the history of mankind, meaning that we're starting to conquer the epic boss, as well as his secret realm. Humanity has already taken a huge step forward. After hearing Chinyu's words, the crowd felt their blood boiling. Was our country going to lead the world forward as well? Sumu felt that the time to pretend had come. Although this is a segment of humanity, it's just a small step for me. Keep your feet on the ground, one step at a time. First get me up to level 20. Xiajiai, who hadn't seen much of the world, heard these words and her eyes glistened with gold. These 2 words said by Sumu were really so cool. Wang Junlei, let this kid pretend to be there. Abominable. Online. When China broke out this news, the domestic network has blown up. Various video sites, Crackling, Douyin, Slowhand, Little Blue Book, Most Left, Chicken Neck, and other platforms forwarded a lot of times, coupled with a variety of netizens pushing the envelope. The nation's population knows about this matter. Hashtag Huawei is leading the way, planning to attack the super-secret realm of the shadow of the 7th Apostle Locus. Such a topic directly occupied the top of the hot search list. Chapter 52 New Drawings. The nation's professionals were all excited inside. 3 lifetimes of good fortune. Let me meet this day. Holy shit. What is the Dark Knight Kingdom? What kind of secret realm is this? How come I've never heard of it before? Just listening to the name makes me feel like it's awesome. Take away the feeling. This secret realm is just dangling. It's an epic level secret realm. Do you know what the concept of epic level is? So far, very few people have been able to clear the 10-player level epic copy difficulty, let alone the 50-player, 100-player difficulty epic copy difficulty. And the Dark Knight Kingdom is one of the 12 epic level secret realms in the world. And you need at least 100 people to go in and challenge it. That's a world-level secret realm. Saying that it's going to a copy, but it's actually going to another world to explore and deal with another world's creatures. Facing an enemy from one world. To deal with such an enemy, one must gather the power of the whole world to do so. Holy shit. So awesome? Then wouldn't it be bullish for us to challenge the secret realm with the power of a single country? I was about to die of excitement when I realized this news. I have a strong sense of pride for my country. Not bad. Be proud of your country. This time, we did what no other country could do. My heart is still trembling now, feeling that the news is extremely unreal. Let me ask one more thing. Since this secret realm is so awesome, what benefits will there be from fighting it down? That's a lot. You have to know that all the beast tides our country has encountered in recent decades were caused by this Dark Knight Kingdom. If we beat this secret realm, we won't be threatened by beast tides. And there's also a lot of rich rewards. Look at the Eagle Kingdom's side. They have someone who has cleared a 10-player epic difficulty copy. The rewards for the copy will always be given out to those few who cleared the level. When the level is cleared, the supreme rule will be publicized all over the world. And the rewards for the copies will always be given out to those few people. The secret realms that have been cleared later on, Supreme Rule will go ahead and distribute the rewards at a certain time. Every month and every year. You can receive a low income. As long as no one can break their records and brush them off, they will be able to keep receiving rewards. Every year, the occupier's strength ranking, the weapon ranking, and the Supreme Rule will give rewards are just like this. And what exactly the rewards are no one knows. The Eagle Kingdom hides it very dead, just afraid that others will know. According to speculation, the rewards would be at least something at the legendary level. And it's not impossible for there to even be an epic level. Holy shit, that means that as long as one passes through the Dark Kingdom, then the Supreme Rule will keep handing out rewards all the time. All the time, so set up. That's how the Eagle Kingdom operates. It's been relying on this thing to develop its power. And it's been #1 in the world for a long time. Many netizens were expressing their patriotic sentiments. But there were also some rhythm-carrying water armies. Villains speaking on the internet. Not just a statement. How do you guys have an orgasm? Who wouldn't be full of empty words? I even said I'm ready to attack Elgus. Do you guys believe me? Don't believe whatever others say. A bunch of uneducated fools. These words directly aroused the anger of the crowd. Classic. The IP addresses of the people who said these words are all overseas and along the southern coast. A bunch of traitors. The message he sent out directly angered all of them. And the online storm grew stronger and stronger. Going crazy on the internet. Look at this IP. At a glance it's those traitors or dogs who worship the foreigners. Ignore it. The online turmoil is getting bigger and bigger. Some countries also gave our country a positive response. Most people are very impressed with the courage of China. After all, in this changing world, the first one to try it is undoubtedly the one who brought fire and hope to mankind. The one who all mankind should respect. Some countries on the other hand had always maintained a neutral attitude. Their relationship with China had never been very good. Heck, they couldn't see that China was good and started to yin and yang. I've heard this sentence until my ears have become calloused. A meaningless piece of propaganda. With the current level of mankind, there isn't any way to attack a world-class super-secret realm. The Eagle Kingdom spoke out in mockery. They were currently the most powerful country in the world, and also had the most number of professionals, with their leveling equipment being way ahead. They had once tried to defeat a boss as well, but failed. That's why there was this argument. We can't even beat the world's #1. What do you, a latecomer, put together to defeat it? Don't bullshit me. As soon as the Eagle Kingdom got off the stage, the dogs around him started barking. They have been mocking China as a show, bragging and so on. Sumu's side is still upgrading. And after brushing this Shadow Mountain secret realm 3 times, his level also came to level 20. And he also received a notification of transfer. Congratulations on reaching level 20. You have unlocked the new branch of engineering. When the others heard that Sumu had unlocked a new program, they were instantly very surprised. Although Sumu's God's empowerment built things that were all at the mythic level, there was a difference. The revolver at level 1 and the quantum generator unlocked later on couldn't be compared at all. Now that level 20 had unlocked the godly formula, there was no telling how powerful it would be. Sumu started getting new drawings. Congratulations, you have unlocked the alloy warhead, arrowhead drawings. Sumu was a bit confused. Wasn't this something that guns needed to use? The others couldn't wait to ask. How is it? What did you unlock? Alloy warheads and arrows? Shinyu was happy and crazy. This was mythic level ammunition. Wang Junlai's reaction was the same as hers. He was really going crazy with happiness. He knew how high the value of mythic grade ammunition was. This kind of thing must be able to be mass produced. Our country's military currently had the most professions of gunners and archers. If mythic grade ammunition really came out and gave a smooth assembly to the army, then it would be a very big boost to the overall combat power. What kind of materials do you need? We'll go prepare them for you right now. Sumu checked the materials he needed, and he was a bit shocked himself. The main materials of both things are the same, but the secondary materials are a bit different. They are both very offset and very easy to find, able to make thousands of slugs or hundreds of heels of arrows at once. But the important materials are 100 pounds of ancient lava and 100 pounds of Arctic cold ice iron. The crowd listens in silence. These are all very precious materials. The domestic stock is still enough. There is no problem supplying them all to Sumu. Chapter 53, The Battle of the Snatchers. But the next second, a material name appeared in Sumu's mouth, and the crowd was directly confused. One tale of returning market divine sand. The last material that Sumu read out directly confused the crowd. Return to the ruins? Divine sand? What is all this stuff? Wang Junlei shook his head inside, feeling that this thing was the same type as the previous 7-colored divine stone. Both core materials, the kind that could not be found. The so-called returning ruins divine sand should also be the main material for alloy warheads and alloy arrows. Returning ruins? I seem to have heard of that name before. Qin Yu frowned and thought, it's a place name, but where it is I forgot. Sumu recalled that in his last life's classic of mountains and seas, it said that the returning ruins was somewhere in the East Sea, and according to the present, it seemed to be the area of the Mariana Trench. Isn't it somewhere in the East Sea? Sumu tried to remind. After all, this world was slightly different from the last world. Right. It seems like it's in the south of the East Sea. That is, in the southeast direction, but I've forgotten exactly where it is. Qin Yu suddenly remembered something. Wang Junlei and Yang Tian looked at each other in dismay. The 3 big men above them had gone back to Zoutyen, and it was impossible for them to accompany Sumu all the time like the 2 of them. This matter, or they go to check the information and put together the material for Sumu. Several people also went back separately. Just after returning home, Xia Dai, who hadn't contacted Sumu for a long time, gave him a call. Student Su? MS. Xia, what's wrong? Call me if you have merit. Don't say it. You hurry over to the school. I don't know why a whole bunch of schools came over to look for you, saying that they won't leave until they see you. Sumu's high school. In this afternoon, the teachers from the top 10 ranked Imperial University came to Sumu's high school to talk about the matter of special recruitment of Sumu. Not only that, but a lot of higher learning institutions came over. The top 10 universities had all gathered around. What with Tsinghua University, Jingbei University, Weapons University. The people from the Imperial Capital University had been dumbfounded. They had thought that they had come early and could smoothly pick up Sumu. However, behind their asses, a large group of people from the schools came looking for the wind and directly surrounded the Imperial Capital University. With them, the Imperial Capital University couldn't think of pulling anyone away. Now, Tsinghua, Beijing North and other top-ranking universities have blocked under the high school building, with the momentum of not leaving until they see Sumu. This matter also started from before. Although Sumu had enrolled in the Imperial Military Academy, this matter was internal news and hadn't been exposed. After Ing Yuan's department held a meeting, the nation's top universities immediately got wind of it, and most of them only received a little bit of news, far less than those top-ranked schools that received the news. They got a definite thing. The divine worker was in the Imperial capital. Thus, all the major schools in the Imperial capital went crazy, giving their teachers dead orders to make sure to snatch up the divine worker at all costs, even if they didn't know exactly what the talent of this person, the divine worker, was. However, with the fact that the country was prepared to use all of its resources on him, it was worth their mad rush. The top was also acquiescing to this situation. After all, letting the Imperial Military Academy get Sumu without any pressure, they wouldn't cherish it. The top schools in the country are going to get wind of it, and Sumu doesn't necessarily have to go to the Imperial Military Academy, depending on who offers enough chips. This is also a step for the top to make a resource tilt for Sumu. Here at the Imperial Capital Middle School, the open space of the teaching building is still overcrowded, except for the first and second ranked colleges in China. All of them are there, surrounding the whole middle school. Yi Shui, who hadn't been seen for a long time, had just gotten out of class and was preparing to go home, but just after coming out, she was shocked by the current scene. There were actually so many higher education institutions surrounding the entrance of their school, so crowded that people couldn't even pass through, and it was the first time she had seen so many good schools surrounding this place. Could it be they were here to rob her? She had just been chosen by the divine court of the Eagle Kingdom, and the next major schools in China came over to snatch her. Yi Shui was very flattered in her heart. She had already thought about it. If the conditions offered by the domestic schools were good enough, she didn't have to go to Eagle Country. Thinking of this, she walked up with a smile and came in front of the enrollment teacher whose flag was Weapon University. Hi, teacher, are you here to see me? My talent is epic level and my profession is mage. I want to join your school. What kind of deal can you give me? The teacher enrolling students had a puzzled look on his face. What epic level? What mage? Are you a divine worker? Divine worker? Yi Shui had a puzzled face. Go. Don't bother me if you're not a divine worker. I'm waiting for someone. Teacher, what does divine worker mean? Yi Shui carefully said. It's a code name. This life seems to be called Su something. Sumu? Yi Shui tried. The enrollment teacher's face was overjoyed. Yes, yes, yes. It's called Sumu. What? You know him? Do you know where he is? Can you take me to meet him? I guarantee that as long as you can get Sumu to join our weapon university, you'll get an admission letter as well. Yi Shui instantly suffered from 5 thunderbolts and her entire body froze in place. The surrounding enrollment teachers, on the other hand, directly gathered around when they heard the news of Sumu over here. What? You know Sumu? Is he there? Can you let us meet him? Classmate, can you introduce us to Sumu? We can give you a copy of the enrollment notice. Classmate. Hey, don't you run away. Tell me Sumu is on the go. Yi Shui was furious and directly rushed out of the crowd to leave, huffing and puffing her way home. At the school's main entrance, Sumu's previous classmates had all been stunned. The parents of the students outside were also dumbfounded. These schools, it seems, are all super colleges with extremely low enrollment every year. Could it be that with them all came over for their own children? But unbeknownst to them, the teachers of these higher schools didn't care at all about the ordinary students of the school. In their eyes, the qualifications of these students were too mediocre to fit into their eyes at all. The school's principal Zhang was very excited. The heat of their school had already been beaten out, and so many higher schools had come over to enroll in their place. Although he knew that only one person would be recruited, but this was enough. The influence and traffic of the school had already let many people outside know that these universities were a living signboard. In the future, there will be more students to come to school here. The original ordinary school because of Sumu's reason will soon be skyrocketed. Sumu's success is a blessing for all, and even his school will enjoy the blessing. Now, the school is going to make a name for itself nationwide. At this moment, a pair of soldiers appeared in the bustling crowd. Chapter 54, Stealing Home. Those soldiers were surrounded by a person in the middle, and Principal Zhang saw Sumu surrounded in it from a long way away. He was so excited and jubilant that if he didn't care about the presence of too many people, he could have jumped up and down happily. Principal Zhang shouted towards those people. Here he comes, the divine worker is here. Almost instantly, all the people turned back to look, especially the teachers of those colleges and universities. All of them had eyes like hungry tigers, staring at Sumu as if they were staring at their prey. Everyone pounced towards Sumu's side. This time, Sumu came out and still called Xinyu and the others by his side, which just went back and tossed them over again. And Xinyu even joked about adding some errand fees. They surrounded Sumu in a group, and Lao Wang was at the front, holding a shield, already ready to deal with the attack of the mountain of people. He thought that if this took advantage of the chaos and tried to attack Sumu, a shield would smash down and directly open his skull and split his brain. Shingon students, we are Weapons University. Our principal said that as long as you're willing to join our school, we'll give you a very special favor. Bah, what kind of a thing is your Weapons University? Ranked? Dare to snatch people from our Gingbei? He, the little child of Gingbei dares to speak out of turn. I, Shenghua, haven't even spoken yet. A bunch of garbage. I, Imperial Capital Vocational and Technical College, will also come to get a piece of the pie. The Vocational and Technical College came here without the intention of snatching people, but rather, they are taking this opportunity to make their signboards known, showing their faces in front of the public, and letting more people know about their school. In an instant, the battle of robbing people instantly turned into a scolding war of mutual accusations. Wang Junlei looked numb. These schools, except for the Vocational College, the other schools can be ordinary people upward cannot go to the school. Only absolute geniuses could get in. Moreover, these schools, who were not even clear about Sumu's talent, opened up conditions that were more than one against the sky. They even cursed, and some of them actually started to already push and shove, with the momentum of a fight on the verge of breaking out. Wang Junlei and Yang Tian silently watched from the sidelines. They know some of the insiders. These schools come over are just for the sake of creating Sumu's momentum. He is already a person of the Imperial Military Academy. Other schools can't snatch him away no matter what. But what made the two people puzzled was, why didn't the second-ranked engineering university come over? Could it be that it knew some insider information and spilled the beans? Or was it preparing to hold back a big shot, directly breaking bread with the Imperial Capital Military Academy and snatching someone from their hands? One must know that the Engineering University and the Imperial Capital Military Academy were extremes in two fields. One was for cultivating combat class professionals and the other was for cultivating life class professionals. The people who came out from inside the Engineering University were all perverts, and the things they built were also very perverted. The teachers inside were also very strong, all being titans of the academic world, not to mention the Imperial Military School, which could be said to be the cradle of the strong. The students who came out of it, The probability was that they were all high-level professionals, with a strength of more than 100 levels, very powerful. Wan Junlei thought that Sumu was more suitable for the engineering university rather than the Imperial Military School. On the other side, inside a factory, the middle-level leader's office, Sumu's parents won the leadership position, has been inside the office blowing air conditioning, from time to time to go to the following rounds, over the addiction of leadership. After all, the age is also big, did not move will be retired, while there is still a period of time, but also want to go around to guide the work, but these days they just stay inside the office. From time to time someone to take the initiative to find them, not for anything else, is because these days the phone and the cell phone has been ringing, non-stop people to Sumu's parents call over. Old Su, which school called you again? The calls have been non-stop for the past few days. The friends in the office joked. They all knew of Sumu's existence, and usually didn't rarely praise the two couples for their good fortune in giving birth to such a good son, and the two didn't rarely brag about their own son, hanging on to their mouths every now and then. Su's father smiled, took out his cell phone to see. The phone number does not recognize, and is from the Imperial Capital local call. Su's mother poked her head over. Which university is calling again? I don't know. Answer it. Su's father pressed the call button. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Su Filong? Su's father's full name was just Su Filong. I am. Which one are you? Hello Mr. Su Filong. It's like this. I'm Li Ming, the director of admissions of the engineering university. You can just call me Little Li. At this moment, there were quite a few people staying by Su's father's side, all listening to the words on the other end of the phone. When Su's mother heard the name of the university, she immediately covered her mouth. The workers and friends beside her sucked in a breath of cold air, especially a middle-aged woman, who had a son at home, who was a life professional, and whose dream in this life was to get into an engineering university. Engineering university was the highest hall of living professionals. Every living professional wanted to get in. On the contrary, for the Imperial Military Academy was not so concerned. Hello? What's the matter? Father Su responded. Hello Mr. Su, it's like this. Your child's performance is intentional. After the school leadership's review, it has been agreed that Sumu's classmates in all aspects meet the conditions of our school's special recruiting. The school leadership decided to make special recruiting for your child. And this batch of special recruiting is only for your son alone. We are calling here this time, just to confirm whether you agree to Sumu's enrollment in our engineering university. Su's father froze. Su's mother shook her head eagerly from the side and spoke in a low voice next to Su's father. I remember that my son wanted to go to the Imperial Military Academy, so you hastened to say that you don't agree. Such a scene let the middle-aged woman is very jealous. Their own son wanted to test cannot even think. The old Su family actually do not want to let their son to go on. Su's father made up a reason. Is like this. My son he prefers to be a soldier. I think his idea should be to go to the Imperial Military Academy. After saying that, the other side was anxious. Mr. Su, your child is a life professional. How can he go to become a soldier? It would do him 100 harms and no good. After saying that, Su's father thought for a moment that he was right, and began to fall into silence. On the other end of the phone, Li Ming, who had been unable to hear any sound, was very anxious. This was a task given to him by the school, wanting to rope in Sumu's parents, and then letting Sumu's parents persuade him to go to the engineering university. The reason why he didn't go to find Sumu is because the people of the engineering university are also clear that robbing is robbing the Imperial Military Academy. The only possibility is to start from Sumu's side. With Sumu's parents' words, Sumu himself will surely have some considerations. Li Ming hurriedly started the generous conditions out. If you agree to your child coming to engineering university, our school will give a very big reward. Chapter 55, Engineering University comes to rob people. Listening to Li Ming's words, Su's father was actually a bit moved. Not because of anything else, but he had also considered it these days. After all, his own son, Sumu, was a life profession, and for a life profession to join the Imperial Military Academy itself would be a rather absurd thing to do. The Imperial Military Academy itself was a place to train those top combat professionals, and a place to train warriors for the country. Su's father had also learned from them that his own child was indeed gifted enough to make an exception to be enrolled in the Imperial Military School. But no matter how to say that the Imperial Military School that is also for combat professionals to prepare his own child to go over there will not be because of the living profession and suffered from other people's bullying, be looked down upon and so on. All of this is a problem. But the engineering university in front of him did not let Su's father worry about this. After all, the University of Engineering is currently the best and largest school for life professionals in the country, specially set up for life professionals. There was an old saying that one would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Su's father believed that his own son, a life profession, possessed the talent that could make a school like the Imperial Military Academy, which was filled with combat professionals. So if he were to go to the University of Engineering, which was filled with life profession, he would still be treated as a treasure? Although he was also clear that his son wanted to serve the country, could he not serve the country if he went to an engineering university? He also believed that the Imperial Military Academy would offer good treatment, but even better treatment and resources. Would it be as good as an engineering university where life professionals were born? Thinking about it, Father Su's heart loosened a bit. After all, his own son was the hero who saved so many people in the imperial capital. He deserved this kind of treatment. And seeing that Su's father's side didn't say anything, the person in charge of engineering university's side, Li Ming, seemed to have understood something. It looked like there should be a chance for this matter of pulling Sumu to come to the engineering university, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. Mr. Su, you can think about it first. I can pay a visit tomorrow. After saying this, Li Ming didn't intend to give Su's father a chance to refuse, but instead, he hung up the phone with extremely fast movements. After hanging up the phone, Su's father looked at Su's mother. Wife, what do you think? It's better to let Mumu decide on this kind of thing. It's better for us not to interfere too much. Mother Su shook her head. She seemed to see what this old partner of hers was thinking inside. I just hope that my son can live a good life in the future. Su's father shook his head somewhat helplessly. Our son has grown up. Now he already has the ability. Don't need us to worry about it. Su's mother patted Su's father's shoulder and smiled. Wait, let's wait until they are on vacation and let him come home to visit. Mother Su didn't say too much. She just wanted her son to be safe, healthy and happy, intending to wait for all this until he came home. And what about Sumu's side? He watched as so many prestigious universities across the country competed for him to study on their side. He was somewhat flattered. The arrangement above is also too considerate, right? To create momentum. Actually, the Beijing North and Tsinghua, two top universities, are pulled to create momentum for themselves? His face is that big? But looking at the overcrowded playground, Sumu some big head. He didn't want to be too flashy, so he looked at Xia Dai beside him. Teacher, can you help me cope with this? I really don't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Seeing Sumu say this, Xia Dai was a bit surprised. You want me to help you reject them? Can't I? Sumu pulled his face to put on an aggrieved look. Of course not. It's just that I didn't expect that you would actually let me do it for you. Xia Dai smiled. Alright, then you guys go first. I'll help you cover on my side. Xia Dai also didn't expect that Sumu would actually give such an important thing to herself to do. And her heart was also very happy. So under the cover of Qinyu and the others, Sumu very quickly and smoothly evacuated the school. After leaving the school gate, Sumu also wiped the han water on his forehead and gasped. These people are really crazy, isn't it? Do you know how sought after you are now? Old Wang sat paralyzed on the ground and smiled. I've fought so many battles in my life, I've never felt so tired. Xia Jia put a stamina restoring buff on Old Wang then spoke. Indeed. Right now you're just inviting envy and jealousy when you walk out. Give sister, I'm tired. Qinyu staged then came to Sumu's side and swept his neck. Have you considered treating your sisters to a meal or something? Line. Tomorrow. Come to my house tomorrow? Sumu saw the other party say so. He himself also felt that indeed everyone has been leading him to practice leveling for this period of time. So inviting people to have a meal is something that should be done. Then let's say it's a deal. Oh, I won't see you tomorrow. Saying that, Qinyu and the others escorted Sumu home and then returned to the hotel to rest. And Sumu was also tired enough these days. After all, he is only a living professional. His physical strength is not comparable to those combat professionals. For them, actions like drinking water are a kind of training for themselves. Not to mention that even they are obviously tired and find it difficult to get things. This is simply a disaster for their own. A living professional. Gotta find some time to research to see if I can whip up some stamina restoring potions. Sumu muttered to himself, then opened his panel to check it out. Name, Sumu. Profession, Forge Master. Level, LV 20. Strength, 300. Physical strength, 190. Speed 180. Spirit, 200. Skill Forging LV 3. Skill, Refinement, can refine the attributes of any equipment, allowing the equipment quality to be upgraded by one notch. The higher the skill level, the greater the scope of equipment quality enhancement. New skill Enchanting, you can attach a mythic level phrase to any equipment, and the higher the skill level, the more phrases you can attach. Talent, God's Empowerment. God's Empowerment, the equipment you forge, regardless of any quality, is fixed to attach a mythic level attribute. It's level 20 and the attributes have increased just this much? TSK. It's true. The positive attributes of living professionals are really low, so I'll have to play 5 animal play and practice Tai Chi some other day. Sumu fell asleep while lying on the bed chanting. When Su father and Su mother came home and saw their son already lying in bed asleep, they didn't bother to wake him up. They also knew that their child was probably too tired recently and needed to rest. Therefore they were all quiet and didn't bother him, ready to let their own child make his own decision when Li Ming came over to pay a visit tomorrow. Chapter 56, A Guest? On the second day, Xia Dai looked at Li Ming in front of him with a puzzled expression. Mr. Li Ming, why are you free to come over to Imperial High School? As a teacher of engineering university, Li Ming's reputation was also very loud. After all, Engineering University and Imperial University were universities that could be tied in the same class now. It was only that the two universities were responsible for different majors. Therefore, it was quite normal for Xia Dai to recognize Li Ming. Me, I've come to look for the divine worker. Li Ming smiled. He understood that there was no point in hiding this kind of thing. Saying it out loud was also comfortable for himself. And now that he could follow the opportunity to bring the divine worker to his side, it was definitely a deal that was too good to be true. You, what are you looking for divine worker for? Xia Dai, on the other hand, was puzzled. How come he didn't know that someone was coming to look for Sumu today? Sumu didn't say anything either. I forgot to tell you, Shingong's father talked to me. Yesterday we had a long talk about whether Shingong would enter the engineering university to study. And today I'm specially here to pay a visit. Li Ming turned around very divinely after he finished speaking and left. Envy, be jealous, divine worker will soon be our engineering university's person. While listening to Li Ming's words, Xia Dai was first stunned, then immediately reacted and hurriedly dialed his grandfather's phone. Grandpa, things are not good. Saying that, Xia Dai then told the old man Xia what just happened. The old man Xia on the other end of the phone's face sank after hearing that. Cam, what does this engineering university mean? It's snatching people from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Xiao Dai, you hurry up and follow them over. I'll have Xiao Wang and the others rush over immediately. Saying that, Xiao Lao hurriedly hung up the phone. He didn't want his good seedling to be scooped up by the next engineering university. That would be a big loss. Xia Dai also understood the seriousness of the matter after hearing her grandfather's words. She hurriedly got up and ran towards Sumu's home. Get up. Everyone's here. Just waiting for you. Sumu was gripped off the bed by Mother Su. This instantly sobered Sumu up. Outside of their own, how many people cover themselves is not important. In front of this person is their own mom. They really cannot take her. Who came to do what today what day Sumu covered his eyes with his hand to block the sunlight shining through the window. Some tired and helpless said, is Yi Shui their family and some of our relatives. Your father went out to buy things. I have to do the dishes. You quickly, get up and go greet them. Su mother said and dragged Sumu up from the bed and threw him on the floor. The hallowed godly worker was being treated like this. This would still be a problem if people knew about it. But who let the other party be the godly worker's mom? Xiao Shui is also here. Pay attention to your image. Don't look so unkempt. Su mother said and walked out of the room. While listening to Su mother's words, Sumu's eyes gradually became confused. Xiao Shui, Yi Shui, what is she doing here? Does she have nothing to do? Or does the Holy See still want her to bring me in? Sumu seemed to have forgotten his mom's instructions just now, and after going out with a messy head of hair that looked like a bird's nest, he saw a large number of people sitting in the living room. Among them are Yi Shui's family, as well as his 7 aunts and 8 uncles. Looking at these people, Sumu's head got big. He didn't know them at all, not to mention the fact that he had crossed over. But the original owner didn't have a good impression of these relatives. Thinking of this, Sumu didn't bother to say anything more to them. He greeted the crowd and then prepared to go to wash up. After all, what his mom had explained to him still had to be done before he could do it. The crowd immediately opened their mouths to talk when they saw Sumu leaving to wash up. Xiao Shui, are you telling the truth? Does Sumu really have no professional talent? Yi Shui's father asked in Yi Shui's ear. Yi Shui nodded. Well, not only does this guy have no occupational talent, he's still an ordinary living professional. Yi Shui's eyes revealed a hint of jealousy. On what grounds? On what grounds could he, a living professional who hadn't awakened any occupational talent, be able to receive an invitation from the Imperial Capital Military Academy and be treated with such good conditions? He himself was not convinced at all. He was the one who wanted to join the Holy See. Why should he be compared to this guy? A guy who hadn't awakened his career talent was born to be stepped on by himself. After receiving his daughter's affirmation once again, other thoughts also rose in Father Ye's heart. He had to admit that at the beginning, Sumu's behavior and his kindness to his daughter Yi Shui was in everyone's eyes. Both himself and Xiao Shui's mother also liked this child very much. But if he was really a life professional without any professional talent as Xiao Shui had said, then it was better not to come and go. His own Xiao Shui would soon be leaving the country to join the Holy See. and at that time, the two would only be people of two worlds, and would definitely not be in any contact. While Ye's father was pondering, the other relatives of the Su family also opened their mouths after hearing this conversation between Ye's father and daughter. I told you, a person who hasn't had much ambition since he was a child. What kind of success can he have? I heard that Sumu was a truant who skipped classes every day. Hey, I really don't know why my sister gave birth to such a son. Xiao Shui ah, you and Sumu are childhood sweethearts. Why is the gap so big? You're about to go abroad and become a human being. While Sumu, he's definitely going to take a detour at this rate. Xiao Shui ah, in a while you must persuade him. Let him study well and read well. Never take a crooked path ah. The crowd's boasting seemed to be very flattering to Yi Shui, but Yi Shui didn't show anything. With a godly and proud expression enjoying everyone's boasting, her eyes were filled with a strong color of disdain. A childhood friend? Persuading him? He is also worthy? Thinking of this, the disdain in Yi Shui's eyes became even more intense. For her, the current Sumu was a waste of space in her eyes. A villain who needed to rely on climbing up to Xia Dai to climb up to the Xia family to gain benefits. Still a divine worker? How godly can a godly laborer be? How can a god be a god with his own epic talent? At the same time as the crowd's round, Su's father also happened to return home. The crowd saw Su's father come back and stopped discussing. After all, chewing on other people's sons and other people's homes was not a good thing to do. How their family is their family matter. Private talk on the line. There is no need to make this matter known to everyone. Su father looked at the crowd after entering the door and asked, "Where is that brat Sumu? Didn't you tell him to come out to greet you? Why has he disappeared? The little brat just knows how to run away all day long." Su father put down the wine in his hand while opening his mouth to mutter and complain. "Don't curse, I'm brushing my teeth and washing my face." Sumu rubbed his head and walked out from the toilet cursing with a smile, then turned his head to look at the many elders and opened his mouth to say, "Sorry elders, I've been slow." Chapter 57 Tit for Tat. After washing up, Sumu looked decent, with the vigor that a teenager of this age should have, and exuded an aura that made people unconsciously want to get close to him. This is something unique to their age. At this time, Su mother's meal was also finished, so everyone started to sit down on the dining table and prepare to have a meal. The original somewhat cramped small house appeared to be even more crowded after so many people were seated. Su's father was giving his father a toast. "Old Yi Ah, I have to congratulate you. Your family Xiao Shui has made a fortune. Studying abroad will definitely have a great future in the future." Yi father listened to Su father's words just echoed with a fake smile in his eyes. At this moment, Su's father was just trying to use this to climb the friendship so that his waste of a son could get a ride on his own daughter. Just at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su mother got up and wiped her hands on her clothes and then went to open the door. After opening the door, there were 4 people standing at the door, including Qinyu, Xia Jiai, Li Ming and Xia Dai. Looking at these 4 people, Su mother was a little confused. Xia Dai she knew, but the rest of the few she hadn't seen before. "You guys are? Auntie, we are Sumu's friends." Qinyu smiled and said, "So it's little Mu's friends. Then quickly please come in." Su mother hurriedly opened the door to greet her, then turned back to Su father and shouted, "Old Su, little Mu's friend is here. Add 4 extra pairs of chopsticks. Just come. Why do you still bring things?" Su mother opened her mouth while putting the things Li Ming had stuffed over onto the floor. Li Ming was also rejoicing in his heart. One advantage of finding a few of them was that he could talk to the Su family couple as Su Mu's friends. "Why are you guys here?" Sumu looked at the few people in front of him with a confused face. Then his gaze stopped on Li Ming's face. "And which one are you?" "Hello Shengong, I'm Li Ming, Engineering University's admission office. Today's sight, Shengong is really as spirited as the rumors. It's better to see than to hear." Sumu was Li Ming whole confused, but also do not know what to say. After all, the visitor is a guest. His own mom has taken him in. He can't give him back to drive out, right? It's just a matter of a set of chopsticks, and it's not like the family can't afford to add them. Besides, there are many people sitting on the table who they don't like. Compared to those people he hated, Li Ming, a polite stranger, was more pleasing to Sumu. The meal was simple and uneventful, and Yi Shui saw her teacher, Xia Dai, who was also very honest. Sumu and Qinyu Xia Jiai 3 people are self-conscious in the whispering. This period of time they have been mixed very familiar. Yi mother who was watching this scene was somewhat unable to sit still. She suddenly opened her mouth. "Sumu, I heard that you didn't awaken your professional talent. Is this true?" The moment these words came out, the atmosphere at the table froze. It seemed like something was tugging at the nerves of the crowd. Sumu's hand that had just reached out to clip the food stopped in mid-air. "This guy came to pick a fight." Yi father glared at Yi mother, but he did not open his mouth. His heart was also very sure of Yi mother's words. At the beginning when he saw the place where the current Su family lived, Yi father's heart was already somewhat resistant. Originally, he had wanted to climb a good marriage for his daughter through connections, but the home they lived in had made Yi father already dissatisfied. After determining that Sumu was a person with no professional talent, Ye's father was even more sure of what he was thinking, but he was afraid that the Su family would get entangled and have to set up this waste of a son of his family with his own daughter. So since his own wife opened her mouth, so be it. And seeing that his parents were like this, Yi Shui seemed to have someone to back her up. Yes, Sumu. Not only has he not awakened his vocational talent, he's also eating a soft meal. The moment Yi Shui's words came out, instantly the faces of the people at the table changed, especially Su father and Su mother. The duo's hearts were filled with shock. Eating soft rice? What did it mean? Could it be that their son had been lying to them all along? No, it couldn't be. Little Mu has always been the pride of our hearts. He definitely won't lie. Yi Shui looked at the teenager in front of her, the hatred in her eyes growing. Originally licking himself for so long and saying no. That mood that was full of disinterest in himself. That behavior of blocking the ferocious beast area and not allowing himself to brush his level. All of this had long formed an inexplicable hatred in Yi Shui's heart. It seemed that only she could bully others and she could fail Sumu. And Sumu couldn't take any other offense against her. The current Sumu in Yi Shui's eyes has long been a list of Xia Dai eating soft rice guy. Sumu took his chopsticks back and placed them on the table, then looked at this young girl that he had been spending time with day in and day out for many years but was now unfamiliar with and laughed. Well I haven't awakened my occupational talent, and I'm still a soft eater. What for? The country's soft rice is not called soft rice, right? As for the vocational talent, she has said that I don't have it. I said that I have it appropriate? Sumu you do not care too much. Yi father began to come out to round off the scene. Xiao Shuishi is straight talking, young and unintelligent. You don't bother with her. What I said can all be sincere. Yi Shui has a disdainful look on her face. The soft rice he eats is the soft rice of the one across the street. Our dear teacher Xia Dai, who was originally fighting for Sumu, was suddenly cued, and her entire body froze. Eating soft rice? Eating my soft rice? What's the situation? And hearing this, the crowd began to talk. I didn't expect. Between a student and a teacher. Hey, this is nothing, but eating soft rice. This is too. Listening to the murmuring crowd, Su father and Su mother's faces all became very ugly. As for Sumu, he still looks indifferent. He looks at Yi Shui, saying that I eat soft rice. Then may I ask what is your basis? Humph. You're a loser with no awakened talent. On what basis can you have the protection of the military? Yi Shui's eyes were filled with jealousy. A waste with no awakened talent. On what basis can you get the military to help you block off the ferocious beast area so that you can level up alone? It's not all because you ate a soft meal. You ranked this Qin Jin of the Xia family. The more Yi Shui spoke, the more energized she became. At first she was still a little afraid of Xia Dai, afraid of the Xia family's holdback, but now think about it, she will soon be going to study abroad. She will soon be a person of the Holy See. Still need to be afraid of her district of Xia family? Well, if you say so. Sumu smiled. Then I have nothing to say. But you can insult me. You don't insult Mr. Xia. Insult? Where did I insult her? Yi Shui said and clapped her hands. Could it be that what I said is not the truth? Could it be that you are not a soft eater? Isn't it because of her that you are treated the way you are now? Chapter 58 Life Attack. How did you guys see him trying? Could it be that you guys followed him and skipped classes together? Yi Shui's voice was full of condescension. As Yi Shui said that, she reached out and pointed at Xia Dai, and as soon as she said that, there was a silence that filled the hall, and the eyes of the people looking at Xia Dai were a bit off. So she is Xia Dai? She is the Xia family? What a surprise! Eating her own teacher's soft rice and bringing her teacher home. Is it because she wants to meet her parents? Unexpected. The Su family's child used to be such an obedient one, but now she has become such a waste. Listening to the crowd's gossip, Sumu's hand under the table had clenched, while Xia Dai grabbed his hand at this time. Sumu's originally restless heart slowly calmed down, and at this time, Xia Dai looked at Yi Shui. Yi student, I don't know why you have such great hostility towards Su student. Is it because he who originally liked you now suddenly doesn't like you, making you feel a huge gap? Xia Dai's face was calm, but the words he said hit Yi Shui straight in the heart. Afterwards, Xia Dai didn't give Yi Shui a chance to open her mouth, but continued. Since you said that Sumu was a softie, then you have to show the evidence. If you can't get the evidence that Sumu was a softie today, then I reserve the right to appeal against your right to memorize about the two of us. Xia Dai speaking and Yi Shui were obviously not on the same level. In comparison, Yi Shui was more like an anxious clown. Yi Shui looked at Xia Dai's chest floating up and down in anger. as if she had never suffered this kind of strange shame in her life. Okay, even if I'm wrong and I've wronged you guys, so what? Yi Shui instantly changed to another face. He's a perennial bottom achiever. What use is he? Overall uninspired, often skipping classes. Now the school cannot see others. What can he do in the future for people like him? Yi Shui's words pierced deeply into Sumu's ears. What she didn't know was that she had skipped classes and hadn't seen anyone at school because she had traveled to the Imperial Capital Laboratory to create a quantum shield to help the Imperial Capital withstand the beast tide, entering the secret realm to help the country research a way to fight it. None of this was clear to her. She didn't even know. All she knew was to just open her mouth and attack herself. Alright little Snow, stop talking. Father Yi suddenly opened his mouth at this time to round up the conversation. This made Sumu despise him more and more in his heart. He didn't say anything just now, but now he knows to open his mouth? What kind of ostrich man? Yi Shui's words made both Su father and Sumu's faces look a little awkward. After all, these words and these things she said were also reality in a sense. But right now all sorts of 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts are here. Aren't these words said out loud to bring down their own family? Alright, everyone should speak less. Sumu's cousin's uncle immediately came out to round up the situation. He looked towards Sumu in a serious tone. Xiao you are also, in the future you have to work hard, have to compete, do not seek to make your parents' face shine, but also let them worry about the too old. After all, you've grown up. You should know better. Sumu's cousin uncle wasn't sure whose words were true and whose were false, but he understood that this nephew of his would indeed be inferior without talent. Therefore, he also hoped from the bottom of his heart that his nephew would know better, and he was also trying to make his nephew soften up in disguise. After all, the opposite side of this to Yi Shui has been seen by the foreign Holy See. The future is no longer we can climb up to mess with the existence of. And Sumu naturally know his cousin uncle's person. Just how this words fell in his own heart is to feel twisted. He understands that his own cousin uncle is for his own good, but it's just that this is hard to hear. Yes, old brother, look at your condition. If you can't get into college next year, then isn't this life over? Sumu's cousin started talking. Cousin still hopes that you can study well. After all, studying is the best way out for you at the moment. Sumu's aunt looked at Sumu's appearance and also said in a serious manner, look, now you don't have a bit of youthful vigor. Compared to others, you are simply weak. You have considered the future to buy a car, to buy a house thing? Have you ever considered that your parents will need you to retire in the future? You're the only child in your family. If you go on like this, who are your parents going to count on in the future? That's right, you're not young anymore. If you really can't find a class. When I was as old as you, I was out there fighting alone. Where would I still be gnawing on my old age at home? Sumu took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. Then the corner of his mouth pulled open a smile. Everyone, let's eat first. He was very angry right now, but there was no way around it. These people were guests invited by his mom. One couldn't get rough with them. On the other hand, Xinyu and Xiejia on the side were a bit unable to look at them. No, do you guys know what you're talking about? What you guys are denigrating right now is a supreme genius. Any one of you people present here wouldn't be able to go more than a round under us, yet we all had to rely on him to survive the secret realm. You're defaming a nationally recognized masterpiece? Are you okay in the head? Buying houses and cars? The state bought it for the divine worker. Get a class? As long as the divine worker is willing, he can pick any position within the National Academy of Sciences. As for the old age? Gnawing on the countries is also considered gnawing on the old, right? Although Yu didn't understand why Sumu didn't return the favor, she still couldn't stand to see these people humiliate Sumu so much. So Yu opened her mouth. Don't say that. God. Sumu, he actually works very hard. Being a living profession, every day he studies the matching of those potions, the forging of those items, the matching between the weapons and the various elements. These are all things that you guys don't see. He's a very hardworking and very serious person. I'm sure he'll excel in the future. As soon as these words came out, Xiejia beside her hurriedly followed and nodded her head like pounding garlic. They had seen Sumu's hard work in their eyes. A person with heaven-defying talent was still obsessed with building weapons and researching potions every day. This in itself was a rare quality. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been lying down and letting the country support him because of his talent. Therefore, no one understands Sumu's dedication and hard work better than them. So they chose to stand out and help Sumu speak up at a time when everyone is misunderstanding him. This behavior of the duo warmed Sumu's heart. And Sumu secretly said in his heart, very well, you two have your weapons. Only an untimely voice broke into Sumu's ears. Effort? Where is the endeavor? How come I don't see it? Yi Shui sneered as she looked at the several people. Could it be that his effort is skipping classes? Chapter 59, Acceptance Notice. Heavy thunder. I can't imagine that the comrade in arms who brought him along to skip classes could actually say such big words. I guess it's also true that skipping classes together to produce for each other as evidence to help each other speak should be a snap for you guys. Yi Shue's words reached Qin Yu and Xia Jia's ears. The duo was very angry, but they were not in a good position to lash out. After all, this was at Sumu's home, and since Sumu himself didn't show anything, they naturally couldn't do anything out of the ordinary. Listening to Yi Shue's words, Sumu's eyes gradually chilled as he looked at Yi Shue and faintly said, "May I ask, am I familiar with you?" The moment these words came out, Yi Shue was instantly as if she had been strangled, but no matter what, with so many people here, she couldn't lose face. Facing Sumu's sharp eyes, Yi Shue gulped and said, "It doesn't matter if you're familiar or not. You just need to know that what I'm saying is the truth. Then since we're not familiar, what makes you come to my house and tell me what to do?" Sumu's eyes were as if they were about to spit fire. Yi Shue instantly turned her brain around. Good Sumu. You want to use words to set me up? I won't eat this." Yi Shue looked at Sumu and said, "Don't. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you a piece of advice." Yi Shue's words were suddenly very level. If she pressed on with Sumu's words, then she really didn't have a point. After all, the other party didn't feel familiar with herself, and she was still saying it in such a smooth manner. Wasn't she just dictating to the other party's life? But if one's own words are giving each other a piece of advice, then the nature is different. After all, oneself is for the other party's good, and is not scolding him, nor is it attacking him. One's own advice. If you don't listen to it, can you still blame me? The moment these words came out, the atmosphere on the field was suddenly tense with swords, and everyone else present also felt that Yi Shue had a point. After all, Sumu did not refute what Yi Shue said until the beginning, and if the other party was just an advice, Sumu's approach was too petty. Although Yi Shue's words were also very uncomfortable, but everyone subconsciously went to ignore this point. People are all Mu Chang's. Yi Shue can now be said to have a truly promising future and has joined the Holy See. Helping her to speak would do absolutely no harm, if not good, to themselves. But what if one helped Sumu speak? What if one day Yi Shue got upset and approached herself and the others? Wouldn't that be the end of the game? Therefore the crowd spoke up. Youngsters nowadays, just can't stand anger. That's not true, Xiao Mu. You don't think that what Xiao Shui said is a problem. After all, good medicine is bitter. Young people should not be too tough, or listen to other people's opinions more. That's right. People just want you to study hard. There is no need to be so impulsive. That's right. Other people. Xiao Shui has been accepted by the foreign Holy See. You look at you again. Learn more from others. Cough cough. Listen to you guys say half a day. The Holy See. Holy See is very bullish? Li Ming, who had been burying his head to eat, suddenly looked like he was choking and frantically pounded his chest. Then he looked at the crowd. Everyone, can you let me interject a word? Seeing that you guys can't stop talking about the Holy See in 10 sentences. Is the Holy See awesome? Hearing Li Ming's words, the crowd present became anxious. Young man, don't talk nonsense. That's right. The Holy See is still a top foreign institution no matter what. The Holy See is an existence that you will never be able to reach in your lifetime. A bunch of guys with no future. How dare they speak out against the Holy See? Listening to the words of the crowd, Li Ming nodded. I think I understand what you all mean. Don't worry guys. I came here this time to help Sumu solve his future problems. As Li Ming said, he was seen pulling out a contract from within his briefcase before looking at Sumu and Su's father and mother. Hello auntie and uncle. I'm the person in charge of the engineering university who communicated with you on the phone yesterday. When these words came out, instantly the crowd at the table couldn't sit still. The head of the engineering university. No wonder he dared to speak out against the Holy See. The University of Engineering was the equivalent of the Holy See in the country, and the two were both on equal footing in their respective countries. Although the domestic engineering university has not been paid too much attention to, because on top of him there is also an imperial military school, but absolutely no one would look down on engineering university. It wasn't just because the engineering university and the imperial capital military academy themselves, one of which was in charge of life professionals and the other was in charge of combat professionals, were not comparable in themselves. More than that, it was because the Imperial Capital Military Academy was a school that was personally certified by the state. It could be said that the Imperial Capital Military School was handled by the state. It was a direct school affiliated with the state. Anyone who graduated from the Imperial Capital Military School was someone with a state establishment. Therefore, this kind of school, the state also absolutely raised the efforts of the nation to build it. And even so, the engineering university was still able to be on par with the other side. This was enough to show just how powerful the engineering university could be. Li Ming didn't care about the gazes of the others, but said to himself, what about me coming here this time? I came here specifically for Sumu. It's just like what I said to the two of you on the phone yesterday. Our engineering university is willing to specially recruit Mr. Sumu to join our school. No matter what conditions you put forward, we will do our best to fulfill them. And we promise that we will lift up all the resources of the entire university to be used to cultivate Mr. Sumu. Saying that, Li Ming looked at the other few people. I'm not sure if any of you will be able to achieve something great in the future, but I dare to make sure that as long as Sumu joins the engineering university, then in the future, everyone here will not be as promising as Sumu. No, not the future. Now, from now on, everyone here is not as promising as Sumu. Saying that, Li Ming looked at Yi Shui. Weren't you chosen by the Holy See? Then, if I can make Sumu the treasurer of the engineering university and have the entire engineering university raise the entire university to cultivate him, may I ask if the Holy See will be so attached to you? These words zapped Yi Shui with a bit of a headache, and it was at this moment that Su Father's breath, which he had been holding for a long time, was finally about to be let out. Something he had always wanted to show off but didn't have the chance, only to see him slowly open his mouth. Didn't you guys say that my son has no talent? Didn't you say that my son doesn't have the ability to afford college in the future? Saying this, Su's father slapped the acceptance letter from the Imperial Military Academy on the table. This is the acceptance letter from the Imperial Military Academy. It's the proof of guaranteed admission to the Imperial Military Academy. These words were like a heavy bomb of heavenly thunder that exploded in the ears of the crowd. Imperial Military Academy submission. Acceptance letter? Engineering University special enrollment to rob people? The crowd stares daggers at the unperturbed Sumu, their eyes wide open as if they could stuff an egg into their mouths. Chapter 60, Misunderstanding? Everyone was a local of the Imperial capital, and they knew too well what the concept of the Imperial Capital Military Academy was. The Imperial Capital Military School is a school that countless students want to enter when looking at the whole country. Harsh enrollment conditions, extremely high scoreline, 3 generations of ancestors cannot have a criminal history of illegal behavior rules. All of this is telling the nation's many students, the Imperial Military Academy is the best military school in the country. Not one. And now, this acceptance letter in front of their eyes, this contract to report. Doesn't this mean that the kid in front of them, who was just looked down upon by the crowd, has become a phoenix in one leap? The crowd rushed forward to see the authenticity of the delivery contract. Even the contract of the University of Engineering was also held in the hands of the people examining. After looking at it for a long time, everyone was unwilling to let go of a single moment for fear of missing a word. But after looking at it, everyone's face was very grave, because not the contract was completely fine. Even the stamp at the end was real. To know, stamping this kind of thing, but did not forged for nothing. Not to mention the seals of the National Education Bureau, the Imperial Ministry of Education and the Imperial Military Academy, a tripartite force. And at this time, Qin Yu looked at Yi Shui. Although I don't know what exactly you're capable of, I don't think there's any way for you to guarantee that you'll be accepted by the Imperial Military Academy 100%, right? With these words, Yi Shui fell silent. She had to admit that the Imperial Military Academy was indeed a huge city. A city that had extremely harsh requirements for those outside the city. Everyone who had the ability to enter the city was free to go in and out of it and do whatever they wanted, because they didn't know exactly what their city meant to those outside of it. But only those who couldn't enter the city understood what the city meant. As long as they couldn't get in now, then they wouldn't be able to have a chance to appreciate the inside of this city in this lifetime. And Li Ming also spoke from the side. Frogs at the bottom of the well have always been like this. Their short-sightedness limits their perception of this world. As a matter of fact, as long as Sumu wants to, what cars and houses you guys are talking about? He can pick whatever he wants. And right at this moment, the Su mother on the side also couldn't help but open her mouth. My son would never lie to me. He has always been my pride. He was the one who was accepted into the Imperial Capital Military Academy. And right at this moment, a few people walked in at the door. At the head was the duo of Wang Junlei and Yang Tian. After entering the door, Yang Tian looked at Li Ming. You kid is good. I thought why your engineering university didn't make a move. But it turns out that you are waiting for me here? Want to steal someone from my Imperial Military Academy? Harm. Old Yang, you say this. I don't know. Sumu has accepted the admission notice of the Imperial Military Academy. Besides, the admission notice can be changed. Like Sumu, this good seedling. Who wants to give up? Li Ming laughed. Alright, you kid. Yang Tian shook his head, then looked at the crowd. I am the person in charge of the Imperial Capital Military School, and I am also a person from our national military region. This person next to me is a Kirin Group instructor. What does the Kirin Group belt stand for? I don't think I need to say more, right? Once these words came out, everyone who was still half believing had already believed it. After all, for Wang Junlei and Yang Tian's information, It could be found with a single check on the internet. Therefore, for what they had just said, everyone was also already somewhat convinced. And just at this time, Wang Junlei said another heavy news. The country's Ministry of Scientific Research and National Defense Department officially invited Sumu to join them. That is to say, as long as Sumu agrees to do so, from today onwards, you, Sumu, will be the one with the establishment. Wang Junlei looked at Sumu and said seriously, and for the last incident, the state awarded you the highest personal honor of merit. Saying that, Wang Junlei reached out and took the box in the hands of a soldier on the side. After this wooden box was opened, there was a shining metal lying inside. For the other people present, Wang Junlei didn't have any thoughts because they were too low level for himself. Other than Sumu and the others had no relationship with himself, not to mention the fact that they had just denigrated Sumu. And the appearance of this metal made the crowd present a little confused. After all, as long as one was a member of the Chinese nation, no one was unclear about what the highest level of merit badge represented. And how old is Sumu to get this at such a young age? Although everyone didn't know what Sumu was and what exactly had happened, they had understood that at this moment, Sumu was completely hairy. The current Sumu had become an existence they couldn't afford to climb up to. And seeing this scene, Ye's father's heart suddenly pounded. At such a young age, he possessed the highest level of merit. People from the Xia family acted as background backers for him. People from the National Ministry of Scientific Research and the National Defense Agency threw out olive branches to him, possessing military forces as backstage. Such a person, such a dragon son-in-law, simply can't be found by hitting the lantern. If I remember correctly, Sumu, this kid, used to like Xiao Shui, right? If you can let him and Xiao Shui together then. Fortunately, just now he did not follow the denigration of him, and now can still talk. With my friendship with old Su, I don't think it's hard to get the two kids together, right? Saying that, he looked aside to his own daughter Yi Shui. Then he muttered a few words in Yi Shui's ear. At first Yi Shui still seemed to be a bit reluctant, but after her father's words, she seemed to suddenly understand something, so she nodded her head affirmatively. And after Yi father got his own daughter's response, he looked towards Sumu. I told you, I knew that this kid from the Su family would definitely have a future. Just now, it's all because Xiao Shui is young and unintelligent and likes to talk nonsense. You all just saw it, and I did admonish my family Xiao Shui. Xiaomu used to like Xiao Shui very much, right? Maybe there was some kind of conflict in the past 2 days? It's only because it led to some kind of misunderstanding between Little Snow and Little Moo. Misunderstandings like this, it's fine if we talk about it. As soon as Father Ye's words came out, the people present only remembered. Yes, it seemed like Sumu had always been fond of Yi Shui in the past. This matter wasn't a secret. Basically, everyone who knew these two people knew that Sumu had been pursuing Yi Shui for a very long period of time. This time, it's likely that there was some kind of conflict between the two of them that caused this to happen, right? Although everyone was not sure what had happened between the two, but Father Yi had said so, everyone naturally thought in that direction. But Su's father was different. His face was so gloomy at the moment that it looked like water could drip out of it. He looked at Father Yi full of displeasure. Now you know to speak? What about just now when your daughter denigrated my child? Where were you at that time? Chapter 61, The Returning Ruins. Divine Sand is located in a secret realm? TSK, how can people be so deadbeat? Li Ming, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. The moment Li Ming's words came out, Father Ye's face immediately became embarrassed. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that Sumu's current status and position is not something this girl in your family can climb up to. Li Ming wiped his hands and spoke. Although I didn't know that Sumu had accepted the acceptance of the Imperial Military Academy, I still have to say something from my heart. Even if Sumu hadn't accepted the admission to the Imperial Military Academy, with his current achievements, your girl doesn't even have the qualifications to have an equal conversation with him. All of a sudden, the atmosphere at the entire dinner table was a bit strange. Yi father didn't seem to want to give up on climbing into this marriage yet. He understood that right now, Sumu was indeed a phoenix in the true sense of the word, and was no longer comparable to his own daughter. He was just about to continue speaking when Sumu stood up. Mom and Dad, I'm full. Elders, I'll excuse myself. Saying that, Sumu looked at the crowd and smiled, then left the table towards the outside. Seeing Sumu getting up and leaving, Li Ming, Xinyu and Xia Dai also followed one after another. After all, they were originally rushing towards Sumu, and now that Sumu has left, what are they still doing here? Wang Junlei and Yang Tian also left after saying goodbye to Su's father and mother. A group of people came outside. Sumu looked at the sky and took a deep breath. Alright, don't think about these things. Wang Junlei patted his shoulder. I know, I just feel a little bad luck. Sumu shook his head. The matter of the international military competition. how is it going? Sumu looked at young Tian and opened his mouth to ask. He didn't want to get too entangled in this matter. After all, he and Yi Shui weren't all the way anymore. In the future, it was estimated that it would be difficult to cross paths again. Therefore, Sumu decided to focus his mind on the future. And he did not forget, before the upper said the international military competition. During this period of time, he brought himself to practice leveling frantically, in order to be able to show off his skills in the international military competition, didn't he? There's still a month left for the international military competition. Hearing Sumu ask this, Wang Junlei also straightened up as he looked at Sumu. Currently the higher-ups are closely preparing for this matter. The international military competition can be said to be an event that allows people from all countries to raise their eyebrows enough. Therefore our country has decided to let you go on the expedition. At the same time within this 1 month's time. As long as it's the materials and anything you need, the country will do its best to fulfill you unconditionally. As long as it's able to give the country a satisfactory answer when the military competition arrives. Listening to Wang Junlai's words, Sumu also understood how significant this military competition was. He looked at Wang Junlei. Brother Wang, can that Evacuation Sha be found? Sumu was still thinking about the alloy warhead and alloy arrow. He wanted to see how terrifying these two things would be if they were made. Although the materials needed could be supplied by the country, the ruined divine sand would still be much more precious. And after hearing Sumu's words, Wang Junlei also said with a straight face, this time, I also have something in this regard that I want to talk to you about. In yesterday night we have already determined a good location, but see the color of the day is too late did not bother you. Today to find you actually more for this matter. It's not true that the returning ruins divine sand is indeed in the Mariana Trench, but this returning ruins divine sand isn't that good to take. Speaking of this, Wang Junlai's face was a bit ugly. It's fine brother Wang. You say, what is needed? When Sumu looked at Wang Junlai's face, he naturally knew just how difficult it was to obtain this ruined divine sand he was talking about. The higher-ups had people consult a lot of information and went to the Marianas Trench for a field trip after you left yesterday. They found that there is a secret realm in the depths of the Marianas Trench. As soon as Wang Junlei said this, a smile suddenly lifted up on Sumu's face. Isn't this a good thing? Sumu smiled and said, doesn't having a secret realm mean that there must be treasures inside? Maybe the returning market divine sand is inside. Or maybe there will be other treasures besides the returning market divine sand. Sumu didn't know about other things, but he understood one thing. Secret realms are usually accompanied by dangers and opportunities. So Wang Junlai's words made him a little excited. Don't be too happy. Wang Junlai's face was a bit ugly. Get in the car first. We'll talk about it when we arrive at the research lab. Looking at Wang Junlai's appearance, Sumu was a little unclear, but he didn't ask too many questions. A group of people got into the car and soon arrived at the Imperial Capital Research Institute. At this time, the research room was already full of people. They were all the top researchers in the Imperial Capital, and Elder Xia was also among them. He looked at Sumu. Little Su, you're here? Well, I'm here. Sumu nodded. Elder Xia, any discoveries? What exactly was found in the Mariana Trench? It's like this. Elder Xia said as he waved his hand to signal the researchers next to him to turn on the large screen for Sumu to see. Then continued, our inspectors have discovered a secret area in the Mariana Trench in the southeast direction. Judging from the various information, it's very likely that the returning ruins divine sand is in this secret realm. But there is one problem, and that is that this secret realm only allows forging masters to enter. When these words came out, Sumu was instantly confused as he looked at Old Xia. What do you mean by only allowing forging masters to enter? There is a restriction on this secret realm. Elder Xia opened his mouth. This secret realm gate can only be opened by forging masters. And according to the information that has been passed down, this secret realm will eject anyone of any other profession who enters other than a forge master. In order to test whether this event is real, our inspector tried to touch the door of the secret realm. Due to the inspector's profession is a combat professional, in the moment he touched the door he was ejected and was seriously injured, and is now recuperating in the hospital. At this time, the big screen also showed the appearance of that secret realm. To say it was a secret realm was also a bit far-fetched, because Sumu saw a gate in the Marianas Trench on the screen. On this gate, there was a lifelike dragon carved, and the dragon's head, its eyes seemed to emit a faint glow. The eyes of this dragon's head will scan all the people it sees, and once a person who is not of the forge master profession touches it they will be attacked by this dragon's head. That is to say, if you want to enter this secret realm, Xinyu and the others are completely unable to follow you in to protect your safety. After listening to Elder Xia's words, Sumu lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he looked up at Elder Xia. Elder Xia, then what do you think if I go by myself? Chapter 62, The Arrival of the Old Chief. No, I don't agree. Before Xia Lao could speak, Yang Tian was the first to speak. Sumu, do you know what you mean to the country right now? Yang Tian looked at Sumu and spoke with a serious face. It's not too much to say that you are a national treasure. Do you think it's appropriate to let you enter a secret realm that no one has gone into for so many years by yourself? Yang Tian is right. Elder Xia also nodded. Last night, the superiors had already discussed the ploy overnight. We have decided to choose a group of forgers. Each of these forgers are highly skilled, so they will help you go into the secret realm to take out the returning ruins divine sand. I disagree. Sumu's face changed in a hurry when he heard this. Why? Elder Xia asked with a frown. Sumu spoke. No one knows how much danger lies within the secret territory. If we let them go, what if something happens? They all have their own families. They are other people's fathers, other people's children. This kind of thing of letting other people risk their lives for me alone. I don't agree. Looking at Sumu's appearance, Elder Xia was also extremely satisfied and nodded his head. To have such a heart at such a young age, such a person would definitely become a pillar of the nation in the future. But right now is not the time to let him be capricious. Xia Lao opened his mouth and said, this matter has already been decided. Although what you said is very reasonable. But the moment this team that was organized heard that it was for the divine worker to go and look for materials, everyone is full of energy. They all understand what you divine worker means to Huaxia. They all stated that as long as they could bring you this material, then they would have no regrets in dying. In short, I don't agree with this matter. I can go search for the returning market divine sand by myself, and I definitely won't let anyone else go risk their lives for me. Sumu's eyes were filled with determination. I have the Angel's Tear and the Xuanwu armor at hand. These two items, there is absolutely no need to worry about this aspect of self-protection ability. With the addition of the quantum shield that I developed myself, it's definitely much more appropriate for me to enter the secret realm by myself than for someone else to go in for me. Listening to Sumu's words, Elder Xia seemed to be somewhat convinced as well. He had also heard that Sumu had transformed the quantum shield into a belt size that could be worn on his body, together with the Xuanwu armor and Angel's Tear. With these three things matching, he couldn't think of any kind of person who could harm Sumu. Adding the potion that Sumu had researched, even the seventh Apostolaki's shadow had been taken care of by him. Entering a secret realm was a safer thing by any stretch of the imagination. Just as Elder Xia was hesitating, the door to the research room was opened, and the ones at the top of the country walked into the middle of the research room in turn. Chief, Xia Lao looked at those few people and quickly stood at attention and saluted. Wang Junlei and Yang Tian and the others also followed with a military salute. Sumu turned back to look at these few old men and lifted his right hand on his temple to look at them. Sumu, you want to go to the secret world of the Mariana Trench alone? The old chief looked at Sumu and faintly asked. Looking to the chief for approval, Sumu's voice was very loud and clear, and his eyes were very determined. Aren't you afraid of any accidents? The old chief opened his mouth and asked. Not afraid. I believe in my ability, and in case there's something in the secret realm that requires a forger like me who has awakened a god-level talent to understand, then there will only be benefits and no disadvantages for me to go. Sumu said in an unassuming manner. Do you know what a god-level forger like you means to our Huaxia? The old chief spoke faintly. The strength of Huaxia can be ranked in the top 3 in the world. All of our fields are at the number 1 level in the world. The only thing is our equipment. If we, Huaxia, can have equipment like that of the Eagle Kingdom, at the very least, we will be able to secure second place and compete for first place or even sit firmly in the first rank. And your appearance has made us realize the importance of a forger. Forge masters have been scarce in China since ancient times, and your appearance has given us hope. So letting you travel to the secret realm, do you think it's appropriate? Looking at the old chief in front of him, Sumu took a deep breath and said, appropriate, suitable beyond measure. It's precisely because of what you said, old chief, that I think it's even more appropriate for me to go. If I, a person who is regarded as the pride of heaven, as the strongest person in the forger industry, and as the hope of China in forging, yet I don't even dare to go and break into a small secret realm, and instead I need someone else to take it on for me. This is the most inappropriate situation, and as you said this, if even I am not capable of breaking through this secret realm, do you think that other forgers will have the ability to pass through this secret realm? Of course, I'm not looking down on them, but I think that as the strongest forger in Huaxia is unable to pass the secret realm, the probability of other people passing it would only be smaller. Benefits often come with risks. I don't think you wouldn't understand the reasoning that you need to take risks if you want to be rich and strong. I know that you're concerned about me, and that some of your concern has gotten the better of you, but it's precisely because of that that I need to travel to the secret realm all the more. If I don't even have the skills to pass through the secret realm, then how can I talk about becoming the hope of the Chinese forge? How can I stand up to my country's cultivation of me? How can I stand up to my reputation as the #1 forger in China? Sumu's words were like a heavy hammer hitting the minds of the people in the lab. Looking at this teenager in front of them, all of them realized, this teenager not only possessed the strength of the #1 forging master in China, but also had a heart that didn't fit his age. No arrogance, no impatience, no humility. Looking at the Sumu in front of him, Elder Xia was liking him more and more. He glanced at Xia Dai on the side and then squeezed his eyes. Xia Dai naturally knew what her grandfather meant, and she somewhat shyly lowered her head. On the other hand, Xia Jiai and Qinyu had long been shocked by Sumu's words, and their mouths couldn't close. Is this still that little boy who blushed when he was molested? It felt as if he had completely changed. At this moment, Sumu was shining like a star in Xia Jiai's eyes. The old chief looked at Sumu and finally sighed in relief. That's fine. You convinced me. Alright then, let's incorporate you into the team and follow the team to the secret realm of the Marianas Trench. Wait, Sumu spoke again. Old chief, I still want to say one more point. What point? You say it. Within the capacity. I will definitely do it for you. The old head smiled and said, that is, I'm applying for this operation to just be completed by me alone. Sumu frowned and finally spoke out forcefully. He also knew that the old chief across from him would definitely be enraged once his words came out. Chapter 63, Entering the Pacific Ocean. As expected, as soon as Sumu's words fell, the old chief hurriedly slapped the table and stood up. What, Sumu, do you know what you are saying? Traveling alone to a secret realm that we know very little about and is so far away. Are you seriously not afraid of death? No, no. Sumu shook his head. Old chief, don't be anxious, listen to me. Seeing Sumu like this, the old chief also sat down slowly. He wanted to see what else this young man could say. As I just said, those forges all have their own families with their own parents and lovers and children. There's no need for them to be staked out in this kind of danger for me. And as for my own ability, even if you are not clear about it, old chief, you can ask these other people present who have all seen it before. At the very least, at the moment, in my cognizance, something that can injure me has yet to be discovered. If you don't believe me, you can ask Instructor Wang and Officer Yang. The two of them will know. Sumu looked at Wang Junlei and Yang Tian beside him after saying this. The two of them were in a cold sweat. Damn you! Why did you involve us in your own bullshit with the old chief? However, looking at the old head's eyes, the two of them still swallowed their saliva and spoke truthfully. Indeed, at the very least, the two of us are not sure that we can break Sumu's quantum shield. Hearing the two of them say this, the old head then slowly nodded his head signaling for Sumu to continue. Old chief, my quantum shield can only guarantee that I won't be harmed after shrinking at the moment. It can't protect other people. In other words, if I really encounter any danger in the secret realm, there's no way for me to do that to protect other people. That is to say, if there is no danger coming my way, I can just as easily pass through the secret realm alone. If there is danger, the more people there are will only distract me, and will not be able to play a substantial role. So to sum up, letting me go to the Marianas Trench secret realm alone will be better than organizing a team to go there. Sumu said, his eyes revealing unprecedented confidence. Are you sure that you are alone? The old chief looked at Sumu with some uneasiness. Totally sure. Sumu nodded seriously. Alright, with guaranteeing your own safety as a precondition. Other requirements you can mention. The country will definitely fulfill you. The old chief was also convinced by Sumu. He sighed and then spoke seriously. No problem. Just a small secret realm. I can break him casually. Sumu's eyes were full of determination. The corner of his mouth raised in a confident smile. Not bad. Not bad. This is the way a Chinese teenage boy should be. The old head looked at Sumu's appearance, his eyes narrowed with a smile. The teenage boy is not humble, has the arrogance and pride that should be present at this age, but also has self-confidence and calmness. Alright, then it's agreed to let you travel alone. Before that all things will be left to old Xia to chat with you. The old chief said as he got up and prepared to leave. I still have things to do, so I'll excuse myself. Good day, chief. Everyone was getting up to give a military salute. The old chief turned back to Sumu after walking to the door. Sumu, I'll wait for your triumph. When the time comes, you must give me a good lecture on what happened in the secret realm. Yes, Sumu gave a military salute to see the old head off. After the old head left, Elder Xia looked at Sumu. I'm kind of convinced by you. Come on, let's talk about traveling to the secret realm at that time. Xia Lao pulled up a picture on the big screen. Here was an azure piece of sea. Then the camera went straight into the also underground. The Mariana Trench is located at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, with many smaller trenches surrounding it. As the camera shifts, Xia Lao explains to Sumu. The Marianas Trench is 550 kilometers long, curved, and 70 kilometers wide on average. It is estimated that this trench has been formed for more than 16 million years. The bottom of this trench is the deepest part of the known ocean, where there is high water pressure, complete darkness, low temperature, low oxygen content, and a lack of food resources, thus making it one of the most environmentally hostile regions on the blue planet. Drop Mount Everest, the tallest mountain in the world, into this trench, and the top of that peak wouldn't be able to show through the water. And this secret realm exists halfway down this trench, Elder Xia said. And the huge stone door also appeared on the screen. At this height, the temperature of the sea will only be about 2 degrees, and no one is clear on what exactly will be behind this stone door. So under these conditions, are you still sure you want to go alone? Elder Xia looked at Sumu and asked seriously. Those who wade into shallow water will see fish and shrimp, and those who enter deep water will see scaly dragons. Sumu smiled faintly. I really don't believe that I can't go to this place. Alright, in that case, I'll talk about our arrangements. Elder Xia laughed. Then he looked at Sumu. You bring along our most advanced contact equipment in the country, followed by our inspector taking you into the trench. When you open that stone door, our inspectors will withdraw. Everything that follows will depend on you. The information we have obtained is that there is a 99% chance that the returning ruins divine sand is in this secret realm, and the specifics of how it works will depend on whether you can get it or not. When can we leave? Sumu looked at the stone door on the screen and asked. Tomorrow. 3 days later. No problem. For the next 3 days, Sumu had been preparing for entering the secret realm. He first created a large amount of potions out, all of which could save his life at a critical moment. Although he said he wasn't afraid of anything, the insurance that should be there still had to be on. After creating the potions, Sumu checked the quantum shield and those things again. After ensuring that everything was in order, Sumu also picked up the 2 electromagnetic revolvers. Although he wasn't a lightning system transmuter, it was better to have them than not. Bringing some means of offense might come in handy at critical moments. 3 days had quickly arrived. On top of the Pacific Ocean stood a huge warship. This is the largest warship in China. And at this time, Xia Lao and others are on top of the warship with Sumu. Sumu once again confirmed that there were no problems with the equipment on his body. Then he put on his diving suit. After saying goodbye to Xia Lao and the others, under the leadership of the inspector, Sumu dived all the way into the Pacific Ocean. The water temperature was freezing cold, but fortunately there was a special diving suit provided by the state. Sumu didn't experience too much coldness. The feeling of being adopted by the state was really quite refreshing. Led by the inspector, Sumu quickly arrived in front of the stone door. Elder Xia's voice also came out in Sumu's headset. Little Su, everything is done with the premise of ensuring your own safety. Got it. Sumu responded. Then he slowly swam towards the stone door in front of him. Chapter 64, The Secret Realm of Huaxia. The few inspectors behind him didn't dare to stay away. They watched Sumu from a place not far away from him. Everyone was on standby and ready to come forward at any time to receive him. They knew that Sumu's existence was an important figure for the country. At such a young age, he possessed a power that was unimaginable to the world, and he was dedicated to serving the country. For such a person, the inspectors present were determined. Once the stone door opened in a moment, once Sumu encountered any danger, they would immediately rush forward. Even if it was to trade their own lives for him to survive, that would have to be done. Sumu cautiously approached the stone door. The stone door in front of him was huge, and the huge dragon carved on it was winding and circling. The dragon's head is gazing at him intently in front of Sumu's eyes. Looking at the dragon, Sumu can't help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. But what Sumu didn't understand was that this giant dragon was obviously a Chinese dragon. Why would this Chinese dragon appear here? To know, the Marianas Trench is located at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean is so far away from China that it is obviously not normal for a Chinese dragon to appear in this place. But Sumu couldn't think about that much. He took a step forward, and then he only saw that the giant dragon immediately blazed with golden light. Then 2 rays of light shot out from the dragon's eyes. These 2 rays of light enveloped Sumu and wrapped him in them. Not good, someone among the inspectors shouted. And then the many inspectors rushed to come up to protect Sumu. However, he saw Sumu reach out and wave his hand. No need, wait. Seeing this, the inspectors stopped their pace one after another, and Sumu felt the 2 golden lights shining on him. These golden lights made him still feel a trace of warmth under this pitch-black seabed. This made Sumu a little surprised. Not realizing that this dragon head had this kind of effect, he didn't feel any strange visions himself, so he let these 2 golden lights flow on his body. After about a minute, the 2 golden lights gradually disappeared, and then that huge dragon unexpectedly began to move, only to see that huge dragon rolling around then the gate right in the middle of the empty open. Immediately after, the surroundings seemed like an earthquake. The stone door in front of Sumu slowly opened. With the opening of the stone door, seawater instantly surged into the stone door. Inside the stone door, it was so deep and dark that you couldn't see the boundary at a glance, and the surging seawater was as if it wanted to destroy everything, and even rushed Sumu into the stone door together with it. When the inspectors at the back wanted to go forward, the stone door slammed shut, isolating everyone outside the door. After the stone door closed, the seawater that had originally poured into the secret realm all receded, and Sumu looked left and right and was not sure where the seawater had been discharged from. Sumu got up and looked around. The water drops on his body slowly dripped down on the ground, which made Sumu feel a bit uncomfortable. Sumu, how is it? Are you safe? Is anything wrong? Xiao Lao's eager shouts came from the headset. It's fine. I'm okay. Sumu patted the water droplets on his body and said indifferently, the surrounding area is a bit dark. It's not clear what exactly is going on. I'll walk further. Sumu said, opening the camera in his hand again, then letting the camera follow him as he flew aside. Okay, then you be careful, and be sure to report it the first time when you encounter any situation. After seeing the camera light up, Elder Xiao also sighed in relief and said, at this moment, since Sumu had already entered the secret realm, it was useless to say any more. Just let go and let him do it. However, at this moment, the Chinese warship parked in the Pacific Ocean was already full of people. These people were all the top elites of China, and they had already made preparations. Once Sumu encountered any unexpected situation in the secret realm, they would immediately carry out a mandatory breakthrough of the secret realm. In the secret realm, Sumu walked forward with the flashlight, looking left and right. He didn't find any special place. The road in front of him is also very long, all the way forward, on both sides of the east and west with a lot of white bones. Looking at these skeletons, Sumu understood that these people were most likely the ones who were trapped and died in this secret realm after entering it before. This scene was captured by the camera, and when it was transmitted back to the warship, everyone was a little scared, but when they saw Sumu's breezy face, for some reason, their original nervousness smoothed out. After walking forward for a long time, Sumu found a high platform in front of him. The moment he saw the high platform, Sumu's eyes lit up, then he quickly ran towards the front. After coming to the high platform, Sumu saw something he hadn't even thought of. Magic cube? Sumu looked at this four-square thing on the high platform with a confused face. Magic cube? What is a Rubik's cube? Elder Xiao looked at the crowd beside him and asked. Unclear. Xiao Dai's few people all shook their heads in succession. Then Xiao Lao hurriedly asked someone to look up the information about the magic cube. At this moment, there was a four-square square in front of Sumu's eyes, and the 6 sides of the square were completely disrupted. Moreover, unlike the regular color block cube, this cube was not made up of color blocks, and Sumu presumed that this cube should be some fonts after restoration based on the pattern on it. There was a sheepskin scroll next to the cube. Sumu went forward and took the parchment scroll and the Rubik's cube in his hand, and then his eyes looked towards the parchment scroll. Hello there, new forger. This is an exclusive Forge Master's secret realm left behind by ancient China. As for why the secret realm of China would appear in this Mariana Trench, that's not something you should consider. After reading the first paragraph, Sumu understood why the stone gate outside the secret realm would be a Chinese dragon. Dare he say that this secret realm was created by a Chinese forger? And he also finally understood why this secret realm was different from the previous ones. The reason why this secret realm didn't have any hints. The vast majority of the reason was because this secret realm was artificially created. Sumu read on again. This secret realm is specially prepared for forging masters. Or rather, Chinese forging masters. The secret realm holds the essence of all the famous Chinese forging masters since ancient times. Once one is able to break through the secret realm, they will be able to obtain the knowledge of all the Chinese forge masters since thousands of years. But unfortunately, the only way for those who enter this secret realm to get out of it is to be recognized by all the forging masters through this entire secret realm, or else they will be trapped here. In other words, young man, when you enter the secret realm, there is no way back. Either go forward and obtain the inheritance, or die in this secret realm. Flip the Rubik's cube in your hand. Young man, remember, you only have one chance. Oh, the camera looked at the script on the parchment scroll, and the hearts of everyone on the warship leaked half a beat. Elder Xiao was already preparing to have someone go and blow the door to the secret realm open. Chapter 65, Strange Magic Cube. He didn't care about the secret realm left behind by the old ancestor or whatever. Sumu's role to the country was definitely not something that could be compared to a secret realm. As long as Sumu could be safe, a secret realm was just a secret realm. So what if it was blown up? This old ancestor is really cruel. Sumu shook his head and laughed, but it's also true. After all, this secret realm gathers the essence of China for thousands of years. If you want to go in and out, then wouldn't this entire secret realm be in chaos? I guess the reason for not allowing combat professionals to enter is also because I'm afraid of this, right? After all, in case a top-quality combat professional comes in. Even if he can't get through the secret realm, he can still find a way to tear down the secret realm's gate. There's just one thing I didn't figure out. Speaking of this, Sumu looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hand with some doubts. This 4-square Rubik's Cube without any color. No matter what, it shouldn't appear here. Why would a secret realm in China use something like a Rubik's Cube? This thing isn't from Huaxia either. Although Sumu was a little confused. But in front of him, he should still find a way to unlock this Rubik's Cube first. After all, looking at the situation, one should have to unlock this Rubik's Cube in order to proceed to the next step. Elder Xiao was also very anxious as he listened to Sumu's words. He hurriedly spoke. Little Su, don't be anxious. I'll let someone go and blow up the secret realm now to save you. Ah, blow up? Blow up the secret realm for what? Save me from what? Sumu reacted and spoke. I can't solve this thing. What? You can solve it? The people on Xiao Lao's side were all confused as they listened. The information of this Rubik's Cube they checked. It was a toy for human leisure in the ancient times, but it required an extremely high IQ to unravel it in a short period of time. Although it is not difficult to solve this Rubik's Cube after a certain amount of time practicing, but you have to know, Sumu has never touched this kind of thing. Not to mention that the Rubik's Cube captured by the camera at this moment was completely different from the Rubik's Cube on the information they had looked up, and it was only then that Sumu remembered that this world was different from his own. But if the returning ruins divine sand really existed here, according to his own speculation, this world should be a future version of Blue Star. Therefore it was understandable that there were no records about the magic cube Sumu. So he spoke. It's nothing, just a small thing. Wait for me to fix it first. Oh, good. Then you're busy. As soon as Xiao Lao heard that Sumu didn't look like he was joking, and that he was really planning to solve this Rubik's Cube, he hurriedly shut his mouth and stopped bothering him. Sumu held this Rubik's Cube and looked at it for a while. The colors on this Rubik's Cube are all the same. The only thing I can be sure of is that this Rubik's Cube doesn't rely on the colors to differentiate, but rather on the font. Looking at the strokes on the Rubik's Cube, pinching his chin and thinking, if it's a secret realm passed down from the ancient times of Huaxia, then the words on this Rubik's Cube should be closely related to the culture of Huaxia. But what culture in Huaxia can be summarized in 6 words? That's too much. Is it possible to eliminate them one by one? But if we just spell it out hard like this, the possibilities are too great. After all, who knows what words will be spelled out when there are so many strokes? It's easier to mislead yourself that way. It looks like all these people should have wasted too much time collapsing here. Sumu turned back and forgot to look at these morose white bones. Then only Sumu sat cross-legged as he placed the Rubik's Cube in front of his eyes and began to think. And the crowd on the warship had long been dumbfounded. Although it wasn't good to broadcast live to the people at home about this place, Sumu's calm demeanor was enough to shock everyone present. You have to know that going in this secret realm is a very high probability that you won't be able to come out. And listen to his words, as if this Rubik's Cube is closely related to the culture of the ancient times of China. How is he going to solve this? Although Elder Xia and the others were confused, they still didn't have the good sense to open their mouths to disturb him. The Mariana Trench where I am is in the Pacific Ocean. If the Pacific Ocean is set as the center point. When he said this, Sumu opened his mouth and asked Xiao Lao, where is the Mariana Trench located in the Pacific Ocean? Northeast, Xiao Lao hurriedly replied, afraid of delaying things. After all, this can only be a one-time opportunity. Northeast direction? Yes. According to the Chinese 8 trigrams formation, the northeast direction is the Burgundy trigram, and the Burgundy trigram is a mountain. That is, it represents the mountain. Saying that, Sumu hurriedly picked up the Rubik's Cube and rotated it. Northeast direction, Bagua formation, Burgundy trigram, mountain. Xia Dai repeated some of the words that came out of Sumu's mouth. Then she looked to the side of Xiao Lao. Grandpa, how come it feels like I'm cognizant of all the words that Sumu said, but I don't recognize them when they're combined together? Hey, we all underestimated Sumu. Xiao Lao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't realize that he also has research on the ancient culture of Huaxia. The Bagua formation is the most legendary thing in Huaxia, but it's a pity that it's been lost. I didn't expect this kid to actually have researched on it. It really surprised me. This kid has really given me quite a surprise. It's also okay. The puzzle of the Rubik's Cube can be put together one layer at a time. And better yet, in my previous life I often played with the Rubik's Cube. Recovering the entire thing is no problem. But recovering 6 sides in an unknown situation is a little too difficult. But recovering one known side first is not a problem. Set this side as a mountain first. While Sumu was chanting, the movements in his hand didn't stop. He didn't hear the conversation over the headset, because Xiao Lao turned off the sound for fear of disturbing him. Afterward, he only saw Sumu moving extremely fast. The Rubik's Cube flipped in his hands, and soon the side facing him formed a word, mountain. Looking at the Rubik's Cube in Sumu's hand, the word mountain appeared. Xia Dai and Xia Jai jumped up and hugged each other instantly. Yay! Solved one side. And Qinyu was also even smiling. Sure enough, Sumu can really give a lot of surprises. Elder Xia also nodded with satisfaction. But we still need to pay attention. After all, there is only one chance. It's better to be careful. Don't be too happy too early. On the other side, Sumu was still staring at the Rubik's Cube in his hand as he watched. Sure enough, it's a mountain. But can't be too happy too early. After all, only knowing one of the sides doesn't necessarily mean you can spell out all 6 sides. Not to mention that this mountain could have been spelled out by mistake. Sumu began to continue thinking as he mumbled. And the crowd looked at him with this unperturbed look, was also secretly sure in their hearts. Even the old chief who was dealing with official business in the imperial capital today would take the time to look at Sumu. This young man's performance made his heart hopeful for the future of China. It's impossible that the secret place located here is just for security and seclusion. After all, such a mysterious place would have more countries to explore. It is, as the saying goes, small hidden in the wild, big hidden in the city. Even if it is placed in a school, may be a lot safer than placing it here. Chapter 66, Crowd Shocked. Unlocking the Rubik's Cube. Listening to Sumu's analysis, the few people on the warship, Xia Dai, felt as if their brains were a little less than adequate. But Xia Lao was very sure and nodded. Yes, that's it. Xia Dai had wanted to ask her grandfather, Sumu, what he was saying about Sumu. But right at this moment, Sumu suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt her thoughts. Elder Xia, this is the deepest known seabed, right? Sumu's voice came from within the stereo. That's right. Elder Xia nodded in affirmation. That's it. This place most likely has other symbolism. If the Marianas Trench is the deepest known seabed, there is no place deeper than it. If used as a literal understanding, that is the bottom. The bottom words. Could it be the ground? Sumu, as if he suddenly thought of something, stared wide-eyed, and then only saw his fingers flipping. A word earth appeared above the Rubik's Cube. Sure enough. Looking at the Rubik's Cube with the word earth in his hand, Sumu was a bit excited, and he also seemed to have some eyebrows. The people who were watching Sumu and the others also cheered for his wit. Even the old chief raised his eyebrows. This kid seems to really have some skills. Sumu continued to break down the puzzle. The mountain and the ground. The location of the surface. The Marianas Trench is at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. And this secret place is in the middle of the Marianas Trench. Icy cold seawater. Could it be a can? Yes, that's right. The Marianas Trench is a can when you narrow it down. Shazhen, who heard this, opened his mouth and screamed. It's water. The can is water. I just looked up the lost Bagwazang diagram. And even though it's only a small section, can is water. Yes, it's all water here too. And that's what Sumu thought. Just as he was about to flip the Rubik's Cube again, he suddenly stopped. No, almost got carried away. Sumu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with some fear. And as the crowd looked at Sumu like this, all of a sudden they were at a bit of a loss for words. Elder Xia glared at Xia Dai, seemingly saying that Xia Dai had influenced Sumu. But Xia Dai was a little aggrieved. Just now obviously did not even open the microphone. In the end, he is your grandson or I am your granddaughter. And Sumu was engaged in thinking. Seems to be due to too much smooth, resulting in their own almost forgot the parchment scroll written on the matter of only one chance. Although he wasn't sure what would happen if he didn't succeed in one chance, he still had to be cautious. After all, according to what the parchment scroll said, one could either obtain the inheritance or die here by entering this place. That is to say, if one fails, then one will most likely never be able to get out again. Thinking of this, Sumu was a bit scared as he began to think carefully. Can is right. Water is also right. It shouldn't be this simple. Sumu pinched his chin and looked at this Rubik's Cube. Mountain and land I can associate together, but mountain and land and water I can't figure out how to think. Looking at Sumu's appearance, everyone on the warship held their breath. Even the old chief followed suit and became worried. The appearance of water should be accompanied by the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, but there are already the earth and mountains. Only 4 sides remain. How can we not stuff the 5 elements? And the water taken out alone cannot be linked to the mountains. These two are the 5 elements of the earth. And the earth as the center palace. This is the foundation of the formation. It's right to go out first. Although the crowd couldn't understand what Sumu was saying, they still didn't dare to interrupt him with their voices, because everyone knew that this was his battle alone, and if they ventured to disturb him they would probably disrupt his thoughts. That would make one a sinner. That is to say, when placed in the 8 trigrams, if we exclude can as water, there is only one left. And that is 2A is Zay. Zay, swamps, caves, waste caves. Sumu said, looking up at the cave. It is indeed very much like a ZE, but the ZE can't be connected. Could it be another solution? said Sumu as his eyes lit up and his fingertips flipped the Rubik's Cube once again. Right. It must be Lin. This is something to talk about. If it's Lin, the remaining 3 sides should be clear to me. Just after the words were said, the Rubik's Cube at Sumu's fingertips once again appeared with a neatly written character Lin. Watching this scene, the crowd's originally hanging hearts slowly fell, because nothing else appeared after Sumu finished spelling Lin. That proved that this spelling of Sumu should be fine. Sure enough, there's no abruptness in the spelling. It is reasonable to say that if it is not Lin, so many people in front of them to disrupt the Rubik's Cube even more outrageous situation. Formula restored. This Lin couldn't possibly be this neat. Looking at the very neat mountainous forest 3 words, Sumu's heart had long had an answer. The size of the Pacific Ocean is considered Kanlesion Tuwei according to the 4 directions. Jin and Tuwei belong to wood, and wood is in the forest. Kan has already been unraveled. The remaining Li, the word Li belongs to fire. Take the earth out of the equation and single out the mountains and forests. That's wind, forest, and fire. And counting earth, that's heaven and earth. The whole 6 sides should be wind, forest, fire, mountain, heaven and earth. Wind. The Pacific Ocean is indeed windy. Looking up is also exactly heaven. The trigrams of this Rubik's Cube are relative. And the answer to all of this can be found in the 8 trigrams. Looking at Sumu, the crowd's mouths were as wide open as if they could stuff down an egg. A child with ability and strength and knowledge with a pleasing personality, but also has the heart to reimburse the country. This is really a great fortune for Huaxia. Xia Lao looked at Sumu with old tears. Huaxia is going to rise. This young man, really let me see hope. And the sight of Xia Dai, a few little girls looking at Sumu, was also full of stars. This young man fully showed the crowd what it means to be spirited, what it means to be modest and proud of a young man. Sumu's fingers flew, and soon the magic cube in his hand showed 6 big words: wind, forest, fire, mountain, sky, and earth. Along with the restoration of the Rubik's Cube, the entire Rubik's Cube instantly gave off a dazzling light. Immediately after that, the place on the platform where the Rubik's Cube was originally placed also emitted a bright light at the same time as if it was being guided. Sumu got up and slowly placed the Rubik's Cube into the elevated platform. After that, the cube released a dazzling light, and then the platform slowly descended. A passageway appeared in front of Sumu's eyes. The parchment scroll in his hand also turned into a map. Looking at this map in his hand, with roads leading in all directions, Sumu laughed. Sure enough, things are developing in a good direction. Sumu then grinned and said, Elder Xia, the first layer has been passed. Now I'm ready to enter the next layer. Well, we've all been watching. Elder Xia wiped the teardrops from the corner of his eyes and said, Child, don't you want to rest first? Don't run into any problems later. It's fine. End it early to save a long night, Sumu said, striding towards the passage below. Chapter 67, Luban Lock? After entering the passageway, Sumu took big steps downward. He didn't have any worries. After all, he had come in. Now he can't turn back and leave? It was written on the parchment that there was no other way to get out of the secret realm other than through it. Sumu looked at the parchment in his hand. He understood that there were still a lot of things for him to do. After walking into the passageways on both sides suddenly lit up with candle flames, illuminating the path ahead for Sumu. Interesting. Sumu looked at the candle flames on both sides and smiled faintly. These candle flames should all be masterpieces left behind by the forges from the ancient times of China. With Sumu's awakened talent, he naturally distinguished the construction of these candle flames at once. He opened the panel and scanned these candle flames, realizing that the materials used for these candle flames were things that could be found everywhere. Yet they were able to forge candle flames that could be preserved enough to still burn tens of millions of years later. After Sumu spoke his findings, Elder Xia and the others were shocked beyond words. A random candle flame within this secret realm was a realm that no other forger in the country other than Sumu could reach. It looks like this secret realm is really a place of miracles. Sumu didn't bother with these candles, although he wanted to take one down and bring it back to study its structure and then copy it. After all, if you can make this kind of candle flame with materials that can be found everywhere, it is self-evident how cost-effective it is, isn't it? If you can analyze the core of it, you may be able to make other things. But Sumu was not stupid. Who knows what will happen when these candles are dismantled? This is a secret realm. What if it suddenly collapses after removing one? It was better not to be greedy. Moreover, Sumu's intuition told him that if a candle flame used to guide the way was this awesome, then the things in the depths of this secret realm. Thinking of this, Sumu's eyes were already glowing. As his feet accelerated, Sumu didn't blindly follow the direction of the candle flame. He looked at the parchment scroll in his hand as he traveled forward, and it was no surprise that following this route would lead him to the first trial of this secret realm. Looking at the room reached by the candlelit passage on the parchment scroll, Sumu took a deep breath. although he wasn't sure what kind of examinations would be in this room. But in order to get the inheritance and the returning market divine sand, then he had to try it himself. Right now, Sumu had long since come here for more than just the returning market divine sand, and now he wanted more than just the returning market divine sand. There was also the inheritance, the legacy of those genius forging masters from ancient China. Soon Sumu arrived at the door of the first test chamber. This secret room was very solid, a thick stone door. If it was a combat professional, it wasn't difficult to open this stone door. However, life professionals couldn't. Life professionals absolutely couldn't rely on brute force to open this stone door. Sumu also understood that this entire secret realm was built for living professionals or for forgers. Of course, this had to exclude the stone dragon that was guarding the entire secret realm outside. Sumu walked forward and saw that it was just like the outside. There was a stone platform in front of the stone door, as high as a table, and on top of that stone platform, there was a Luban lock and a scroll of parchment. Luban lock? Sumu picked up the parchment scroll with some doubts. In his opinion, the parchment scroll should be something like an instruction manual. The people on the warship once again heard a thing that everyone had never heard of before, and the confusion in their eyes deepened a few points. It seemed that every single thing that they and others had never seen before this teenager named Sumu could call out their names. Sure enough, is this the gap between himself and a genius? Sumu didn't pay attention to the thoughts of the people in the live broadcasting room. He himself put away the parchment scroll map in his hand and put it into his pocket, and then unfolded this parchment scroll and read it. For those who can see this scroll, I'm sure you've already solved this magic formula of wind, forest, fire, mountain, heaven and earth, right? This Rubik's Cube is just an entry threshold. Only those who can unlock the Rubik's Cube are qualified to try the ancient cultural treasures belonging to China. Wind, forest and fire mountain is as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as invasive as fire, and as immovable as a mountain. There is a divine speed like the speed of the Biaofeng, like a forest slowly unfolding, like a blazing fire swiftly, like a great mountain standing firm. This is not only the art of war, but also a spirit, and to become a qualified forger, this is what one must have. Heaven and earth are, in reality, heaven and earth. The earth is your surroundings or resources, the sky represents the rules, and the people, yourself. Only those who can utilize their surroundings and resources under the rules, those who keep wind, forest, fire, mountain in mind, can become a qualified forger. So young man, try and unlock this Lupin lock. Enter the secret realm and take your first test. You can choose to retreat at this time so that you can safely leave the secret realm. However, you will lose all memories of this secret realm, and the realm will be permanently closed. Make your choice. Sumu read the words on the parchment scroll word for word, and the color in his eyes became more and more determined. Or else, Sumu, why don't we just give up and come straight back? It looks like it's only going to get more dangerous up ahead. Xia Dai voiced out, while Elder Xia and the others didn't say anything. Even the old chief was staring at Sumu closely. Right now, everyone was torn. Judging from the parchment scroll, the road ahead would only become more bitter. This Rubin lock looks like it's even harder to solve than that whatever Rubik's Cube thing in front of it. Not to mention the trial after this stone door. Everyone wanted Sumu to come back. After all, as long as Sumu was alive, then he was the hope of China. But subconsciously, everyone hoped that Sumu could conquer the secret realm. After all, being able to conquer the secret realm would mean that Huaxia had unlocked the secrets left behind by the ancestors of the forging world in the ancient times. By that time, the entire forging industry of China would have taken a qualitative leap forward, and Sumu will also receive an inheritance that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Of course, the most important thing is that once Sumu leaves this place, then this secret realm will be closed and will never be open to the public again. In other words, from now on, this secret realm will cease to exist. The secrets left behind by those genius forging masters in the ancient times of China will really pass away in the river of history. This was something that everyone didn't want to see no matter what, but they also didn't want Sumu to be in danger. Therefore, the decision was now in Sumu's hands. Sumu looked at the parchment scroll in his hand, and the corner of his mouth gently raised. Isn't it a pity that such an appealing secret realm is just going to fade away? Saying that, Sumu was seen pocketing the parchment scroll, and then reached out to pick up the Luban lock on top of the stone platform in front of him. Chapter 68 Speed Test. Sumu's action shocked everyone greatly, but it was understandable. After all, this is Sumu. Only Sumu would have this kind of risky behavior that dares to take risks and go forward as if putting everything behind him. After picking up the Rubin lock, the candles around were all lit up in an instant. Sumu concentrated his mind and carefully studied the Luban lock in his hand. In his last life, when he was bored, Sumu didn't fiddle with the Rubin lock Rubik's Cube. It didn't take a few minutes for Sumu to unlock the Rubin lock. This time, there was not so much trouble. It was just a simple Rubin lock. But after all, A Reuben lock is a Reuben lock, and although it didn't take long, it still took a bit of effort. After opening the Reuben lock, there were a few words written inside the Reuben lock. Ready to accept the test of speed? Then the door in front of Sumu slowly opened. Looking at the pitch-black interior, the corner of Sumu's mouth lifted up. A test of speed? Good. I'd like to see how it's a speed method. Sumu raised his foot and walked into the stone door. After he entered the chamber, the stone door closed again. Afterwards, a candle flame exactly like the one outside was lit up again in the secret room, illuminating the dark secret room. At this time, what met his eyes was a huge and vast field. Inside the field was like a huge playground, vast and incomparable. And in the center of this playground is standing around like a ball-like things. The size of this ball was about 3 meters in diameter. Sumu scanned out the data of this orb. Rush ball. A test set by ancient Chinese forgers for their descendants. The forger who accepts the test needs to use all the materials in the land to create an item that is fast enough to outrun the rush ball, and then with the help of such an item to run 10 laps around the chamber under the pursuit of the rush ball, to pass the test. Looking at this so-called rush ball, Sumu was staring at it with 2 dry eyes. This thing, about 3 meters in diameter. I have to build something to run around the chamber 10 times with this thing chasing me? Well. The difficulty of this test was indeed a bit high. The crowd in the live broadcast room had long been too frightened to speak by this test. How? What to do? What about Sumu? He can pass, right? Xia Jai gently tugged on Xia Dai's clothes and asked with some fear. It will definitely be possible. If it's Sumu, I believe in him. Xia Dai's eyes were filled with determination. She had near unconditional trust in Sumu. Keep your voice down. Don't talk. Xia Lao softly opened his mouth to interrupt their conversation. Don't disturb Sumu. He should be thinking of countermeasures. Things can only rely on him now. He's the number one in this aspect of forging in our country. Sumu at this time looking at the huge ball in front of him for a moment, indeed not a good way. After all, there is no drawings on hand can be manufactured. It's hard not to want me to also manufacture a ball, but the problem is that I can't juggle all. I don't even know how to control the ball when I'm standing on it, but I can kill myself when I fall on it. And what about using materials from the neighborhood? Are there any materials in the neighborhood? Saying that, Sumu began to look left and right, but soon he made a shocking discovery, only to see Sumu, who came to the center of the playground, staring with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open. I'm going. This ground. Just now Sumu didn't observe carefully, or because of the relationship between too many candles and too bright inside the secret room, resulting in Sumu didn't notice the floor of this secret room. And at this moment, Sumu came closer to realize that this playground pounces on top of it. All of it is the golden returning market divine sand. Xiao Lao, our country really want to send. Sumu murmured into the headset. The crowd in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded as they looked at this ground of returning ruins divine sand. It should be known that the returning market divine sand was a material that had been lost in ancient times. I didn't expect that such a valuable treasure would actually be spread like garbage on top of this playground. Is simply a waste. This returning ruins divine sand is what the divine worker was trying to find in the first place, right? Yes. The ruined divine sand is the goal of the divine worker entering the secret realm this time. The value of the ruined divine sand. That's no longer something that can be measured in terms of money. Whoosh. This full of it. Just getting a forklift to shovel it could make our country's forging world take a qualitative leap. A very famous master in the forging world opened his mouth and exclaimed. Just as everyone was cheering for this discovery, Sumu seemed to have thought of something in general. Wait. Sumu stopped the cries of the people in the live broadcasting room as he opened his mouth and asked the question to the Grandmaster who had just said. Grandmaster, what did you just say? Gu, Shingon can't address me like that. The old me doesn't dare to honor a master in front of Shingon. What I just said was that it would be good to be able to find a forklift to shovel it. If this sentence has offended the divine worker in any way, then I ask the divine worker to forgive me. That forging world master placed himself very low. He also knew clearly that right now Sumu was the hope of Huaxia, but also the red man in the eyes of many leaders of Huaxia. Offending him would not end well. Master is overstating it. I still have to thank you. Sumu smiled. You gave me an inspiration. Sumu said as he began to open his spatial ring, and then rummaged for something within the spatial ring. At first, I've been thinking, what can be built from the materials here that can be used to outrun this giant ball? After thinking for so long, the answer I got was 0. Yes. The size and construction of this giant ball is definitely not something that can be built out of just anything present to outrun it, not even me with a god-level talent. It would be fine if it was for a short period of time, but for a distance of 10 laps, even though I'm not sure what the power system of this giant ball is, the fact that it would be set for a distance of 10 laps means that it would be getting faster and faster and faster, even if I am able to build an item with the help of the materials in this neighborhood. even if it's a pair of god-level shoes. Then trying to outrun this giant ball would be almost zero. As good as the god-grade attributes are, that doesn't top the fact that I'm a not-so-highly ranked life profession myself, and I can't utilize the god-grade shoes to their fullest extent, or even half of what they might be. Maybe at first I can be faster than this giant ball in terms of the shoe's value, but as time lengthens, in the end this giant ball will definitely be much faster than me. Therefore building one thing to outsmart this giant ball is already unrealistic. A confident smile spread across Sumu's face as he seemed to have entered a state that doubled his confidence. It was just like when he first said that he would be able to live up to the name of Divine Worker, as if everything was within his expectations. Chapter 69, Clawed Yellow Flying Electricity. The crowd in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, listened to Sumu's explanation in peace and quiet. No one dared to make a sound to disturb him for fear of interrupting his thoughts, and each of those masters of the forging world furrowed their brows. They were all trying hard to understand the meaning of these words from Sumu's mouth. They knew that the gap between their realm and Sumu's was too great, but maybe, if they were able to understand the meaning of the words that Sumu said, then perhaps their realm would be a step higher. The Grandmaster who had opened his mouth at the beginning began to murmur. Divine Worker is right. These living professionals we are present with are the best in every industry. Those who forge or those who refine medicines, but no matter who it is, over the course of so many years, the ranks have also far surpassed the current Divine Worker. But even we don't dare to say that even if the Divine Worker gives us god-grade shoes we're certain that we can outrun this gigantic rush ball. Because no matter what we are all living professionals. This is the biggest gap between living professionals and combat professionals. What living professionals can rely on, or what can revitalize themselves against all odds, are only their own forged instruments, not themselves. And those instruments that need to be driven by themselves are definitely the most inferior choice for a forge master. This is not a choice that a forge master should have. The Divine Worker is now as if he's gone into the wrong zone of thinking in general. The test wanted him to run and win this giant ball, and he got tangled up in the word run. The crowd suddenly all came to a realization after listening to this forge master's words. So it turned out that living professions still had this aspect of difficulty. Right, that's it. Sumu smiled and responded to this master's words. Just now I just fell into a thinking error. And your words, Master, woke me up. Since we can find a forklift to shovel away these returning ruins divine sand, then why can't I find a carrier to allow me to run and win this giant ball? After the last word was exited, Sumu Hurricane took out a locomotive from his spatial ring. The corner of Sumu's mouth hooked up a confident smile, his eyes like a falcon. At this moment, the crowd in the live broadcast room was like seeing a young man who was shining with radiance and vigor. After your reminder, Master, I remembered the words on the parchment scroll just before I unlocked the Reuben lock at the door after I came out of my thinking misconception. To have a divine speed like the speed of the Biao foam, like a forest slowly unfolding, like a blazing fire swiftly, like a great mountain standing firm, this is not only the art of war, but also a spirit. I'm too eager, so much so that I'm caught up in the wrong area of thinking, and too slow, so much so that I'll be even more eager. It's like a cycle pulling at my nerves. The rules of this test are the heavens, while these returning ruins divine sand and the other materials are the earth, and I am a human being. How should I pass the test? It should be with the help of heaven's timing, the loopholes in the rules, the land, the nearby materials, the people, and I myself will decide the way to pass the test, subsequently utilizing the Wind Forest Fire Mountain spiritual transformation apparatus. The moment Sumu's words came out, all the forgers present were like enlightened. Divine Worker, please accept my obeisance. That master of the forging world hurriedly knelt on the ground. Divine Worker's guidance has hopefully raised my realm by another level. I don't ask for the honor of having Divine Worker accept me as a disciple. I only ask that Divine Worker give me a chance to pay my respects at the door when he triumphs. The other people on the warship were all dumbfounded as they watched this powerful man who was the biggest man in the forging industry in the whole of China. Everyone knew that this guy was an odd-tempered person. Master, quickly please get up. The kid cannot accept this kind of big gift. What is the matter? Wait for me to go back after we in detail chat. Now is not the time to talk about family matters. Sumu smiled and said, Right. What Divine Worker said. That master hurriedly got up from the ground, and then his eyes were glowing as he looked at Sumu in the screen. Although he was Shaft, he was also a real person. This explanation from Sumu made him hopefully break through his current realm and reach a higher level. And the words on the parchment scroll just now, Sumu didn't hide anything. He took what the ancestors of the Chinese forging world left behind brightly and openly for everyone to see. However, everyone hadn't comprehended the wonders of it and didn't think that they would need him to point it out. Although the Divine Worker said that it was because of his own words that he had come out of his misguided thinking, he couldn't think that way himself. With the cleverness of a divine craftsman, even without himself the divine craftsman could rely on his own thoughts. At this moment, this master of the forging world had already become Sumu's little fan. Sumu looked at the locomotive in front of him with a faint glow emerging from his hands. Although there isn't any particularly good equipment, but this god-level talent of mine wasn't awakened for nothing. And modifying the same thing doesn't require any big equipment. There are enough materials here. The main function of the returning ruined divine sand is to harmonize and reconcile the fusion between various types of materials. And it also has another function, which is to greatly increase speed. This is also why alloy warheads and arrows need the ruined divine sand to be made. And if I fist smash on the materials that can increase speed amongst these materials, and then finally finish it off with the returning market divine sand, then this locomotive will definitely be able to do even faster than this giant ball. Sumu wasn't overwhelmed by joy either. He not only had to focus on the speed of the locomotive, but also the safety. Whether it was stability or sturdiness, even the maneuverability Sumu had to take care of. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to firmly grasp the locomotive under high-speed movement. After a few minutes, Sumu stood up and wiped the water on his forehead. The crowd in the live broadcast room then looked at the live broadcast screen with dumbfounded eyes. The crowd had witnessed the birth of a divine carrier in just a few minutes' time. At this moment, a locomotive with a snow-white body revealing a bit of blue light, as well as a pair of golden yellow wheels was appearing in front of Sumu. Name, Claw Yellow Flying Electricity. Type, Carrier. Grade, LV1. Grade, Legendary, infinitely close to Epic. Talent attribute, Blast Electricity, Myth. Blast electricity, under the gallop to attract the power of thunder and lightning as a driving force. Can burst out of the naked eye, difficult to capture the speed. Taking the ancient lord's shadow to escort him. Looking at the locomotive in front of him, whose legend was infinitely close to Epic, Sumu was very satisfied. This locomotive's original grade wasn't low. It had reached advanced level and had been placed in the space ring to eat dust. Sumu had long wanted to upgrade it and have some fun with it, but he didn't expect to use it at this time. Although it's not a myth, it will be slowly upgraded in the future. At the moment, the most crucial thing is to pass the test first. Thinking, Sumu is mounted on this, Claw Yellow Flying Electricity. Others are not clear. He can be clear. Claw Yellow Flying Electricity, Ancient Lord Shadow Escort? Isn't that Boss Chow? Looking at the giant ball in front of him, Sumu's eyes were filled with wariness. Come. Chapter 70, Outwitting the Rush Ball. As Sumu's words fell, the throttle was twisted tightly, and the claw yellow flying electricity under his crotch shot out like an arrow out of the string. The moment the claw yellow flying electricity started, the huge, rush ball, instantly rotated. Sumu could clearly sense that the interior of the chamber was vibrating. The crowd in the live broadcast room couldn't help but gulp as they watched the slowly rolling giant ball, and couldn't stop praying for Sumu in their hearts. After all, if such a huge ball was accidentally rubbed against it, it was estimated that Sumu would have to be accounted for here. The speed of the rush ball was very slow when it first started, and it kept following behind Sumu at a slow speed. But after a few turns, Sumu realized it. The speed of this big giant ball was rapidly increasing up in a very short period of time, only to see that this giant ball was flipping behind Sumu's car, stirring up gusts of dust and sand. Then its speed was getting faster and faster, and it was about to catch up with Sumu. Sure enough, it's right as I guessed. This is only the third lap. If we use shoes, according to this speed, we might have an accident in the 8th or 9th lap. Although I'm not sure that its speed will reach an upper limit in the first few laps, but no matter what, let's just pretend that it has no upper limit and stabilize it a little bit. Sumu didn't let go of the gas pedal. He was picking up speed. After all, no one knows what the acceleration principle and method of this giant ball is. In case if it suddenly accelerates, it would be dangerous if he didn't speed up. Only slowly, Sumu seemed to find something wrong. It seemed that the faster one's speed was, the speed of this giant ball followed. What principle is this? Sumu was a little confused. It was already the 5th lap. Seeing that the speed of the giant ball behind him didn't decrease, Sumu began to think about it. Let's not talk about how this giant ball is getting faster and faster in the case of ignoring friction. How does it manage to be able to keep following itself and keep circling around this circle? There wasn't even a single shift in its trajectory in between. This is also too outrageous, right? Looking at the giant ball behind him, Sumu seemed to have captured something. The huge ball under the speedy rolling smacked a gust of dust. These dust were all returning ruined divine sand. That's it. It must be. Sumu seemed to be guessing the secret that this giant ball could ignore friction and resistance to get faster and faster and follow this trajectory. This material, the ruined divine sand, not only possesses the effect of tempering, but also possesses the effect of speeding up. And these raised ruined divine sand unconsciously attached to the giant ball as it traveled. With the help of these returning ruins divine sand, it was then able to continuously give the giant ball a speed boost, which is the reason why this giant ball was able to keep following me closely without letting go. And as for why this giant ball is able to follow my trajectory without the slightest deviation, the secret of this should lie above these returning market divine sand. This giant ball should have some sort of peculiar mechanism or secret technique. If I remember correctly, a truly powerful forger is able to achieve the fusion of instruments and formation spells these, but it's hard to do that. Not only does it require extremely high talent, but it also requires super high rank and effort. I have to admit, with my talent I can definitely do it, but definitely not right now, because I can't keep up with the rank, and I don't have all of these for the drawings. But what I don't have doesn't mean that those masters in the previous Chinese forging world don't have. What if that master who made this rush ball in the past put a spell on this giant ball? The possibility of such a thing as having placed an organ is almost zero. Because of the roundness of this giant ball, the surface is absolutely unable to place any organs. There are no other means other than spells. Most likely, this giant ball has a spell that is capable of absorbing the splashing up of the returning ruins divine sand. It's unimaginable that the forge masters of ancient China are so capable. That is to say, no matter how fast one's speed is, this giant ball won't be thrown off at all. If one accelerates, it will accelerate. And once one slows down, then one will be instantly destroyed by this giant ball. Although he had figured out the principle of it, Sumu still didn't have time to absorb the knowledge. What he had to do now was to run the remaining 5 laps as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Sumu's grip on the gas pedal twisted violently, only to see the claw yellow flying electricity on Sumu's hips instantly shoot out. The 2 exhaust holes were emitting a burst of blue light, just like thunder. This is the claw yellow flying electricity's natural attribute, blistering electricity. As if driven by a speeding bolt of lightning, Sumu's speed had already reached a level that could not be captured by the naked eye. The only thing left in the eyes of the crowd in the live broadcast room seemed to be the huge ball that was rolling rapidly. Sumu, who was driving the blast electricity, was almost thrown out, but fortunately, when the blast electricity was triggered, the ancient Lord Boss Chow's silhouette appeared behind Sumu and sheltered him. Under the speeding, Sumu quickly led a lap to the back of the giant ball. The bold Sumu relied on the protection of Boss Chow's shadow and the speed of claw yellow flying electricity. He quickly sidestepped the giant ball and then overtook it to run the 6th lap. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 10 laps had been completed, and the giant ball was still running the 5th lap. Sumu stopped the car with some joy. He didn't expect this level to be so simple. At this time, the giant ball seems to have realized that he has lost. Immediately stayed in place. The returning ruins divine sand that flew up in the air also all drifted back down to the ground. At this moment, the giant ball that stood in place suddenly turned into a mini bead and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Sumu rushed forward and picked up the bead and put it in his hand. The bead was not big, the same size as the Buddha beads usually used as jewelry by others. There was a faint blue light emanating from it. Although he didn't know what this thing was for, it was better to put it away. After all, every single thing in this secret realm was a huge treasure for Sumu. After putting the beads away, a high platform once again appeared where the original rush ball was located. The crowd in the live broadcast room didn't have time to react before realizing that Sumu had already won, and what they saw in their eyes was as if the giant ball was still rolling, but Sumu had disappeared in a flash. Just when they thought Sumu was gone, they realized that the giant ball had suddenly stopped, and Sumu had somehow won. All of this was seen by the crowd in a cloud, but before the crowd had time to rejoice for Sumu who had won the rush ball, at this moment, Sumu was heading towards the second high platform. According to the convention of the previous 2 times, there should still be a parchment scroll on the high platform this time. Chapter 71 Attribute Level Change. Sure enough, Sumu wasn't wrong. There was still a sheepskin scroll on the high platform. Sumu went forward and picked up the sheepskin scroll and started reading it. Junior, you're very good. You actually managed to win the rush ball. The mystery of this rush ball, I think you've already discovered it, right? And what the rush pearl, that it has shrunk into serves, that's something you'll have to wait for yourself to discover. But I can give you a bottom line. As long as you can pass the next test, then this blast bead will surely give you an unexpected harvest. And you will definitely step into a whole new realm as well. How about it, young man? Want to give it a try? Try to enter a realm you've never envisioned before? But of course, there's nothing you can do if you don't want to. After all, you're too late to quit. Ha 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 ha. Then, just go on ahead and pass through this passage, and you'll be able to enter the next level. Sumu slowly stretched his back after reading the parchment scroll. He didn't rush to head to the next level either, but utilized his spatial ring to fill 2 whole large buckets with the returning ruined divine sand before preparing to leave. The crowd in the live broadcast room were all a little happy watching this scene. I didn't expect the divine worker to be so meticulous, to be so diligent and thrifty at such a young age. This should be greed, right? How can you say that? Saving money for the country can be called greed. Ha 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 ha. Okay, Okay, I'm embarrassed to say it again. Sumu sardonically laughed. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still people watching, he was going to find a way to take it all away. After all, this time was originally rushing to the ruined divine sand. Now it's not easy to come across so many. Who knows, after entering the next level there will be no opportunity to come back here. So it's better to take them all away. I just thought that I don't know if there will be anyone else who will enter the secret realm in the future. So I'd better leave some for future generations. After entering the passage, the process is basically no different. Sumu quickly came to the next secret room. This time, there wasn't any lock outside the secret room. The door was directly open, as if it was just to wait for Sumu. After entering the secret room, Sumu instantly froze. No, what is this situation? It's not clear. Could it be that we're going the wrong way? It can't be. We watched the divine worker walk in. The people in the live broadcast room also voiced their doubts. As for Sumu, he looked at the construction layout in front of him, which was exactly the same as the previous chamber, as well as the huge giant ball. Could it be that the test was the same, only that it would be faster this time? Just as Sumu was confused, he steeply saw a few words engraved on a side wall. Ready for the test of physical strength? TSK, test of physical strength. What is this? Sumu pinched his chin and thought for a while. Let's see. Speed test, physical strength test. Could it correspond to my attributes? Sumu seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly opened his panel. Name, Sumu. Profession, Forge Master. Level, LV20. Strength, 300. Physical strength, 190. Speed 380. Spirit, 500. Skill forging LV5. Skill, refining, can refine the attributes of any equipment, allowing the equipment quality to be upgraded by one notch. The higher the skill level, the greater the scope of equipment quality enhancement. New skill enchanting, you can attach a mythic level phrase to any equipment, and the higher the skill level, the more phrases you can attach. Talent, God's Empowerment. God's Empowerment, equipment you forge, regardless of any quality, is fixed to have one mythic level attribute attached to it. I'm brown. Sumu directly let out a gasp. The level didn't increase, but the attributes went up? What is this? And why did my forging level reach level 5? I remembered that it was only level 3, and all of a sudden it jumped 2 levels? What's the fuss? What's the situation? While Sumu was feeling shocked, the crowd in the live broadcast room also saw Sumu's panel. Everyone clearly remembered that originally, Sumu's speed was only 180, a speed of 180 at a level 20 rank, which wasn't really low compared to a regular life profession. A regular life profession's speed at level 20 was also 170 up and down. To know, the speed of this attribute to improve every point to bring their own enhancement is huge, but a speed of 180 is not enough compared to a combat professional. But suddenly Sumu's speed level has actually reached 380. This directly shocked everyone. You have to know that even a combat professional's speed at level 20 is only 300 or less. Sumu's speed was 80 points higher than that of a combat professional, which was a bit too heaven-defying. Fuck, my speed was only 350 at level 20. What's the situation with this godly worker? Wang Junlei was also a bit puzzled. According to reason, Wang Junlai's talent in the country already belongs to the top. At level 20, all his attributes are far ahead of other combat professionals. But right now, compared to Sumu, why does it seem a bit shabby? Don't underestimate this 30 points of speed. This 30 points of speed for Wang Junlei is the difference between two levels. It is equivalent to Sumu's panel speed is directly higher than Wang Junlai's level 20 by 2 whole levels. Of course, the increase in speed wasn't much of a shock to Sumu. He was more shocked by the increase in his spiritual power. His spiritual power had actually reached 500. Unlike combat professionals, the only attribute advantage of living professionals was their spiritual strength. The other attributes were completely incomparable to combat professionals, but their spiritual power was far ahead. This was because living professions needed extremely high spiritual power to maintain all the consumption of their daily professions, and while 200 mental strength at level 20 was already heaven-defying enough, Sumu was actually able to reach 500. This was simply too unbelievable. What surprised Sumu the most was that his forging level had actually jumped to level 5. This is a bit too shocking for the world, isn't it? You have to know. For a forging master, the forging level is in existence beyond his own level. The higher a forger's forging level was, even if he was a level 5 scum, he would still be treated as a guest of honor. The higher the forging level, the higher the skill, proficiency, and achievement of a forger. Sumu, the genius forging master who had been cultivated by the whole country for so long, was only at level 3. He didn't expect that after a trip to the secret realm, he actually jumped directly to level 5. Although Sumu wasn't sure what the reason for this was, but he understood that all of this must have something to do with the secret realm. After all, Jumping 2 levels in one go was a bit too perverse for other forges. If people knew about this secret realm, then what would happen to the secret realm Sumu couldn't even think about. Chapter 72 Strong Body Orb. Sumu, who was originally just filled with curiosity about this secret realm and the idea that he had to pass on the Chinese secret realm, had changed at this moment. Originally, he thought that with his own talent, this secret realm shouldn't be able to bring too much help to himself, and the only thing he had was the materials in the secret realm. But now he realized that things weren't that simple. Just by being able to enhance his attributes, this secret realm was already attractive enough, not to mention the fact that this secret realm was actually able to raise one's forging level. One must know that the forging level was not comparable to one's own level. The experience required for each level is higher when you upgrade your own level. This meant that the monsters you had to brush needed to be more. However, forging levels were different. Forging levels were profession levels. No experience is needed to upgrade any career level, but rather enlightenment, combat, realization, research and development, and so on. And the difficulty of upgrading each level is far more difficult than upgrading one's own level. That is to say, for Sumu, the forging level cannot be achieved by brushing more monsters, but to find a lot of unheard of materials, drawings, and then substantial research and development of some items, and finally rely on their own research and development of forging out of the items to realize new things in order to be upgraded, and a long time down the line. This way to provide themselves with less and less experience. Even the beginning of forging a piece can be upgraded by 1 level. To the back maybe 10 pieces cannot be upgraded. And while he had come to the secret realm, the ruined divine sand was indeed used as a high-quality rare material no doubt. But he had only upgraded a single locomotive and had actually come to level 5. This was also too frightening. And that Grandmaster on the warship was also a bit puzzled. Had he known that he would have cried out and gone in with the divine worker? He always felt that there would be a lot of good opportunities in this secret realm. Unfortunately, it's no wonder that what they say about opportunities and such are really just opportunities. I should not be able to meet it in my own life, although I can't quite figure out why. I'm getting more and more curious about this secret realm. Well, come on. I'd like to see what this physical strength test is, and I'd also like to see if the reward for this physical strength test is to raise my physical strength value or not. Sumu smiled and scanned up this giant ball in front of him. Physical strength orb. A test set by ancient Chinese forgers for their descendants. The forger who accepts the test needs to use all the materials in this land to create an item that is enough to consume this strong body sphere, and then defeat the Luan sphere with the help of such an item. Sumu took a deep breath. Meaning that I have to wear out this strong body sphere until it is consumed? Let me see just how high the blood level of this strong body orb is. Saying that, Sumu opened the scan once again. Strong body orb, blood level, 99999999999999999. Pa. Sumu applauded. Fine. 1 billion blood. I'll beat your snakeskin durability? Saying that, Sumu picked up the 2 electromagnetic revolvers and got high on a few more bottles of attack-enhancing potions. Afterwards, he only saw Sumu raise his hands, and then the muzzles of the 2 electromagnetic revolvers began to condense lightning. The entire secret room was instantly filled with thunder and lightning. Then Sumu pulled the trigger and 2 currents instantly shot out. These 2 currents were interspersed with a huge thunderous force blasting towards the strong body sphere. Bang! With a loud bang, immediately after, countless thunderbolts bombarded on top of the strong body sphere. When the lightning dispersed, Sumu scanned the strong body orb. He wanted to see how much blood the strong body orb still had. Strong body sphere, blood level, 90. 000/999999999. 100 million at once. Well, it's not bad. A few more hits and it'll be enough. Sumu smiled. It looks like this strong body orb isn't as difficult as I thought. And just as the crowd in the live broadcast room cheered for Sumu after seeing this scene, Sumu's face froze. He only saw that strong body orb's blood level had directly returned to full in an instant. Full. Your damn blood level has returned to full. Grass. Sumu's person was numb. No, dude. Are you messing around? You're returning 100 million per second? Sumu's face went black. That means I have to hit you off 200 million per second and can't stop hitting you 9 times to make it work. Fine. I'll try. Sumu panted heavily, then he once again took out some potion and swallowed it. Immediately after the potion took effect, Sumu launched another attack on the strong body sphere. Afterwards, Sumu scanned the blood level of the strong body sphere once again. Strong body orb, blood level, 600000000/999999999. Not bad. More ideal than I thought. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. Who knew that the next second he froze, only to see that the strong body orb's blood level had once again returned to full. This one made Sumu angry and somewhat wanted to curse. Sumu, calm down, don't be too agitated, don't be too anxious, think about it. Think about it. Xia Dai's voice came from within the headphones. This caused Sumu's heart to slowly calm down. Right. Sumu took a breath. Indeed. I was in a hurry because the surprise this secret realm gave me was too huge, causing me to especially want to break open this secret realm quickly now. So much so that I've completely forgotten to think. It's my problem. I've been swept away by this joy. Sumu rubbed his head. Thank you, Teacher Xia. I should know what to do. Sumu then began to project after closing his eyes shut. What is written in the rules is to create an item that is enough to consume this strong body orb. Does it mean that you have to use something made from the materials that are in this secret room to make it work? Is that the only way this strong body orb won't bleed back? Or is it similar to a serious injury that inhibits its blood return, not allowing it to return so much blood at once? The rules are explicitly saying that it's only if I use the materials inside the chamber to make it. But that shouldn't be right either. Because the ultimate victory condition is to defeat, not shatter. If I'm not mistaken, this strong body sphere shouldn't be used for smashing. That's right. After the rush sphere was defeated by me, it shrunk to become a blast bead. So logically this strong body sphere should have shrunk to become a strong body bead just like the rush sphere after losing to me. But if I shattered it, how else would it turn into a strong body bead? That is to say, I was misled. In fact, to utilize the materials within the secret room to forge items, this matter is for sure. But I don't believe that the old patriarchs of the forging world of China would not be aware that the forges that can enter the secret realm would not have the ability to be able to forge the right equipment with these fine materials. That is to say, forging the equipment is not the point. The real point is the winning condition. The winning condition is to defeat the strong body sphere instead of shattering it. Chapter 73, Passing the Strong Body Orb Test. Sumu seemed to have grasped the way to crack this level. There was no need to grind out all of this nearly $1 billion of blood, because this was an impossible thing in itself. Even if a combat professional came, even if they took a divine artifact, they wouldn't necessarily be able to grind out this strong body sphere under this mechanism of returning to full blood in seconds. Physical strength, physical strength. I only noticed the physical strength among the attributes. In fact, the attributes are subdivided into many kinds. Physical strength contains defense and resistance plus the amount of blood. Attack contains physical attack, attack speed, mana, penetration, blitz, and so on. In fact, there is absolutely no need to knock out all the blood of this strong body ball. Just need to break its defense or resistance on the line. Breaking something's resistance can be much easier than knocking out all of its blood. Sumu began to search the grounds, and soon he realized that this place was the same as the last secret room. There were still many materials that were relatively rare and valuable outside of the secret realm. Sumu hurriedly scanned the information of these materials. Falling pearl sand, wall-breaking flower, 1,000 years snow lotus. Sumu looked at these materials in front of him and was stunned. Oh my god. These materials are simply born to break the enemy. Sumu was a little excited. Each of these materials were top-quality materials used to make weapons. They are all materials that can provide attributes such as attack power and double penetration as well as blast attack speed. This discovery made Sumu a little surprised, which proved that his guess was not wrong. As long as he could utilize the materials here to create a weapon with enough penetration, then conquering this strong body sphere would definitely not be a problem. As soon as he said he would do it, Sumu began to study what weapons he would utilize these materials to create. As a matter of fact, Sumu discovered a problem. That is, this secret room including the last secret room. The vast majority of the materials owned by the two secret rooms are more inclined to the enchantment quenching effect. Very few of them had materials that could substantially forge equipment. And although he didn't know what the situation was, Sumu could understand it. After all, what kind of forger is a forger if he doesn't carry some of his own forged equipment? If one's own forged equipment is not enough to support one's journey here, shouldn't one not be able to get the inheritance? Since he couldn't make a weapon, he could use it for enchanting. Sumu took out a Tang horizontal sword from his spatial ring. The forging process of this Tang horizontal blade wasn't bad, only the grade was a bit low. Only perfect grade. Although perfect wasn't really low, it was really trashy in Sumu's eyes. After all, he himself was a mythic level forger. Perfect equipment was indeed really unappealing to him. Sumu looked at this Tang horizontal blade in his hand and laughed. Immediately, I'll make you a mythic grade weapon. Sumu picked out some of the materials that needed to be used. After becoming a mythic grade forger, a lot of forger's knowledge surged in Sumu's mind. Although he didn't have any drawings in his hands at this time, he could still rely on his divine grade forger's knowledge for enchanting. After all, enchanting and forging are two different things. He had modified a claw yellow flying electricity, so modifying a Tang horizontal blade is not simple? Before modifying it, Sumu first took a cursory look at the information of this Tang horizontal blade. Tang horizontal knife, blade teeth. Grade, perfect. Sharpness, 86. Hardness, 60. Durability, 60. Wear and tear, 5. The quality really isn't that great. Sumu was a bit disgusted. But this fell on Wang Junlai's ears and it was a bit unbearable. This knife was the one that Wang Junlai had put in the first place. To know, a weapon with this attribute in perfect quality was already top-notch. But how did it feel so trashy in Sumu's eyes? However, Wang Junlai didn't say anything, because he also wanted to see what this Tang horizontal knife could become in the hands of a god-level forger like Sumu. Time passes very quickly. After just 10 minutes Sumu managed to get this Tang horizontal knife enchantment. Enchanting is not like forging. Forging an item is as fast as a few hours, and as slow as a few days, 10 days, half a month, or even several months. Enchanting, on the other hand, can save a lot of time. Sumu picked up the Tang horizontal blade in his hand and scanned its information again. Tang horizontal blade, bladed tooth. Grade, epic. Sharpness, 98. Hardness, 94. Durability, 90. Wear and tear, 0. Natural attribute, breaking defense, myth. Breaking defense, by invoking the power of Tong Tian, any item is like a piece of paper in front of it. Anyone can unleash its full power. Once it is unleashed to break defense, no matter any item or equipment, the defense will be broken by a single slash. Good stuff. Sumu's eyes lit up. As long as it can break defense, it's enough. It doesn't matter how much damage it deals. Looking at his enchanted Tang horizontal blade, Sumu put it away and came to the strong body orb. It should be fine. Try it. Sumu picked up the Tang horizontal blade and slashed at the immense, strong body sphere. Choke. There was a crisp collision between the knife and the strong body sphere. Sumu then opened the panel and scanned the strong body sphere. Strong body orb, blood level, 9999999999999000000. This attack power of mine is really low. Sumu smiled somewhat bitterly and shook his head. Life professionists are indeed a bit too weak, but where my attack power is higher. With this blade I should be able to cut more. But Sumu only complained a couple of times because there were more important things at hand. Sumu raised his head to look at the strong body sphere in front of him, only to see this huge strong body sphere shimmering with golden light. Something's up, Sumu rejoiced. Then he only saw the strong body sphere quickly shrink into a bead that was the same as the blast bead. Sumu scanned it and it showed the strong body bead. It's done. Sumu held the body strengthening bead in his hand and smiled. It looked like the secret realm wasn't as difficult as imagined. The next process Sumu was already too familiar to be familiar with. He took a few steps forward to the high platform and picked up the parchment scroll above him. Congratulations! It looks like you really have this qualification to get the inheritance of the ancient Chinese forging essence. So much for my words. Posterity. Move on. Head towards the third test. The corner of Sumu's mouth, who had put away the parchment scroll, lifted up a confident smile. I think I should be able to guess the content of the next level. Hearing Sumu's words, the peoples in the live broadcast room were a little confused. As for Xia Lao, he opened his mouth with some hesitation and asked, "It can't be a defense type of test, right?" "Not bad." Sumu smiled confidently. "If my guess is not wrong, this third level should be a test about defense." While saying that, Sumu raised his leg and walked forward. Chapter 74, The Test of the Impact Ball. Why do you say that? Xia Dai sent out his question. It's simple. All of a person's attributes are broken down into 4 major items. Sumu said as he walked. Speed, defense, attack, and enlightenment. And the first test is speed. The second test is one's attack. After all, breaking defense is also considered a means of attack. And if my guess is correct, the third test should be the defense test. After all, the test that gathers all the attributes of the 3 major attributes is what it should be. Hearing Sumu's words, Xia Dai's few people came to a sudden realization. And at this moment, Sumu opened his personal panel to check the information while walking. According to his deduction, his various attributes had been boosted after passing the first test. Normally speaking, after passing the second level, his values should also be improved. Sumu was already a little impatient to see how far his attributes could be improved. Name Sumu. Occupation, Forge Master. Level, LV 20. Strength, 350. Physical Strength, 230. Speed 400. Spirit, 800. Skill Forging LV 6. Skill, Refinement, can refine the attributes of any equipment, allowing the equipment quality to be upgraded by 1 notch. The higher the skill level, the greater the scope of equipment quality enhancement. New Skill Enchanting, you can attach a mythic level phrase to any equipment, and the higher the skill level, the more phrases you can attach. Talent, God's Empowerment. God's Empowerment, equipment you forge, regardless of any quality, is fixed to have 1 mythic level attribute attached to it. Oh my god. This value. I love it too much. Sumu was already a bit surprised and couldn't close his mouth. At this time, his numerical value could be said to have surpassed that of a combat professional of the same level, and the career level following the increase also made Sumu feel a surge of pleasure. A difficulty-free promotion like this probably wouldn't come again in this lifetime. The crowd in the live broadcast room had already become accustomed to this. This secret realm seemed to have been created just for Sumu, and within this secret realm, Sumu had already given everyone too many surprises. Hey! It seems that we need to be led by the divine worker when we go down to the secret realm in the future. Shinyu smiled and teased. That's not true. Sumu waved his hand and smiled. I'm just a stinky younger brother. When the time comes, I still have to count on you guys. Sister Chinyu. Sumu's words were not unreasonable. After all, his own numerical value was no longer high. Compared to a combat professional, it was not a concept. The difference between a combat professional and a living professional is not only the numerical value, but also the gap in occupation. Even if Sumu's numerical value was higher, he wouldn't necessarily be able to fight against a level 20 combat professional without losing the battle. This was because the combat instincts of combat professionals and their professional skills made them far more suitable for combat than life professionals. It was like a person playing support even if they went to play a top laner with a warrior value monster that was all value. There was no way they could play with a specialized top laner of the same level. Even if your value is high, there are some things that can't be compensated for by the value. In the middle of the conversation, Sumu had already arrived at the door of the third secret room. After stepping in, looking at this chamber, which was similar to the first two chambers, Sumu was also somewhat dumbfounded. Are the tests of the seniors so simple and unadorned? Sure enough, the most effective and practical things are often the simplest and most unadorned. Sumu stepped forward and scanned the giant ball on the ground. Impact Ball. A test set by ancient Chinese forgers for their descendants. The forger who accepts the test needs to use all the materials in this field to create an item that is strong enough to withstand 10 attacks from the impact ball, and then defeat the impact ball with the help of such an item. TSK, same old thing again? Sumu laughed. Then I won't fall for it. You can't get any tricks out of this. Just block it anyway. Saying that, Sumu began to look at the specific matter of this impact ball. Impact ball. Attack power, 5000000. Crap, $50 million? Sumu was instantly startled. Are you damn serious? My damn quantum generator's shield is only 100 million, and you have an attack power of 50 million on this thing? Are you kidding? Sumu was a little scared as he took out his quantum generator and checked it out. Quantum generator. Quality, myth. Level, LV5. Function, releases a curtain of light, isolating all attacks from the outside. Shield value, 100 million/100 million. Recovery speed, 500,000/section. Duration, 1 year. Energy recovery speed, 5% a day under non-use state. Cage range, minimum 1 meter to maximum 10,000 meters. Special attribute, bounce. If the shield value does not fall to less than half, it will be able to bounce back all attacks. After confirming it over and over again, Sumu was now really sure. With this thing's 50 million attack power, 10 times? Instead, he would have to owe it 4 more quantum generator shield values to make it enough. Sumu also carefully looked at it several times, and realized that there really was no rule loophole to drill this time. It just had to realistically resist these entire 10 attacks to make it work. Isn't myth even enough? Sumu's brows gradually furrowed, but then quickly stretched out again. Just as well. It's come to this anyway. Think of a way. After all, looking at the previous experiences, once we pass this level, the rewards might be even richer too. And I also want to see what will happen once these 3 beads are collected. Not to mention that being challenging is what gets me excited. I'm going to try to transform a quantum generator with 100 million shield values into something stronger. The many old people in the live broadcast room nodded with satisfaction as they watched the spirited Sumu. This was what a teenager should be like. Only to see Sumu tinkering with his quantum generator after collecting the materials in the secret room. Half an hour later, Sumu's transformation was complete and he opened the panel of the quantum generator. Quantum generator. Quality, myth. Level, LV7. Function, releases a curtain of light, isolating all attacks from the outside. Shield value, 800 million/800 million. Recovery speed, 2 million/section. Duration, 3 years. Energy recovery speed, 10% a day under non-use state. Cage range, minimum 1 meter to maximum 50,000 meters. Special attribute, rebound, able to rebound all attacks no matter how much the shield value falls. 800 million shield value. It should be enough anyways. Sumu looked at the attributes of the quantum generator and smiled. These materials are really good too. A whole 800 million shield. After resisting 10 times there are still 300 million left. It's enough. Chapter 75 Passing the Secret Realm. Sumu was relatively happy about the evolution of the quantum generator, but comparatively, being able to let him pass this test made him even more excited. Sumu quickly arrived in front of the impact sphere. After Sumu made enough preparations, he reached out and twisted the valve on the side of his waist, then a faint light spread out from Sumu's belt and surrounded him. Immediately after that, this light quickly contracted and molded, forming a human-shaped shield that covered Sumu in it, and at this moment, the impact ball looked like it had been activated, only to see it slowly retreating backward, and then in a cold moment, it rushed over towards Sumu. Crap, Sumu had thought about the attack method of the impact ball, just that it suddenly came so suddenly. Sumu was indeed a bit startled. A huge ball with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly comes towards you in a speedy tumbling lunge. No matter who it is, even if they have done more preparation, they will freeze in an instant. Clang! The moment the giant ball hit Sumu, a loud and clear crash was instantly heard in the chamber. Sumu's entire body was then tipped over by the huge impact. Bang! In one fell swoop, Sumu's entire body crashed on top of the wall of the secret room. Fuck! Sure enough, impact ball, this impact really isn't a blow. Sumu slowly stood up from the ground and said with some fear. Then he opened the quantum generator's panel and looked at it. Quantum generator. Quality, myth. Level, LV7. Function, releases a curtain of light that isolates all attacks from the outside. Shield value, 722. 000 000 000/800 000 000. Recovery speed, 2 million /section. Duration, 3 years. Energy recovery speed, 10% a day under non-use state. Cage range, minimum 1 meter to maximum 50,000 meters. Special attribute, rebound, able to rebound all attacks no matter how much the shield value falls. Crap, isn't it 50 million attack power? How did you take out my 80 million shield value? Where did that 30 million come from? Sumu froze. Then he figured it out. Impact ball. The moment it hit me just now obviously had a great impact. It seems that this other damage should be caused by this impact. Sumu pinched his chin and pondered. But it's also okay. The rebound offloaded the damage of the great impact force. Although it couldn't rebound to the impact orb proper, after all, he didn't have a blood bar, but at least it offloaded quite a bit of damage. According to this, 800 million in shield value is only just right. 80 million per hit. Just about 800 million hit after 10 attacks. Thinking of this, Sumu somewhat fearfully wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, I just reached 800 million after upgrading. Otherwise if it's a little bit less, that last one comes towards me, I shall not hang here. Sumu had just finished speaking. The impact ball seemed to be agreeing with his words in general, quickly rushing towards Sumu again. Bang! The second blow. Bang! Third hit. Bang! The fourth stroke. After 10 attacks, the impact ball stopped, and Sumu also wiped the sweat from his forehead with some exertion. The impact ball quickly stopped, followed by a red glow emanating from above it. Immediately after that, Sumu rushed forward, only to see that the impact ball, like the two balls in front of it, shrunk and transformed into a impact bead that landed in Sumu's hand. Sumu lightly came to the front of the high platform and picked up the parchment scroll. At this moment, Sumu was as familiar with this secret room as if he had followed into his own home. It couldn't be more familiar. Yes, you are very strong, Junior. Then go. You have passed my test. Please head to the last secret room and obtain all the forging inheritance from the ancient times of China until now. But before that, I have to tell you first. This last secret realm can only be entered by yourself seeing all the scenery inside. This is the essence of all the forging worlds in the Huaxia realm from ancient times until now. If anyone else sees it, then it will disappear on its own. Looking at the words on the parchment scroll, Sumu blinked then looked at the camera on the side. Then, Elder Xia, I'll turn off the live broadcast first? Anyway, it's already passed. Just wait for my triumph? Fine, it's fine. The old ancestors' legacy is something to be cautious about. Originally, Elder Xia and the others asking to open this live broadcast were only worried about Sumu's safety. But now, looking at what the parchment scroll said, Sumu should have already cleared the level, so there was no need to care about that much, as long as he could be safe. The next thing was just to wait quietly on the warship for his news. Good. Then I'll turn off the live broadcast first, haha. Sumu said and turned off the live broadcast. He then put away everything as well as the 3 beads and geared up to walk towards the passage ahead. On the way, Sumu looked at his attribute panel in passing. Name, Sumu. Profession, Forge Master. Level, LV20. Strength, 400. Physical strength, 400. Speed 400. Spirit, 1000. Skill Forging LV8. Skill, refining, can refine the attributes of any equipment, allowing the equipment quality to be upgraded by 1 grade. The higher the skill level, the greater the scope of equipment quality enhancement. New skill enchanting, you can attach a mythic level phrase to any equipment, and the higher the skill level, the more phrases you can attach. Talent, God's empowerment. God's empowerment, equipment you forge, regardless of any quality, is fixed to have 1 mythic level attribute attached to it. This value can now really say that I can go and touch the porcelain under any combat professional of the same level. The corner of Sumu's mouth carried a smile. As long as the numerical value was high to a certain point, all operations and skills were fancy. Right now, Sumu's panel value has far exceeded that of a combat professional of the same level. In this case, he really doesn't believe that any combat professional can fight with Sumu, who has such a panel value and so many divine weapons at the same level. Not to mention the same level. As long as those artifacts are used properly, it's not impossible to cross the level. Sumu collected his thoughts and walked towards the next secret room. After entering a brand new chamber again, Sumu's eyes lit up. This time, this secret room was very different from the previous 3. The interior of this secret room was empty and not as dark as the outside, with 7 colored glazed lamps hanging high on the top. The walls were hung with many equipment and drawings, and 4 huge wind chimes hung from the 4 top corners, gently swaying, sending out a burst of pleasant sounds. The entire chamber presented not like a chamber, but more like a magnificent and incomparable palace. On both sides stood 2 statues holding weapons facing majesty, seemingly guarding the solemn palace in general. Chapter 76, Pool? The wide variety of dazzling materials within the secret room made Sumu's mouth open wide. Any one of the items within this secret room, the aura emanating from them was enough to show that none of these materials were ordinary. Each and every material was of the finest quality. Sumu didn't even dare to think that if he could use these materials to create equipment and items, he wouldn't be able to take off. But at this moment, Sumu's eyes were only focused on the front. Sumu didn't care what the surrounding environment was like. He only saw a stone chair sitting in the middle of the innermost wall tens of meters away from Sumu's eyes. It was said to be a stone chair, but it was actually not right. It was more like a throne made of stone. This throne gave Sumu a great sense of oppression just by looking at it. Sumu's heart was filled with shock as he looked at this throne, which was faintly emitting a faint light. Sumu walked forward and came before the throne. A sheepskin scroll was placed on top of the throne, and Sumu reached out and picked up the sheepskin scroll. Junior, we are really happy that you have made it this far. The fact that you have made it here proves that there is already hope for the forging world in China. This secret chamber was created by many of us together. The purpose is to leave it ready for those forging masters of the future generation who are strong enough to surpass us, and to be able to come before this throne. I'm sure you already possess sufficient strength and admirable wisdom. I have to admit that the saying that the blue is better than the blue is true. Our tests for you are over, and passing them proves that you have surpassed us. Those 3 beads were created by us old guys who wasted a lifetime of effort to build them. To put it nicely is that those who pass the tests can get the inheritance of the ancient Chinese forging world, but in reality, it's just a joke for you later generations, the real masters. Seeing this, Sumu remembered, regardless of whether it's the blast bead or the strong body bead, even that impact bead, all of them are just scary to look at. In fact, they really can't help themselves. After thinking about it, Sumu still did not care too much. After all, he can be said to have the existence of the golden finger. If not counted on their words, then this secret world, at least at the moment, to see within the Huaxia is not any forging master can pass. Sumu continued to look down. Being able to walk here proves that you are much stronger than us old things, and with your ability, the things that can be given to you after passing through this secret realm may not be considered a reward for you, and may even be a bit funny in your opinion. But what we can merely take out is this entire secret realm. Seeing this, Sumu instantly widened his eyes. An entire secret realm? Crap! Seriously? How many materials does this entire secret realm possess? Sumu has seen at a glance. These materials are all valuable treasures when they are thrown outside at random. In this secret realm is just like garbage, like no money anywhere. And some materials can be regenerated, just like some flowers and plants. These materials can be unlimitedly regenerated. They were planted in the secret realm, and Sumu has seen that these places in the secret realm can be used to plant flowers and plants. These flowers and plants could grow continuously. In other words, these materials are simply inexhaustible. Such a secret room would be the best prize for a top forger like Sumu. Sumu continued to read on, and after determining that this secret realm would really belong to him in the future, Sumu jumped up and down. But Sumu understood that this matter wasn't over yet, because he saw that the parchment scroll in his hand still had a long section. This meant that his seniors still had things left to say. Sumu continued to read down. This secret realm was created by our joint efforts, and besides that entrance and exit in the sea, there is actually another entrance and exit. All you need to do is look upwards to see it. Sumu raised his head and looked upwards, only to see that there was a huge circular recess on the ceiling of the secret room, and there was a corresponding circular recess directly below this circular recess. Sumu continued to look down. This alcove will quickly open after being activated again. The powerful suction force will then suck you out of the chamber. And after this the alcove will close, and the drainage system will discharge the water inside the chamber through the drainage channel outside the chamber. In this way you have realized the freedom of entering and exiting the chamber. Of course, before that, I have to show you one more thing. Otherwise, even if you open this alcove and go out, you won't be able to reach the water safely. Please walk to the back of the throne. Sumu slowly walked to the back of the throne according to the instructions on the parchment scroll. He was also very curious about this secret room. He wanted to see what other secrets existed in this secret room. After coming to the back of the throne, Sumu saw that there was a passage under the throne. Looking at the parchment scroll, it was being written above. See it? Walk down when you see it. After seeing this passage, Sumu also lifted his leg without saying a word and walked down below. He wasn't sure what was below, but he knew that his old ancestor wouldn't harm him. After arriving below the throne, what met Sumu's eyes was a huge workroom. The area was even larger than the studio the country had prepared for him. This was a jaw-dropping sight for Sumu to see. Don't be in a hurry, Junior. See that ball on the table in front that's no bigger than 3 beads? Sumu looked at the table directly in front of him, only to see that a sphere about the same size as a pool ball was sitting on the table. Sumu reached out and took this billiard ball in his hand, and realized that the weight of this billiard ball was actually not heavy, and even compared to its size, it was a bit light. After weighing the ball in his hand, Sumu once again looked at the parchment scroll. This ball is the result of us gathering hundreds of top forging masters who spent countless hours, money, and experiences before finally being able to create such a treasure. Now you turn it around once, and then throw it to the ground to see. Sumu looked at the words on the parchment scroll and realized that there was a line in the middle of the pool ball in his hand. It seemed that it could be rotated in the opposite direction along both sides of this line. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu threw the billiard ball violently after turning it to both sides. Then something that shocked Sumu to no end happened, only to see this pool ball rapidly enlarging in mid-air, until it became a sphere that was even bigger than the previous ball with a diameter of 3 meters before it came to a stop. This huge ball landed on the ground, steadily stopped, and then the side issued a snort of sound. Immediately after, the bizarre scene appeared. Chapter 77, Universal Ball. Only to see Sumu in front of his eyes, this huge ball, after making a sound towards the side of Sumu, suddenly cut open a few lines. Immediately after that, as if a door grew out of this huge stone ball, this door slowly opened upwards, revealing the true colors of the inside of the huge ball. Sumu looked at this bizarre sphere in front of him and gulped, then ghostly walked into the sphere. Bang! The sphere's door quickly closed, followed by a faint light inside the sphere. This light is not really bright, but also just enough. Sumu continued to read the contents on the parchment scroll. This huge ball is a carrier that we created specifically to enter the seabed and pass through dangerous situations. Once we tried to attempt to make it fly into the sky, but realized that our ability was not enough to do that. Of course, the juniors who can pass our test, I believe that you will definitely be able to do it. But before we do that again, I'll tell you what this carrier can do besides enable you to ride it. As long as you place this carrier under that alcove, then you can open the alcove. And at that time, as long as you ride in the carrier, then this carrier will take you flying out of the secret realm straight to the deep sea. And the way to start this carrier is the 3 beads in your hand. As long as you put each of the 3 beads into the small holes in front of you, then you can start this carrier smoothly. Sumu looked at the 3 small beads in his hand, and then looked at the 3 narrow grooves on the panel that looked like a console in front of him. Looking at the size, it seemed to be just the right size to put in the 3 beads. Sumu put the 3 beads in his hand into the 3 grooves with an excited mood, and then the information of the orb popped up in front of his eyes. Universal Orb. Quality, Epic. Level, LV10. Function, Carrier. Can carry the driver to swim in the sea. Ground flight. Except for not being able to go to the sky, all kinds of road conditions can be dealt with. Physical strength, 100000000/100000000. Attack power, 100000000/100000000. Speed value, 1000000/100000000. Energy value, 100000000/100000000. Consumption speed, full energy can be maintained for 1 day under full speed in full fire mode. Energy recovery speed, 0. Due to the use of non-renewable resources, the self-recovery of energy is almost 0. Energy use, return to the ruins of the divine sand. Special attribute, Absorption and fusion, can absorb and fuse most materials and make itself react so that it can be adapted to the material for better changes. Good guy. This is good stuff. Sumu looked at the introduction of this big guy in front of him. The whole person's eyes went straight. Although the consumption of energy is huge and a bit excessive, but once you see its numerical value panel, then the consumption of Sumu are recognized. Attack stamina are on 100 million, speed as high as 10 million. This kind of large volume of things, consumption even more is worth it. Moreover, the most important thing was that this thing was only of epic quality. Sumu didn't even dare to think about how exaggerated it would be if he upgraded and enchanted it into a myth. Plus this thing's words, absorption and fusion, better changes. Sumu didn't even dare to think about what he would end up getting by utilizing everything within this entire secret area to enchant this big guy. Forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, Sumu began to think about how to use this big guy. He looked at the console right in front of him. There was half of an exposed orb on the console, and the other half of it seemed to be embedded into the console. Sumu reached out to the console on the ball, gently flicked a little after. Surprisingly rare to find himself under the butt of the ball seems to be moving. On the way to feeling the orb moving, Sumu realized that there was also a bronze mirror on the console. But some strange thing is, this piece of copper mirror does not seem to be able to shine out of their own appearance. On the contrary, it is like a screen, able to see the screen of the situation outside the universal ball. This screen looks really fuzzy. If it can be a little clearer, it would be good. Sumu looked at this somewhat blurry copper mirror and thought, I'll give it a piece of modification in a while. After trying driving for a while, Sumu found that this gimbal was still quite good, but the shortcomings did exist. Giving it a modification should be fine. Thinking of this, Sumu hurriedly jumped down from the gimbal, and he couldn't care less about the other information on the parchment scroll. He only saw him rushing out of the studio at an extremely fast speed, and then came to the first 3 secret areas to scavenge for a large amount of materials, going back and forth for a whole small half hour before re-entering the workshop. Looking at the gimbal in front of him, the corner of Sumu's mouth lifted, and immediately afterward, he copied something and rushed towards the gimbal. The modification lasted for nearly a whole day, and finally the corner of Sumu's mouth revealed a smile as he looked at the huge gimbal in front of him. Come on, let dude see what your attributes have become now, Sumu said as he began to scan the attributes of the gimbal. Ball of universal direction. Quality, myth. Level, LV10. Role, carrier. Can carry the driver to swim in the sea. Ground flight. Unfold the thrusters to carry the ball of universal flying in the high altitude. All kinds of road conditions can cope with. Physical strength, 1. 000. 000. 000. 000/1. 000. 000. 000. Attack power, 1. 000. 000. 000/1. 000. 000. 000. Speed value, 1000000/100000000. Energy value, 100000000/10000000000. Consumption speed, full energy can last for 1 year under full speed in full fire mode. Energy recovery speed, 0. Due to the use of non-renewable resources, energy self-recovery is almost 0, but has the ability to absorb energy, can absorb all nearby items that can be converted into their own energy. Energy use, electricity. Special attributes. Absorption and fusion, absorbs and fuses most materials and reacts with itself to adapt to the material for better changes. Special attribute. Energy conversion, since the energy used is electricity, most things can be converted into energy, solar or wind, all of which can help provide energy for the ballad. Special familiarization. East Wind 81, can use energy to launch multiple missiles for targeted bombardment. A powerful tornado can be whipped up with each bombardment. It's awesome. Sumu looked at the upgraded gimbal and couldn't help but exclaim. Not only have all the values gone up 10 times after the upgrade, even the energy problem has been solved. Now this gimbal is definitely the most practical vehicle in the world at the moment. No, shouldn't call this thing a carrier. Sumu's words changed. This gimbal should be called a weapon. Yes, it also has an attack power of 1 billion. This level of attack power is definitely one that can be ranked in the top 3 in the world at the moment. Chapter 78, The Real Treasure. Thinking of this, Sumu hurriedly entered the gimbal, and he began to maneuver on the gimbal's console. The gimbal's console has been refreshed, and even the screen has been replaced by Sumu with a military grade 1. And at this time, the ball transfer is equipped with a missile system and a machine gun system. And now the ball transfer is a powerful mobile fortress in the case of someone driving it. Not only does it possess a super high defense, it also possesses an absolutely invincible attack power. Looking at the appearance of the ballad, Sumu's heart was greatly satisfied. This trip to the secret realm, Just this entire secret realm has already returned to the capital and blood profit. Not to mention the fact that he also gave away a gimbal for nothing. Although he had upgraded the gimbal, he still didn't understand the structure of the gimbal. If he could know the core structure of the gimbal or analyze its drawings, then he should be able to mass-produce gimballs with his own skills. Once this level of equipment is produced, then China's combat power to become the world's first will not be empty talk. One thought of the future of China's warriors manually driving a self-made ball transfers. This scene. Think about Sumu all feel hot blood boiling up. No. I have to see what the old ancestors still left me. This is too awesome. Sumu had never thought that this secret realm would have such a great discovery. And he was already looking forward to the content on the parchment scroll even more at this time. Taking a look down again. The content on the parchment scroll, however, caused Sumu to be shocked. Senior, I'm sure you've noticed that for every one of these 3 secret realms you pass through you'll receive a boost on the attribute panel. And this boost is real. Enough to allow you to surpass the current combat professionals of the same level as you. But we can't be sure about the higher levels. This is because we thought of it in the early days that the panel attributes between living professionals and combat professionals are an unbridgeable gap. Although it would help us more if we didn't go to the battlefield than if we did. No matter who it is. Every living professional has a heart to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. Therefore we thought about how we should raise our attribute panels like battle professionals generally. And after trying many times we still didn't succeed. And we spent our entire lives only developing the technology that allows our descendants to raise their attribute panels by a small amount. Although this kind of technology is already very strong, it's still far from enough for us. After all, those who can go to the battlefield, no matter who they are, their attributes are calculated in the tens of thousands at every turn. It's not at all something that we, who are a few hundred or 1,000 living professionals, can touch. Therefore we chose to develop armor after leaving these technologies behind. But unfortunately, we have only made drawings of the armor in our lifetime. With our skills we were unable to bring the drawings to fruition, resulting in this drawing being lost in this secret realm all the time. In addition to that, we have also researched many new types of equipment, but due to our age being really old, coupled with the fact that our strength is really not enough, resulting in these equipment not being actualized out. In fact, due to the limitations of our abilities, it resulted in the drawings we made only existing in our fantasies, and we weren't sure if it could actually be used. So after surpassing our you through this secret realm, we have decided to entrust these drawings to you. So if you are able to do so, please make sure to make these equipments flourish. By the way, these 3 beads are the starter for that armor, so go for it, Junior. From now on this secret realm belongs to you, and whether or not that set of armor can be successfully developed, it all depends on you. After reading the parchment scroll, Sumu's heart was greatly shaken. He had never thought that his old ancestors, these old predecessors in the forging world who had already passed away, would actually have the idea of going into battle and killing the enemy, and were still working hard for it. Sumu looked at the 3 beads in his hand. The short parchment scroll could not record their whole life, but the 3 beads that concentrated the essence of the predecessors' whole life were the trust of the masters of the forging industry in the ancient times of China. Sumu suddenly felt a heavy burden on his body. He took a few steps forward and picked up a drawing on the table, which was placed in the center and dragged by a shelf. Just this sense of ceremony, Sumu could feel it. This drawing should be the set of armor that the seniors were talking about. After opening the drawing, Sumu spoke in some amazement after just a few glances. Heavens, the seniors are truly a group of gods. With Sumu's current ability, he could naturally see that the drawing in front of him was absolutely feasible. But with his current ability, he wanted to realize it with no small difficulty. He can't imagine at all the existence of this kind of thing for the predecessors at that time should be just a concept. How did they do to draw out a concept? Sumu looked at the drawings in his hands and was a bit mesmerized. The armor on the drawings was not much different from the armor within the Masked Knight Armor Warrior feature film. However, Sumu had discovered that the predecessors had designed this drawing based on the 3 beads in their own hands to start the development of the beginning. Or rather, these 3 beads were the initials of the vast majority of items within this secret. The predecessors had utilized the 3 beads to develop 3 attribute channels for the living professions, subsequently using these 3 beads to construct the idea of armor. Once a living professional wore this armor, then it possessed enough combat power to be comparable to or even surpass that of a combat professional. And what was shown on this drawing was the use of the characteristics of the 3 beads to split the armor and absorb it within it. Subsequently, these 3 beads could be used as jewelry or as decorations. Normally, it could be used to drive the gimbal. And once something happened, as long as the 3 beads were activated, then the 3 beads would possess the armor on the user, thus allowing the user to have a combat power equal to or even far exceeding that of a combat professional. Looking at all the information on the drawings, Sumu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This is the biggest treasure of this entire secret realm. Looking at these great treasures in front of him, Sumu somewhat excitedly put it all away. This trip has been worth it. With these things, the next fix for the international military competition is definitely a breeze. Sumu was very optimistic and put all these items in. The harvest from entering the secret world this time was already big enough. The armor drawings will allow him to develop more powerful and suitable equipment for living professionals in the future. The purpose of this visit is to return to the ruins of the Divine Sand has also been obtained. With this military competition is absolutely foolproof. Chapter 79, Triumph. Right. Elder Xia and the others should be waiting anxiously. I have to give them a call back before I can do so, Sumu said and hurriedly took out his cell phone to report to the people on the warship. After reporting peace with Xiao Lao and the others, Sumu hid the drawings and the secret realm's future belonging to himself. After all, the less people know about this matter, the better, only with their own space to give the country a bigger surprise in the future. After dealing with all things, Sumu came to the outside of the groove under the opening of the gimbal. The upper groove was opened under the effect of 3 beads, and endless seawater poured in from above. Sumu, who was driving the gimbal, drove towards the top with the help of the water current, and after leaving the alcove was instantly closed, and the water inside the chamber was drained out again. From this moment on, Sumu had a secret place that belonged to himself. After coming to the sea, the people on the warship looked at this incredible sphere and took out their weapons and aimed them at Sumu. Elder Xia rushed out to stop the crowd and then shouted in the direction of the universal sphere. Is it Sumu who has returned? It's me, Elder Xia. Get out of the way. I'll go up to the warship right now, Sumu said, and then drove the gimbal to leap high from the sea surface and then landed smoothly on top of the warship. Looking at this huge gimbal in front of him, Xiao Lao was also surprised and couldn't close his mouth. He had just heard Sumu mention on the phone that this ball of cardinal directions was reserved by the ancient Chinese forging masters for forging geniuses like Sumu. At this moment, this universal ball had indeed given Xiao Lao a great shock. The live broadcasting room was also opened again after Sumu returned to the warship, and the old chief was also brightened up after seeing this universal ball driven by Sumu. Especially when Sumu opened the panel of the gimbal to the crowd, they all let out a gasp. The people who were able to be in this live broadcast room were all the current top brass of Huaxia and one of the most talented people in various fields. After seeing the attribute panel of the gimbal, the old chief asked with some excitement, "Little Su, can this gimbal be produced?" "I'm sorry, chief." Sumu revealed a helpless expression. "My level is still too low to penetrate what kind of construction this gimbal is, but it shouldn't be a problem after leveling up." Good. The old chief narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Then you guys come back quickly. It's time to talk to you, Sumu, in detail about this matter of attacking the Darkness Kingdom's Elgus super secret realm. For attacking this secret realm, you are our most important card. If we don't have you attacking this secret realm, we might have to postpone it for a long time." Hearing this, Sumu nodded confidently. "I know. Actually, originally, Sumu was rather resistant to attacking this Elgus super secret realm. He wanted to wait first. After all, he had only blown a bullseye before, not realizing that the country really took itself seriously. But the bull has been blown out, and then how also have to find a way to round back. After all, this is related to the face of the country. But now it's different. After passing through this secret realm, in this secret realm Sumu learned a lot of things, but also has a universal ball evening. The ruins of God Sand also gave Sumu the ability to make physical objects out of the alloy warhead and alloy arrow drawings that he had gotten before. As long as these two things are made and armed to the steel blade troop entering the Elgus mysterious realm, there is absolutely no problem in passing through this secret realm. It would be absolutely no problem to pass through this secret realm. That was why Sumu was so confident at this moment. "Alright, then you guys come back quickly," the old chief said with a smile. The people on the warship gave a military salute before starting the warship to prepare for the return voyage back to Huaxia. But coming to such a big move in this place, how could a country like the Eagle Kingdom not know about it? Eagle Country Black Palace. A certain head of blonde hair body short fat man is in a hurry to panic in front of the desk to walk around. This person was precisely the current president of the Eagle Country, Tai Li Pu. He looked at the man in front of him and said, "Immediately let people go to investigate and see what the purpose of China's visit to the Pacific Ocean is. The global military competition is about to start in a month. What exactly are they trying to do?" "Yes, on the side of the imperial capital of China." The old chief looked at the triumphantly returning Sumu and couldn't stop talking. He patted Sumu's shoulder. "To have such responsibility and ability at such a young age is really a great fortune for my China." "Old chief, don't praise me. I'm not a person who can withstand praise." Sumu scratched the back of his head and laughed. "Alright, then we won't say more words." The old head smiled and sat down. He looked at Sumu. "Whatever inheritance you get within the secret territory this time is yours. I just want to ask you a question this time. Please speak, Chief. Sumu responded very seriously. What do you think about this time when Huaxia said that they would try to challenge and conquer the Dark Knight Kingdom Elgus super secret territory? The old head looked at Sumu and asked seriously. Honestly speaking, there might not have been confidence at first, but now there definitely is. Sumu nodded and said, please give me a few hours of time. Old Chief, I'll make the alloy warheads and arrows first. I feel that if I want to enter the super secret realm, I don't just need to rely on potions, but I also need to have a strong enough attack power to do so. After all, we still know very little about epic secret realms. A few hours? Is that enough time? The old head said with some skepticism. I can make a military order. Sumu stood up straight and said, Don't need to. The old chief laughed out loud. I believe you. Go. Yes, Sumu said as he turned around and left. He was also very much looking forward to how strong this alloy warhead and alloy arrow were. Looking at Sumu with his head held high, the old head couldn't stop nodding his head. Not bad. This kid really brings face to our country. Old Chief, then what we said last time. You see. Xiao Lao hurriedly came up to discuss after hearing the old chief's words. Well, it can be, but it has to wait until the global military competition can be publicized. Before that you guys just watch it. The old head smiled and waved his hand. We are all old too. The future is all for this group of young people. You let go of it. After getting the old chief's approval, Xiao Lao also smiled happily and farted out of the conference hall. Of course, Sumu didn't know what Xiao Lao and the old head said. At this moment, he was staying in the research room to manufacture alloy warheads and alloy arrows. Outside the research room, Xia Dai and Xin Yu stopped a gray-haired old man with an embarrassed face. Lin Lao, this really can't be done. It's not in line with the rules of Lin Lao. Chapter 80, Manufacturing Warheads and Arrows. What's not allowed? I've long since seen what the divine worker can do. There's no shame in worshipping him as a teacher. The white-haired old man was blowing his beard and looking at Xia Dai and Xin Yu. Elder Lin Ziyuan. He is the strongest person in the current Chinese forging world besides Sumu. He is also a living fossil for China. And after watching Sumu's live broadcast on the warship, he got the idea of worshipping Sumu as his master. Elder Lin, the divine worker is really forging new equipment. It's better for you not to go in. It might be dangerous. Xia Dai said with some embarrassment. For Xia Dai, in her perception, all that was related to the divine level would be very dangerous. Not to mention that Sumu was researching things like alloy warheads and alloy arrows that sounded deadly. And most importantly, with Sumu's current status and position, no one knew exactly how many undercover agents were planted around him to protect him. In case Lin Lao accidentally breaks in and has an accident or something, what can be done? After hearing Xia Dai's words, Lin Lao said in a somewhat furious voice, Am I the master of the forging world for nothing? Am I afraid of danger? Fine. The divine worker is busy inside right now. I can't go in and disturb him, so it's fine for me to wait for him outside. Right? Elder Lin naturally understood the good intentions of the duo. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of any danger. He was just afraid of disturbing Sumu. Although he wanted to see the moment when the god-level equipment was forged with his own eyes, he didn't want to cause the forging of the god-level equipment to be affected because of his own recklessness, and that would be a big sin for him. A few people waited for a few hours at the entrance of the research lab before a sudden innate anomaly occurred. Between the surrounding wind gusts, the surrounding temperature fluctuates. Sometimes cold, a few people shivering. Sometimes hot, a few people sweating as from the river out of the general. Afterwards, the sky was split into two sides as if it was split by a long knife. The left side is blue-white, slowly falling snow. The right side was a fiery red color, and the sky was ablaze with burning clouds. Immediately after that, the sky on both sides emitted light, and two tall sky gods floated in midair. It made Xia Dai's people feel intimidated, and the powerful pressure of these two heavenly gods was as if they wanted to crush Xia Dai's people. This vision finally disappeared after a period of time, while discussions about the vision spread on the various platform forums in the country at this time. Crap, did you guys see that? The heavenly god appeared again over in the imperial capital. I saw it. This time it's two. One blue-white and one fire-red. Mamma mia, there really are gods in China. The gods appeared during the last beast tide, and they've appeared again this time. Is the imperial capital really blessed by the gods? What imperial capital is blessed by the gods? It's Huaxia that's blessed by the gods. God blesses Huaxia. Regarding the talk on the online forum, Sumu was completely unaware of these things. At this time, he was struggling to put all the alloy warheads and alloy arrows into the space ring. The door to the research room was finally opened, and a gust of smoke emanated from inside the door. Sumu walked out and took off his goggles and slowly said, It's done. Divine laborer, I can finally meet you. Godly worker. Lin Ziyuan dashed towards Sumu and then shook Sumu's hand up and down. Old man, don't be so excited. Who are you? Sumu had never seen Lin Ziyuan before. He didn't know who the other party was for a while. Although he felt that the other party's voice was somewhat familiar, he still couldn't quite remember. It's me, a divine worker. When you were in the middle of the secret realm, I said in the live broadcast that I wanted to worship you as my master. Lin Ziyuan held Sumu's hand and couldn't let go. I'm currently the #1 person in the forging world of Huaxia other than you. My name is Lin Ziyuan. You can just call me Xiao Lin. At this moment, Sumu was just like a beautiful woman in Lin Ziyuan's eyes. Elder Lin, don't be too enthusiastic. Sumu painstakingly pulled his hand out from Lin Ziyuan and then said, I still have some things on my side. The old chief wants to see me. I have to rush over there. Let's talk again when we have time. On. With that, Sumu hurriedly fled the scene. For the old man's such enthusiasm, Sumu was really a bit overwhelmed. Disciple? Don't kid yourself. His age can be his grandfather. Although the forging world doesn't look at age but only ability, but he still can't take advantage of this. After all, he just came to this world not long ago. Before the education of the last life does not allow himself to do this kind of thing for the old and disrespectful. Sumu soon came to the conference room, and Xia Dai notified Xia Lao the first time Sumu walked out of the research room. At this time, the conference room was filled with bigwigs from all parties, all of whom were the pillars of China. Wang Junlei rushed forward after seeing Sumu come in and asked, How's it going? Is it done? Sumu looked at Wang Junlei's eager gaze. At this moment, he realized that he was carrying such a heavy burden, only to see Sumu took a deep breath. Fortunately, beautiful. Wang Junlei hurriedly jumped up from his seat. In that case, the alloy warheads and alloy arrows are done? Yes. Sumu nodded. And the number is quite a lot. Then, the vision in the sky just now was also triggered by these two divine weapons? Xiao Lao asked with some suspicion. I think it should be. Sumu smiled and said, Great. Doesn't that mean that what was created this time is another divine weapon? Are you kidding me? When a divine worker produces a product, it will be a fine product. That's right. What a divine craftsman builds is definitely a divine weapon. That's the gift of a divine craftsman. Excellent. This is one step closer to us attacking the Darkness Kingdom's Elgus super secret realm. After the people in the conference room heard that Sumu had once again created a divine artifact, everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. After all, a divine weapon coming out meant that the next plan would be a big step forward. Little Su, I want to ask, what are the attributes of these two divine artifacts you manufactured? How much is the production? Can it be followed up with mass production? Can they be put to use in actual combat? Is it helpful for us to enter the Dark Knight Kingdom's Elgus super secret realm? The old head looked at Sumu and asked word by word. The old chief was worthy of being an old chief, hitting the nail on the head with every question asked above the point. Sumu took a deep breath and said, These two pieces of equipment I made are the Extreme Cold Warhead and the Stream Rocket Vector. Saying that, Sumu took out a bullet and an arrow from his spatial ring and put it in front of everyone's eyes. As for their attributes, you guys can scan and see for yourselves. Chapter 81, Elgus Mysterious Realm. The crowd watched as the bullet that emitted coldness and the arrow that contained heat exuded aura with each other and impacted with each other in front of them. Their eyes filled with shock. Heavens! Is this the pressure of a divine weapon? Divine artifacts are truly extraordinary. It would still have to be a divine craftsman to make a divine weapon of this level. Wang Junlei hurriedly scanned up the specific attributes of these two pieces of equipment. Extreme Cold Warhead. Quality, Mythical. Grade, LV5. Function, loaded into a bullet, replacing a normal slug subsequently struck using a firearm. Can trigger extremely cold temperatures. Attack power, 10 million. Flying speed, 100,000 meters per second. Shootable distance, 1 million meters. Requirements for use, none. As long as the bullet can be replaced with a bullet, and as long as the firearm can be used. Special attribute. Extreme cold. After hitting the target or reaching the farthest distance, the warhead will instantly explode, followed by the formation of an extremely cold zone in the surrounding area. The temperature within this zone will reach -80 degrees Celsius. Extreme cold coverage range, 10 meters. Mythic attribute additional effect, has an automatic enemy claiming system. Once locked, enemies will be automatically tracked until hit. My god. Looking at the attributes of the extreme cold warhead, the people present were all astonished and unable to close their mouths. With this level of lethality, if it's put into actual combat, China will definitely be able to become #1 in the world in one fell swoop. Divine Worker, quickly show us the attributes of the streaming rocket vector. Yes, Divine Worker. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Sumu nodded. Then Wang Junlei scanned the stream rocket vector in Sumu's hand and put the attribute panel in front of everyone. Streaming rocket vector. Quality, Mythical. Level, LV5. Function, loaded into a bullet, replacing a normal slug and subsequently shot with a firearm. Can cause intense explosions and flames. Attack power, 10 million. Flight speed, 100,000 meters/second. Shootable distance, 1 million meters. Requirements for use, none. Both bows and crossbows are able to be used. Special attribute, Quicksilver. After hitting the target or reaching the farthest distance, the arrow will instantly explode and then form a zone of quicksilver in the surrounding area. The temperature in this area will rise suddenly, and flames sufficient to burn people to ashes will burn everywhere. Streaming fire coverage range, 10 meters. Mythic attribute effect, automatic enemy tracking system. Once the enemy is locked, it will automatically track the enemy until it hits. Looking at the attributes that were much the same as the extreme cold warhead, the crowd was wide-eyed. It was important to realize that these two weapons didn't seem to have much difference in their attributes, but the fact was that these two weapons belonged to the existence of opposites. One was extremely cold temperature, and the other was extremely high temperature. Encountering different copies have different means to cope with it. Some winter copies will utilize streaming rocket vectors. Some copies with higher temperatures can carry extreme cold warheads. The old chief looked at Sumu after looking at the attributes of these two types of equipment. Little Su, how many of these two types of equipment have you made? Can you make them mass-produced? Reporting to the chief, I've made 4,000 rounds of extreme cold warheads, and I've made 2,000 stream rocket vectors. This is the current limit of what our materials can support. Sumu opened his mouth and said, mass production can be done, but we don't necessarily have enough materials. We emptied out all the stock of ancient lava and Arctic cold ice iron in the country to make this much. If mass production is possible, at least it can't be done in a short period of time. Currently I can solve the problem of the returning ruins divine sand, but the ancient lava and Arctic cold iron can't be fixed. Sumu said somewhat helplessly. In fact, he had as much as he wanted of the ruined divine sand right now, but the ancient lava and Arctic cold iron, to be honest, these two materials only look valuable now, and this is placed in the secret realm as something to look at. The old ancestors within that secret realm of their own didn't look at these things at all and didn't even put them in. In fact, who would have thought that the lava from their time would be a great treasure if it could be preserved until now? This is a problem. After pondering for a while, the old chief spoke. In this case, you don't have to worry about the materials. As long as you need them, just ask. The country will definitely do its best to satisfy you. Once this sentence came out, not only the people in the conference room, even Sumu himself was shocked. One must know that the person in front of him was the highest deliberator of Huaxia right now. The words he said represented the entire country of China. Xia Lao or Wang Junlei, Yang Tian and the others. The promises they can give are all based on their ability. But the words of this person in front of me are different. That means that now he is really being adopted by the country. As long as he needs, the country will do its best to satisfy him. Sumu's heart was flying, but on the surface, he still had to maintain a stable demeanor, only to see him salute towards the old head and said, thank you for the head's trust. As long as you can give me enough materials, I'll do as much as I want with the equipment. Good. The smile in the old head's eyes became even more intense as he looked at Sumu. Since the attributes of these two types of equipment are laid out here, I won't ask too many questions. Little Sua, do you have any opinions on the matter of entering the Dark Kingdom Elgus super secret realm? The old chief opened his mouth and asked, can I first ask what the arrangements are on the country's side? Sumu raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask. Of course. The old head smiled, then signaled Wang Junlei to introduce Sumu. Wang Junlei nodded. Then he opened the conference room's big screen. At the moment, we, China, already know a lot about this Elgus mysteries. Plus after you guys took care of that 7th apostle Locust Shadow last time, we can't talk about knowing this Elgus mysterious realm like the back of our hand. But the content of the information that we have is definitely the country with the most in the world. And there isn't one of them. After all, it is a secret realm in Asia itself. And China, as the most powerful country in Asia, must have more than enough knowledge about this unknown dangerous hidden danger. And any information within this Elgus secret realm is actually nothing to us. The only one that gives us a bit of a headache is Lox's main body. Locust's main body exists within this Elgus secret realm. For this matter, Sumu had long been prepared in his heart. It was just that when he really had to face Locust, he was still a little weak. After all, Locust was one of the 12 apostles. It was an epic boss. What he had brushed off before was just one of his shadows. And when he really faced his entity, Sumu was a little afraid no matter what. Chapter 82 Confidence. But right now, the country was already preparing to take action against the Dark Knight Kingdom, and Sumu also had to take out his own role. After all, the country had chartered himself, and he had to do his best for the country as well. Chief, please rest assured. Sumu looked at the old chief and said seriously, for Locust, I remain as I said at that time in the secret territory. I will kill him. Good good good. The old head looked at Sumu this way and also smiled joyfully. It's good that you have this kind of confidence, but I have to remind you of one thing. What? Sumu opened his mouth and asked. This time, entering the Dark Knight Kingdom's Elgus secret realm will be broadcast globally. In other words, not only us, even everyone in the country and even people abroad will see you. The old head looked at Sumu with a very serious expression and said, Do you have confidence? Is the pressure high? Listening to the old head's words, Sumu instantly felt like Alexander. If it was just entering the secret realm, Sumu would be fine. After all, if the secret realm is dangerous, with his own forged equipment, it's still no problem to save the lives of the people. But if it was going to be broadcast globally, then the nature would be different. Huaxia had already gotten the word out, and now the whole world knew that Huaxia was going to attack the Elgus mystic realm. That meant that when it came to conducting a global broadcast, not only could one not fail, one could not escape, and one could not win poorly. Even if one couldn't fight their way through the Elgus secret realm with an absolute crushing stance and blow up gallows, then one had to not cause any casualties and not have things that cost a single soldier, because this time the war on behalf of China, even if the final win, if the win is ugly, it is likely that this will be used to leave a handle to other countries such as the Eagle country. These words will be in the future will be stabbed to the Chinese sword. On top of that, the most important thing was that if there was a global live broadcast, that would mean that one would be pushed to the front of the stage. In other words, everyone in the world would know the true nature of the divine worker. Then, once one made any slight mistake, it was enough to foresee that, not to mention foreign countries, the public opinion at home would drown one. It was because one enjoyed the highest treatment in this term, enjoying the special enrollment that all students wanted, enjoying the highest level of treatment given by the country, while receiving benefits. One had to practically pay the corresponding price. If one made some mistakes after entering the replica, then the public opinion of swallowing heaven would absolutely drown oneself. And other foreign countries would also use this matter to satirize Huaxia, saying that Huaxia had invested so many resources and wasted so much effort, but in the end, they only cultivated a guy without any ability. Thinking of this, Sumu immediately felt some pressure. After all, this time, entering the Dark Knight Kingdom Elgus secret realm was not just a matter of his own, but also a matter of the whole of Huaxia. Sumu thought that he could not afford to carry this responsibility, but no matter what, since the words have been put out, the words that have been said are the water that has been poured out, and it would be inappropriate to chicken out at this time. So Sumu looked at the old chief. Chief, you say, what do you need? You just command. I will definitely do it. The old chief looked at Sumu this way and smiled. Good, then I'll say it. This time, when you enter the secret realm, although it will be broadcast globally, but we will let you wear a special mask to conceal your identity for your consideration. There's still a month before the international military competition, and we want to protect all your information until then. Therefore this time, when we enter the Elgus mystery realm, although we will open it up to the public, declaring that the divine worker will lead the entry and broadcast it globally, but we will also hide all of your information. Until the global military competition opens, your information is in a top secret file at the national level. No one may divulge your information, no matter who they are, and we will send the Steel Blade Company as the main battle army, with the Steel Blade Company in charge of the general attack, because over the years, the Steel Blade Company has also studied quite a bit about these epic secret realms, especially the Elgus secret realm. The Steel Sword Company can't say that they know all kinds of information about the Elgus secret realm like the back of their hand, but they do know quite a bit about it. That's why this time when we enter the Elgus secret realm, you will be the one to lead the Steel Blade Company in. Therefore you don't have to worry about any negative impacts from this broadcast. The country only has one request for you. Do your best to preserve your own safety. As long as you can guarantee your own safety, nothing else will be a problem. Can you do that? Listening to the old chief's words, and then looking at his kind face but hard putting on a serious expression, Sumu's mood was somewhat complicated. He had to admit that all the things the old chief said were actually based on his own considerations, regardless of whether it was hiding his identity or letting himself enter the secret realm with the Steel Sword Company. To be honest, when he heard that the old head wanted to lead his own team and would be broadcast globally, Sumu's heart was actually very panicked, because he knows what his ability is. To put it bluntly, everything he has now is all brought about by this god-level talent Golden Finger. Detached from these divine weapons that he had forged, he was just an ordinary player. Although he would be a bit stronger than a combat professional of the same level, he would definitely not be able to do whatever he wanted in the secret realm. But now that it had reached this juncture, there was no point in shirking. The country has given itself so many resources. It is time to return to the country. Therefore, Sumu made up his mind that this time he would enter the Elgus mystery realm and make sure to beat this copy through. and it must be fought beautifully and wonderfully. Definitely not to lose the face of China. Chief, please rest assured. I will definitely do my best to penetrate the Elgus mystery realm and kill the seventh apostle Gallows, Sumu said to the old chief in a deep voice. Good. The old head looked at Sumu and nodded heavily. I believe you will be able to accomplish this task. In fact, even the old head himself didn't have much certainty, but he believed that Sumu would definitely be able to do it, because he saw something different from Sumu. This thing was exactly what he needed the most, and what China currently needed the most. That was self-confidence. At the moment, China is in a state of internal and external trouble, and many foreign countries have planted a lot of hidden lines in China. Over the years, these hidden lines have been stirring up trouble, constantly denigrating Huaxia. In their mouths, the air of other countries is sweet. In the long run, a polarized situation had long formed within Huaxia. Those who thought that Huaxia was good, even if they were allowed to travel abroad, they would feel that it was a waste of time. Chapter 83, Huaxia Double Top Stream. Those who thought that Huaxia was poor, even if they said more, they would think that Huaxia was all insufficient. They can't see the various policies of Huaxia. They can't see the various benefits of Huaxia to the people. They can only see the timely interests of the moment in their eyes. Over time, many people in China have long lost confidence in this situation. China's internal urgent need for the emergence of a person. The need for a person to break the current pattern. Let Huaxia regain what has been lost for so many years. That is, self-confidence. In the ancient times, the Chinese race boasted of the heavenly kingdom, and could be said to have a straight spine externally. In recent years, however, various cultural invasions have led to the erosion of self-confidence. Now the person that China needs has appeared, and that is the young man in front of him, Sumu. Looking at the Sumu in front of him, the old chief knew very well that this young man was not as tender as he appeared on the surface. Although he was a bit young, his heart was incomparably strong. During this period of time, whether it was the invasion of the Beast Tide or the entry into the Mariana Trench secret realm, all of them reflected the young man's unrelenting self-confidence and the flashpoints that belonged to the famous Chinese race. Therefore, he must give him enough support. I believe in you, Sumu, the old chief reiterated once again. You have everything we need and the support of the entire nation. We will always be behind you. You just need to do your best. Looking at the old head's firm eyes, the pressure in Sumu's heart slightly lessened. He understood that this was his responsibility and his honor. He was very clear about the situation that Huaxia was facing right now, so he had to break out of this predicament, not only on the global military competition in a month's time, but also in this Elgus mystery realm to let all of Huaxia regain their confidence. It is incumbent upon me to recast the glory of Huaxia. Chief, don't worry, I will definitely do it. Sumu nodded seriously and said, good, very good. The old chief looked at Sumu. His eyes were full of praise and appreciation. You go and get busy first. 3 days later we will enter the Elgus mystery realm. Before that I will let the people from the Steel Sword group to practice you. We will meet again before the opening of the mystery realm. Yes. Sumu saluted and turned around to leave the office. Listening to Sumu's footsteps fading away, the old chief sat in his chair and pondered for a long time. For Sumu, he had too much expectation. He knew the pressure Sumu was carrying, but he also knew Sumu's potential. Over the years, all aspects of China were not weaker than other countries. The only disadvantage was in the area of forging. Over the years, China's forging industry has produced only one Lin Ziyuan, who was only a perfect level forger. Now that China has a rare god-level forger like Sumu, who is also a patriot, he naturally has to be given the best conditions. The old chief was also clear that the regular things of a proud son of heaven like Sumu could not satisfy him long ago. In the hearts of people like them, there was an even greater need for challenges, and only a constant rise could satisfy the desire for challenge within them. It was evident from the fact that he wanted to be the first one to try every time there was a new secret realm. Sumu was not only a powerful forger, but also a young man with a strong heart. Therefore, the reason why Sumu was needed to lead the team to enter the secret realm this time was not only because having Sumu in the team would make it easier for the Steel Sword group to pass the secret realm, but also because it would allow Sumu to get enough challenges so that he could rise to a higher level. Leaving the conference room, Sumu walked aimlessly. For him, he craved for knowledge. The more knowledge he knew, the more ignorant he felt. After coming out from the secret world of the Mariana Trench, Sumu became even more curious about the forging world. He wanted to build the armor on that drawing. He wanted to parse out the essence of the gimbal, and he wanted to mass-produce the gimbal so that he could put it into use in the country's army. He also understood more and more that only by acquiring more knowledge could he better protect his country. After coming to the research room, Sumu began to let Xia Dai and Xinyu help him carry the materials. From daytime until nighttime, Sumu was immersed in the research room. He was constantly boiling down the medicinal water. because he understood that only with enough potion could he pass through the Elgus mystic realm unharmed. While Sumu was still busy making the potion in the research room, the public opinion on the internet outside had already clamored. Just now, the Huaxia Broadcasting Network was the first to send out an announcement. Huaxia Divine Worker will lead the Steel Blade Group to enter the Dark Knight Kingdom's Elgus secret realm in 3 days and carry out a decapitation operation against Gallows. This entry into the Elgus secret realm is codenamed the Extermination of Gallows and will be broadcast globally. After the release of the Huaxia Broadcasting Network, the major official platforms that followed it all released this piece of information one after another. In a flash, the entire network exploded. Although Huaxia's reputation had not been obvious over the years, it was still a great power at the forefront of the world. Various technologies from China had been released one after another, all of which had allowed China to hold a certain position in the international arena. This time China suddenly wanted to enter the Elgus secret realm and carry out the decapitation of Gallus at the beginning of the announcement has already caused a large public opinion at home and abroad. Originally at that time, no matter whether it was domestic or foreign, many people regarded this matter as hype and thought it was empty talk. After all, who wouldn't talk with an open mouth? But this time it was different. This message sent out today had already determined the time. It was in 3 days' time. And there was still a team led by the Divine Workshop that had made waves in the country some time ago. It's still the Chinese Steel Blade Group. As long as one is a Chinese, one knows very well what the Steel Sword Group is. Or not only Chinese people. Even foreign people have heard the name of the Steel Knife Group. The Steel Blade Group is a sword for China. A sword for China to open up the frontier to help China conquer countless secret areas. But these years, although the Steel Blade Group has always been regarded as the guardian of China, but there are really not many opportunities for the Steel Blade Group to come forward. Many people had never seen what the Steel Blade Group was really like. This time, the most recent top stream of China's God will lead China's most mysterious Steel Knife Group to battle in the Elgus mystery realm as on the internet has triggered a lot of discussion. The collision of the two top streams of China was shocking news for China and the whole world, and it was going to be broadcast globally. It looked like this time, Huaxia was determined to conquer the Elgus mysteries. Not long after the news was released, an official Chinese live broadcast was opened, and there were several big words on the live broadcast: 3 days countdown to enter the Elgus mysterious realm. Soon, this news hit the hot search. Chapter 84, The Eagle Kingdom and the Holy See. Countries around the globe began to boil with discussion. Huaxia's Divine Worker leads the Steel Blade Group into the Elgus mysterious realm. Live broadcast globally. China is going to make a move on Elgus? What kind of a person is the Divine Worker? Can the mysterious Shingon and the just arrived group really decapitate Garros? What's the URL for the Huaxia broadcast? Do you know it? Inform me. Countless messages sprang up under this hot search. And at this moment the hearts of the people of the entire country of Huaxia had one thought in mind. And that was that their country had stood up. Brothers, the Divine Worker is about to come out. The recent miracles in our imperial capital must be because of this mysterious Divine Worker. Don't self-climax. The Divine Worker. Maybe it's just bragging from above. And there's no substantial entry into the Elgus mystery realm. Who knows if it's true or not? Upstairs, your IP and ID I recognize. Just next door to me it seems. Don't worry. I'll go beat you up now. Upstairs, support, beat up my share for me too. And at the same time, countries around the globe began to pay attention to this one thing. Inside the Black Palace of the Eagle Kingdom, Talipa looked at the men in front of him and roared. And who is this Divine Worker? Where did he come from? Why have I never heard of such a figure appearing in Huaxia? Reporting to the chief. According to the information sent back by our insiders in Huaxia, this Divine Worker only emerged recently, and no one knows exactly what kind of person he is. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. Pay close attention to Huaxia's live broadcasts for me. If this Divine Worker really has this ability, he must find a way to dig him up for me to serve us in my Eagle Kingdom. Talia roared angrily. He couldn't accept the repercussions of this matter. Couldn't accept certain variables coming out of this country of Huaxia that he didn't know about. What if the other party is unwilling? Then kill him. Holy See. Yi Shui. This Divine Worker. Is he the Sumu you spoke of? The senior within the Holy See looked at Yi Shui, who had just arrived, and asked. Yes, the godly worker of China is Sumu. Yi Shui gritted her teeth and said with some anger. For her, she couldn't accept that Sumu had the achievements he had now at all. Is that so? Then keep a close eye on him. Just like what was said before. If you can bring him to the Holy See, then we will ordain you as the Holy Maiden of the Holy See. A hint of darkness flashed in Yi Shui's eyes, then she nodded her head in response. Conversations such as these took place in various countries all over the world. Some countries wanted to wait and see, while others desperately wanted to find Sumu and this mysterious Divine Worker. The entire world was paying attention to China's next action. But at this time, Sumu inside the research room didn't know the slightest thing about these things. because he was now devoting all his energy to making the potion. It was only after he was busy until dusk that Sumu made all the required types of potions. The quantity of these potions was not large. After all, each one was a divine grade potion, and it was impossible for the country to empty all the stocks in the national treasury if they wanted to mass produce them. But even though it didn't empty the national treasury, it was still half empty. Although the portion was not much, it was enough for everyone in the Steel Sword group to be equipped with one of each type of potion. Although he was tired after this day, Sumu always had a smile on his face. For him, all of this was worth it, because he knew that these things would become his greatest guarantee for breaking into the Elgus mysteries. Of course, he also knew that these things were just the most basic guarantee. If he wanted to pass through the secret realm unharmed, he still needed more things. Only these things can only rely on him to build it himself. In the next period of time, Sumu did not continue to study potions in the research lab. Instead, he went out with Xia Dai and Xinyu to go shopping. For forgers, what they enjoyed the most was to keep forging the materials in their hands to create the items they wanted. And Sumu did want to go outside to relax. After all, after coming back from the secret realm and hoofing it to the conference room, all sorts of things made Sumu a bit breathless. Therefore, the three of them, one after the other, had been strolling from dusk until nearly dawn before returning to the research room, with big bags of things stuffed into a room. These were all the things Sumu needed to break into the secret realm next. After entering the room, after sending off Xia Dai and Xinyu, he first called his parents to put them at ease. Afterwards, Sumu arranged everything neatly before sitting on the sofa and pondering. Although he looked a bit mute on the surface, he was very lucid in his heart. He knew that the Elgus mystery realm that he had to face next was definitely not that easy to break through. He had already understood when the beast tide invaded. The various copy crises in this game world were enough to cause devastating disasters to humans. Last time, the mere shadow of Gallows in the secret room had nearly wiped out Sumu and Qinyu's entire squad, although he had eventually made it through the secret realm without any danger, and with the help of experience and potions, he had swiped back and forth several times. However, Sumu was also clear that the gap between the strength of the shadow and the entity was definitely not half a star. According to the survey, there are several hundred shadow realms in the whole of Asia, while no one knows about the ones outside of Asia. Assuming that Gallows only has these hundreds of secret realm shadows, then his strength is definitely not as simple as hundreds of shadows added together. It is likely to be multiplied. In addition to this powerful boss, Sumu wasn't sure if there were any other things in this secret realm. All of this was only possible after a deeper conversation with the people from the Steel Blade group. Just as he thought of this, Sumu's cell phone rang. At a glance, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I ask who you are? Sumu was a bit puzzled. His number was a state-level secret. No one should call him at this point. Hello, is this Shingong? I am Qinyu's father and the leader of the Steel Sword group. Qinlong. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. I want to talk to you. Let's have a meeting tomorrow so that we can give you a detailed introduction of the details of the Elgus mysteries. Qinlong also had quite a bit of respect for Sumu. Not only because he was a divine worker who did what normal people couldn't do during the previous beast tide in the imperial capital, but also because he had saved his daughter. So it's Uncle Qin. Sumu smiled and spoke. Tomorrow can be. Now is also really a little late. So, Uncle Qin, you send me all the information about the Elgus secret realm. I'll study it first. This is good so that tomorrow you have a bottom in your own heart. Chapter 85, Meeting Qinlong. Now, Qinlong was somewhat surprised. Well, now, can't sleep anyway, time is still early. Sumu smiled and said, Divine Worker is still really young and energetic. Qinlong laughed. Okay, I'll send it to you this time. Divine Worker, you also go to bed early. Don't stay up too late. Remember the meeting tomorrow. Good. Sumu smiled and said. After hanging up the phone, Sumu received the information about the Elgus mystery realm from Qinlong in his mailbox. Only after seeing it in the middle of the night in a row did Sumu rub his somewhat sore eyes. I didn't realize that this Elgus mysterious realm is so complicated. From the information, Elgus mysterious realm had appeared in various countries in Asia. 2 years ago, everyone thought that the entrance to the Elgus mysterious realm came with it. It wasn't until 2 years ago, after Qinlong led the Steel Blade group to find an entrance to a secret realm in the Daxing mountain range of China and determined that this entrance was the entrance to the Elgus mysterious realm. In order to prevent the general public from accidentally entering by mistake, began to build protection in the Daxing mountain range. Originally, they thought that this secret realm entrance was randomly refreshed, and only needed to pay attention for a period of time, but what happened next made them a little surprised. This secret realm entrance had lasted for an entire year without closing, which made Qinlong and the others begin to have other thoughts in their hearts. After talking about this matter with the old Xia and the old head and the others, Qinlong decided to bring in to explore the secrets of this Elgus secret realm. At first, they did not dare to enter the Elgus secret realm directly, and could only research from outside the entrance of the secret realm, plus collect information about the Elgus secret realm from all over the world. Later on, they learned that the Elgus secret realm could be opted out of after entering, just at a different cost. Sometimes it would only drop some equipment, and other times it would require human lives. But even so, the people of the Steel Blade Group still decided to enter the Elgus Mystery Realm without any hesitation, so that they could later pass the Elgus Mystery Realm to solve a major problem in Asia, day after day. For a whole year, Steel Knife Group in the Elgus Secret Realm lost many people, but also got a lot of information. All of this information is a human life bloody pile out. The Elgus Secret Realm was layered. No one knew exactly how many layers there were, and according to the information, the Steel Blade Group had only entered the 5th layer at the highest. But the strange thing was that once you entered the Elgus Mystery Realm, the first 2 layers could consume some equipment and props to exit peacefully. But starting from the 3rd layer, if you want to exit, you need someone to sacrifice themselves. For a long time, the people of the Steel Blade Group had been able to clear the 3rd layer, all because of their own long-past comrades piling up the experience of clearing the level with their lives. However, it was a bit strange when it came to the 4th layer, which was completely impossible to exit, just like any other secret realm. But even so, the people of the Steel Blade Group still spent 2 months utilizing the Sea of Men tactic to keep piling up experience to finally break through the 4th layer. But at the 5th level there was no way out. The monsters in the secret realm at the 5th level were getting stronger and stronger. It's not something that the Steel Blade Group can handle. And even now the Steel Blade Group can't break through to the 5th floor. This information is more about the content of the 5th layer. The first 4 layers of the Steel Knife Group already have 100% confidence to break through. The mini-boss that resided on the 5th floor was the silhouette of Gallows Pet, the northern blue card, which was a blue python. It possessed group stun skills and extreme speed. It was written on the intelligence that the northern blue card's speed had reached 5,000 points. This had already surpassed the speed of the vast majority of warriors currently. The strongest people in Huaxia only had a speed of 6,000 or 7,000 points, and Wang Junlei and Yang Tian's speed had only managed to reach 5,000 points. Therefore, in the Northern Lancers, Huaxia had lost too many people, and after Sumu brushed the gallows shadow as a small monster several times, Huaxia had the idea of having Sumu try to see if he could brush off the Northern Lanka's shadow. After all, no matter how powerful a pet's void shadow was, could it be stronger than its owner's void shadow? Looking at those bloody numbers on the intelligence, Sumu's hand clenched. Northern Lanka, right, hurting the lives of so many of my Huaxia's warriors. You wait for me. The next day, Sumu woke up relatively early and went out at 7 o'clock. According to the agreed location, Sumu quickly arrived at the conference room. When he came to the entrance of the conference room, Sumu heard a lot of people talking inside. Among them, there was also Chinyu's voice. It seems that the Steel Sword Group came quite early. Entering the conference room, Sumu saw Chinyu and a middle-aged man talking. Yo, our famous brother Mu is here. Seeing Sumu coming over, Chinyu stood up and said happily, Sister Yu, don't tease me. Sumu waved his hand and smiled sarcastically. Why are you guys here so early? Not only me. Come, sister will introduce you. Chinyu smiled and looked at the middle-aged man beside her. This is my father. Also, before Chinyu could finish her words, Qinlong stood up and pushed Chinyu away from her, interrupting her words, speaking. Hello, I am Chinyu's father and also the leader of the Steel Blade Group. Qinlong. Qinlong extended his hand towards Sumu. I believe you are divine worker Su, right? I've heard a lot about you. Good day, team leader Qin. Sumu didn't care about Qinlong interrupting Chinyu. After all, he wasn't much of a talker. He stretched out his hand and shook Qinlong's hand before speaking. Team leader Qin, don't discount me. I'm just a student. Xingong. What kind of words are these? Qinlong's face was a bit surprised. Just like a star-crossed schoolgirl seeing her idol. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. I've heard your great name like thunder. It's just that things are a bit busy over at the Elgus Mysteries, so I could only wait until now. Then let's cooperate this time and pass this Elgus Mystery Realm together. Sumu smiled and said, Alright, divine worker, this way please. Qinlong made a gesture of invitation. Let's talk inside. Sumu nodded and went inside the conference room and sat down. There were quite a few things set up inside. Looking quite curious, but he didn't say anything. Coming inside the conference room, Sumu saw quite a few people sitting inside. Seeing Qinlong bring Sumu in, everyone stood up. This is Su Shingong. Qinlong pointed at Sumu and said to the crowd, I called all the people from the Steel Sword Group. This is Lu Feng, the deputy leader of the Steel Sword Group, the most capable fighter in the Steel Sword Group besides me. Bar none. Lu Feng was a stout man who looked a bit naive. He came forward and shook Sumu's hand. Hello Su Shingong. I've heard about your great name long ago. Lu Feng shook Sumu's hand up and down. In the future, when we get down to the Elgus Mystery Realm, we'll have to rely on your equipment to show off your skills. Chapter 86, Problematic Fighting Style, but able to fight hard head-on. What Lu Feng said was exactly right. If they really want to go down to the Elgus Mysteries, Sumu's role is definitely stronger than those ordinary warriors. After all, if the warriors are strong enough to encounter those powerful monsters in the secret realm, they will not be able to play a role at all. The only way is for Sumu and his team to grind those monsters inside the secret realm to death in a scientific and reasonable way. Brother Lu is too kind. We are at best a handyman, Sumu said modestly. Su Shingong, you're too modest. Don't worry, as long as you say something, we'll do whatever you want, Lu Feng said with righteous indignation. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Sumu could only laugh bitterly. This Lu Feng was afraid that he didn't take himself too seriously. Soon after exchanging some words with other people, everyone sat down. After sitting down, Qin Long looked at Sumu and said with a serious face, Divine Laborer Su, I'll open the window of heaven and say the truth. The intelligence of the Elgus Mystery Realm has all been sent to your mailbox yesterday. Currently, our biggest headache is the Northern Blue Card void on the 5th floor. When the mention of the Northern Blue Card was brought up, the faces of the people here were not very good. After all, many of their brethren had been buried under the Northern Blue Card. The Northern Blue Card's fighting style is a bit bizarre, and its attack power isn't that strong compared to the bosses of other copies. Although our warriors are a bit reluctant to cope with it, they are able to carry it through. What gives us a headache is the Northern Blue Card's bizarre speed and insoluble group control. It will automatically lock onto the enemy that is the most threatening to it, and subsequently make a close attack. With its extremely fast speed, no one would be able to react at all. When our warriors reacted after resisting its attacks a few times, they would go to the rescue of their brethren who were targeted by it. Once that happens, it will be terrible. As our brethren swarmed up to it, the Northern Blue Card would use its group stun skill to hold all the assisting members of the Steel Blade group in place. It will then summon other monsters to swarm the controlled people. If the controlled people couldn't get out of the stun state, then they would be gradually eaten away by these monsters. North Lancel relies on this method of fighting and has already killed many of our brothers on the 5th floor. This beast's terrifying speed and group control skills are simply not something we can withstand. Once we're topped by it, even if we want to run, we simply won't be able to. In the beginning, there were still people from the Steel Blade group who volunteered to lead the team to kill the Northern Lancers, but after failing to injure it even a little bit each time at the cost of heavy casualties, there is now no one in the Steel Blade group who has volunteered to say that they want to challenge the Northern Lancers anymore. Divine Worker Su, I hope you can think of a way. Our Steel Blade group will fully cooperate with you. Qin Long looked at Sumu and said with a serious face, there's a problem with your playing style. Sumu's finger tapped on the table. He was in deep thought. In his last life, he had played quite a few games and had experienced encountering this kind of boss with group control after going down to a copy. Usually when encountering this kind of boss, the team would choose to have a tank take the front first. Let the tank hard to eat all the damage until forced out the other side of the control skills, and then by the output in the long-distance shelling. This method of fighting has been tried and true. Of course, as the leader of the Steel Blade group, Qin Long was not unaware of this method of play. He shook his head and spoke, Divine Worker Su, I know what you are trying to say, but we in the Steel Blade group can't do this kind of fight. Our brothers in the Steel Sword group are all brothers who have been born on the battlefield and experienced life and death together. We can accept dying honorably on the battlefield, or we can accept meeting an untimely end in a copy. These are all mental preparations we made the moment we became soldiers, but we won't make the choice to abandon our comrades. Even if we know that going up there will lead to death, we will rush forward without hesitation when our comrades are in danger. Sumu naturally knew that the people of the Steel Sword group wouldn't do such a thing, otherwise they wouldn't deserve to be called the Steel Sword group, so he didn't intend for the Steel Sword group's people to adopt this kind of fighting method either. There was also experience with this in his last life playing online games. Mostly, it was for the purpose of brushing up on some achievements, such as not dying at a time or how many injuries were sustained per death. In order to achieve these achievements, the team would usually prepare a sufficiently large amount of potions, which would subsequently be given to the main tank. It was also fortunate that he was a forge master himself, so potions and such were not a problem. Team Leader Qin, I probably have some ideas. Can I choose the 20 people who will go down to the secret realm at that time? Sumu opened his mouth and asked. It can be. Qin Long nodded, since you've made the move, God Worker Su, then naturally everything is up to you, and I won't ask questions no matter what you want to do. Alright, then I'm probably clear. I need 2 days to make preparations. 2 days later we'll enter the Elgus Mystic Realm on time. Sumu opened his mouth. Since he had already said his words here, Sumu directly started chatting with Qin Long about some other things. After chatting for a while, Sumu got up and left, and at this moment Chinyu followed. Yo, is your husband turning his back on you? Chinyu came up and wrapped her arms around Sumu's neck and laughed. No matter. Sumu waved his hand and laughed. Seriously, what are your plans to enter the secret realm at that time? Chinyu opened her mouth and asked. Head on tough. Sumu laughed. Frontal toughness? What a joke. Chinyu was taken aback. Brother Mu. You're my own brother. You really don't know how outrageous the speed of the northern blue card is? I know that you can develop a lot of potions, but we have to be in time to drink them. You said that I can develop a lot of potions. How do you know that I can't develop a potion with acceleration? Sumu raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ah, true can false can? Chinyu asked with a shocked face. Don't worry. Do me a favor and call up Xia Jiai and Old Wang and a few of them. When the time comes to enter the Elgus mystery realm there must be them. Leave the rest to me. Sumu smiled and said. Calling up a few of them was something Sumu had his own plans for, because Sumu wasn't familiar with the people from the Steel Blade group. There wasn't much time left for Sumu to get used to the things that the various people in the Steel Sword group were good at. Although Old Wang and Xia Jiai were not as good as the people in the Steel Knife group, they were familiar with them after all, and they knew their abilities. As long as one could develop a powerful enough potion, it wasn't impossible to narrow the gap between them to bring them closer or even surpass them. Then in this case, naturally, it would be much easier for Old Wang Xiejai, these old partners, to cooperate. This kind of situation is like playing the game kind of only play the same hero Jedi brother. These Jedi buddies play other heroes even their own strength is not good, but once they play to the most familiar that hero, then their strength will absolutely be a linear rise. Chapter 87, Mr. Xia, I'm not pretending. Alright, since you said so, I'll leave it to you. Hubby Chinyu pinched Sumu's face and smiled heatedly. During this period of time, she realized that Sumu was usually a very shy and coy kid, so she always liked to tease him. Alright, stop it. You'll have to go too. Sumu waved his hand to knock Chinyu's hand away. That's it for now. I'll go back and get busy first. Well, I'll see you off. After bidding farewell to Chinyu, Sumu began to think about the key to this battle. The speed potion itself didn't have drawings that could be developed right now. The only thing that could be done was to enchant on other speed potions. But transforming potions is not a simple thing. One can transform the gimbal and locomotive. That's because it was in the secret realm with many materials. But potions were different from those things. The materials needed for potions would be much harsher than making equipment. After all, it was something that went into the human body. There was no way to just get it and use it. And since he hadn't gotten the upgrade skills himself, this was indeed a bit of a headache. He picked up his cell phone and called Xia Dai. Hello, is it MS? Xia. Ah, it's Sumu. What's wrong? Xia Dai hurriedly asked. Is it some kind of problem before you have to enter the Elgus mystery realm? Well, sort of. Sumu didn't hide it. I need a sample of the speed potion. Can you help me find it? Mr. Xia, the sample of the speed potion Xia Dai sighed, pondered for a while and then opened his mouth. Okay, there should be no problem. You wait for me at your home for a while. I'll be there in a while, said. Xia Dai hung up the phone. Sumu also returned home. Not long after, a knock sounded at Sumu's door. Sumu's mother opened the door and saw that the visitor was Xia Dai. Her face was all smiles. Mr. Xia, come on, please come in. Su's father saw that the visitor was Xia Dai and hurriedly got up to greet him. Mr. Xia, sit down. You sit down first. Shamu's mom and I will go buy food. Stay for dinner later. Su's father said, hurriedly pulled Su's mother out of the house. During this period of time, Xia Dai could simply be described as flawless in the eyes of the two old men. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, and was her son's teacher. And the age difference between her son and her own son wasn't too big. He also took good care of his son, and didn't give his son a look when he hadn't yet awakened his talent. Every student is treated equally, and after his son awakened his talent, he even helped to recommend his son to the state. Who wouldn't like a little girl like this? Xia Dai looked at Su's father and mother's faces also red. Although she is not very old, only a few years older than Sumu. But who can't see what the too old this means? In addition to her grandfather's attitude, she doesn't really want to be with Sumu. But Sumu is really good, handsome, capable, kind-hearted, polite, filial, simply the perfect man. The more he thought about it, the redder Xia Dai's face became, and Xia Dai could feel his face reddening as if his body temperature had risen. Teacher Xia, are the things I need ready? Sumu came up and interrupted Xia Dai's fantasies, reaching out and shaking his hand in front of her. Teacher Xia, are you uncomfortable somewhere? No. I found what you wanted. Here it is. Xia Dai nodded, her face a little embarrassed, and fumbled with her hands to dig out a few bottles of potions from her bag. This is the speed potion I found out. All for you. Sumu didn't notice the young girl's embarrassment. He picked up one of the bottles of potion and carefully observed it, then put it down again. Teacher Xia, this bottle of potion should have been dropped by the Sunset Canyon's frost-striped python, right? The potion it produces should be of a more adequate vintage and is used by your family, right? Sumu opened his mouth and asked. Just like medicinal herbs, potions also had quality and vintage differences. Some low-quality potions actually had a difference in effect, such as the most elementary novice village potion. If it was just a simple blue and blood recovery, then it was fine, but if it was a potion with some additional effects, then the difference in quality and vintage would be huge. And generally speaking, the things that these guys popped out of the named secret realms and named bosses were definitely not mundane, worthy of being Lord Divine Worker. Xia Dai looked at Sumu with a face of adoration. The current Xia Dai looked at Sumu as if he had his own starry eyes. This bottle of potion was dropped by the frost-striped python, and the vintage is really more than sufficient. How did you see it? Experience. Sumu said indifferently. After playing the game for so long there should always be some experience. Xia Dai looked at Sumu with a surprised expression. This man's knowledge seemed as deep as the sea. Whether it was his identity as a forger or the fact that he was able to tell the provenance of the potion and its year just now after taking a look at it, all of these abilities made Xia Dai marvel at himself. It was just that he had been playing the game for so long, he wouldn't be treating all of this as if he was playing a video game, right? Although this world was fused with games, this wasn't playing games. Hello. You don't have to worship me too much, Mr. Xia. Sumu seemed to have reacted to the fact that he had blurted out his words, and hurriedly pulled away from the topic. I'm still far from it. These are all what I seem to have learned from the cheats. They are all the experiences of the previous generations. Not even close? You're already very good. Xia Dai looked at Sumu's appearance and couldn't help but say, you're so good. Speaking here, Xia Dai suddenly stopped talking, and looking at Xia Dai's appearance, Sumu seemed to have reacted to something. He looked at Xia Dai and raised an eyebrow. What? Mr. Xia thinks I'm so excellent and wants to pick me up? Oh, it's not possible that you want to pick up your student, right? Sumu. Xia Dai's face flushed scarlet as she stretched out her foot and stomped on the ground, then reached out her hand and pinched Sumu's back waist. What are you babbling about? Ah? The young girl's face was blushing. No one would want to have the things they thought about in their heart to be said out, or to be said out from the mouth of the one they thought about. Sumu looked at the blushing Xia Dai, and couldn't help but be mesmerized for a while. The Xia Dai in front of his eyes and the image of Xia Dai in his mind are two completely different things. The usual Xia Dai is the unattainable flower of the mountain. Whether it's academic or for Sumu's problems are all-knowing and all-knowing. But this Xia Dai in front of her was just a young girl who was not a few years older than Sumu. His own overbearing teacher showed a small woman's side in front of him. That feeling. Really fragrant. Yuck. It really hurt. Wait a minute, teacher. I'm not pretending anymore. Don't pinch. It hurts. Sumu reached out and grabbed Xia Dai's wrist, trying to get Xia Dai to let go. Other than that, this bitch's hand strength was really strong. Xia Dai looked at Sumu with a face of indignation, then violently noticed that Sumu was grasping his own hand after jumping up like a frightened deer and loosened his hand. Xia Dai looked at the patch of red on Sumu's waist and then associated it with his own actions. Then the blush instantly extended from his cheeks to the roots of his ears. Chapter 88, Traveling to a Large Mountain Range. Then you get busy first. I won't bother you. Xia Dai lowered her head and murmured in a small red-faced voice, then quickly ran out the door. Looking at Xia Dai, who fled the scene as if she had done a thief's dash, Sumu seemed to understand something as well. Just at the moment, he had more important things to do. Looking at the potions that Xia Dai brought over, Sumu laughed. Although I can't disassemble what the ingredients of this potion are, I can attach words to these potions. Sumu smiled. He already had a plan in his heart regarding entering the Elgus mystic realm. Although it was a bit difficult to implement, it wasn't without possibilities. After all, if he couldn't turn rottenness into magic, then where exactly was the name of his divine worker? God? The next 2 days Sumu was immersed in the research lab. Even his meals were brought by Xia Dai and placed outside the research lab. No one knew what he was busy with inside for 2 whole days, and no one could contact him. Su's father and mother were able to understand after being told that their son was researching a method to conquer the Elgus mystery realm for the country in 2 days. They were clear that this matter concerned not only their own son, but also this entire country. Therefore, the old couple also tacitly agreed not to disturb their son. Time passes quickly. 2 days pass in a flash. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Sumu left the research lab early. At this time, he looked a little tired, but his eyes were full of perseverance. Do you need to take a nap to recuperate? Xia Dai asked from the side. No need. Sumu smiled. Go, take me to the Daxing mountain range. Seeing that Sumu's eyes were so determined, Xia Dai no longer said anything. After all, she was also clear about how important the next thing was. Half an hour later, a helicopter gunship stopped at the outskirts of the Daxing mountain range. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, Sumu was also deeply shocked. He knew that this Daxing mountain range was huge, but everything in front of him was beyond his imagination. Where is this mountain range? This is simply a continuous sea of mountains. As far as the eye can see, a white, silver, cannot see the edge. The scenery of this large mountain range was nothing but shocking to Sumu. My father and the others are already waiting for us at the base there on the mountain. It's not too late. Let's trigger it now, Shinyu said from the side. Upon hearing this, Sumu also nodded. And then the group of several people marched towards the Daxing mountain range. These people were all from the previous squad that entered the secret realm. There was Chinyu Xiajiai, but also Old Wang and the triplet sisters. The mountain roads were difficult to navigate, and even for those who had strength beyond the ordinary, the speed of advancement wasn't too fast. Fortunately, there were no overly powerful demonic beasts in the outskirts of the Daxing mountain range. After all, this was the entrance to the Elgus mysterious realm. The people from the Steel Blade group had cleared out all the nearby demonic beasts after they had set up their base here, so the crowd also penetrated deeper into the Daxing mountain range without any danger. Half a day later, the crowd finally reached their destination. Looking at the pile of tents in front of him, Sumu was also somewhat emotional. I can't imagine that the people of the Steel Sword group spent these 2 years in this kind of environment. How amazing their perseverance should be. On the way up, Sumu felt the cold. Although they were all combat professionals and their physique was much stronger than their own, it had to be admired that they could persevere for 2 whole years. Divine Worker Su, you're here? Xin Long walked forward and extended his hand. I've come. I'll personally lead this trip to the secret realm. Sumu smiled and said, is this appropriate? There are many dangers in the secret realm. Xin Long was a bit hesitant. He wasn't afraid that Sumu would drag his feet, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain to his superiors if something happened to Sumu. It's fine. The mountain man has his own plan. I've communicated with the higher-ups. Don't worry. Sumu smiled. He naturally knew what Xin Long was worried about. Then Su Shengong, since you've decided, I won't stop you. Xin Long spoke. Then have you thought about who you want to enter the secret realm with you? I myself still need to station at the large mountain range base, and to prepare for the worst. That is if you guys can't get out. I need to organize all the information you guys gained inside and send it to the country, said Xin Long with a grim expression. So I am not able to enter the Elgus mystery realm with you, but other than me, you can pick whoever you want from the large mountain range right now. Anyone you want to enter with you is fine. Of course, I've already chosen the specific personnel. I only need you, Team Leader Qin, to pick a few more experienced and veteran Steel Blade team members for me. Sumu opened his mouth. That's no problem. Xin Long nodded. Of course, your daughter also needs to enter the secret realm with me, Sumu said with some difficulty. After all, what kind of place the Elgus secret realm was? Xin Long, the head of the Steel Blade group, was definitely clearer than himself. A secret realm full of dangers. Telling the other party that he needed his daughter to enter the secret realm with him to take risks. Thinking about it made one feel a bit reluctant. But unexpectedly, Xin Long called Xin Yu in front of his eyes and spoke. Xin Yu, after entering the secret realm everything must be focused on Su Shengong's safety. You must protect Su Shengong. Definitely. Xin Yu nodded and said seriously. Looking at this father and daughter this also, Sumu could also understand why Xin Long would be the head of the Steel Blade group. Alright, Team Leader Qin, more words will wait until we come out to talk. Sumu smiled and said, take me to meet the members of the Steel Sword group who are ready to go in with us? Alright, then we won't waste any more time. Xin Long seriously said, this way please. Saying that, Sumu and the others followed Xin Long to the outside of the base, where many members of the Steel Blade group were standing outside at this time. Xin Long selected 2 members from the group. Both of them were strong and sturdy men. One was younger and looked about the same age as Sumu. One looked like he was in his 40s. These 2 are number 7 and number 8. Members of the Steel Sword group are known by their code names after joining. Xin Long opened his mouth to introduce them. So it's just the 2 of them entering the Elgus mysterious realm with us? Sumu asked. Yes. Xin Long nodded. Alright, then I'll organize our personnel. Sumu nodded, and then began to take names. Those who entered the Elgus mysterious realm this time, aside from Chinyu Xiajiai Lao Wang, those triplet sisters and the undead knight riding a mammoth also followed. With the addition of 7 and 8, there were a total of 10 people counting themselves, and Xin Long was afraid that something might happen to Sumu and insisted on stuffing some people for him. Isn't the secret realm only able to enter 10 people at once? Sumu opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 89, Entering the Secret Realm, live streaming opens. No, the Elgus secret realm is different. Its level is a bit high, so 20 can enter at once. Long opened his mouth. Seeing the other party say that, Sumu wasn't pushing it. He nodded and agreed. So he added the 10 Steel Blade team members given by Long. At this point, the team that entered the secret realm reached 20 people. Then when are we going to leave? Yu asked from the side. There's no rush. We still have some preparations to do. Sumu smiled and said. You guys go take a rest first. Refresh yourselves and we'll leave at night. Yes, the crowd chorused in unison. Night quickly descended, and a full moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, on the mountaintop, 20 figures stood silently. Although these people did not emit any aura from their bodies, one could tell from the resolute eyes that they were no ordinary people. Are they all ready? Sumu asked as he walked up to the crowd. Ready, the crowd shouted in unison. Depart! Sumu waved his hand and took the lead towards the front. Seeing this, the crowd also followed closely behind, and after walking for more than 10 minutes, the crowd arrived before a cave. Looking at the cave in front of them, the faces of the crowd all revealed a look of gravity. They knew very well that this cave was the Elgus mystic realm. Divine Worker Su. The interior of this cave is the Elgus secret realm. Number 7 spoke up. Number 7 was the younger one, the Steel Blade group member. Then go one? Sumu raised an eyebrow and said. A beeping tone then came. The Dark Kingdom's Elgus secret realm is opening. The secret realm can accommodate a team of 20 people to enter. Captain Sumu has been detected with the Elgus secret realm key. The door to enter the secret realm will be opened directly for you. Please ask Captain Sumu to confirm whether or not to enter the secret realm. Sumu adjusted his live broadcast equipment then put on a mask in order to not let anyone recognize his identity. Looking at the watch in his hand, the time for the live broadcast to start had arrived. The private chat channel between himself and Wang Junlai's side had also been set up. Then he faintly smiled and said, confirmed. Then a strong light flashed through, making the blinding glare make Sumu somewhat unable to open his eyes. And at this moment, the live broadcast of China's conquest of the Elgus mystery realm, which had stirred the world, had also begun. Heavens, does Huaxia really dare to conquer the Elgus secret realm? There's a 7th apostle gallows sitting in there. It can't be a fake, right? You know, a secret realm with an apostle sitting in it. Not to mention Huaxia, even our great Eagle Kingdom doesn't dare to say that it can be conquered 100%. That's right, if the Eagle country can't do it, how could our Huaxia do it? It's probably an official fake. Ha ha ha, what a shame. Upstairs, your head and ass are installed backwards. Right? There is no fake. Will not go to the live broadcast room to see? I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to see the mysterious gods work to lead the Steel Knife Group Muslin Galoshes. Okay, I like your temper. Wait for me. We'll go together. It's better to let these catechists get the hell out of China. And at this time, a large number of people also flooded into the live broadcast room. These people were from Huaxia and also from various other countries, but all without exception. These people wanted to come and see if Huaxia was really going to make a move against the Elgus mystic realm. After all, even if they were their own family members who supported Huaxia, they were still a little worried inwardly, fearing that this matter was a fake. After all, that is the Elgus secret realm. With the 7th apostle gallows sitting in the secret realm, said to conquer the conquest, it is also too childish. Sumu didn't know anything about what happened in the outside world. When he opened his eyes again, he had already come to a brand new world. Looking around, everywhere here was white, as if it was covered by ice and snow. The cold wind was howling, giving people an icy feeling. Is this the Elgus secret realm? Yu, who was on the side, asked. It was her first time coming to this place and she was curious about everything here. That's right, this is the Elgus secret realm. Number 8 nodded and said, everyone be careful. This is not a good place. Although the scenery here was beautiful, everyone present was clear that this place was filled with danger everywhere. And if they weren't careful, they could be plunged into a place of no return. Number 7 and 8. The intelligence said that you guys won't be able to break through on the 5th floor. So do you have any experience with the first 4 floors? Sumu opened his mouth and asked. And as soon as Sumu said this, all the gazes in the live broadcast room suddenly focused on him. Who is this person? Why is the speech so dangling? That's right, unknown. Those who don't know still think he's some kind of big name big shot. Dude, are you too armed? You said he's unknown. Who else could he be? It must be a divine worker. That's right, these 20 people present now. 12 of them are wearing the Chinese Steel Sword Group uniforms, and 7 of them are ranked rangers. The remaining one, that must be the divine worker. Heavens, divine worker's voice is so good. No, quickly take off the mask and let me see what kind of handsome guy it is. The few people within the secret realm didn't have the means to see the pop-ups within the live broadcast. Instead they were conversing about how to pass through the Elgus secret realm. The experience is there. It's just that fighting all the way through the first level might last a day. Number 8 cupped his chin and spoke. So, then there is? Sumu said with a smile. There is, but it's just a bit difficult. Number 8's face was somewhat helpless. The first level only requires fighting off a demonic beast. That demonic beast will drop a secret realm key, and you only need to bring that key to directly lead to the second level. What kind of demonic beast? Where is the difficulty? Where does it refresh? Sumu asked again. Wind Dragon Lizard. A demonic beast known for its speed. Number 7 spoke. Its refreshment point is relatively fixed. You only need to walk 2 miles ahead to find it. Wind Dragon Lizard? Sumu pinched his chin as if he was pondering something. Then spoke. Alright then, let's go and fix it. Since there's a shortcut, it's better to try it. Looking at Sumu's confident look. No, 8 was not in a position to interrupt him. So on the way, the members of the Steel Blade group also gave Sumu and the others in the crowd in the live broadcast room the characteristics of the Wind Dragon Lizard. The Wind Dragon Lizard's combat power wasn't high, but its speed was surprisingly fast, and it has the characteristic of hiding in the wind and snow. In this secret realm full of snow, the Wind Dragon Lizard can effectively hide. Therefore, in order to kill it, one needed to lock its position in advance and then control it. Chapter 90, another effect? So do you guys have any experience with it? Sumu opened his mouth and asked. No. Number 8 gave a bitter smile. We found this out the second time we came in, and only needed to scan its profile to know these things. But it was helpless. This fellow's speed was just too fast. We couldn't catch up with it at all. Plus it had the ability to camouflage itself, so there was no way we could be able to find it out. So we can only give up the idea of killing it, and can only fight our way through step by step. Sumu nodded as he listened. Is this the way? Have you guys tried using the taunt skill on it? Tried. Number 7 spoke. But there's no way. This guy has 0 attack power and doesn't have any desire to attack, so taunting doesn't have a single bit of effect on it. As for other control skills, given its speed, there's absolutely no way for us to touch it. Our skills can't even touch it. The pop-up screen instantly exploded when 7's words came out. What? A demonic beast that has no attack power or desire to attack? That taunt is completely useless. Yeah. Taunt is the only ranged skill of all the control skills that doesn't need to specify a target to be activated. If the Wind Dragon Lizard's speed is really as appalling as the Steel Blade group said, then other types of skills won't be able to control it at all. Humph. Dumbfounded? I didn't expect that the Divine Worker's first battle in the present world was going to be a defeat. She, making it mysterious and wearing a mask, I thought how powerful it was. That's right. It turned out to be a shockwave too? Ha ha ha. What a shame. Don't bark. The Divine Worker hasn't even spoken yet. Which is your turn. You guys can do it. Don't just bark on the pop-up screen. Do I need to be able to cool a refrigerator to evaluate it? Upstairs, how does your mother refrigerate the gods' laborers? The pop-up screen was going crazy. After all, this live broadcast had people from various countries, and there were also some Muyang dogs in. Therefore the entire pop-up screen looked like it was very foul-smelling, with strings of black people running rampant. This made the old chief and Xiao Lao and the others who were watching the live broadcast very angry. Xiao Wang, go, have someone record the IP addresses of all these people on the pop-up screen. The old chief's face was a bit ugly as he commanded Wang Junlei who was at the side. Yes, Wang Junlei was also holding his breath. If it was a 4-in-1, it would be fine, but it was obvious that a few Chinese IDs could be seen on the pop-up screen just now. This was clearly some of the moochers who ate their way out of the country. Right now, Sumu is leading people to contribute to the conquest of the Elgus mysteries for China. And they are actually here in the yin and yang? This was really a bit off-putting. Therefore, even if the old chief didn't say anything, Wang Junlei was ready to do it. Within the secret realm, Sumu began to think about how to deal with this Wind Dragon Lizard. If one layer at a time, it was obviously too much trouble, wasting time and also wasting everyone's energy. Within the Elgus mystery realm, there is no recovery of stamina and blue bar with meditation or rest, so you can only rely on potions. But this kind of thing, even outside of the secret realm, was something that could be saved, now that there was a shortcut. Naturally, it was good to try it out. However, Sumu was also clear that shortcuts to anything were only shortcuts in appearance. In reality, doing it will only shorten the process, and the difficulty will only be higher compared to the norm. But as long as you can shorten the process, it doesn't matter if it's difficult or not. After all, even if it was difficult, the consumption would never be higher than if you were to fight your way through. If one layer at a time, how many potions would be consumed? 2 miles of road soon arrived. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes at this time was a huge wind and snow canyon, and that Wind Dragon Lizard was refreshed in the middle of this canyon. Everyone, pay attention. This Wind Dragon Lizard is refreshed in the middle of this canyon. Let's see if we can try and not let it run out of the canyon. Don't let it run away. 8 instructed. Upon hearing this, the crowd also nodded. And then a group of 20 people slowly felt their way towards the middle of that canyon. As soon as they entered the canyon, the crowd felt a cold aura coming from them. Immediately afterward, they saw a huge figure weaving through the canyon. It was a huge lizard with a snow-white body. Its body was covered in scales, and a pair of sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that there was already information about it, just looking at it really didn't look like a demonic beast without aggressiveness. The people in the live broadcast room also exploded after seeing the wind dragon lizard. This wind dragon lizard, can such a large body actually have such an exaggerated speed? I'd like to see how the so-called divine worker can handle this guy. Upstairs, how to deal with your old mother's divine laborer is how to deal with it. Sumu had also scanned out the specific data of the wind dragon lizard. It was right that it was fast, but its endurance wasn't. If the crowd chased after it, they would soon be able to exhaust its endurance. But this was something that the Steel Blade Group's people must have tried. And in fact, this matter was the most disadvantageous. The shortcut itself was to save time and potions. If they were to chase this big guy at the fastest speed, then with its speed, before taking care of it, I'm afraid that the consumption wouldn't even be less than hitting it directly. Therefore, if you want to deal with this big guy, you should start with its camouflage state. But in the end, how to let it not run directly into the camouflage form without consuming its physical strength? Sumu fell into deep thought. Then he seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Old Wang. Old Wang, do you have a high taunt skill level? Old Wang was a bit puzzled. It's not bad. Why? I want you to try to use the taunt skill on it. Sumu opened his mouth. Taunt skill. Isn't it ineffective against it? Old Wang was a bit puzzled. Are you blinded? Didn't the Steel Blade team try it many times? Just as the crowd was all puzzled and the pop-up was about to open their mouths to continue taunting Sumu, Sumu opened his mouth. No, you've misunderstood. Sumu stretched out a finger and shook his head. The effect of the taunt skill is to make the opponent enter a state of anger, thus boosting the opponent's attack power. But this wind dragon lizard's attack power is 0, so taunt indeed has no effect on it. But, if your taunt skill level is high enough, what if you can be able to trigger another effect? Another effect? What is it? Could it be that you're thinking of it? Divine Worker? Old Wang seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Sumu. Oh my god, you even thought of this? On the other hand, the crowd in the live broadcast room was confused by what they were hearing, and only some tanks with very high profession levels had their eyes glowing when they heard this. Chapter 91, State of Shame. The ones present as well as the high profession level tanks within the live broadcast room all understood one thing. The taunt skill had an extra special effect, and at this moment, although there were already many questions on the pop-up screen, everyone unspokenly didn't say anything. Everyone wanted to see if Sumu, the so-called divine worker, had real talent or not. Everyone also wanted to see if Sumu, as a living professional, was actually able to know the hidden skills of a combat professional. It was important to know that this special effect was not available to all other professions' taunts except for the tank's taunt. Sumu also responded to the crowd in the live broadcast room with facts and gave them a clear explanation of the other effective taunt. If I remember correctly, besides making the opponent enter a state of anger, taunt also has the effect of making the opponent enter a state of shame. Sumu opened his mouth and explained. It's just that if you want to trigger this effect, you need the level of the taunt skill to be high enough or the mental power of the person releasing it to be strong enough. Shame state? Upon hearing this, Shin Yu and the others looked at each other in disbelief. There was no one present who knew anything about this, and the people in the live broadcast room were also in disbelief after hearing this. Are you kidding? Doesn't taunting just make others go up to their heads and attack themselves? How could it have a shaming effect? That's right. It's 80% another random nonsense that this so-called divine worker made up for the sake of pretending. That's right. I haven't heard of this kind of thing in the 18 years I've been specializing in tanks. He must be making it up. Stop barking. Do you guys understand the tank profession? You 18 years of tanks have not heard that you have lived these 18 years to the dog? When the live broadcast room was quarreling, the old chief who was watching the live broadcast looked at the guard aside with a puzzled face and said, "Is what Sumu said true?" Yes, the guard had a face of excitement. He had never thought that such a thing would actually be clear to a living professional. The guard was currently the strongest tank professional Shenwu in the country. It was the old head's personal bodyguard. As long as he was there, no one could harm the old head. And as the number one tank in the country, he was naturally clear about what Sumu meant by the special effect of the mockery in his mouth having another shame. He studied the experience of all the tank professional experts in China that have been passed down since ancient times. The taunt skill is not exclusive to tanks. Many warriors and even some battle mages can be used. Only the tank's taunt had a special effect, which was that once it reached a certain level it could make the taunt attach a shame debuff to the opponent. Only Xuanwu learned that for a long time, Many people relied on the taunt to make the opponent forcefully attack themselves, thus combining with the tank's proper anti-damage skills to cause damage to bounce back. As a result, the shame status has been used by very few people. After all, it does not allow the enemy to force the enemy to attack themselves so as to utilize the anti-damage to deal damage to the enemy. This can be said to be one of the few damage skills for tanks. All tanks to deal damage to the ability to basically cannot escape the anti-damage. Over time, the shame status of the taunt skill was separated. Only a few who truly understood the tank profession and wanted to become the strongest within the tank profession would know about the shame status from the books of their predecessors. Yes, I didn't realize that Divine Worker was really knowledgeable. Even the special effects of tank skills are known. Old Wang smiled. At this moment he was really getting more and more impressed with Sumu. The crowd in the live broadcast room was even more surprised when they heard this from Old Wang. You have to know that Lao Wang is currently the top 5 tanks in the domestic rankings. Even he said this. So didn't that prove that what this Divine Worker said was true? So Divine Worker, why are you asking this? I can indeed use taunt out of the shame state. Old Wang laughed before regaining his look and saying with a straight face. After all, right now was not the time for idle chit-chat about family matters. It's simple. Sumu snapped his fingers. Doesn't this Wind Dragon Lizard have no offense? Taunt is useless against it? That's simple. Just be able to put it into a state of shame. By itself. Its movement speed is just too fast. And it wastes too much time if you forcefully chase it. Just make it enter the state of shame and passively go into camouflage. Once it blends into its surroundings and camouflages itself, then I'll have a way to find it out. Looking at Sumu with such a confident demeanor, Old Wang nodded. Alright, then, if you've said so, Divine Worker, then I'll give it a try. Saying that, Old Wang began to touch towards that Wind Dragon Lizard. After coming close to the Wind Dragon Lizard's perception range, Old King looked at the Wind Dragon Lizard and unleashed a taunt. Ugly monster, come, fight with your grandfather. In a flash, these words were implanted into the Wind Dragon Lizard's mind as if it possessed a magic spell, and the Wind Dragon Lizard raised its head to look at Old Wang, followed by a gradual collapse of its eyes, before disappearing into the wind and snow. The moment it disappeared, Sumu could clearly feel the flow of the surrounding air, and at this time, the pop-up screen was noisy again. See, now the Wind Dragon Lizard is gone. I'll see what else you guys can say. Can we stop being clowns? I'm sick of seeing you stinky spammers. Divine Worker naturally has his ways. It's not your turn to argue. That's right. This Wind Dragon Lizard is moving so fast. If it wasn't for Divine Worker's reminder, I'm afraid that the Steel Blade Group's people would have to spend half a day just chasing after it, right? Just as the people in the live broadcast room were bickering, Sumu faintly smiled and looked to the side of the crowd. Alright, now that it's entered the state of shame it's already camouflaged. Next, it's time to find it. Saying that, Sumu touched out a compass he had built in the past 2 days from his bosom. This compass was made by Sumu on a whim at that time. At that time, Sumu didn't know much about all the circumstances of the Elgus mysterious realm and could only learn about it from Qinlong's intelligence. He wasn't sure how big the Elgus mysterious realm was, so in order to ensure that he wouldn't get lost in the realm, Sumu made this compass. This compass not only possessed the effect of finding the way, but also possessed the ability to find things. When the Wind Dragon Lizard disappeared, Sumu had already opened the compass. After the disappearance of the Wind Dragon Lizard, the flow of air around Sumu was the beginning of the compass capturing the location of the Wind Dragon Lizard. Immediately after that, under Sumu's control, the compass needle slowly stopped. And when the needle stopped, the corner of Sumu's mouth widened into a smile. Found it! In the eyes of the crowd, Sumu looked at the Steel Blade Group beside him and spoke. Find 2 formation masters and trap that location with a formation. Sumu said, reaching out and pointing to a location in the distance. Number 7 and number 8 immediately nodded. And then 2 people walked out of the Steel Blade Group. The Steel Blade Group's power of action and execution was top-notch, and the only 2 formation masters among the 12 people who came in after Sumu finished speaking walked out. Chapter 92, Killing Wind Dragon Lizard. Under Sumu's instructions, the 2 of them combined their efforts to circle the direction he pointed out using formations. Immediately after that, Sumu looked at Chinyu, who was at the side. Sister Chinyu, give that place a magic with high attack power. Chinyu, who was a magician, nodded her head. She also knew that this moment was not the time to play tricks. She only saw that she gently waved her staff after taking it out, and then a huge fireball formed in midair. A few seconds later, the fireball quickly fell and smashed into the place circled by the formation. Bang! With a loud bang, the snowy ground was instantly blown apart. Subsequently, within the dented snow lay a behemoth. It was none other than that Wind Dragon Lizard. Done! The corner of Sumu's mouth picked up. Let's go! Let's see what big treasure there is. Sumu said and ran towards the large sunken snow pit. And this scene instantly made all the people around the world who were watching the live broadcast dumbfounded. No way? Why does a Chinese tank still have this kind of ability? Is this the time to care about tanks? Didn't you realize that this guy called Shengong has a really good brain? And what the hell is that compass he made? How can it even detect camouflage? That's right. Camouflage is an important ability of our Sakura ninja. What would we ninja do if we could be found by a compass? Those who have lived a good life. Don't put gold on your face. In terms of camouflage, our Chinese Tang clan assassins are your ancestors. I'm now becoming more and more convinced that the Divine Worker really has the ability to be able to lead the sharp dagger groups through the secret realm and help China conquer the Elgus secret realm. Cut it out. Didn't you just manage a wind dragon lizard? Give you beauty. All sorts of comments came out all over the world, while the old chief looked at Xian Wu beside him and asked, why didn't the Steel Blade Group's people do this before? Xian Wu laughed bitterly. It's not that no one from the Steel Blade Group knows how to taunt at a high level. Even if it takes time, the people from the Steel Blade Group are able to make this Wind Dragon Lizard go into a state of camouflage. It's just that once this Wind Dragon Lizard enters its camouflage state, it's too difficult to find it. Coupled with its unrivaled speed, the people of the Steel Sword Group really can't do anything about him. Sumu came next to the Wind Dragon Lizard. Looking at the already dying Wind Dragon Lizard on the snowy ground, Sumu squatted down, and an object on its neck that flashed with a faint white light attracted Sumu. There was a key named, Second Floor Direct Key, hanging around its neck. After removing the key, Sumu studied the words of this key. Second Floor Direct Key, dropped by the Wind Dragon Lizard, a hidden beast on the first floor of the Elgus Mystic Realm. It can directly teleport to the second floor. After putting the key away, Sumu didn't rush off. Instead, he took out a steel knife from within his spatial ring and prepared to kill the Wind Dragon Lizard. It was important to know that many treasures were dropped by the demonic beasts in the secret realm. And the Wind Dragon Lizard, being a demonic beast of the Elgus mysterious realm, was also a hidden demonic beast. Its body must be full of treasures. Just now, Sumu had seen that its scales possessed a strong defense, and its sharp claws and fangs were excellent materials for creating sharp blades, and even the body surface could have this kind of effect. What Sumu was wondering at this moment was whether this Wind Dragon Lizard could burst out any better things. After decapitating the Wind Dragon Lizard, the Wind Dragon Lizard dropped 2 beads that emitted a faint glow. This is. Seeing the beads in Sumu's hand, Old Wang exclaimed, this is the Wind Dragon Lizard's demon pill. Demon Dan? Hearing this word, the crowd was shocked, and the people in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. This was the demonic pills of a demonic beast within the Elgus mysteries, and it was also the demonic pills of a hidden demonic beast. To be able to explode this kind of thing, just how many dog lives did this divine worker have? Everyone naturally knew that the most important thing in a demonic beast's body was the demonic pills. Demonic beasts, like professionals, are also divided into levels. Although the Wind Dragon Lizard in front of us is not aggressive, its level has also come to 100 levels. The demonic pills of a 100-level Wind Dragon Lizard, or the demonic pills of a Wind Dragon Lizard in the Elgus mysteries, and it was still 2 of them. If these 2 demon pills were to be taken to the market, it could be said to be priceless. If they were sold publicly, one could only say that there was a price for them. Because the demonic beast's demonic pills contained the power of the demonic beast's origin, some alchemists were able to use the demonic pills to make extremely precious pills, and more than just pills, potions, equipment and weapons. Demon pills can be used, and for some combat professionals, this Demon Dan is also an excellent resource for cultivation. It can strengthen their own attribute values and cleanse their muscles and bones. This thing is good. Sumu laughed and put these 2 demon pills directly into his spatial ring. For others, these 2 demonic pills were very useful, but for Sumu, these 2 demonic pills could do more things that others could not. It was because he was a divine grade forger. Anything was possible for him. Therefore, he planned to wait until he went out to study what these 2 demon pills could be used for. And at this time, the higher-ups in Huaxia had already begun to have people spread this news out. Right now hot searches from Huaxia could be seen in various places around the world. Divine Worker led the Steel Blade Group to break through the hidden barrier of the first level of the Elgus Mystic Realm. Divine Worker exploded 2 level 100 Wind Dragon Lizard pills. China has passed the first level of the Elgus Mysteries. Chinese battle professionals have a special shame skill, and so on. The headlines had been hung up on the various embassies of Huaxia all over the world. And at the moment the word Divine Worker had become the most searched word all over the world. As for all this, Sumu, who was himself, didn't know about it. He took out the pass key after putting away the demonic pills. How does this key work? Sumu asked as he looked to Qingyu and the others on the side. You don't know? Xia Jiai looked at Sumu with a shocked face. How fresh. I went into the replica before and you guys brought it with you. I can know how to use this thing. Would be a ghost. Sumu shrugged his shoulders and said somewhat indifferently. And this scene fell in the live broadcast room caused the crowd to laugh. I didn't realize that the divine worker was so smart that he actually didn't even know how to use the straight-through key. What's so rare about this? After all, the divine laborer isn't a combat professional. The divine worker doesn't know how the key works. I do. It's equal to me being greater than the divine worker. At this moment, no one jumped out to ridicule Sumu with this matter. After all, the word divine worker only emerged recently, and it was also explicitly told to the crowd that divine worker was the one who had only recently made his debut. It is also because of the divine work has only recently appeared, so do not know how to use the hidden key excusable. After all, in addition to the divine work now there are also many people do not know, and to mock him with this matter, don't tease. Later on people directly ask you can pass the first layer of the Elgus secret realm, how do you answer? Chapter 93, Elgus secret realm second level. Thunderstorm Spider. Just directly input your spiritual energy into this key. Shinyu opened her mouth and laughed. Sumu nodded and then injected his spiritual energy into the key. After Sumu's spiritual energy was injected into the key suddenly emitted a strong light that enveloped Sumu in it. Immediately after that, the light spread, and the light enveloped the entire squad of 20 people. In just a moment, the figures of Sumu's entire squad disappeared into thin air. At this moment, within the second layer of the Elgus secret realm, Sumu's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of a snowy field. The second level? Looking at the surroundings, Sumu looked around and murmured. Unlike the first layer, the snow on the second layer is obviously harder than the first layer, and even the snow on the ground is much thicker than the snow on the first layer. Saying that, Sumu stretched out his foot and stepped on the snow a few times. Divine worker, this is the second layer of the Elgus mysteries. 7 spoke. We are not sure about whether there is a shortcut here, but this layer is a lot more familiar to us compared to the first layer. The first layer isn't really that difficult. It's just time consuming. But the second layer is different. The guarding boss of the second layer is a huge tyrannical thunder spider. It was only after a period of time that we were able to manage to clear the level at the cost of no loss of life in most cases for this tyrannical thunder spider. But even then, we would have wasted a lot of energy and effort, and would have risked injury, and even in a few cases we would still pay the price of our lives. The moment these words came out, the Chinese viewers in the live broadcast room fell silent. Everyone was silently observing a moment of silence for the members of the Steel Blade group who had sacrificed their lives within the Elgus mysteries. I know this. My father was a member of the Steel Blade group. Back then, my father died at the hands of this thunderstorm spider. I swear that I will become a member of the Steel Blade group in the future and inherit my father's will. With these words, the crowd in the live broadcast room became even more silent. And Sumu also noticed this pop up. He faintly spoke. Kid, have you written your summer vacation homework yet? If you haven't written it, go ahead and write it. Want to join the Steel Sword group? Then get into the Imperial Capital Military Academy. As for your father's revenge, I'll avenge it for you, Sumu said, waving his hand. No. 7 no. 8, lead the way. I still have to straighten it out today. At this time, within a certain city, a woman was holding a child who was about 10 years old and watching this live broadcast. They didn't realize that Sumu's pop-up would cause their mother and child's lives to change drastically a few years later. The child looked at his mother and spoke. Mom, I'm going to take the God's Capital Military Academy. I'm going to meet God's work. 7 and 8 naturally knew that if they wanted to pass the Elgus mystery realm, it was inevitable that they would face this thunderstorm spider again without knowing any shortcuts. Moreover, they were also somewhat warmed up by Sumu's words. After all, quite a few of their comrades had once died in the hands of this thunderstorm spider. If it wasn't for the lack of ability of people like themselves, who wouldn't want to brush the thunderstorm spider every day to let this old thing explode some gold coins? At this moment, Sumu said so. The two of them naturally did not say anything more, and quietly led the way in front of them. About half an hour later, the crowd arrived before a huge cave. Divine worker, that thunderstorm spider lives in this cave. 7 spoke. This is the quickest route, and it took us a long time to plan it out. There were no other demonic beasts along this route. So Sumu could also be sure that the people of the Steel Blade group were indeed already as familiar with these first few levels as their own homes. He couldn't help but feel some heartfelt admiration. The crowd soon stepped into the cave. This cave was extremely spacious, and at a glance, the scene inside the cave appeared in everyone's eyes, only to see that the cave is full of potholes in the snow. Many places are also scattered with some skeletons. These skeletons were both large and small, and there were both human and demonic beasts. At this moment, in the center of the cave, a huge spider was lying there. This spider was the size of a truck, and its body emitted a faint lightning light. The pitch-black hair was unnerving, and the 8 spider legs were like sharp blades thrust into the ground, and on each side of its mouth, there were also 4 huge fangs. Seeing this spider, the crowd in the live broadcast room all exclaimed in shock. Is this the thunderstorm spider? It's too big, isn't it? This is at least a 400 level demonic beast, right? It might even be a 500 level demonic beast. Can he beat it? Divine Worker? The strength of a 400 level demonic beast isn't weaker than a 400 level combat professional. You're new upstairs, aren't you? Can a level 400 combat professional be compared to a level 400 demonic beast? The strength of a 400 level demonic beast must be at least as strong as a 500 level combat professional. Divine Worker might have to fall this time, even if his personal strength is strong. There's nothing he can do against a demonic beast of this level. Upstairs is right. Demonic beasts and combat professionals are different. Demonic beasts of the same level must be stronger than combat professionals. This is almost already recognized. Don't be ridiculous. Don't we still have these brothers from the Steel Blade group and the Republic rankings here? It will definitely be able to beat it. The crowd was talking a lot, but Sumu, who was inside the cave at this moment, didn't care about this. He observed the thunderstorm spider in front of him before looking at number 7. Number 7. What level is this demonic beast? Back to Divine Worker. This thunderstorm spider is a peak 400 level demonic beast. It's already close to breaking through level 401. Number 7 said respectfully, peak 400 level? Sumu nodded. How did you guys fight it before? We usually went up together with 20 people, utilizing our numerical advantage to fight a war of attrition with it. 7 spoke. This thunderstorm spider has extremely high defense and is extremely fast. It's hard for us to deal effective damage to it, and it also has lightning attribute attacks. We usually rely on our numerical advantage to wear it down, but its counterattack before dying is also very terrifying, and we usually have to pay the price of several lives to kill it. Speaking of this, there was some despondency in 7's eyes. Sumu nodded his head in understanding. Then he looked at the crowd to the side and said, "Okay, I'm mostly clear. You guys wait first. I'll try to see just how solid this spot is." With that, Sumu walked towards the thunderstorm spider. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the live broadcast room all exclaimed, "Crap, Divine Worker, he's going to single-handedly take on this thunderstorm spider by himself? A peak 400 level demonic beast. Even a pig would be able to thin him, right? Is the Divine Worker crazy?" Currently, the peak level of human players is 800, so a 400 level beast would be able to hold down the hammer when the Divine Worker fights it? The Divine Worker has made a big mistake this time. It feels like he's going to fall. The crowd murmured, while Chinyu and Xiajiai's few people hurriedly opened their mouths and shouted, "Divine Worker, no!" However, Sumu didn't respond to him, but walked straight towards the thunderstorm spider. Chapter 94, American-Style Curiosity. Divine Worker, wait! 7 rushed forward and tried to drag Sumu back. "Take it easy." Chinyu grabbed 7's hand. She could remember just how many cards this guy named Sumu in front of her had. After all, he was a divine-grade forger. And with the wisdom he had shown at that time in the middle of the secret realm, it could be seen that Sumu was definitely not a person who acted out of his will. He wouldn't lose his mind because of these things, and he must have his own ideas if he dared to move forward like this. Sumu's script was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the thunderstorm spider. The thunderstorm spider looked at the weak human in front of him, and its reddish eyes revealed a hint of confusion. It seemed to be saying, "No, dude. What kind of person are you? You're a level 20 player and you're coming to pretend with me?" But without waiting for it to make its next move, he only saw Sumu put his hand into his arms. In a blink of an eye, the color of the sky in the secret realm changed drastically, and the thunderstorm spider suddenly felt a strong sense of danger approaching. At this moment, the thunderstorm spider was suddenly agitated, but didn't wait for it to react. Sumu took out a revolver from his pocket and aimed it at the thunderstorm spider. The crowd in the live broadcast room instantly floated over with a barrage of bullets when they saw the scene. Crazy, right? Godly Worker wants to use a broken revolver to fix this thunderstorm spider? This is still a Godly Worker? He's really good at bragging. One thing's for sure, that revolver in Godly Worker's hand looks like it's pretty powerful. Upstairs, a revolver is of no use. You wouldn't necessarily be able to beat this thunderstorm spider even if you were to bring a divine weapon. I give full marks to Godly Worker for this pretense. Don't brag. A divine weapon can really just thin out this thunderstorm spider. Indeed, I'm afraid that when the artifact comes out, the thunderstorm spider will have to lose half of its life. I'm just exaggerating. It's hard to believe that this god's work he can really make a divine weapon. Don't even think about it. Just as the crowd was talking, Sumu pulled the trigger. Bang! Along with a gunshot, a ghostly blue bullet flew out from the muzzle. Then the entire secret realm was instantly filled with wild winds, and the sky flashed with electricity as a streak of thunder streaked across the sky, and the shadow of the god of thunder also appeared above Sumu. I'll go. This is the thunder god's shadow that appeared above the imperial capital some time ago. Heavens, this is too outrageous. Why would this thunder god's shadow appear in the secret realm? No, not right. This thunder god's shadow didn't appear out of nowhere. It seems to have been summoned by the revolver in the hand of the divine worker. Don't kid yourself, that's just a revolver. It can summon a thunder god's shadow, unless it's really a divine weapon. Heavens, it's not impossible. Yeah, if it's not a divine artifact, why would a divine worker have such confidence? Sumu didn't care about the discussion in the pop-up screen. He just gazed indifferently at this thunderstorm spider in front of him. The ghostly blue bullet exuded a gust of thunder power, like a blue lightning bolt cutting through the sky, instantly arriving in front of the thunderstorm spider. At this moment, the thunderstorm spider also realized the seriousness of the matter, and immediately waved its huge forelimbs in an attempt to slap the bullet away. But unfortunately, its movements were still one step too slow. Boom! The blue bullet penetrated the thunderstorm spider's forelimbs with incomparable precision, and then ran through its head. In just a second's time before and after, the tens of meters tall thunderstorm spider fell straight down, completely out of breath. Afterwards, dozens of electric currents flowed over its corpse, and then a huge explosion erupted in an instant. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone grew their mouths, unable to close them for a long time. This is gone? The crowd is incomparably shocked to look at the revolver in Sumu's hand. And after half a day of feelings, he really has a magic weapon? That revolver was the thing that summoned the thunder god's shadow over the imperial capital at that time. Crap. Cowardly. It's worthy of being my divine worker. This gun is a divine weapon, right? I told you how it's possible for a divine worker to not have two brushes. Divine worker is awesome. Divine worker YYDS. Oh my god, a divine worker would actually have a divine artifact in his hands, and it seems that this artifact is the same artifact that summoned the thunder god's shadow over the imperial capital at that time. What do you mean it seems to be? This is. I even took pictures when the thunder god's shadow appeared over the imperial capital at that time, and I just cut out and compared them, and this is the shadow. I finally realize why Huaxia has the courage to challenge the Elgus mystic realm, so they have a divine weapon. Wait a minute. At that time when the beast tide came, there was another silhouette in the sky above the imperial capital. It can't be that one is also. At this moment, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was frantically swiping, and everyone was cheering for Sumu's shot. Sumu, on the other hand, said nonchalantly, TSK, and a thunderstorm spider? That's an American curiosity. However, Sumu could also sense that the power of the divine weapon he used was indeed inferior to those specialized combat professionals. The divine weapon he used only seemed to be able to hit a power of around 500 levels, but a power of around 500 levels was already enough to kill this thunderstorm spider in seconds. After all, it was only 400 levels. At this time, the Sevens crowd had also come to Sumu's side, and they couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw the thunderstorm spider that had already fallen to the ground. This is gone? Number 7 swallowed his saliva and said, Aha, but this thing still doesn't work too well for me to use. You're a lightning combat professional, right? Sumu looked at number 7 and opened his mouth to ask. Gulp. Number 7 gulped. I am. Then it's for you. You're a member of the Steel Blade group anyway. It's not a loss to give it to you, Sumu said as he smoothly threw the electromagnetic revolver in his hand to number 7. Ah, giving it to me? Number 7 looked at Sumu with some disbelief. Yeah, gave it to you. Sumu nodded and said, while Qinyu and Xiejiai looked at number 7 with envy on their faces, then turned their heads to look at Sumu. We've known each other for so long. How come we haven't seen you give us a divine weapon? How refreshing. It would be nice if I could make them whenever you guys could ask for them. Sumu shrugged and said, I'll give it to you guys some other day if I can make one you guys can use. Otherwise it's a waste. After all, this kind of artifact still needs the right user to bring out its true power. Otherwise the huge forging cost will only do more harm than good. Just now, Sumu had seen the matching gun hanging on No. 7's waist and knew that he was a gun-using combat professional. Thus he chose to give him this electromagnetic revolver. Anyway, they were all from the Steel Blade group and also affiliated with the state, so there was nothing wrong with giving it to him. Qinyu was a mage, and Xiajiai was a nanny, so giving them this kind of thing really wasn't very useful, and it might even cause them to become obsessed with artifacts and neglect their cultivation. That would be a loss of money. Chapter 95, Divine Artifacts in the World. I'm just saying. Qinyu laughed and said, with our relationship I can still bother with you about this? Of course, Qinyu knew that this kind of thing is unattainable and naturally, she was only joking. Of course, Sumu's heart is not like this. He has made up his mind to give these people a set of artifacts. This is also not to treat them to mix with themselves for so long. And at this time, the live broadcast room also boiled over. Oh my god, this divine artifact was actually made by a divine craftsman. Sure enough, the divine worker really has real skills, that way those resources he gained are what he deserves. I really hope that the divine worker can make other even stronger divine artifacts out of it.
Come on, you guys shouldn't be too happy. Didn't you hear him say, wouldn't it be nice if he could make them anytime, anywhere? That's what he said? That's right, he probably can only make this one. How many more does he want to make? Don't be ridiculous, this is a divine weapon. Even the most powerful Eagle Kingdom on the blue planet doesn't have many of them, so he can have them whenever he wants?
A blind cat ran into a dead rat and luckily made a handful.
But you guys are all excited?
The comments in the live broadcast room were mixed.
There is no lack of some Muyang dog will be dissatisfied with Sumu.
Of course, they are also a group of not get to denigrate the mouth high players just.
Really let Sumu ask them to do them a hand.
They can immediately kneel down on the ground to kowtow to head tube Sumu called father.
At this time, the world's major media once again released a hot search.
From the time when Sumu led the team to solve the Wind Dragon Lizard, all the media in the world had started to pay close attention to this live broadcast.
And every media did not want to give up this hotspot. At this moment, the top 10 hot searches on every platform are all about Sumu and the Elgus mystery realm as well as the divine artifact. The deity's shadow in the sky above the imperial capital of Huaxia is actually the work of a divine artifact. The Chinese divine worker rubbed the divine weapon in his hands and used it to kill the thunderstorm spider. The divine worker led the steel blade team through the second level of the Elgus mysteries. A divine worker has appeared in China's forging world. Does this portend the imminent rise of China's forging world? However, Sumu didn't care about the outside world at this moment, but started searching for the resources dropped by the thunderstorm spider. What's this?
Sumu asked as he looked towards Chinyu cupping his chin and opening his mouth, only to see that Sumu was holding an egg that was white and flickering with a bit of light and lightning patterns.
The egg was the size of an egg, but there was nothing else. Chinyu concluded with just a glance. This is the egg of a thunderstorm spider. God worker, you're so lucky. Thunderstorm spider's egg burst rate is extremely low. Even though we've swiped it so many times, it's never burst out. And I've heard that the difficulty of hatching this thing is also very high, and many incidents of it dying violently in the middle of the hatching path happen from time to time. But this thunderstorm spider's egg is also worth a lot, although it's not as good as the wind dragon lizard's demonic Dan. This thunderstorm spider's egg can be sold on the black market for tens of millions of gold coins. Xinyu's mercenaries were very familiar with the black market. Since the thunderstorm spider's egg burst rate wasn't high, its value was infinitely too high. Although the hatching difficulty was high, many people who could afford it were using it as a tonic. However, since there was still a possibility that it could hatch, its price was constantly being raised. In that case, it's still a good thing then. The corner of Sumu's mouth lifted. Although the possibility of hatching wasn't high, he was a divine forge master. If he could forge an incubation box that could help hatching out, wouldn't this thing be able to hatch a thunderstorm spider for himself? Thinking about it, Sumu felt more and more feasible, so he put the egg away. He then took out the key to the third floor. Do you guys need to take a break, or else we'll go directly to the third floor? Sumu said and looked at the rest of the people. As the people present looked at Sumu being so pugnacious, a drop of cold sweat ran down everyone's face. Rest? What a joke. The 2 layers of the secret realm along the way can be said to have been opened by you. You don't even need to rest. What are we resting for? The people present were all shaking their heads. So naturally Sumu didn't say any more. After calling out the panel and choosing to confirm traveling to the next layer of the secret realm, a bright light surrounded the 20 people present. After arriving at the third level, Sumu was also a bit bored. The third level didn't have a hidden passage method, and could only be passed by killing the guarding boss. With the experience of the Steel Blade group, Sumu didn't plan to use any artifacts this time. Instead, he relied on the 20 people present to mix experience along the way. As for the guarding boss, it didn't cause much trouble for the crowd. Watching the Steel Blade group skillfully arrange their troops, Sumu's heart couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. How many times had they experienced this kind of fight to the death? But for the people in the live broadcast room thought otherwise, especially those from other countries. So it's just such a simple secret realm, making such a big deal out of it. That's right, I thought how hard it would be for me. Just this level of secret realm, I'll go on me. In addition to people from other countries, there were also some people in the country whose IP addresses were very sensitive and had been locked down who spoke up. This Huaxia people really like to pretend. A small secret realm makes such a big fuss. In response to the taunts of people from other countries and domestic traders, the people of Huaxia were naturally not willing to show any weakness. You line you on in this keyboard knocking quite loud you really have nothing to do. You're here to talk about sarcasm. If you have the guts, try it yourself. A bunch of Cupid dogs, looking down on this and that. What are you guys? The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was getting noisier and noisier, but Sumu didn't have any thoughts about it. After all, what other people thought was their business. Wouldn't it be noisy? Then just keep arguing. They would naturally shut up after he led the Steel Blade group to get through the Elgus Mystery Realm, with the cooperation of the Steel Sword group and Chinyu and the others. In addition to Sumu's assistance from the sidelines, even Seven had crippled the third level's boss, Stone Man, without even pulling out his electromagnetic revolver. At this point, the Stone Man was already dying, and the crowd didn't forget to feed their experience to Sumu, leaving the last bits of blood to Sumu. Sumu, on the other hand, was busy for half a day before he was able to kill the Stone Man. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was only a life profession. Moreover, this Stone Man was already level 500, and he was only level 20, although they were already bloodied when they left themselves, but that was for them. The attacks of this group of people could easily start at millions and millions, and even Old King's Flat A from a tank had a small 1 million damage. What could one do? Chapter 96, Mighty Tiger. This 1 million or so damage was barely enough to knock out after grinding for half a day. After collecting the Stone Man, Sumu and the others quickly tallied up the loot and headed to the 4th floor. After entering the 4th floor, the crowd realized that the scene on the 4th floor had become even more bizarre. The entire 4th floor was gray and gloomy, looking rather depressing. Heavens, is the 4th layer of this Elgus mystic realm so terrifying? Yeah, just looking at it the whole person feels uneasy. Come on Les, what else can you feel through the screen? Upstairs, no one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Sumu looked to the side of Seven. How is this? This layer is strange. It changes every time you come in. The most important thing about the 4th layer is its randomness. When he said this, Seven's face was a bit ugly, and when Sumu turned back to look at the other people in the Steel Blade group, their faces were also covered with a look of bitterness and doubt. Actually, the boss of the 4th level isn't strong, but what really suffocates us about it is its randomness. The 4th level refreshes the terrain with every entry, and these terrains are all lots filled with traps. It took us a long time before we finally figured out all the terrain on the 4th level. But, when he said this, Seven suddenly stopped. Sumu suddenly felt as if something was not good. Number 8 took over the words and spoke. This time this terrain, we've never seen before. As soon as the words fell, the live broadcast room exploded. What? So the 4th layer of this Elgus mystery realm is now unknown. Oh my god. Then what about Divine Worker and the others? It's over. Someone's going to be in the secret realm. Someone won't be able to get out. Sumu frowned and looked at Seven. So, you guys have absolutely no information or intelligence about this current layer of the secret realm? Aha. Number 7 said bitterly. The only thing we can be sure of is that this 4th layer will have many undefendable organs. Organs. Sumu's brows immediately tightened. If it was the organs, then it would be a bit troublesome. This kind of thing, if you really meet someone who understands it, it's okay to say. If you meet someone who doesn't know, then it's really impossible to defend against. Sumu couldn't help but start thinking, and then looked to the side of the crowd and said, in this case, you guys wait for me here for a while, we'll go over to take a look. You're bringing in people to explore the road? How can this work? Seven immediately said with some anxiety, this 4th floor is so dangerous. What if we run into some kind of mechanism? Yes, Divine Worker. You'd better not go. Let's go together. The others all spoke up as well. No. Sumu shook his head. Don't you guys realize? This 4th layer is very weird. Everywhere here is filled with mist, and you can't even see anything from 2 away. We're not sure what will be here. In such a small field of vision, once something goes wrong it will only have a greater impact on our actions. The only thing we can be sure of right now is that this is the start of the 4th level. So let's split into 2 teams and hang a rope between our 2 teams. This way we won't worry about getting lost while we go to the front to explore the way. And at the same time, we won't be afraid of anything happening when there are too many people due to the small field of vision. Listening to Sumu's words, the people from the Steel Blade group were all deep in thought. Don't worry, I have my own plan. Sumu opened his mouth and said decisively, you guys wait for us here for a bit, we'll be back soon. Saying that, Sumu pointed out Chinyu Xiejai's several people then started to explore towards the front. Looking at Sumu's back as they departed, a trace of worry appeared on the faces of everyone. However, they all knew the strength of Chinyu and the others. If even they couldn't protect Sumu. In fact, the results of more self and others and less self and others wouldn't change much. So they didn't say much. Sumu and the others walked forward in the gray fog, carefully observing the surroundings. They could feel that there were quite a few dangers hidden in this gray mist. After advancing for some time, Sumu suddenly felt that something was wrong under his feet. Everyone be careful. Sumu opened his mouth and shouted. He then looked down and realized that under his feet was actually a huge trap. When he saw this trap, Sumu's brows immediately tightened. This trap looked quite complicated, and the location of the triggering mechanism was also very hidden. If it was someone else, they might have already triggered this trap. However, it was fortunate that Sumu's mental power was strong enough, and he had already detected the trap the moment it was triggered. Sumu then carefully withdrew his foot, and then he began to carefully observe the trap. After observing for a while, he also discovered the location of the triggering mechanism. The design of this mechanism was quite ingenious, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. Moreover, the location of the trigger mechanism was also very hidden, and it seemed that the mechanism was activated based on anger. There were many sensors near this organ. Once it sensed that there was someone nearby, then the organ would immediately activate and plunge into it, thus sliding the person who stepped on it into the ground. After discovering the location of the triggering mechanism, Sumu also let out a long sigh of relief. He asked Chinyu to send a message to the people of the Steel Sword group to remind them, and then carefully bypassed the trap and continued to walk towards the front. After advancing for some time, Sumu and the others encountered quite a few more traps. However, these traps were nothing to those who were ranked on the National Service ranking list. After advancing for a while, Sumu suddenly felt that he bumped into something. This thing seemed to be a bit solid. This caused Sumu to feel a bit of fear, and he looked at Xiejia beside him and asked, "Can you open a light?" "Can." Xiejia nodded. She naturally knew what Sumu meant. She had used this trick at that time when she was fighting the Gallows Void. Only seeing Xiejia raise her hand, several balls of light appeared above Sumu and the others' heads. Although it didn't expand the field of view by much, it did allow Sumu and the others to expand their field of view to the extent of 5 meters. After the balls of light rose up, Sumu and the others were taken aback. What they saw in front of them was a snow-white tiger. This fierce tiger was the size of a small mountain, and at this moment, it was looking at the crowd with its bloody mouth, and the fishy odor came out. Sumu had just crashed into its claws. At this moment, its claws were raised high, like a huge meteorite ready to fall from the sky and smash Sumu into meat paste. Chapter 97, Number 7, You'll Have to Do It. Bang! With a loud and clear sound, only to see Old Wang holding a shield in front of Sumu. This white tiger's paw went down, as strong as Old Wang was even lifted out. After Old King rolled on the ground a few times, his blood level dropped as far as the eye could see. What's going on here? Sumu was also a bit confused. Old King was a tank that was currently on the top of the domestic ranking list. How was it possible for his blood level to drop significantly after just one attack? One should know that Old King's blood level had dropped by 1/7. This meant that the tiger only needed 7 hits at most to kill the Old King. Sumu hurriedly checked the level of the tiger and found that it had reached a staggering 600 levels. From the previous information, the bosses on this level were at most around 500 levels, and there was a 600 level thing on the 4th level? What's going on here? Chinyu's side was also rushing to inform Seven and the others to hurry over. They had already realized that the white tiger in front of them was definitely not something that those present could easily solve. Sumu's eyes flickered as he looked at the white tiger. The attack power of this white tiger was beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that even if the boss on the 4th floor was strong, he could still find a way to solve it and then go around it, reserving his energy to greet the northern blue card silhouette on the 5th floor with all his might. But right now there seemed to be a problem. This white tiger didn't seem to be a boss that should exist on the 4th floor. Because if there was a level 600 boss on the 4th floor, the Steel Blade Group's people would have definitely notified themselves beforehand. Xiejia flung a healing spell on Old Wang before starting to check out the information on this fierce tiger. White Tiger Shadow Fragment. Level 600. One of the remaining fragments of the 5 sacred beasts of the past. The White Tiger's shadow has been transformed into thousands of fragments scattered around the world and in various secret realms. And once you can get these fragments, you will be able to summon the complete White Tiger's shadow. This White Tiger Shadow Fragment was released by the Elgus secret realm when it detected that there were people who exceeded the level of the boss of that tier. In order to check and balance the caliber of the teams that were going down to the duplicates. Looking at the information of this White Tiger, Xiajia's eyes went straight. Are you kidding me? A fragment of the ancient 5 sacred beasts' shadow? Or was it to check and balance the level of the replica team? Looking at this piece of information, Xiajia directly looked at Sumu. Maybe it was because of this guy in front of her that such a powerful boss appeared. Right? After all, he was a god-level forger. And the 7th and 8th side also rushed over after receiving the message. Looking at the huge white tiger in front of them, the people from the Steel Blade Group were also a bit frozen. They had never encountered a boss of this level in this secret realm before. Not to mention this level, they had never seen this white tiger before. The focus was different. As he looked at this white tiger and thought about it inwardly, the white tiger's shadow fragment. The information said that there are thousands of fragments. The strength of this fragment is so strong. If the complete white tiger shadow. No! If the complete white tiger, then how strong must it be? Sumu didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at the fragment of the white tiger's shadow in front of him, his eyes went straight. At this moment, he wants to try to see if he can collect all the fragments of the White Tiger's shadow in the future. Just now the situation didn't seem to be very optimistic. It looked like number 7 and 8 weren't sure what level this thing was at. What's wrong with this thing? Sumu twisted his head to look at number 7 and number 8. I don't know. The bosses of this 4th level have always been random. The levels are also random. The ones we've seen will always be bosses that are only around level 500. Like this White Tiger Void fragment, we've never seen it before. Number 7 and number 8's faces were a little hard to see. That would be troublesome. Sumu whispered. Let's try to see how resistant this thing is. The White Tiger is the main killer. His blood shouldn't be that thick. Sumu pondered for a while before turning his head to look at Chinyu. Sister you, old Wang and I will go up and try to see how much this guy can fight. You guys get ready to launch an attack on him to see how strong his attacks are. The moment these words came out, all those present froze. Even the live broadcast room exploded. No! What about the disturbance? Divine worker, you don't fucking live professional? Yes. Wang is the top tank in the national service ranking. Just like this White Tiger's attack a bit is enough force. You a living professional. The level is not much higher. You are not going up to send death? It looks like someone is being held up too high by the country and thinks they can do it. Don't be a fool. Divine worker, just let brother Wang go up. Xia Dai's side also had a tightened heart when she heard Sumu's words, but then the stone in her heart fell a lot more when she thought that these words were said by Sumu. Somehow, in her eyes, no matter what Sumu said, as long as it came out of his mouth, he would definitely be able to do it. Xinyu and the others looked at Sumu and wanted to open their mouths to refuse, but they saw Sumu rushing forward in an instant. The quantum reactor's 800 million shield amount. Even if he was no longer weak, he wouldn't be able to be seconded by this thing in a single move. Sumu blinked his eyes and arrived in front of the White Tiger's eyes, then reached out and twisted the quantum reactor at his waist. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped Sumu, and at that moment, a divine silhouette appeared above Sumu. This time, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. Heavens, this is the god's shadow that appeared over the imperial capital when it was attacked by the beast tide at that time. Indeed, that void shadow appeared because of the divine worker. It's the same as the revolver just now. The deity's shadow above the imperial capital at that time was caused by the divine worker. It wasn't Huaxia that the gods were sheltering. It was the divine worker. White Tiger's reflexes were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he slapped Sumu's body. This slap went down. Sumu's minuscule double resistance couldn't support it at all, smashing into Sumu's body as if it was a real injury. In an instant, Sumu's quantum reactor's shield value dropped by 100 million. This White Tiger's attack power had completely exceeded his expectations. Not to mention him, even if he gave the quantum reactor to old Wang, he wouldn't necessarily be able to carry this White Tiger a few times. And this White Tiger is still a shadow fragment. If there is a complete White Tiger, dare not imagine. At this time, no. 7 and no. 8 had already rushed to Sumu's side, and seeing Sumu's grave expression, they seemed to know that the White Tiger in front of them was not something to be messed with. Even if all the people from the Steel Sword Group were on board, they would probably be ordered by this White Tiger. At this moment, Xinyu hurriedly led the crowd to take advantage of the White Tiger's momentary stiffness after launching its attack to launch an attack. Several two attacks landed on the White Tiger, but the White Tiger was not affected in any way. Sumu looked at number 7 at this time. Number 7, you'll have to do it. Me, number 7 pointed at himself. Divine worker, perhaps you don't understand. I'm not good at offense per se. What I'm good at is speed. My profession is assassin. Chapter 98 Northern Blue Card Void. This White Tiger Void is like a heavily armored warrior. How can my attacks be effective against him? No, you're not an assassin. Sumu shook his head. Pull out the electromagnetic revolver I gave you. Only after Sumu's words came out did number 7 remember that the divine worker had just given himself a divine weapon. Without saying a word, number 7 took out the electromagnetic revolver and held it in his hand. Build up your power against the electromagnetic revolver. Inject your electrical energy into it, then aim at that White Tiger and shoot at it. Remember, with the electromagnetic revolver you're not an assassin. You're an ADC with high agility and mobility. And it's also an ADC with devastating killing power. As soon as Sumu's words came out, number 7 took a deep breath as he looked at the electromagnetic revolver in his hand. He then injected his abilities towards the electromagnetic revolver. And immediately afterward, he eyed the White Tiger in front of him. He had witnessed this electromagnetic revolver with his own eyes, but had not personally used it. And he didn't know just how strong the power was. But he knew that he was a member of the Steel Blade Group and he was a soldier. Every word of Sumu's when he followed him down the copy was a military order. One must carry it out harshly. Only 7 lifted his gun and aimed it at White Tiger. The moment he pulled the trigger, the entire secret realm thundered.
the thunder god's shadow in the sky reappeared. And this thunder god's shadow gazed calmly at the white tiger in front of him. The eyes of a god looking down on the living caused the white tiger to instinctively feel fear. Thunder rolled in the secret realm as the god of heaven descended. A bullet filled with the power of thunder and lightning was fired from among the revolver. And in an instant the bullet struck the white tiger. Bang! A loud ringing sound was deafening. And the entire secret realm seemed to be trembling because of this sound. The bullet blossomed into the white tiger's body with a thunderous light. And then the white tiger collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Seemingly lifeless. Silence. The entire scene was silent. Even the viewers within the live broadcast room were silent. At this moment, the whole world was as if it was frozen in time. And all those who were following this live broadcast were quiet. Even Wang Junlei and the others who had personally experienced the electromagnetic revolver were stupefied. Subsequently, the entire world exploded. Every country was publicizing this matter in a big way. Regardless of whether it was Huaxia or the Eagle Kingdom, people in every country went crazy after witnessing this scene. They had witnessed a miracle in history. A fragment of the divine beast's shadow was killed in a single shot. Huaxia's divine craftsman created an electromagnetic revolver that attracted the gods of heaven to come down to earth. Is the divine beast shadow really powerful enough? The beast's shadow is nothing but a name. A single shot kills it. It's nothing to fear. Is the Lion of China rising again? The Eagle Kingdom's response to this live broadcast is a special effect designed to gather the hearts and minds of China's already disparate people. However, Sumu didn't have any surprises about this. Something like a divine weapon being enough to kill a divine beast's shadow in seconds was a relatively normal situation in Sumu's eyes. If it was against the white tiger itself, a divine weapon would definitely not be enough to kill it in seconds. After all, it was also a divine beast. However, the white tiger in front of him was only one of the thousands and thousands of fragments of the white tiger's shadow. The strength of the white tiger is less than 100 billionth of the white tiger. In this case, what is there to say about a second kill with a single shot? What Sumu is more interested in at this time is what big treasures the fragments of the white tiger's silhouette will burst out. Going up to check, only to see the fragment of the white tiger's silhouette burst out 2 items. The first one, Dark Kingdom Elgus Secret Realm 5th floor key. With the help of this key, one can travel to the 5th level of the Elgus Mystery Realm. The second type, White Tiger Shadow Fragmentation Yuan Dan. Epic Forge Masters can refine this Yuan Dan with a smaller probability of summoning a disposable White Tiger Shadow Fragment that can be used. The key to the 5th level. Sumu tossed it to Chinyu at the side without even thinking about it. And he picked up this White Tiger Shadow Fragment Yuan Dan and scrutinized it carefully. It's possible for an epic level forger to refine it? Oh, he himself was a god level forger. Sumu was confident that he could refine this White Tiger Fragment Yuan Dan and make it more than just a one-time use. This could make the crowd in Huaxia boil. Heavens, White Tiger Shadow Fragment Yuan Dan. If Shin Gong can refine it, we have one more great secret weapon for Huaxia. Yeah, this thing feels like there aren't many people on the national rankings who can single-handedly defeat him. Upstairs, it's not that there aren't many, it's that they simply can't be found. Right, other than the number 1 guy. I can't think of anyone who can fight this thing. Sumu didn't pay any attention to the comments on the pop-up screen, and called on the crowd to get ready to activate the key to the 5th floor after pocketing the Yuan Dan of the White Tiger Shadow Fragment. While the 7th and the 8th as well as a group of people from the Steel Blade group were looking at this key with battle flickering in their eyes. After Sumu activated this key, a beam of white light once again enveloped the crowd. This time, the crowd was heading to the 5th floor where the Northern Blue Card's virtual shadow existed. When the white light dissipated and Sumu and the others opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at the 5th floor. What appeared before their eyes was an apocalyptic scene. The ruins stretched on endlessly. There were broken walls everywhere. A thunder streaked across the sky from time to time, and even though it was daytime, the clouds were so dense that it was like night. Above the sky, there was a mass of blue energy, which revealed a sense of beauty in this scene. A beauty that could not be described in words. However, the collapsed houses in every direction signaled that the 5th floor had suffered a major disaster. The only blue energy body left in the air looked so abrupt in this scene. Chinyu was shocked speechless as he looked at the scene in front of him. This is the 5th level of the Elgus Mystic Realm. Number 7 took a deep breath and said, "There aren't any small monsters here. All there is the boss of the 5th floor, the Northern Lancel's Void." After saying this, number 8 raised his head and reached out to point at the blue energy mass in the sky. That's the Northern Blue Card's shadow. Once an attack is launched against that energy mass, it means that the 5th level of the secret realm is officially opened. That massive energy body will then transform into the silhouette of the Northern Blue Card and subsequently fight with us. And the Northern Blue Card silhouette level has even come to 650 levels. We are completely unable to fight against it. It was here that we lost many of our brothers. Speaking of this,
There was anger in the eyes of all the people from the Steel Blade group, looking at the mass of ability bodies in the sky. Each of them held a breath in their hearts. It seemed as if they wanted to exterminate this northern blue card's shadow. There was a huge amount of energy hidden in that massive shadow. Even the crowd standing on the ground felt a strong sense of threat. Chapter 99 What flunky, my son only graduated from high school? Sumu was also a little shocked when he looked at the shadow, not realizing that a shadow of Gallows' pet had such a powerful strength. The more he thought about it, the more Sumu felt that he had gone too far in saying that he wanted to kill Gallows. But now that he's already here, it doesn't seem possible not to do it. Shinyu looked to the 7th and 8th on the side and asked, "Are there no shortcuts on this level?" "No." Number 7 shook his head and said, "Right now, we can't find it at all. Not only can't we find it, we shouldn't find it either." Sumu opened his mouth and interrupted them. "Skipping classes before the college entrance exam. The college entrance exam will not get you a grade, and every class that is skipped will be made up for at a later date. The first layer of the secret realm to find shortcuts to skip class to pass. The second layer is not fully prepared will have to make up for the class, and school make up for the cost of time. Copies of the make up for the class. The cost is the life. Moreover, this northern blue card shadow is tainted with the lives of so many of our compatriots. If we don't solve it in a fair and square manner, then I won't be able to sleep for the rest of my life." As Sumu spoke, his eyes grew more and more determined, and his words resonated with everyone in the live broadcast room. "Fuck it to death. Charge. I'll donate a year's salary to buy cannons for divine labor. I'm supporting Huaxia this time, because Gallows has also brutalized quite a few people in our country, not the least of which was assisted by his pet northern blue card. Yes, this war is not just a war for Huaxia, it's more of a war for our entire Asia. The Eagle Kingdom can say whatever they want because the scourge can't harm them, but this Gallows is literally scourging our entire Asia." Seemingly infected by Sumu's words, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all going crazy. Sumu looked at Chinyu. "I've never skipped a class in my life. Fuck him." "Okay." Chinyu also came to the nature. Xiaojai gave Chinyu on the full of all kinds of plus status buffs, only to see Chinyu raised his hand to store power out of a huge fireball. This fireball was as dazzling as the sun. Under Chinyu's maneuvering, this fireball slowly flew towards the sky, instantly sucking the massive energy into the fireball after approaching it. Immediately afterward, the fireball began to tremble continuously, as if something was about to come out from within. Bang! The fireball then let out a deafening explosion. The fireball exploded with a loud bang, many sparks landing on the surrounding ground, while the blue energy body instantly took shape. It turned into a blue python in midair. The blue python's eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and its body was covered with blue scales. Hanging high above the sky, it looked down on the humans on the ground like a god. Heavens, what level of monster is this? It's as terrifying as this. It feels like Huaxia should have no chance this time. Upstairs, don't bark. Just now fighting the white tiger are one-shot seconds. It's hard to fight this thing? That's right, don't look and get out. People in the live broadcast room were arguing, while Su's father, Su's mother and Xia Dai who were watching the live broadcast did sweat for Sumu. Su mothers held Su father's hand tightly. "Xiao you can do it, you can definitely beat it, you must come back safely. Don't worry, our Xiaomu will definitely be able to tackle it. Xiaomu has grown up, he's no longer a little kid in our eyes." Su's father comforted, but his heart didn't have much of a bottom. After all, this monster in front of him looked really scary. Seven looked at the northern blue card shadow in the air with his eyes flashing with hostility. He pulled out that electromagnetic revolver and pointed it at the northern blue card in the sky and was ready to store up his power to give it a shot. But before he finished injecting his abilities, the northern blue card's snake head swung its tail and a blue blade of light flew towards the crowd. "Get out of the way!" Sumu shouted to the crowd behind him. The crowd didn't hesitate a bit and quickly left where they were. The blue blade of light set off an explosion when it touched the ground, and the aftermath of the explosion sent the crowd retreating. Seeing this, the northern blue card shadow hissed up to the sky, and then only saw many shrunken northern blue card shadows appearing one after another in the surroundings. "What is this?" Shin Yu asked with some astonishment. "This is the skill of the northern blue card." Seven spoke. The northern blue card can summon many doppelgangers, and the silhouette that is it has likewise inherited this skill. Only that what it summons isn't a doppelganger, it's an even weaker version of itself. But even so, such a large number is enough to cause a headache. "Drink this." Sumu threw out several bottles of potion to the crowd. The crowd took them and checked them out. Extreme speed potion. Quality, divine grade. Effects: it can increase one's movement speed and attack speed within 2 hours, and the increase effect is 10 million times. Divine grade additional effect, increases the dodge attribute within 2 hours of taking it, allowing you to dodge the vast majority of attacks, 100% of single attacks, and 50% of all attacks.
Divine grade additional effect permanently increase your speed by 100 points after use.
After the notes for this potion came out, everyone in the live broadcast room looked blinded. My god, this is a true divine grade potion. Now I know why Huaxia dares to challenge the Elgus mystic realm.
Dare I say that they not only have divine artifacts,
but also god grade potions. I think that this time,
Huaxia should have a chance to pass the Elgus mystery realm.
What kind of person is this divine worker? How come he has everything?
Upstairs.
You're stupid. Do you think the divine worker is called that for nothing?
This must have been developed by the divine laborer himself.
What's the deal with this godly worker? What's he up to?
I heard that this godly worker was a son-in-law in Zhangchang, but because his wife's family was so bad, he divorced, and then joined the Explorers organization with all his heart, and his wife wanted to get back together, and I heard that he even had some conflicts with his ex-wife.
Is this flunky so fierce? It's better not to have such an animal of a wife.
Su's father and mother as well as Xia Dai looked at the discussion in the live broadcast room and were also somewhat helpless.
No, when did my son become a son-in-law?
He only just graduated from high school,
Su's father said with a speechless face. Uncle, that's how the internet is nowadays.
Everyone likes to babble to find existence for themselves.
Xia Dai smiled and said in relief. Uncle, don't worry. Sumu's information is classified at the national level. As long as the country doesn't want to, absolutely no one will be able to know any of Sumu's bottom line. Even for those who know Sumu's situation, absolutely no one can say anything. Looking at the remarks on the pop-up screen, the old head also nodded. It looked like they had done a really good job and had really protected Sumu.